Decades after GT Wukong's departure, GT Vegeta nears the end of his days. However, his mission is not yet complete as he is reborn into the timeline of the God of Destruction saga. Super Saiyan 4? Not just that, but also Super Saiyan 5. Upon returning to this new dimension, he must confront the formidable adversary Beerus to protect the Earth. How will Vegeta turn the tide? Chapter 1. Reborn on Bulma's bed. In the world of Dragon Ball GT, many years have passed since Sun Wukong and the Shenlong left Earth. Amidst the endless mountains, atop the highest peak, an elderly man with white hair sits cross-legged on a rock blanketed in snow. He is Vegeta from the GT timeline, marked unmistakably by the passage of time. With his eyes tightly shut and brows furrowed, the flicker of his eyelids suggests he is lost in memories. From his first battle with Sun Wukong on Earth to the conflict with the evil dragons, after which Wukong departed with the Shenlong, it all feels as vivid as if it occurred yesterday. Yet the reality is that these events transpired many years ago. A gust of cold wind swept through, prompting Vegeta to suddenly open his eyes as he shakily descended from stone. The expression between his brows spoke of profound loneliness. Since Sun Wukong's disappearance, he has become the strongest person in the world, a title that brings with it an invincible solitude. Coupled with the longer lifespan of Saiyans compared to humans, his beloved wife Bulma has long since passed, leaving him enveloped in isolation. The surrounding temperature is abnormally frigid as the biting wind howls. As Vegeta feels this chilling gust, a shiver runs through him. The chronic ailments he buried during his youth now return with a vengeance, ravaging his body. Once filled with vigor, he now suffers under the weight of his afflictions. Does a mere illness think it can conquer me? A deep-seated pride straightens Vegeta's hunched back, and a defiant smile creeps upon his lips. Accompanied by a low, thunderous roar, Vegeta's body begins to emanate a powerful aura. His white hair shifts to a golden hue, and he stands as a Super Saiyan atop the mountain. Yet, he seems unsatisfied. His energy continues to surge, and in an instant, arcs of electricity crackle. This is Super Saiyan 2. The aged cry carries an earth-shattering pressure, as Vegeta seemingly forgets he is now a man on the brink of death. With his brow furrowed, his golden hair cascades down to his waist. He has reached Super Saiyan 3. Through training, Vegeta has achieved this form. With a flick, the tail coiled around Vegeta's waist unravels, releasing a surge of power that flows through his body. Though his human form may not possess the muscular definition of his youth, he still radiates strength. The Super Saiyan 4 stands tall upon this earth. Vegeta's cries resonate, each shout expressing his defiance against aging and his muscles assaulting the illness. In this moment, he seems to rediscover the spirit of his youth. The man who could shoulder the legacy after Sun Wukong's death has returned. The majesty of Super Saiyan 4 reverberates throughout the world. Shidu, an elderly man with graying hair and a middle-parted hairstyle, gazes skyward, feeling the energy surging from his father that ripples across the globe. Father, Trunks, no longer the youthful warrior he once was, has also succumbed to age. As a half-Saiyan, his adolescence could not rival that of pure-blooded Saiyans, and his hair is now streaked with gray. Tears well in his eyes as he recalls Vegeta's words from that morning. Trunks, I miss your mother. Vegeta's aura continues to swell. He seems utterly unconcerned with the limitations of his aging body, and his eyes are bloodshot. The energy of Super Saiyan 4 surges relentlessly, and Vegeta fights not for survival, but rather in a reckless pursuit of death. His frail body strains under the immense power within him. But who is he? He is the proud prince of Saiyans. He will not yield easily. In an instant, his dark hair turns bright red, elevating Vegeta's energy to new heights, shaking the very heavens. This is the ultimate state of Super Saiyan 4. Through relentless effort, he has pushed this form to its limits. Keep going. Vegeta's voice echoes through the heavens, traversing great distances until it reaches Trunks' ears. Trunks shudders, tears streaming down his face as he cries out, "No, don't. Father, you will die." Trunks understands all too well that if Vegeta perishes, he will not return, for the Dragon Balls are no longer available. The Namekian Dragon Balls have been rendered unusable due to fears of the evil dragons. Trunks rockets toward the summit of the earth. I'm the master of this body. Time? Age? What do they mean? My body is mine to command. Vegeta unleashes the full reservoir of energy within him. Suddenly, Vegeta's eyes glaze over as a surge of blood erupts from his throat. He realizes that his aging body has finally reached its limit. With a sigh, he clutches his abdomen and remarks, It seems I truly am old. I can no longer maintain that form. In the next moment, Vegeta feels as if he is being pressed down by an unseen force. A dizzying wave of weakness washes over him, permeating every cell, and his vision blurs. He knows his time has come. Memories flash before him like a slideshow, reliving those wild days. His only regret is that he has yet to surpass the one he has always aspired to outdo. Damn you, Kakarot! How dare you lead the way? Bulma, at last I can come see you. With a clatter, Vegeta slowly collapses to the ground, a smile gracing his lips as if he has achieved his purpose and is now at peace in departing this world. Meanwhile, Trunks arrives at the scene just in time. Father, Trunks cradles Vegeta's lifeless body in his arms. He knows that Vegeta's decision is irrevocable. The notion of seeking Bulma is merely an excuse for his desire to embrace death. Bulma has been gone for decades, her soul likely reincarnated long ago. The true reason for Vegeta's departure is that the proud prince of Science refuses to live on in a state of decrepitude. To die in such a passionate manner, blooming forth the final flower of his life, is the only fitting end for him. In the boundless darkness, a sudden apparition disrupted the prevailing silence. Vegeta, Vegeta, awaken! A familiar yet unfamiliar voice called out his name. Vegeta sprang up abruptly from the ground. Who? Vegeta sought the source of the voice, yet it offered no further reply. With a thunderous crash, a blinding white light enveloped him from above. Damn it! What is this? Vegeta shielded his eyes, hesitating for a moment. Huh? It doesn't hurt? Slowly, he opened his eyes, and upon doing so, he was taken aback. This is the room I share with Beerus. How strange, am I not dead? His hand trembled as it inadvertently brushed against a soft object. A playful voice chimed in. What are you doing? Vegeta, not in the morning. Vegeta was momentarily stunned, glancing towards the pillow to find a stunning beauty with skin as fair as mutton fat and azure hair lying beside him. Who else could this be but Beerus? Yet, she appeared so youthful. Vegeta gazed in disbelief at his surroundings until he caught a glimpse of himself in the vanity mirror. The robust muscles, the chiseled features, and the once pale hair had been replaced by lustrous black locks that symbolized vibrant vitality. He had been reborn. The gallant, spirited, and youthful version of himself had returned. Chapter 2. The 38th birthday of my wife. Who could have imagined that the proud Saiyan prince would shed tears? Perhaps it was the exhilaration of regaining his youthful form. Or perhaps it was the overwhelming joy of reuniting with his deceased wife. The Saiyan prince, unafraid even in death, wept. At this moment, he nestled in a bed, embracing Bulma tightly like a child, with tears cascading down his cheeks and landing softly on her forehead. Bulma, feeling the dampness on her brow, furrowed her brow and instinctively opened her eyes. Before her lay an unbelievable sight. She could scarcely believe her eyes. Vegeta was crying? Curiosity stirred within her. What could be the matter? Had he experienced a nightmare? Impossible. The fearless Vegeta could hardly be frightened by a mere dream. As his most beloved, Bulma's instinct was to express concern. Vegeta, why are you crying? It was then that Vegeta became aware of the uncontrollable flow of his tears. Wiping his eyes, he managed a smile. No, I just had a very long dream. Bulma pinched his cheek gently, helping to wipe away the remnants of his tears. With a playful smile, she teased, I never thought you, who fears nothing, would be afraid of a nightmare. Realizing he had lost his composure, Vegeta released Bulma, placing his hands behind his head and gazing up at the ceiling. Was it truly just a dream? Yet everything within it felt so vividly real. Meanwhile, Bulma emerged from the covers, sitting at her vanity to meticulously prepare herself. Vegeta, wake up. Today is my birthday. You must help me set things up. And please don't retreat to the gravity room for training again. Birthday? How fortuitous. Vegeta inquired further. How old are you turning? Bulma's brow furrowed slightly, revealing her reluctance to answer his question. However, she quickly transformed her expression into a smile and replied, 38. Her words plunged Vegeta, who was still staring at the ceiling, into deep contemplation. Bulma's 38th birthday meant she was born in the year 733 of the age, indicating that it was now the year 771 of the age. This period marked the 7-year gap following the conclusion of the Cell Games and before the resurrection of Majin Buu. Vegeta admired his robust physique once more, a satisfied smile gracing his lips, for he was acutely aware that he was only a year older than Bulma. Youth was indeed a wonderful gift. This 39-year-old body felt splendid. Suddenly, a series of knocks jolted Vegeta from his reverie. Trunks' innocent voice rang out, Daddy, Mommy, open the door. Bulma glanced at Vegeta, urging, Go open the door for Trunks. Vegeta donned his clothes and ambled slowly to the door, turning the knob gently. Instantly, Trunks dashed in from outside, presenting a fragrant carnation from behind his back and exclaiming, "Tada! Happy birthday, Mommy!" Bulma took the carnation, bringing it close to her nose to inhale its delightful fragrance. "How lovely it is!" she exclaimed. Then, she affectionately ruffled Trunks' hair. "Thank you, Trunks." With a beaming smile, Trunks curiously inquired, "I wonder what gift Dad will give to Mom." Just then, he sensed a familiar aura and paused momentarily. It's Goten's energy. "Mom, I'm off to find Goten." The room was left with just a couple. Vegeta's thoughts lingered on Trunks, pondering. Strange, he seems a bit older than I remember. Bulma shot him a disapproving glance, and an awkward silence enveloped them. "Hey, Vegeta, don't just stand there. Look at your son. He knows to prepare a gift for me. What about you?" Bulma rose, hands on her hips, confronting Vegeta. "Gift? What gift?" He had just been reborn, and hadn't even contemplated that he would coincidentally encounter Bulma's birthday on this day. Noticing Vegeta's silence, Bulma felt a surge of frustration. Pouting adorably, Vegeta, having not seen Bulma in ages, found himself oddly nostalgic for her feisty demeanor. Just then, Bulma changed into a form-fitting dress that accentuated her figure, igniting a warmth within Vegeta, causing his cheeks to flush. He declared loudly, "This is my gift to you." As he spoke, he leaned in to kiss Bulma's soft lips. With a clatter, the door closed, leaving the events inside a mystery. On a luxurious cruise ship, Bulma radiated happiness, holding a microphone as she announced, "Everyone, welcome to my birthday party. It's all friends here. Enjoy yourselves with food and drinks. Oh, and we have a bingo game too. The top 3 will win grand prizes." Her words sparked lively discussions among the guests. At this moment, all the expected attendees had arrived on the opulent vessel. Vegeta surveyed the faces of those long gone from his world, now miraculously present before him. The scene was truly surreal. In the crowd, he spotted a pink figure. That pink creature must be Majin Buu. He recalled battling him, a struggle that had nearly cost him his life. His thoughts momentarily halted as Vegeta raised an eyebrow. Majin Buu. No, wait. It is the year 771 in the age. Majin Buu should not resurrect for another 2 years. He then turned his attention to Gohan and Videl, noting their close demeanor. If memory serves correctly, Gohan should not yet be acquainted with her at this time. There is also that bald-headed Krillin. It seems he, in number 18, must have recently tied the knot, and the little one in his arms must be Marin, right? Meanwhile, a burst of laughter echoed from behind Vegeta. He turned his gaze once more towards Trunks and Goten. Although Saiyans have a prolonged childhood, the differences in hybrid Saiyans are not as pronounced. Indeed, these 2 children appear to have matured somewhat since Vegeta's last recollection. At this moment, Vegeta's emotions were in a state of turmoil. How could everything here be so utterly different from his memories? With a decisive thud, Vegeta descended before Trunks, gently placing a hand on his shoulder. Trunks ceased his conversation with Goten, turning to find a serious expression awaiting him. Hesitantly, Trunks inquired, Dad, what year is it in the Age of Earth?" The weighty yet serious tone belied the frivolity of his question, instantly calming Trunks' anxious heart. "It is the year 778 of the age," Vegeta replied, a sense of clarity washing over him. The event occurring here suddenly made sense. Vegeta's lips twitched in disbelief. "Bulma, does age truly hold such significance?" 7 years. She has deceitfully added 7 years to her age. A tearful frustration welled within him, but considering Bulma's character, such behavior was entirely plausible. Once again, Vegeta's gaze drifted to Bulma, whose youthful demeanor certainly betrayed that of a 45-year-old woman, or even one of 35. In this moment, Vegeta found himself under the curious illusion that Bulma was growing younger, a stark contrast to the Bulma he remembered. Just as Vegeta's thoughts lingered, a familiar aura resurfaced in his mind. This presence, Kakarot. Chapter 3, The Arrival of the God of Destruction. At this very moment, the essence that was on the verge of fading from Vegeta's memory re-emerged. The Saiyan blood within him surged with fervor. The opportunity to sense Kakarot's presence once more invigorated him. Vegeta gazed upward, closing his eyes to keenly capture this rival's essence, fearful of losing it again. Vegeta slightly shook his head. In an instant, he sensed an anomaly. Kakarot's energy seemed considerably feebler than he remembered. However, considering it was the year 778 of the age, it was comprehensible. Far too many years had passed. The next moment, he suddenly felt Goku's energy spike dramatically. If he were not mistaken, Kakarot had transformed into a Super Saiyan for the third time. What was happening? Was Kakarot engaged in battle? He could not possibly transform into a Super Saiyan for no reason. Vegeta was utterly unable to perceive any presence apart from that of Goku. As he continued to sense Goku's energy, an astonishing event unfolded. In the span of a single second, Goku's aura diminished to the brink of vanishing. What formidable adversary could Kakarot have encountered? On King Kai's planet, a battle culminating in Goku's defeat had just concluded. The God of Destruction was indeed a terrifying entity. With merely a flick of his finger, Beerus sent Goku crashing back to his normal state. Though you possess some skill and have even vanquished Frieza, you are not the individual I seek. I shall inquire with Vegeta on Earth, Beerus stated, after which he and Whis departed from King Kai's planet, heading towards Earth. Goku lay on the ground in disarray, his face a canvas of shock. His prideful Super Saiyan 3 form had proven insufficient to withstand even a mere finger of Lord Beerus. Such power! Is this truly the God of Destruction? Beerus? Goku sighed, adding, even if I fused with Vegeta, we would likely not prevail, would we? Nearby, the monkey Bubbles retrieved a senzu bean from Goku's belt and placed it in his mouth. Instantly, Goku was revitalized. Rising to his feet, he expressed his concern to King Kai. Lord Kai, please relay the news of Lord Beerus's impending arrival on Earth to everyone there. King Kai's brow furrowed in frustration. His troublesome pupil was a constant source of worry. Despite his warnings to avoid provoking Beerus, Kakarot had disregarded them. However, it was too late for admonishments now, and King Kai began to channel his telepathic energy to contact Vegeta on Earth. Meanwhile, Goku, fully revitalized, resumed his fighting stance, preparing for the journey back to Earth. Vegeta opened his eyes and extended his powerful arms, feeling the vigor of his youthful body. Has Kakarot been defeated? Who is this opponent? Yet, why can I not sense his energy? Vegeta, the voice of King Kai resonated in his mind. This voice had not echoed in his ears since Goku's disappearance. Reflecting on the past, he recalled that whenever this voice emerged, significant events were afoot. Could be the same this time? What is it? Vegeta inquired, sensing the weight of urgency in King Kai's tone, accompanied by a slight tremor. Vegeta, the God of Destruction, Beerus, has gone to Earth, and Goku has been defeated. Vegeta stood still, deep in thought. Indeed, Kakarot had been vanquished, and his adversary was the God of Destruction that King Kai spoke of. But what kind of deity is this God of Destruction? Vegeta questioned. The voice of the King of Worlds grew intermittent, as if he was reimagining the tragedy of King Kai's planet from over 3 centuries ago. He is a god of terrifying power. He just defeated Goku in 2 moves. In any case, do not provoke him, or the Earth will cease to exist, and everyone will perish. Vegeta immediately became alert, his mind racing with trepidation. The notion of Earth's annihilation and the demise of all humanity was daunting. Shouldn't gods be protectors of mankind, much like the Kais? Vegeta clenched his fists, intrigued by the deity who had so effortlessly vanquished Son Goku. In his previous life, it was always Goku who saved the world. In this renewed existence, he was taken aback by Goku's sudden defeat. This time, it would be he, Vegeta, who would safeguard the Earth. He gazed towards the distance, where Bulma was beaming with joy, immersed in her happiness. This regained beauty must not be obliterated by this being known as the God of Destruction. Even if he is a deity, what of it? Just as Vegeta silently vowed to protect the Earth, a purple hand unexpectedly approached to rest upon his shoulder. Is it here, the God of Destruction? Vegeta instinctively crouched, his waist as agile as a serpent, successfully evading the purple hand. He stepped back, turning to discover a hairless purple humanoid cat standing before him. Behind the feline stood a tall man with silver hair. The aura they exuded was starkly different from what Vegeta had imagined of deities. Are you the gods of destruction? Vegeta inquired. Beerus scratched his head, seemingly lost in thought. If I recall correctly, this little fellow has seen me before? Before Beerus could utter another word, Whis squinted, smiling as he explained, I am merely Lord Beerus' attendant. He is the true God of destruction. Vegeta scrutinized Whis. An attendant? Is that truly all? Sensing Vegeta's curiosity, Beerus grew slightly annoyed. Hey Vegeta, have you lost your memory? Anyway, I have come to Earth in search of the Super Saiyan God. Do you know anything about him? Vegeta paused, for the name of the Super Saiyan God had never crossed his mind. I have not heard of him. Is he strong? Beerus adjusted his clothing and scratched his ear, responding, well, somewhat. This God of destruction did not seem nearly as fearsome as depicted by King Kai. He would observe what this fellow intended to do next. Just then, Bulma approached the group and asked Vegeta, "What are you doing here? Are these two your friends?" She then turned to Whis and Beerus, greeting them warmly. "Greetings. I am Bulma, the wife of Vegeta. I warmly welcome you to my birthday celebration, where I have prepared an array of delectable dishes." At the mere mention of culinary delights, both Whis and Beerus perked up with enthusiasm. For a fleeting moment, Beerus even set aside thoughts of the Super Saiyan God. Thus, it became a matter of courtesy. Beerus, accompanied by Whis, followed Bulma towards the heart of the gathering. Chapter 4. Let My Tail Grow Back. On the opulent cruise ship, the birthday festivities became increasingly vibrant with the presence of Beerus and Whis. Vegeta, arms crossed and leaning against the wall, observed Beerus's every move in solitary contemplation. Amidst the air, a fallen withered leaf caught Vegeta's attention, prompting him to glance in its direction. He soon sensed an exceedingly faint aura, a subtlety not born of weakness, but rather one that seemed deliberately suppressed, imperceptible to the average individual. It must be that fellow. This aura was indelibly etched in Vegeta's memory, and even if it were to diminish further, he could still recognize it. In a swift motion, Vegeta soared towards the source of the aura, where a man with a crab-shaped head stood atop a towering structure. Kakarot. Vegeta's tone was somewhat somber. It had been decades since he last laid eyes on this old rival. Goku, wholly engrossed in observing Beerus' actions, turned upon hearing his name called. It's Vegeta," Goku exclaimed, wrapping an arm around Vegeta's shoulders and speaking in a hushed tone. "Lord Beerus is incredibly powerful. He defeated me in just 2 moves." Gazing at Goku, who stood half a head taller, Vegeta felt a twinge of discomfort. In contrast, he preferred the diminutive Goku of yore. Vegeta shrugged off Goku's arm and inquired, "Indeed powerful? What do you intend to do about it?" Goku raised his hands in a gesture of uncertainty. "I'm not sure, but perhaps the Super Saiyan God might have a solution. Though, I have no idea where this Super Saiyan God might be. Even Lord Beerus is searching for him." With his hand resting thoughtfully on his chin, Vegeta mused, "A god? With the God of Destruction and the Super Saiyan God, are they truly formidable? Yet, that Kaishin fellow is hardly impressive." As the two conversed, a pudding rivalry was unfolding aboard the cruise ship. Bew, slathering his saliva over all the puddings, glared disdainfully at Beerus with his tongue protruding. The dignified deity was momentarily compelled to display a comical demeanor due to the culinary antics. Beerus, nearly wide-eyed from Bew's actions, found his tongue lolling out in an uncharacteristically humble plea. Never before had he sought anything from another with such subservience. Even when requesting items, he maintained an air of superiority. Yet today, someone had treated him in such a manner. The deity's wrath was palpable. Beerus wore a grim expression, his gaze shifting ominously. Majin Buu, undeterred, launched the first assault, yet Beerus effortlessly evaded the attack. With a disdainful smirk, a mere punch sent Majin Buu hurtling away. Was it truly possible that the once feared Majin Buu was vanquished so easily? The remaining warriors could hardly fathom the spectacle, and soon, they too summoned their strength in a frantic rush. In quick succession, Tien, Krillin, Piccolo, Gohan, and Gotenks were all sent flying. Are we truly engaging in battle? Recognizing the gravity of the situation, Vegeta swiftly flew to Bulma's side, shielding her with his hand. "Vegeta, what is happening?" Bulma inquired, her voice laced with concern. "Isn't he your friend?" Vegeta remained silent, his gaze fixed intently on Beerus. Before them, a flicker of purple light coalesced in Beerus's hand. With a surge of power, the tiny glimmer transformed into a rapidly condensing energy sphere. Beerus murmured, "Even the Super Saiyan God remains elusive. The inhabitants of Earth are a discourteous lot. Perhaps it is best to obliterate them." This statement struck a nerve with Vegeta. With a sudden outburst of fury, his cells surged, enveloping him in an overwhelming aura that drew the attention of all. Piccolo was taken aback. When did this guy's power become so formidable? Even Gohan, once the mightiest lone warrior, raised an eyebrow, his face a mask of astonishment. Has Uncle Vegeta truly grown this powerful? Just as Vegeta prepared to transform into a Super Saiyan, a resounding voice interrupted. "Wait, Lord Beerus, I believe I have a means to locate the Super Saiyan God." Goku positioned himself before Beerus. Upon hearing Super Saiyan God, Beerus halted his accumulation of destructive energy, the purple sphere dissipating into thin air. "Oh, you have a solution?" Beerus inquired, intrigued. Not only Beerus, but Vegeta also found himself captivated. A Super Saiyan God? The deity of the Saiyans? How intriguing. Vegeta ceased his fury. patiently awaiting Goku's next words. Bulma, may I borrow the Dragon Balls? Vegeta's body trembled. It had been ages since he had last heard that phrase. It seemed a lifetime ago since Kakarot and the dragon soared away, leaving Earth devoid of Dragon Balls, all due to excessive wishes that birthed the malevolent dragons. Just as Vegeta was lost in contemplation, Goku's call roused him once more. Arise, eternal dragon! A tempest of lightning struck the 7 Dragon Balls. In a moment, the sky darkened, and a green dragon, bearing Eastern features, descended. What unfolded next left even Vegeta bewildered. When Sun Wukong expressed his desire to find the god of Super Saiyans, he casually mentioned Beerus. At that moment, the dragon realized that Beerus was also present, and its expression changed dramatically. Vegeta could discern that the usually aloof dragon was indeed fearful of Beerus, which only deepened his intrigue towards the deity. After a series of twists and turns, the dragon finally divulged the method to create the god of Super Saiyans. Trembling, it addressed Beerus, saying, Lord Beerus, I have relayed the method to you. May I take my leave now? Beerus remained silent, his gaze fixated on Sun Wukong, who was counting the Saiyans with his fingers from a distance. The dragon continued, Well then, Lord Beerus, I look forward to our next encounter, but before it could finish, another voice swiftly interrupted, halting the dragon's departure. Wait, it was Vegeta. I too have a wish to fulfill. Upon realizing that the speaker was not Beerus, the dragon regained its imposing presence. State your wish. I can grant any desire, it proclaimed. Vegeta fell into deep contemplation. Just moments ago, as he sought to transform into a Super Saiyan, he felt a sense of power being restrained, a notable decline in strength. His tail, which was not merely a distinguishing feature of Saiyans, but also the essential source of their power, was absent. Let my tail grow back, Vegeta blurted out. The dragon's crimson eyes brightened. Your wish is granted. A mysterious glow emanated from behind Vegeta, and he felt a tickle as his tail re-emerged. Chapter 5. The Creation of the God of Super Saiyans. Vegeta closed his eyes. The primal, untamed power of the Saiyans surged from his tail throughout his body. He sensed the return of lost strength. Slowly, he opened his eyes, a confident smile gracing his lips as a sense of comfort enveloped him. Vegeta, why would you wish for your tail back? Sun Wukong asked, puzzled. Why? Besides helping me regain lost energy, it is also a prerequisite for transforming into Super Saiyan 4. Vegeta replied with a cold smirk. You'll find out shortly. Sun Wukong scratched his head, still bewildered. Is there any other wish that needs to be fulfilled? If not, I shall take my leave. With that, the dragon began to retract into the Dragon Balls. Wait, Bulma's voice rang out. All eyes turned to her once more. She appeared flushed, looking rather shy. A small humanoid pig inquired, Bulma, do you also have a wish you'd like to fulfill? Isn't this Dragon Ball the grand prize you set for the bingo game? Oolong remarked, blocking Bulma's path, and continued, as the host, you shouldn't participate in the event, so this wish should be left for me. In the next moment, Oolong moved towards the dragon, ready to make his wish. However, before he could take a step, he felt as if a swarm of ants were gnawing at his large ears. Bulma tugged at Oolong's ears, furiously exclaiming, You lecherous pig. What indecent wish are you concocting this time? I originally intended to use the Dragon Ball as the ultimate prize, but now there's only one wish left. Today is my birthday. What is wrong with me getting the last wish? Birthdays are meant for wishes. Vegeta, intrigued, hadn't he anticipated Bulma had a wish of her own? What could it possibly be? Oolong initially intended to retort, but was immediately subdued by Vegeta's fierce gaze, rendering him compliant. Bulma approached the dragon, her cheeks slightly flushed, and with her eyes closed, excitedly shouted, Dragon, please make my skin as firm and smooth as it was when I was 16. The dragon's eyes sparkled, and a deep voice echoed, Your wish has been granted. With that, the dragon dove into the Dragon Ball and scattered across the world. A profound silence enveloped everyone, including Vegeta. He finally realized that his previous notion of Bulma growing younger was not merely an illusion. It was indeed true. With joy, Bulma sauntered to Vegeta's side and playfully winked at him. At that moment, Vegeta's face tinged with a hint of red. Indeed, the dragon's wishes were instantaneously fulfilled. Vegeta's bashfulness stemmed entirely from Bulma's transformation. Her skin had become even more delicate, almost with a tendency to be breakable to the touch. Bulma now exuded a youthful aura. More precisely, she had transformed into a youthful yet mature woman. Krillin was the first to break the silence, walking over to Vegeta and patting him. Vegeta, you're quite fortunate. Clearing his throat, Android 18 coughed, reminding Krillin that such comments were inappropriate in the current setting. Krillin then retreated to 18's side, casting a blissful smile her way. After all, his wife too embodied eternal youth. Among the crowd, Yamcha unconsciously distanced himself from the scene. Goku glanced at Bulma, then at Chi-Chi, and exclaimed, "So that is why Bulma looks younger. I get it now." Goku wore an expression of enlightenment, reveling in his newfound understanding. However, he was met with a chorus of complaints and scolding from both Chi-Chi and Bulma. Bulma crossed her arms and retorted, "Humph. Who told you Saiyans to have such prolonged adolescence? In the midst of middle age, one still behaves like a youthful lad." Chi-Chi approached Sun Wukong, expressing her grievances. "Humph. Wukong, all you do is cultivate. You never show any concern for me. Do you think I'm too old?" Sun Wukong quickly crouched halfway down, adopting a pleading expression, eager to explain. "No, Chi-Chi. How about next time Bulma lends you the Dragon Balls? Perhaps you can make a wish?" Chi-Chi pouted, turned her head away, and walked off. "I don't need that." This scene was fully witnessed by Vegeta. Indeed, this fellow remained as unabashedly childlike as ever. Suddenly, a crackling sound arose from the direction of a chair, where energy orbs were gathering, followed by a commanding voice. "Hey," I said, "hurry up and create the Super Saiyan God. Otherwise, I shall destroy everything here." At this moment, Vegeta calmed himself, emerging from the excitement caused by Bulma's transformation. Reflecting on the words of the dragon, 5 Saiyans, endowed with a righteous heart, would channel their energy into another righteous Saiyan, enabling that individual to transform into a Super Saiyan God. Currently, the Saiyans on Earth included. Before Vegeta could complete his thoughts, he suddenly felt a warmth in his hand. He looked down to see that Sun Wukong had grasped it. "Gohan, Goten, Trunks, let us hold hands. Channel our energy into my body." Vegeta immediately interrupted Sun Wukong's actions. "Hey, I say, Kakarot, it seems we won't be able to create this Super Saiyan God." Sun Wukong, like a curious child, blinked and asked, "Huh? Why not?" Vegeta wore a look of incredulity, explaining, "Count for yourself. Including you, there are only 5 Saiyans here." The dragon spoke of 5 Saiyans channeling their energy into another, which requires 6 Saiyans. "Oh, right," Sun Wukong suddenly realized, "but where can we find the last one?" A gentle female voice chimed in, "Well, there is one more here." Videl, cradling her belly, approached the group. Ignoring the astonishment of others, Vegeta cleared a space for Videl, commanding, "Hurry over. The god of destruction behind you can hardly wait." Though it was said that the god of destruction could hardly wait, how was Vegeta any different? Following the ceremonial procedure, the 5 Saiyans simultaneously poured their energy into Sun Wukong. Indeed, a miracle unfolded. A surge of energy began to flood into Sun Wukong's body as he closed his eyes, experiencing the divine power that coursed through him. Gradually, Vegeta sensed a change in Sun Wukong. His presence seemed to vanish. Golden streams of light flowed through the air, accompanied by a mysterious radiance, all of which entered Sun Wukong's form. With a flash, the light dissipated, revealing a transformed Sun Wukong in the gaze of Vegeta. With a lithe physique and firm muscles, a crimson aura enveloped Sun Wukong, ultimately staining his hair. Vegeta gazed at Sun Wukong, his breath completely vanquished. "Is this the Super Saiyan God?" Chapter 6, Super Saiyan God? I wish to witness it too. The red light surged. Sun Wukong sensed this newfound power coursing through him, a divine force permeating his form and radiating to every part of his being. He extended his hands, attuned to this extraordinary energy. The ceaseless divine power filled his internal reservoir to the brim. With a mighty shout, Sun Wukong unleashed a punch, followed by a kick, striving to harness this novel strength. Beerus scrutinized Sun Wukong, whispering to Whis, "Hey Whis, it seems this fellow indeed possesses a divine aura." Whis, holding a takoyaki, also focused his attention on Sun Wukong. It does appear to be different from before." As he spoke, he suddenly popped the takoyaki into his mouth, exclaiming, "Delicious." Beerus turned to Whis, inquiring, Whis, what are you eating? That expression. Is there more? Give me one." Beerus, like a ravenous wolf, fixed his gaze on Whis. "Oh, this? It's called takoyaki, but Lord Beerus, your long-awaited rival has appeared. Shouldn't we address that first?" Whis nonchalantly enjoyed another takoyaki. Beerus glanced at the warming-up Sun Wukong, pausing momentarily. "Is this how my dream rival looks?" He reminisced, recalling that the formidable opponent he battled in his dreams indeed bore a divine aura. Yet, looking again at Sun Wukong, who had just transformed into a Super Saiyan God, he mused, that divine essence seems somewhat lacking compared to the rival in my dreams. A gulp echoed from Whis' throat as he swallowed the last takoyaki. Hey, Whis, you rascal. That must have been the last one. How infuriating. Whis stifled a chuckle, advising, Lord Beerus, hurry and engage this individual named Sun Wukong. Suddenly, a fleeting shadow appeared before Sun Wukong. Hey, you must be Sun Wukong. I can sense a mysterious aura within you. You must be the Super Saiyan God now. Beerus displayed a wicked grin, his eyes glimmering with anticipation, albeit tempered. Sun Wukong ceased his flurry of punches and turned to Beerus. Indeed, Lord Beerus, I feel invigorated. This power far surpasses Super Saiyan 3. With that, Sun Wukong cracked his knuckles, eager for the challenge ahead. Suddenly, several waves of energy surged from the ground towards the sky, their target being Sun Wukong. Beerus's gaze sharpened, his piercing eyes fixed on the source of the energy waves. An incredulous roar escaped from Sun Wukong's lips. Hey, Vegeta, what are you up to? Vegeta stared at the sky, arms crossed. The Super Saiyan God, a form that had never appeared in my memory. How intriguing. Vegeta replied, Hey, Kakarot, do you have any idea what level you've reached after becoming a god? At that moment, the air seemed to freeze, and this scene felt oddly familiar to everyone present. Piccolo expressed his concern. Is Vegeta about to engage in a battle with the old sun, just like with Majin Buu? Suddenly, a brilliant golden light erupted from Vegeta's body, shooting straight into the clouds. In just a second, a golden beam, 100 meters wide, materialized above the vast ocean. A confident smile spread across Vegeta's face. His strength had returned, along with the regrowth of his tail. The power from decades in the future had once again coursed through him. In his world, after Sun Wukong's departure, he had not been idle. He had diligently trained as always. He was certain this power was akin to that of his peak form. Gohan looked at Vegeta with a solemn expression. Indeed, it was no illusion. The power he had just sensed was the same as when Uncle Vegeta had prepared to transform into a Super Saiyan. What had he experienced in just 2 short years? With a flicker, the brilliance dissipated and Vegeta's body sliced through the air like a blade, moving at light speed. Before anyone could react, he appeared before Sun Wukong. A powerful gust from his punch swept past Sun Wukong's cheek, who stared at Vegeta in astonishment. Vegeta, when did you become so strong? Sun Wukong was acutely aware that the power Vegeta now possessed was incomprehensibly greater than that of his own Super Saiyan form. Vegeta wore a long-lost, mischievous grin. You fool. When have I ever claimed to be weaker than you? Come on, let me witness the power of the Super Saiyan God. Sun Wukong turned to Beerus with reverence. Lord Beerus, is it permissible? Beerus had already retreated beside Whis, responding nonchalantly. Feel free. Whis, slightly puzzled, remarked, Isn't Lord Beerus supposed to be sparring with the Super Saiyan God? It seems he has been interrupted. Beerus's gaze lingered on Vegeta. It appears that the Super Saiyan form Vegeta has just transformed into possesses a significantly stronger aura than that of the one called Sun Wukong. It may even surpass that of Sun Wukong's Super Saiyan 3. According to Saiyan terminology, this transformation is referred to as Super Saiyan, and there are further transformations beyond it. The anticipation surrounding Sun Wukong's Super Saiyan God transformation is not exceedingly high. It is prudent to first observe who between Vegeta and the Super Saiyan God possesses greater strength. Beerus responded with keen interest, noting, This individual appears to be formidable. It seems this visit to Earth will yield significant rewards. Let us see which of the two can surprise me. A thunderous crash captured everyone's attention, as Vegeta and Sun Wukong's arms collided fiercely. At that moment, their powers met for the first time, and each clenched fist met the other in a show of strength. Another resounding impact echoed through the air, and the two warriors aligned perfectly in a straight line. Waves of shock reverberated outward, disturbing the previously tranquil sea surface, which began to ripple. Ha, Kakarot. It seems you have yet to acclimate to this power, Vegeta remarked, stating the obvious. Kakarot responded with a sheepish grin. You caught me, Vegeta. With renewed vigor, Vegeta swung his fist, exclaiming, Then allow me to assist you in becoming familiar with it. In an instant, a barrage of intricate punches rained down upon Sun Wukong's form. The sound of their fists colliding resonated across the sky, as Sun Wukong gradually began to comprehend this unfamiliar power. Suddenly, Sun Wukong vanished from sight. Vegeta lost track of him, feeling a gentle breeze brush against the back of his head. Right here. Vegeta pivoted sharply, only to find Sun Wukong's hand poised for a strike before him. Truly, Vegeta's prowess was remarkable. Sun Wukong's hand sliced through the air and struck Vegeta's arm. Though Vegeta successfully blocked the attack, he could unmistakably sense that this power had increased exponentially compared to just a minute prior. The force of the blow sent Vegeta soaring hundreds of meters away, yet he quickly regained his balance and steadied himself. Kakarot remains true to form. Has he already mastered the Super Saiyan God power? Vegeta mused, a smile creeping onto his lips as his eyes sparkled with anticipation. Chapter 7. This seems to be getting interesting. In the vast ocean under a sapphire sky, two figures, one golden and one crimson, reflected upon the water surface. Vegeta, how have you grown so much stronger in these past 2 years? Sun Wukong exclaimed, his eyes wide with childlike curiosity as he gazed at Vegeta. However, Vegeta offered no reply. Instead, his gaze was fixed on Sun Wukong, whose body was enveloped in a crimson hue. He wiped his lips and let out a cold huff. Standing tall and straight, he suddenly assumed a martial stance, his muscles tensing with anticipation. Once more, he summoned the golden energy that coursed through his being. In the blink of an eye, a magnificent golden aura blossomed upon the sea's surface, sending a primal surge of energy that electrified the very nerves of those present. As the first to transform into Super Saiyan 2, Gohan now found himself at a loss for words, overwhelmed with excitement. Is Uncle Vegeta preparing to transform into Super Saiyan 2? He pondered. Is it because I have neglected my training for too long? This formidable pressure seems to eclipse even my mysterious state. At this moment, Vegeta had fully unleashed the power characteristic of Super Saiyan 2. Beyond merely an increase in hair volume, arcs of electricity crackled around his form. Piccolo stood frozen, beads of sweat dotting his brow. In just 2 years, has that rascal Vegeta truly grown this powerful? The echoes of Majin Vegeta's self-destruction resonated in Piccolo's mind. However, the Vegeta of today was no longer the same. It was evident, with his current strength, should he self-destruct again, there was no chance for Majin Buu to survive. At the apex of a cruise ship, two small figures stood. Hey Goten, I feel like my dad is going to defeat your dad. Trunks proclaimed confidently, hands on his hips. Goten narrowed his eyes, pouting in denial. My dad is the strongest. Uncle Vegeta has indeed grown stronger, but my dad is a Super Saiyan God. Trunks, still unconvinced, was about to retort when Goten's voice rang out again. Look, my dad is about to strike. In an instant, Goku appeared before Vegeta, having executed a flawless instant transmission. A powerful punch surged toward Vegeta's face, but the Super Saiyan 2 Vegeta was not the same as he had been a minute prior. With his wealth of experience, he seemed to anticipate Goku's every move, deftly dodging each of Goku's attacks. Kakarot, I wish to witness your true strength, Vegeta declared, seizing Goku's fist. If this is all you can muster, I must say I am quite disappointed. Goku frowned. Vegeta's Super Saiyan 2 is astonishingly powerful. I have been training diligently as well. He felt a stark contrast. Could it be that he has entered the hyperbolic time chamber? No, that's not possible. He must have discovered an even better method of training. Goku roared, and crimson flames ignited once more. The power of the Super Saiyan God surged within him, the fierce flames enveloping his entire being. The searing heat exhilarated Vegeta. Excellent, you're full of vigor, Kakarot, he remarked with a satisfied smile. For it had been a long time since he had engaged in battle with Goku. In that moment, the fervent heart within him reignited. Vegeta gazed at the flames engulfing Goku. Even with his newfound transformation, he could distinctly perceive that the oppressive aura was not overwhelmingly intense. Perhaps it was due to the power he had reclaimed from decades into the future. At this moment, he believed that the Super Saiyan God before him was not as formidable as he had anticipated. Indeed, a Saiyan must rely on their base strength as the standard. Vegeta summoned the power within him, their fists tightly clenched, golden auras clashing with crimson flames. Let us settle this swiftly with Super Saiyan 2. Although I'm unaware of the changes you have undergone, Vegeta, your strength invigorates me. Both warriors unleashed their might simultaneously, creating a magnificent spectacle as the sea erupted like a geyser from thousands of meters below. An exhilarating battle commenced. Vegeta launched the first assault, charging toward Goku, his fist, as large as a sandbag, poised to strike. With a resounding impact, he connected with Goku's left cheek. The speed of the blow was so astounding that even Super Saiyan God Goku could not react in time. Wow, Vegeta, you are incredibly fast. After enduring Vegeta's punch, Goku promptly retaliated, countering with a strike to Vegeta's chest. Both were propelled 10 meters away by each other's assaults, bruises and bloodstains marking their bodies. They locked eyes, yet there was no hint of animosity. Vegeta patted his chest while Goku wiped the corner of his mouth. The sensation reminiscent of their internal conflict prior to confronting Majin Buu returned. Goku steadied himself and took his stance. Vegeta, Lord Beerus is mine alone. This time, I shall not afford you the opportunity to knock me out. Goku had issued a preemptive warning to Vegeta, recalling their earlier battle against Majin Buu, where Vegeta had taken advantage of Goku's distraction to knock him out and face Buu alone. Vegeta glanced toward Beerus, who appeared to be relishing his meal, seemingly indifferent to their clash. If Beerus truly intended to annihilate Earth, then I'm afraid, Kakarot, this time it falls upon me to protect it. Huh, Kakarot, enough chatter. A wave of heat surged from the ocean's surface as Vegeta's body sliced through the placid waters like a sharpened blade. The two warriors' fists, accompanied by crashing waves, orchestrated a chaotic symphony upon the sea. With a swift movement, Goku activated his instant transmission, his palm glowing with energy. A moment later, he shouted, Kamehameha? With the blast unleashed at close range, Vegeta remained unfazed, swiftly gathering all his strength, placing his hands before his chest. Final flash. The colossal pillars, each extending 100 meters in diameter, intertwined like two great dragons, one golden, the other azure, creating a tumultuous upheaval upon the ocean's surface. The bodies of the two combatants were compelled to retreat under the immense pressure exerted by these formidable forces. On the sea's horizon, two small points, one crimson, the other gilded, were increasingly distanced from one another amidst the clash of the titanic pillars. These serpentine forms radiated with an ever-brighter brilliance, causing the surrounding waters to recoil, as the searing energy instantaneously evaporated the ocean. The diameters and lengths of the two energy waves continued to expand, giving rise to an unsettling cacophony across the waters. The ocean, unable to withstand such devastation, erupted, sending torrents from the depths into the air, forming cascading columns of water. The mountains within a 100-mile radius trembled, the sea groaned, and the sky wept. Even luxury liners were affected, swaying precariously in the turmoil. At this moment, Beerus's takoyaki slipped from his grasp as he gazed at the dual energy waves, murmuring, "This is becoming quite interesting." Chapter 8. This time, I shall prevail. The energy columns collided, their overwhelming force rendering the onlookers aboard the cruise ship unable to open their eyes. Such a potent aura. Have my father and the others truly reached such a level of power? Trunks, astonished, transformed into a Super Saiyan, managing to slightly pry open his eyes. In a flash, Goten also assumed his Super Saiyan form, shielding his eyes with his hand. "Everyone, be cautious," Gohan shouted, just as an enormous wave surged toward the cruise ship. The oppressive weight of the towering wave was palpable. Techniques such as the Kamehameha, Spirit Bomb, and Magical Flash coalesced in the hands of the Z-Fighters. Gohan positioned himself protectively in front of Biddy, preparing to confront the impending deluge. Suddenly, a wondrous light illuminated every corner of the cruise ship. As the radiance dissipated, a soft male voice resonated, "Do not worry. This place is safe. The outside cannot reach us." Whis' voice captured the attention of all, while he himself continued to indulge in his culinary delights. Piccolo stared in astonishment at Whis. Is he truly just a servant of the god of destruction? Did he merely wave his hand to defuse the crisis? He pondered. Wait, what unfathomable power emanates from him? Damn it, what is happening? Piccolo's body began to tremble, his very being, no, even his soul, was momentarily paralyzed by the overwhelming presence. Whis turned slightly, a faint smile gracing his lips, as if issuing a warning to Piccolo. The latter, momentarily stunned, regained his composure. Yet the previous scene had etched itself deeply into his psyche. "Hey, Whis, why have you started aiding these earthlings?" Beerus exclaimed, visibly irritated by Whis' actions. Whis presented a box of pudding to Beerus. "Ah, Lord Beerus, my intentions are solely to ensure your enjoyment of exquisite delicacies. This pudding, freshly prepared by the esteemed Bulma, is truly delectable." Beerus accepted the pudding, removed the lid, savored it briefly, and then swallowed it in one swift motion. His feline ears perked up instantly. His eyes widened in delight, wearing an expression of sheer bliss. Suddenly, a thunderous explosion resonated from the sea. A blinding light erupted, causing two colossal dragons to vanish from the surface, replaced by an echoing void. In an instant, the sea level surged dramatically, a testament to the prowess of Vegeta and Goku. Under Whis' intervention, the passengers aboard the cruise remained unharmed, yet all gazes were fixed upon the ocean. The golden light continued to shine brilliantly, while the red glow had already faded. Vegeta's proud figure stood majestically in the sky, his profound gaze directed towards the scattered islands in the distance. On one of the slightly larger islands lay a ragged man. Goku, amidst the swirling dust, appeared somewhat dazed, astonished by Vegeta's rapid advancement. Who would have thought that a mere Super Saiyan 2 could overpower his newly acquired form? Vegeta, you have indeed earned my respect, haha. The melancholic expression in Goku's eyes vanished, replaced by a warm smile. Vegeta remained silent, deep in contemplation. It seems true. After regrowing my tail, my strength appears to have returned to the pinnacle of my former glory. Although Kakarot has transformed into the so-called Super Saiyan God, he currently lacks the training time I possess, rendering him unable to defeat me. Kakarot, this time, I have triumphed. With an impassive demeanor, Vegeta's eyes reflected no emotion. He understood that while he had won this time, it was not the Kakarot he once knew. His thoughts drifted back to the moment when Goku departed with the Eternal Dragon. Kakarot, have you truly perished? Amidst the rubble, Goku rose once more. Vegeta, you are indeed formidable, yet I have no intention of conceding. Goku shed his playful demeanor, and suddenly the red aura intensified. The roars echoed continuously, culminating in an unending crescendo. Goku's desperate shout propelled his strength to a new zenith. A slight smile graced Vegeta's lips. Indeed, Kakarot is Kakarot, regardless of the realm. He never ceases to astonish. 20 times Kaioken. Goku's eyes sparkled with determination. This was his most potent form yet. On the cruise, Beerus stole another glance at Goku. Kaioken tapped his finger against his temple, as if recalling something. It seems to be the technique of the KO, capable of enhancing strength. I did not expect this individual named Son Goku to possess it as well. Beerus set down the pudding container in his hand and turned to gaze at Son Goku. He is merely a human, yet has mastered the KO technique. This lad truly is a prodigy. Hey, Kakarot, if my memory serves me right, that move is quite taxing on the body, Vegeta kindly reminded Son Goku. However, Son Goku merely smiled faintly. Vegeta, there is nothing I can do. It's your immense strength that compels me. Do not forget I am now a god. My body is perfectly fine. In an instant, a phantom reappeared, his form enveloped in deep crimson materializing before Vegeta. A powerful punch aimed for Vegeta's shoulder. Vegeta sidestepped, and in a flash, his seemingly soft left hand struck Son Goku's fist with astonishing swiftness. Bang! The clash of palm and fist erupted. Once again, sparks ignited in their eyes. Vegeta flashed a devilish smile. In the blink of an eye, the hand that had grasped Son Goku's fist abruptly released, transforming from palm to fist. Subsequently, the sound of fists colliding echoed through the air. Shadows danced across the sky. Vegeta, only I can defeat Lord Beerus. Vegeta cast a glance at Beerus and his attendant Whis. These two are formidable. That servant named Whis is not simple at all. Beerus, Kakarot is certainly no match for you. There's an opening. Vegeta. Son Goku seemed to sense Vegeta's distraction, letting out a sudden roar as he unleashed a sidekick aimed at Vegeta. It was this shout that roused Vegeta from his reverie. Kakarot, if you have not yet fought Beerus, he will still obliterate the earth. Therefore, this task shall be accomplished by me, Vegeta, with a thud, just a single punch. Son Goku's leg was immobilized. A force indescribable coursed through Son Goku's leg, radiating throughout his body. Vegeta. Son Goku's pupille qui vert. As the figure before him became both familiar and foreign. Chapter 9. Sword pointing at Beerus. A biting cold wind stirred the last vestige of divinity in Son Goku's hair. Under the astonished gazes of the onlookers, Son Goku reverted to his normal state. Opposite him, a resplendent golden energy lotus shone brightly. Son Goku understood clearly that the Vegeta before him had undergone a transformation. His power now surpassed Goku's. Clutching his knee, Goku's body involuntarily drifted towards the sea, his dreamy gaze flicking toward Vegeta. Vegeta, I didn't expect you to surpass even the Super Saiyan God. His tone initially expressed astonishment, but soon broke into a relieved smile as he added, then, Vegeta, you must prevent the god of destruction Beerus from annihilating the earth. Vegeta instantaneously materialized before Goku, supporting his frail form and escorting him aboard the cruise ship. The onlookers were awash with disbelief. In just 2 years, Vegeta had undergone such a remarkable transformation. Father. Gohan quickly wrapped his arms around Goku's shoulders, his emotions swirling as he cast a glance toward Vegeta. Gohan, your aura has indeed diminished, Vegeta remarked, scrutinizing Gohan, who still appeared as neglectful in his training as Vegeta remembered. The thought incited a sense of frustration within Vegeta. In the future world, after Goku had departed with Shenron, everyone had grown complacent in their training. Gohan, too, had forsaken his practice, while only he remained steadfast in his pursuit of victory over Goku in a future confrontation. Gohan found himself at a loss for words. Indeed, after defeating Cell, he had let his training slip, only to resume it during the battle against Majin Buu. Now, with a fleeting peace, he had once again relaxed his regiment. Oh, come now, Vegeta. Gohan is now a scholar. He has his own life to lead, Goku chimed in, a resigned smile gracing his face as he defended Gohan. Yay, Goten, I told you. My dad is stronger than yours. Trunks and Goten had just ascended from the tower. Trunks wore a triumphant grin, his voice booming with newfound confidence. In stark contrast, Goten's expression drooped, his mouth forming a frown. Observing his brother's disappointment and his father's battered physique, Gohan was lost in thought. His once mighty father had now been bested. Thankfully, it was Vegeta who had defeated him. Had it been a true adversary, what would have happened then? The once invincible figure, consumed by rage, had now been reduced to this state. Gohan's pupils constricted slightly as he pondered this. As Gohan mulled over his thoughts, a purple figure shattered his reverie. Beerus approached the group, casting a cursory glance at Goku. His brow furrowed, chin resting on his hand, and a tone of skepticism lacing his words. Is this the Super Saiyan God? It seems the disparity from the formidable opponent in my dreams is quite significant. Even a mortal could defeat him. This is not the deity I seek. With that, Beerus lowered his head, shaking it slightly in disappointment. Yet in the next instant he raised his head, a divine authority gleaming in his eyes. In that case, let us proceed to destroy the earth. His chilling words pierced Gohan's consciousness like a dagger. In mere moments, a purple energy orb, pulsating with life, manifested between Beerus's palms. At that moment, an eerie silence enveloped the crew's ship, as if time itself had been suspended. All stood frozen in place, save for Vegeta, whose expression remained unfazed amidst the palpable terror etched on the faces of the crowd, beads of sweat clinging precariously to their foreheads. Enough! You arrogant, unreasonable fool! A powerful, resonant female voice echoed from behind Beerus. Confused, Beerus turned to discover that it was Bulma who had interrupted his incantation. A sharp clap resounded as Bulma struck Beerus across the face, causing the destructive energy he had gathered to dissipate instantaneously. Beerus stood immobilized, his mind buzzing in disbelief. This was the first time he had ever been slapped since becoming a god of destruction, an affront to divinity. To be struck by a mere human woman was a disgrace. The jaws of all present dropped in astonishment, their faces etched with incredulity. Bulma. Goku's weary form straightened, his eyes nearly popping from their sockets. The Z fighters shared similar reactions. A smirk tugged at the corners of Vegeta's mouth, a sense of pride swelling within him. Truly, she's my wife. Bulma's furious voice continued to resonate. Enough. You have turned my birthday celebration into this chaos. Although you're a friend of Vegeta, let me make it clear, my birthday party is under my command. You loud woman. Her commanding tone seemed to unleash the pent-up frustration within her. Beerus raised his powerful arm, preparing to retaliate with a blow of his own. To Bulma's surprise, the individual before her was indeed brazen to an extreme degree, lacking even the semblance of a courteous guest. In that moment, she comprehended the truth. This person had come deliberately to disrupt her celebration. Moreover, the aura emanating from him was fraught with danger. Instinctively, Bulma took a step back, trembling, beginning to regret her earlier slap. Beerus's massive hand descended swiftly, devoid of hesitation. If that strike were to land upon Bulma's delicate form, it would undoubtedly spell her doom. Bulma! The crowd gasped in unison. Bulma raised her hands to shield her refined visage, closing her eyes as she screamed. Ah, indeed moments. One often recalls those who provide them with the greatest sense of security. Bulma's cries transformed from sheer terror into a desperate call. Vegeta! Bam! A flash of golden light surged forth as that hand connected with something, yet it was not Bulma, for she remained unscathed, cradled securely within a strong embrace. Bulma's trembling voice fell silent as she slowly opened her eyes, beholding a strikingly handsome man with waist-length hair, slightly lowered brow, and no eyebrows, who had withstood the terrifying blow upon his sturdy shoulder. Before her stood an unfamiliar visage, that of Bulma's husband, Vegeta, though she had never encountered this particular countenance before. Faced with this version of Vegeta, a blush unexpectedly crept across Bulma's face. However, she was no longer the naive girl she once was. She quickly realized that it was Vegeta who had come to her rescue. "Vegeta, are you alright?" Bulma inquired with concern. In that brief moment, Vegeta swiftly distanced himself, leaping 10 meters away and releasing Bulma from his grasp. "I'm fine," he replied, his tone cool yet serious. His earnest gaze had already fixed upon Beerus, brimming with fury. Chapter 10. Confronting Beerus. Super Saiyan 3. Gasps of astonishment erupted from the shocked onlookers. Among those present, apart from Beerus and Whis, no one remained unfazed. In their eyes, only Goku and Gotenks were capable of achieving the Super Saiyan 3 form, and yet Vegeta had attained it as well. Goku, too, was mesmerized by Vegeta's recent display, seemingly forgetting the pain coursing through his body. "Ah, Vegeta, Super Saiyan 3. Goku's leg twitched suddenly, the sensation of pain returning, compelling him to recline once more in Gohan's embrace. "Dad, are you okay?" Gohan supported Goku's frame, his gaze inadvertently falling upon his father's face. He noticed the expression of anticipation lighting up Goku's features, who then chuckled. "I can't wait to see what transformation Vegeta has undergone." Goku was acutely aware that his own Super Saiyan 3 could never exhibit the prowess that Vegeta displayed. Not to mention, enduring a mere slap from Beerus, let alone a finger, would be beyond his Super Saiyan 3's capacity for even a second. Vegeta had grown stronger. It was no trivial matter. "Go for it, Vegeta. You must teach this impolite fellow a lesson." Bulma regained her composure as the hostess, cheering fervently for Vegeta. Her words shattered the tense atmosphere, and the furrowed brows of the spectators began to relax. Piccolo, like Goku, displayed a smile of anticipation. Gohan turned to Vegeta, inquiring of Goku, "Dad, do you think Uncle Vegeta will win?" Goku offered no verbal response, but nodded resolutely. Gohan understood, placing all his hopes upon Vegeta, murmuring, "It's all up to you now, Uncle Vegeta." In an instant, Vegeta's golden locks dramatically shortened as he reverted from Super Saiyan 3 to Super Saiyan 2. "God of Destruction, Beerus," Vegeta proclaimed with unwavering certainty, addressing the divine being before him. As he gazed intently at Vegeta, the God of Destruction gently tapped his own head, seemingly lost in thought. Vegeta, the Prince of the Saiyans, had grown so much. Indeed, he bore a striking resemblance to his father. However, in comparison to his progenitor, he exhibited far more tenacity. As Beerus reminisced about the pillow incident on planet Vegeta, he found the memory of King Vegeta's timid demeanor to be quite amusing. Yet, his words failed to stir even a flicker of recollection within Vegeta, for in his memories, there was no such deity as the God of Destruction. Faced with Beerus's taunts, Vegeta responded with a smirk. "Do you seem to recognize me? However, I have no recollection of you. I never remember the names of those I have defeated." Beerus raised an eyebrow, intrigued by Vegeta. "Interesting, Vegeta. If that is the case, allow me to help you recall the terror of the God of Destruction." Vegeta retorted dismissively. "Is that so? The one who just claimed to be a god has already been knocked down by me." It was clear that Vegeta referred to Goku. Vegeta's decision to revert to Super Saiyan 2 was also a means to gauge Beerus' strength, since Beerus stated that Kakarot was not his formidable rival from his dreams. It was evident from his words that he was disappointed with the performance of the Super Saiyan God. Thus, it suggested that his power surpassed that of the Super Saiyan God. Yet who could say if he was merely posturing? Beerus remained unfazed. There exists a disparity between gods. Although you may have defeated the Super Saiyan God with your own strength, I am I, and he is he. Vegeta replied. Enough with the incessant references to godhood. It's becoming quite tiresome. In an instant, a brilliant golden light erupted, as the radiance emanating from Super Saiyan 2 drew forth Vegeta's power, rapidly augmenting it. In the blink of an eye, several bolts of lightning swirled around Vegeta. However, merely 3 seconds later, these lightning strikes vanished, seemingly absorbed as energy into Vegeta's being. It appeared that during their recent skirmish, Vegeta had not unleashed his full strength in Super Saiyan 2. Goku, with a rueful smile, acknowledged this truth. At this moment, Vegeta had elevated his Super Saiyan 2 to its zenith, achieving full power. Beerus flexed his wrists, eagerly preparing himself, evidently intrigued by this Saiyan, excitement coursing through his mind. In the next heartbeat, Vegeta transformed into a luminous arrow, propelling himself towards Beerus at an unfathomable speed. In his grasp, he had concentrated a highly condensed energy sphere, firmly clenched within his fist. Beerus maintained his composure, displaying no sign of alarm. As soon as Vegeta's body was merely a centimeter away from him, he subtly shifted to the side, flawlessly evading Vegeta's punch. With a missed strike, Vegeta promptly altered his strategy. Releasing his fist, a concentrated energy sphere silently hurtled toward Beerus. With a dismissive grunt, the seasoned Beerus, clearly aware of Vegeta's maneuver, deftly manipulated his agile form, executing a backflip and flicking his tail to deflect the energy sphere. That was indeed impressive, unexpectedly intriguing. Unlike anyone I've encountered before, Beerus remarked calmly. Vegeta flashed a devilish grin. Oh really? Just as his words fell, the energy sphere, forcefully deflected by Beerus, surged back towards him at a visibly rapid pace, radiating brilliance. The power contained within continued to ascend. Beerus raised an eyebrow, turning to face a grand spectacle awaiting him. Suddenly, the sharply condensed energy sphere shattered into fragments. In the blink of an eye, a net of energy woven from countless luminous orbs ensnared Beerus. This was Vegeta's refined Prince's technique, evolving from a chaotic assault of minuscule energies into a strategic encirclement of concentrated force. With a sweeping motion, countless energy spheres surged towards Beerus like a pack of rabid dogs. Not bad. Quite innovative, Beerus remarked with a hint of admiration, as his body began to sway in rhythm. As expected of Vegeta, Krillin clenched his fists, his face alight with excitement. However, disappointment struck him the next moment as he beheld Beerus's afterimage flickering within the energy net. The energy spheres collided with each other in aimless disarray, yet Beerus remained unscathed. At that moment, Vegeta's unwavering gaze remained fixed on Beerus's every movement, patiently awaiting the perfect opportunity. Chapter 11. Here, essay slap back at you. I can't see. Not at all. Piccolo's eyes glazed over, only capable of perceiving the dazzling explosions of energy spheres. As Beerus approached through the luminous web, he had long vanished from Piccolo's sight. Not even a shadow remained. Was this the power of a deity? Would Vegeta triumph? Beerus's display sent shivers down Piccolo's spine. His strength had clearly fallen far behind. Don't worry, Piccolo, Goku reassured him, his attention unwaveringly fixed on Vegeta, anticipating his next move. Vegeta's eyes, sharp as an eagle's, were locked onto Beerus. In his sight, Beerus, hands behind his back, skillfully evaded one energy sphere after another, his agility and reflexes exceptionally swift. This fellow could effortlessly activate a shield to negate these spheres, yet chose instead to evade them with his speed and finesse, seemingly intent on establishing his divine authority. The speed and agility are indeed commendable, yet could it be that he harbors an excess of confidence in himself? If that is the case, then one must interrupt his actions. Look, Uncle Vegeta is moving. Son Gohan's voice captured everyone's attention, their gazes converging upon Vegeta. As anticipated, Vegeta sprang into action once more. In an instant, he appeared amidst the barrage of energy blasts, causing those attacking projectiles to freeze momentarily in midair. Oh, what trickery is he conjuring now? Beerus jested at Vegeta. With a silent smile, Vegeta wasted no time and launched a fierce assault against Beerus. His indomitable iron fist surged forth with unprecedented force. Bang, bang, bang. The unrelenting punches rained down upon Beerus's form, compelling him to raise a hand in defense. Waves of shock reverberated outward from the two combatants, causing the recently agitated sea to boil anew. The water rippled, and in the next moment, it seemed to resonate, spreading outward in sync with the shock waves. The luxurious cruise ship found itself once again encircled by towering waves. Is this for real? Again, Krillin gazed at the surging tides, overwhelmed by a sense of impending doom as his heart raced. His concern lay not with the monstrous waves, but with the ominous peril that loomed over the impending clash between the man and the deity, sending chills down his spine. Piccolo soared to the stage, raising his voice. All aboard. Listen, gather around old Son as swiftly as you can and hold hands. He then addressed Son Goku. Old Son, use instant transmission to head to the heavenly temple. This place is no longer safe for us. With that, everyone began to converge towards Son Goku. Goku wore a reluctant expression, as he truly wished to witness this enthralling battle up close. Nevertheless, the safety of others took precedence. All right, you understand, Piccolo. However, I will return shortly. Goku's gaze inadvertently fell upon Whis. Hello, Mr. Whis. Will you be joining us at the heavenly temple? Whis, still savoring his culinary delights, relished a bite of tempura, his face adorned with a blissful smile, entirely oblivious to Goku's call. Beside him, the chef was in a state of utter panic, For him, this scenario felt akin to the apocalypse, as he was merely an ordinary man. He yearned to escape this tumultuous scene, yet his professional integrity anchored him. As long as there were guests present, he would not abandon his post. But with a chance to flee this inhumane environment before him, how could he not seize it? The chef timidly interjected, "Sir, the gentleman over there is calling for you." Whis turned around, only to discover that everyone had formed a circle, hand in hand. What transpired? With a look of confusion, Whis, too engrossed in the delights of the feast, was evidently unaware of the battle between Vegeta and Beerus. However, the distant sounds of combat swiftly revealed the answer. Ah, it seems Lord Beerus has found a worthy opponent. Oh, was Mr. Son Goku just calling me to leave? Alas, with such an abundance of delicacies here, I have no desire to depart. Whis surveyed the surroundings, his gaze illuminated by the array of culinary delights, tears of joy beginning to well up at the corners of his eyes. He promptly made a decision, and with another flourish of his staff, a mysterious light enveloped the entire cruise ship, safeguarding the area within a radius of several hundred meters. Ah, excellent. Now, there is no need to leave. With that, Whis contentedly resumed his indulgence in the feast. In that very moment, the raging waves quieted, transforming into a cascade of starlight that vanished without a sound. The crowd, too, calmed, as the protective barrier seemed not merely a shield, but rather a magical formation capable of absorbing all physical attacks. Splendid. No need to leave now. Thank you, Mr. Whis. Goku was as joyful as a child, for the happiness of a battle enthusiast is indeed that simple. Above in the skies, the dull thuds of colliding bodies echoed through the heavens. The strength exhibited was commendable, yet I can manage with just one hand. This is the disparity between mortals and gods. Beerus faced Vegeta's onslaught with serene composure. Such taunts were familiar to Vegeta, who, having weathered the trials of time, had long since grown immune to such provocations. Calm and collected, he recognized that the best response to such a scenario was to let his strength speak for itself. Is that so, Beerus? A hint of mockery glimmered in Vegeta's eyes as he questioned the god. This so-called deity was indeed unlike any I had encountered before. He was leagues stronger than the Kaioshians. However, this being's arrogance surpassed even my youthful pride, and such hubris could lead to his downfall. In an instant, Vegeta's fist was replaced by a radiant golden light. His body became enveloped in searing brilliance, and with a spectacular blow, he struck Beerus's arm with tremendous force. Bang! This single punch altered the course of the battle. Beerus's arm bent backward, but it was not over yet. The sheer impact caused his body to stagger backward. Do you still require the use of one hand, Beerus? Vegeta scoffed. This sudden strike forced Beerus to employ his other hand in defense. Yet even so, his body was uncontrollably propelled towards the looming mountain behind him. Beerus's pupils widened in astonishment. The previously manageable situation had vanished. A thunderous roar reverberated in Beerus's ears. Listen, Beerus, that slap to Bulma is returned to you. With a swift motion, Vegeta, his golden hair cascading down to his waist, instantaneously transformed into Super Saiyan 3, albeit for a fleeting moment. With a resounding smack, a blow imbued with the power to shatter stars struck Beerus's face, a reminder of his underestimation. Chapter 12. Are you serious? This thunderous slap sent Beerus sprawling, crashing towards the distant mountains. It was this very blow that awakened him. Stabilizing his uncontrollable body, Beerus covered his bruised face with his hand. Since becoming the god of destruction, he had never endured such humiliation. Today, on this primitive planet called Earth, he, a deity, was struck by two humans, infuriatingly a married couple at that. On the cruise ship, Bulma's cheeks flushed, her mind replaying the image of Vegeta's heroic stance, echoing his words. That slap to Bulma is returned to you. Bulma felt deeply moved. It dawned on her that all Vegeta had done was for her vengeance. Well done, Vegeta. Keep slapping him, she exclaimed, jumping with excitement, her hands cupped like a trumpet, calling out to Vegeta. Beside her, Krillin's lips twitched slightly, his expression one of disbelief. That slap to Bulma? Returned to Beerus? But I distinctly remember Vegeta blocking that slap aimed at Bulma. Before Krillin could finish, Chi-Chi interjected, with her hands cradling her heart. The long-dormant girl within her awakened, and she scolded Krillin. What do you understand? This signifies that Vegeta is always thinking of Bulma. She is the happiest woman in the world. With that, she cast an envious glance at Bulma. Bulma, feeling shy, replied, Oh, Chi-Chi, don't say that. If it were you and Goku, he would do the same. Upon hearing Bulma's words, Chi-Chi glanced at Son Goku. Of course, my Goku would definitely do that, right, Goku? However, Goku's attention was not on the slap. His mind was still replaying the earlier scene. I definitely did not see incorrectly. Vegeta instantaneously transformed into Super Saiyan 3 and then quickly reverted to Super Saiyan 2. Truly, Vegeta has a remarkable understanding of transformations. While Super Saiyan 3 possesses overwhelming power, it drains stamina excessively. In contrast, Super Saiyan 2, though inferior in strength, excels in endurance. Vegeta unleashed explosive damage in Super Saiyan 3 before switching back to Super Saiyan 2 to conserve energy. This strategy would make it challenging for even Beerus to withstand. Noticing that Goku had remained silent for a while, Chi-Chi raised her voice. Hey, Goku, I asked you, didn't I? Sun Wukong was still immersed in the intricacies of Vegeta's recent moves when a sudden jolt pulled him back to reality. Huh, what is it, Gohan? Sun Wukong inquired, gazing perplexedly at his son. Gohan, baring his teeth with a slight arch of his brow, offered an awkward smile and replied, Dad, Mom is asking you something. Kiki, hands on her hips, reiterated her inquiry with a commanding tone. Isn't that right? Wukong. Sun Wukong, clearly aware that he had missed an important conversation with his wife, realized it was too late for reparations. Thus, he fervently nodded, exclaiming, Huh? Yes, indeed, Kiki. Pleased with his response, Chi-Chi's face lit up with satisfaction. In the distance, Whis, appearing unfazed, placed the piece of cake he had been about to consume back onto the plate, his gaze drifting towards the battlefield. Ah, quite impressive, this Saiyan named Vegeta, he mused, a smile unexpectedly gracing his features, leaving those nearby bewildered. Krillin, puzzled, thought to himself, isn't he a servant of Lord Beerus? Why does he seem unconcerned about Beerus's predicament? Just then, was called out to Beerus in the distance. Lord Beerus, you can do it. Afterward, he covered his face, stifling a laugh, and murmured, I wonder what the other gods of destruction will think when they learn that Lord Beerus was slapped by a pair of human spouses. This remark only served to intensify Beerus's frustration, already irked by his underestimation of the situation. Whis, silence yourself. Beerus bellowed. His gaze then returned to Vegeta. You are formidable, exceeding my expectations and surpassing any human I have encountered. Moreover, you are the first to provoke my ire in many years. Beerus's eyes narrowed, imbued with an unusual seriousness. Maintaining his lofty demeanor, he let his arms fall naturally to his sides, no longer clasped behind his back. A wave of purple energy blossomed around Beerus, silent yet unpretentious. Emanating the essence of a deity, though not as flamboyant as a Super Saiyan, it exuded an immense sense of pressure. Beerus gestured for Vegeta to attack. Strangely, the more serious Beerus became, the more the Saiyan blood within Vegeta surged with excitement. Every cell in Vegeta's body ignited with exhilaration. At last, this so-called deity was ready to engage seriously. Vegeta retorted, You should have shown your true power sooner, Beerus. In an instant, his golden hair, extending to his waist, erupted once again, and the majestic aura of Super Saiyan 3 re-emerged before the onlookers. Sun Wukong shuddered in response. Vegeta has resolved to swiftly conclude the battle using Super Saiyan 3, has he not? In the sky, several fleeting shadows darted about, in the span of a mere second. The thunderous sounds of countless collisions echoed throughout the realm, reminiscent of distant thunder. The intertwining purple and golden lightning illuminated the azure sky, clearly visible even in the daylight. As time ticked away, the commotion in the heavens showed no signs of abating, intensifying instead. If I am not mistaken, you are still probing my abilities, aren't you, Vegeta? Beerus skillfully blocked a side kick aimed at him. A subtle smile crept across Vegeta's lips as he replied, Are you not doing the same, dear Lord of Destruction? With that, he unleashed a mightier punch aimed squarely at Beerus's face. In an instant, Beerus's right hand intercepted Vegeta's powerful strike, while his left hand shot forth with astonishing speed towards Vegeta's shoulder. A wicked grin spread across Beerus's face as he executed a shoulder throw, sending Vegeta's body plummeting like a rogue rocket towards the sea. Just as several purple laser beams cascaded from the heavens to pursue him, Vegeta's form rotated 360 degrees, regaining control just a meter above the ocean surface. To everyone's astonishment, a lightsaber materialized in Vegeta's grasp, effortlessly slicing through the incoming lasers. This technique, an ethereal manifestation, was originally developed by Vegeta when he fused with Goku to become Vegeto, and now he could wield it alone. Vegeta fixed a fierce gaze upon Beerus. The true battle was finally about to commence. Beerus. Chapter 13. My Super Saiyan 3 has no weaknesses. The severed purple lasers transformed into a torrential shower, inundating the surroundings. The seemingly insignificant energy stirred up towering waves. Some of this energy struck the protective barrier set by Whis, yet at that very moment, the minuscule power that touched the barrier dissipated into nothingness. This phenomenon piqued Goku's profound interest. Having fully recovered from his injuries thanks to the divine dandy, he soared to the edge of the barrier. Wow, how astonishing is this protective shield! He exclaimed, reaching out to touch it, his finger penetrating the thin layer imbued with mysterious energy. So one can exit? Just then, as Goku marveled, several shards of energy rained down upon the barrier. Reacting swiftly, he propelled himself away from the edge. He noticed wisps of smoke rising from the barrier. Oh, so those inside can exit, but nothing from the outside can enter. Now I understand. Goku realized. He gazed upward at the source of the descending energy, where Vegeta wielded that sharp sword, seemingly capable of severing anything. The ferocity of Vegeta's Super Saiyan 3 left Goku in a state of disbelief. Half an hour has elapsed since he transformed into his Super Saiyan 3 and engaged in a fierce battle with Beerus. As the first to attain the Super Saiyan 3 form, Goku is acutely aware of its inherent weaknesses. The immense energy consumption renders it impractical for prolonged combat. Goku is confident that Vegeta understands this as well. Otherwise, he would not have opted for Super Saiyan 2 during his recent skirmish with Beerus, trading explosive power for endurance. Observing the intense clash between the two in the skies above, Goku's concern deepens. Though they appear evenly matched, time is not on Vegeta's side, and he will inevitably succumb to fatigue. On the top deck of the cruise ship, Trunks and Goten share a sense of unease. Fully aware of the limitations of Super Saiyan 3. Trunks, do you think my father can win? Goten, though young, understands the grave implications of a potential defeat for Vegeta. Trunks, despite his inner worries, retorts defiantly, "Don't be ridiculous, Goten. My dad would never lose to Beerus." Yet Goten astutely points out, "But we both know the weaknesses of Super Saiyan 3. Trunks pauses, recognizing the truth in Goten's words, and swiftly soars to the edge of the protective barrier, shouting to Vegeta, "Dad, please finish this quickly. I know you understand the weaknesses of Super Saiyan 3. Trunks' urgent plea causes the two combatants in the sky to halt their fierce exchange. A look of intrigue crosses Beerus's face as he remarks, "This transformation is called Super Saiyan 3, isn't it? Impressive, indeed, stronger than that Goku fellow. I subdued his Super Saiyan 3 form with just a single finger." Vegeta recalls the brief yet potent aura of Goku's Super Saiyan 3, which flickered away almost instantaneously. However, it is not entirely Goku's fault. He still possesses considerable room for growth. That one below must be your son, correct? So, this transformation has its flaws. Such a pity. If I am not mistaken, this is indeed your full power, isn't it? With that, Beerus casts a glance at Trunks, who is visibly anxious within the protective barrier. Beerus surmises that as Vegeta's son, Trunks must have a deep understanding of his father's capabilities. However, ironically, Trunks himself is also uncertain of Vegeta's true strength. Has a deity begun to ponder the capabilities of mortals? Vegeta retorts. Beerus chuckles. "I must admit, you have earned my respect, Vegeta. Would you be interested in becoming a candidate for the role of God of Destruction?" In the face of Vegeta's insolence, Beerus does not express anger. Rather, he revels in the exhilarating combat, having not experienced such pleasure in quite some time. Not interested, Vegeta replies resolutely. Suddenly, he turns to Trunks and proclaims loudly, "Trunks, pay attention. This battle is one you must observe and learn from. As for your concerns, they are entirely unwarranted, for my Super Saiyan 3 harbors no weaknesses." Vegeta's voice reverberated through the heavens, drifting through the air, traversing kilometers, ultimately reaching Trunks' ears. His words, akin to an oasis in the desert, soothed Trunks' anxious heart. Trunks, wearing an expression of disbelief, murmured, No weaknesses? Vegeta's shout resonated across the cosmos. In an instant, a dazzling golden light erupted from his back, enveloping his entire form. Golden streams of energy manifested as a searing flame wrapping around his being, and the previously vanished arcs of electricity re-emerged, suspended around him. An unending torrent of power surged forth, impacting everything in its vicinity, and even Beerus, facing him, displayed a look of astonishment. This fellow is still concealing his strength? How intriguing! It becomes increasingly fascinating. At that moment, Goku on the cruise ship was rendered speechless in astonishment. The seemingly boundless aura emanating from Vegeta surged forth unceasingly. This scene struck a familiar chord within Goku, reminiscent yet unreachable, akin to his own attempts to consolidate energy against the little puppet, aiming to unleash the full might of Super Saiyan 3 for a decisive blow. Now, astonishingly, this phenomenon manifested through Vegeta. Vegeta had transformed. Goku's face broke into a smile of relief and satisfaction. Vegeta, you have changed, to the point where I cannot see through you. The divine might of Super Saiyan 3 echoed throughout the universe, and the spectators on the cruise ship were utterly captivated by this display of power. The man named Vegeta had become a stranger, his strength seemingly unfathomable. Shock was etched on every face, which swiftly morphed into exhilaration. Trunks leapt into the air, pumping his fists in excitement like a jubilant monkey. Wonderful. The Earth will not be destroyed. On King Kai's planet, the king, watching this live broadcast, collapsed in disbelief. This display of mortals standing shoulder to shoulder with gods shattered his understanding, and he couldn't help but exclaim, "When did Vegeta become so powerful?" Chapter 14. Super Saiyan 3 at full power. The surrounding upheaval also caught the attention of the tall man with silver hair. Whis paused, his pupils reflecting the golden spikes of energy. Ah, it seems the battle dimension has ascended once more. I wonder how much power Lord Beerus will unleash in response. After speaking, Whis' gaze shifted to the protective barrier. Oh dear, it appears I must reinforce it once again. Whis waved his staff, and a layer of vibrant, multicolored light adorned the surface of the barrier, thus elevating its defensive level once more. This scene was observed by Beerus, who disdainfully remarked, "That Whis fellow has indeed taken a liking to the culinary delights here." He then called out boisterously toward the cruise ship, "Hey, Whis." As Whis lifted a small cake to his lips, it melted instantly in his mouth, prompting him to squint his eyes in satisfaction as he responded, "What is it, Lord Beerus?" Witnessing Whis' sheer enjoyment, Beerus couldn't help but salivate, the sound of swallowing echoing in the air. "Damn you, Whis. While I am here battling, you indulge in gourmet delights. Pack everything you eat for me." Whis feigned reluctance, shaking his head as he replied, "Lord Beerus, you are set on destroying Earth. Is it not rather impolite to savor its delicacies while planning its annihilation? Perhaps you might reconsider your intent to destroy Earth?" Beerus pondered for a moment. Whis' argument held some merit. As a deity, one should grasp such basic principles. His gaze inadvertently drifted toward the delectable offerings on the cruise ship, an excessive secretion of saliva nearly overwhelming his senses. However, as a god, one's word must be kept. Declaring an intention to destroy Earth could not be taken lightly. Whis, a god does not go back on his word. Ultimately, reason triumphed over desire. Meanwhile, Vegeta had completed his power gathering. He savored the surge of energy emanating from his youthful form, his focus honing in on the force between his hands. The sensation was exhilarating. His body had not felt such a surge of energy in decades. With a smirk that danced between mockery and sincerity, he directed his gaze at Beerus. "It appears you are a principled god." His eyes glinted fiercely, and the absence of brows and the lowered brow ridge added an air of majesty to his demeanor. Beerus scrutinized Vegeta, noting that his appearance remained relatively unchanged. "Have you completed your transformation? It seems there is no visible alteration." Vegeta scoffed dismissively. While there may be no change in appearance, my power has indeed surged. I call this the full power of Super Saiyan 3. As his words fell, a brilliant golden arc streaked across the azure sky, Vegeta's form soaring at high velocity. In mere seconds, his body tightened like a coiled spring, the formidable energy within him rapidly converging. In that moment, the long-stored power surged forth, his body resembling a nuclear bomb, ready to unleash cataclysmic might upon contact. Beerus remained unfazed, his composure unwavering as he calmly uttered, "Then allow me to truly experience your so-called full power." With his hands resting upon his chest, he made no further movement, clearly exuding confidence in his own prowess. From a distance, the blazing gyroscope was on the verge of contacting Beerus' hands. A second later, Vegeta's fist collided with Beerus' palms. A resounding explosion echoed through the air, ripples spreading outward, though it lasted no more than a fleeting second. When two forces are evenly matched, they tend to cancel each other out. The atmosphere grew tense once more. Cancelled out, Son Gohan wore an expression of astonishment, having anticipated that Vegeta's full power strike would yield unexpected results. Yet he was taken aback to find Beerus unmoved. Sun Wukong gazed intently at the sky, his expression grave, devoid of any excessive shock, as his instincts warned him that the encounter was far from over. Beerus wore a smug smile. Is that all? Yet your strength surpasses that of the vast majority of beings in this world. It is indeed commendable that you, Saiyans, managed to defeat Frieza. Is that so? I appreciate the divine commendation. However, it was Kakarot who vanquished Frieza, the very Super Saiyan god you refer to, Vegeta replied, casting a sidelong glance at Sun Wukong, who was observing the battle. Beerus retorted, of course I am aware. You just defeated him, which is why I assert that you are more powerful than most, provided they are human. However, it is unfortunate that you are now facing a god of destruction. As Beerus' playful words concluded, a torrent of divine energy rapidly coalesced between his hands, ultimately channeling into his palms. I shall ask you once more. Do you wish to become a candidate for the position of god of destruction? I hold you in high regard. Vegeta remained steadfast in his refusal, not interested. Beerus raised an eyebrow, a hint of disappointment flickering within him as he sighed. Very well, let it be as you wish. A wave of energy began to gather in Beerus' palm, its hue indicating it was not destructive energy. Yet even such power was sufficient to obliterate an entire solar system. You are formidable, compelling me to utilize 70% of my strength. Before Beerus could finish his sentence, he felt another surge of searing power infusing his palm. The gyroscope, which had ceased its rotation, began to spin once more. Hey, you self-important fool. Your incessant chatter is utterly bothersome. What did I ever claim I could not defeat you? The fierce aura ignited anew, and this time, the power was exponentially greater than before. 70%? If this has compelled you to exert 70% of your strength, might I suggest that your so-called divinity is somewhat lacking? The explosive energy surged dramatically, once again penetrating back into Vegeta's being, elevating his strength anew. The energy orb that Beerus had been gathering was abruptly interrupted by the unstoppable force of Vegeta's advance. Vegeta's iron fist pressed firmly against Beerus' hands. And under the astonishing onslaught, Beerus was compelled to brace his palms tightly against his chest. Beerus chuckled lightly. You truly do not disappoint, Vegeta. Do refrain from appearing so arrogant. Irks me. Vegeta unleashed the full power of Super Saiyan 3, causing the once still spinning top to whirl into motion again. Like a diamond, he firmly held Beerus at bay, both of them hurtling towards the endless hills. Chapter 15, Beerus Deceived. The sky above was not merely adorned with blue and white clouds. A resplendent golden light propelled the purple figure forward with remarkable speed, so swift that their bodies began to manifest afterimages. A confident smile graced Vegeta's lips. Beerus, if this is merely 70% of your strength, I must say, you have profoundly disappointed me. With that, Vegeta unleashed his full might, intensifying his assault with the intention of driving Beerus into the mountains for a decisive blow. Beerus maintained his composure, placing both hands before his chest to withstand the overwhelming pressure, and slowly replied, The words of a deity are not to be taken lightly. When I say 70%, I mean 70%. Although they were some distance from the cruise ship, Piccolo's keen hearing captured their exchange entirely. 70% strength. Piccolo's face reflected astonishment, prompting him to exclaim. His outburst drew the attention of the others, who gathered closer to him. Krillin, foremost among them, inquired, Piccolo, what did you hear? What does 70% strength mean? Tien and Yamcha also approached with earnest expressions. Seeing the curiosity of the group, Piccolo explained with a heavy tone. That god of destruction claimed he is using 70% of his power. Upon hearing this, the atmosphere aboard the cruise ship ignited once more, especially for Goten and Trunks. Trunks, nearly bursting with excitement, exclaimed, I knew it. My dad is going to win. That guy, Beerus, has already used 70% of his strength. As he spoke, Trunks gazed intently at the battlefield, though the specifics were obscured. The overwhelming golden light of Super Saiyan 3 was visibly pushing the purple figure back. Trunks' eyes sparkled with hope, as if he beheld the dawn of Vegeta's victory. But Dad seems to have the upper hand. This battle is already in his favor. How wonderful. Uncle Vegeta is going to win. Goten chimed in, joyfully raising his fists in celebration. Listening to Piccolo's interpretation, the furrowed brows of the onlookers relaxed, revealing smiles. As Vegeta's wife, Bulma felt an immense joy upon hearing that her husband was on the cusp of triumph. A radiant smile illuminated her face. Vegeta had devoted himself entirely to teach that impudent being a lesson, all for her sake. Bulma's heart swelled with warmth. It was truly unexpected to witness such a transformation in Vegeta today, who had not only bested Goku, but was now confronting this so-called deity head-on. With a shout towards the heavens, Bulma encouraged Vegeta. Keep going. Continue to teach that rude fellow a lesson. I have agreed to have another child with you. Upon hearing these words, a multitude of astonished faces turned towards Bulma. What? Bulma, are you planning for a second child? Chi-Chi hurriedly approached Bulma, engaging her in an animated conversation. Son Goten nudged the still-stunned Trunks and inquired, Trunks, do you desire a brother or a sister? Still reeling from the surprise, Trunks, unprepared for such news, replied, I don't mind either way. At this moment, the cruise ship had shed its fear of Beerus, replaced instead by laughter and joy. Meanwhile, beside Piccolo, a familiar figure materialized. Goku had arrived. Old son, what's the matter? Piccolo asked. Goku, his expression unusually grave, shook his head in denial. No, Piccolo. This god of destruction, Beerus, is lying. Goku's words sent a shiver through Piccolo. It dawned on him that there was no reason to trust Beerus's claims. If a being is powerful beyond comprehension, then what they say may not necessarily be the truth. Goku continued, close your eyes and carefully sense the aura emanating from Beerus. Piccolo complied, and Goku's voice echoed in his ears. Mortal beings cannot perceive the aura of gods. When I transformed into a Super Saiyan god, I sensed the divine power of Beerus. Goku's voice trailed off, prompting Piccolo to ask, what did you discover? Goku's tone deepened. I cannot fathom it. Piccolo was taken aback. Now, you may sense the divine aura within you. You should be able to perceive Beerus's presence. Following Goku's instructions, Piccolo focused. Suddenly, he collapsed to the ground, drenched in cold sweat, his already green visage paling further. The depth of Beerus's divine power was unfathomable, akin to an endless ocean, threatening to engulf Piccolo's meager divine essence. In terms of Super Saiyan levels, while Vegeta's Super Saiyan 2 could easily outclass a Super Saiyan god, even Vegeta's formidable Super Saiyan 3 would not be enough to elude Goku's perception as a Super Saiyan god. Thus, one conclusion emerged. Beerus was indeed lying. Before Piccolo could fully comprehend the situation, within the depths of his consciousness, the seemingly infinite ocean of divine power began to stir, expanding and doubling in magnitude. Beerus's strength was on the rise. Piccolo hurriedly glanced skyward. Indeed, just as Beerus's form was about to make contact with the mountainside, their bodies froze mid-air. Time stood still for a brief moment. In the next instant, Beerus flashed a wicked smile. What? Do you not believe what this god says? Vegeta, with a knowing smirk, had already reached a conclusion. Indeed, you are lying, Beerus. A crisp, jarring sound resonated, as Vegeta felt a heavy weight settle upon his shoulder, akin to a shackle, constricting his very being. Beerus's hand rested at the juncture of Vegeta's shoulder and neck, and an overwhelming force cascaded downwards as Beerus seized Vegeta's left arm. With a thunderous crash, Vegeta's entire body plummeted towards the ocean's surface in a rapid descent. Pain surged through his nerves, sharpening his awareness. There was no time to react. It was all too swift. This adversary was indeed formidable. Almost immediately, another wave of excruciating pain radiated from Vegeta's abdomen. A powerful kick, reminiscent of celestial thunder, struck him squarely in the gut. The agony sliced through his nerves like a scythe, and it was this very blow that sent Vegeta spiraling into the depths of the sea. On the cruise ship, laughter abruptly ceased. Vegeta's earlier advantage felt as fleeting as a brief dream. Was this the end? Chapter 16, Fusion. With a resounding splash, akin to a meteor crashing into the ocean, the already tumultuous waters erupted into chaos. In an instant, the winds howled and towering waves soared to heights of 100 meters, surging forth from the point where Vegeta had fallen, creating a colossal water column that reached a diameter of 1,000 meters. The seawater swiftly radiated outward, and from Beerus's vantage point, it appeared as if a massive chasm had been gouged into the ocean's surface, with Vegeta lying at its center. At this moment, he was clearly battered and bruised. The area where he had been struck bore noticeable indentations. Fortunately, Vegeta's physique was remarkably resilient. Had it been another, they might have been pierced through. Father! A frantic scream erupted from the cruise ship as Trunks' eyes shimmered with tears, sensing his father's energy waning. This must be a deception. Just moments ago, Uncle Vegeta had appeared strong, and Goten wore a look of disbelief. Everything unfolded with such rapidity, in the blink of an eye. Super Saiyan 3 Vegeta had been gravely injured. Indeed, it was as such. Although reluctant to accept it, the undeniable truth settled in. Piccolo's lips twitched as he grasped the horrifying reality of Beerus's might. What transpired? Bulma, drawn by the thunderous noise, peered towards the battlefield, acutely aware that ordinary individuals could not react with the swiftness of a trained warrior. She caught a glimpse of Beerus' silhouette, and her heart sank as she realized her husband was nowhere to be seen. Observing Trunks' reaction, she began to piece together the grim scenario. Vegeta Bulma stared blankly at the ocean's surface. In her gaze, a brilliant energy sphere slowly expanded, and in the next heartbeat, an orb of energy exceeding a kilometer in diameter coalesced above the sea. No, how infuriating! Trunks was engulfed by fury. During the last battle with Majin Buu, his father had knocked him unconscious to protect him from the fight, ultimately leading to Vegeta's self-destruction. Trunks resolutely refused to allow such an occurrence to transpire again. He called out to Goten, "Goten, please help me. Let us fuse." As Trunks' closest companion, Goten felt an unwavering obligation to assist him, and he nodded vigorously. All right. With that, the two young boys assumed their stances, preparing to merge into Gotenks. Stop! The voice emanated from Goku. Why? The duo exclaimed in unison. Trunks continued to shout. This method was taught to us by Uncle Goku. Why are we forbidden from using it now? I must save my father. Piccolo intervened, halting their actions with a firm command. This adversary is unlike any previous foes. Even if you fuse into Gotenks, it will be futile. As the notion of fusion was introduced, Piccolo's gaze fell upon Goku. Perhaps that unparalleled warrior could alter the course of fate. Goku's expression turned grave. It was evident he comprehended Piccolo's implication. He began to deliberate. Since the moment Beerus dispatched him with a mere flick as Super Saiyan 3, he had reached a sobering conclusion. Even with Vegeta's emergence, defeating Beerus was beyond reach. However, this assumption rested on the premise that Vegeta's strength remained consistent with his former prowess. Now, Vegeta had surpassed him significantly, having attained a level of Super Saiyan 2 that rivaled the might of a Super Saiyan god. The foundation of fusion or merging necessitated both individuals to possess comparable strength, thereby maximizing the potential of their combined power. Otherwise, it would be a case of overreaching and failing to meet expectations. The Patera earrings were currently unattainable. Thus, the swiftest solution was the dance of fusion. Yet, given that Vegeta's power had eclipsed his, he had become a hindrance to the fusion process. The final recourse was to merge his Super Saiyan God form with Vegeta's Super Saiyan 2. However, the challenge lay in the fact that once the Super Saiyan God transformation was dispelled, reinitiating it posed a significant dilemma. How would he transform again? Goku closed his eyes, steeling himself, and focused intently on the residual divine energy within him. Please, I must transform back into a Super Saiyan God. At that moment, Goku concentrated wholly on the lingering divine power within his being. True to his reputation as a martial arts prodigy, flames of crimson ignited once more around him. Goku opened his eyes and exclaimed, I have a solution. His declaration served as a soothing balm, calming the anxious hearts of those around him. He turned his gaze skyward, where Beerus stood majestically, yet his thoughts were elsewhere. Pressing two fingers to his furrowed brow, he carefully attuned himself to Vegeta's energy, preparing to initiate an instantaneous movement. Meanwhile, in the heavens above, Beerus merely supported himself with a single finger. Following that, his commanding voice reverberated across the sea, echoing for miles. Vegeta, cease your charade of defeat. You are undeniably powerful, yet your foolishness prevails. I have granted you ample opportunity, which you have squandered. This energy sphere, though devoid of destructive energy, will assuredly reduce you to mere fragments upon impact. Subsequently, the divine will fulfill their promise to annihilate Earth. In the depths of the ocean, a figure silently appeared beside Vegeta. Having regained a significant portion of his strength, Vegeta lifted his gaze to behold the familiar silhouette of Goku. Confusion clouded his mind. Kakarot? What on earth is he planning? Goku placed his hand upon Vegeta, preparing to utilize instant transmission to depart to the cruise ship for fusion. Yet at that moment, he sensed an intense wave of energy radiating from behind him. Turning, he was met with a sight reminiscent of past horrors. The scene echoed the catastrophic energy blast created by Frieza on Namek. But this sphere's potency was magnitudes beyond that of Frieza's. Damn it, Goku cursed. It was far too late. Should this energy sphere collide with the ground, Earth would surely face obliteration. In a moment of clarity, Goku abandoned the notion of fusion. Vegeta, can you still transform into Super Saiyan 3? We must face this together. Before Vegeta could respond, Goku's hands were already pressed against the searing energy sphere. A heart-wrenching scream erupted from Goku's throat as the energy sphere corroded his palms. At this juncture, he concentrated all his strength into his hands, desperately hoping to halt the sphere's advance. In stark contrast to Goku's plight, Beerus observed with an air of superiority, delightfully mocking, "Oh, I did not anticipate the emergence of another. How amusing." Chapter 17, Reclaiming Hope, Super Saiyan 4. Goku's relentless determination, risking everything, was vividly manifest. He remained the same Goku, willing to sacrifice all to protect the Earth. Pained groans reverberated in Vegeta's ears as he gazed at Goku's back, a smile forming on his lips. Indeed, regardless of the incarnation, Goku would brave any peril to safeguard their world. Vegeta murmured to himself, Kakarot. Memories of their battles, fought side by side, flooded his mind. Vegeta, I knew you still had energy left. Can you still transform into Super Saiyan 3? Goku strained to utter those words. Suddenly, the energy sphere, possessing the power to obliterate worlds, grew in mass, resembling a miniature star descending toward the ocean's surface. The gravitational forces caused the sea level to rise, while the sky darkened ominously. Soon, the winds began to howl. Furious and on the brink of collapse, a wave of helplessness surged through Sun Wukong's entire being, his arms nearly succumbing to fatigue. Yet, the indomitable strength of his will compelled him to hold on steadfastly. A crisp sound resonated, soothing his heart like a refreshing spring in the desert. Turning his gaze, Sun Wukong's blurred vision bore the imprint of Vegeta's visage. Vegeta placed his hand upon the energy sphere, declaring, Kakarot, I regret to inform you that I cannot transform into Super Saiyan 3. With a forced smile, Sun Wukong replied, Vegeta, had we fused sooner, we might have stood a chance against Beerus. Vegeta's mind wandered back to the days when he and Sun Wukong had merged into Vegeto, effortlessly overpowering the evil dragons. The memory was indeed remarkable, yet even after all these years, he could not reconcile with the humiliation of that fusion. It pained him more than death itself. It's impossible, Kakarot. He dismissed Sun Wukong's notion outright. Sun Wukong chuckled bitterly. Well, it seems we may not have that opportunity anymore. Meanwhile, several figures emerged behind them. Super Saiyan Gohan and Gotenks. Dad, Uncle Vegeta, we're here to help. Gohan's voice trembled slightly. Gotenks immediately placed his hand on the energy sphere, exclaiming, Dad, together, we will protect the Earth. Sun Wukong, though weakened, felt a surge of gratitude at their arrival. Despite their combined efforts, the trajectory of the energy sphere remained unchanged. Beerus observed the scene from above, noting the unity of this group. Yet throughout the years, he had annihilated countless planets whose inhabitants had fought with equal fervor. As a god of destruction, how could he harbor any compassion? While he appreciated such tenacity, the words of the divine could not be easily retracted. With a mere wave of his hand, the speed of the energy sphere intensified. On the cruise ship, those uninvolved were thrown into chaos, perceiving this moment as the end of the world. The remaining protagonists, though anxious, understood that their only hope lay in the four who were valiantly resisting. Amidst the turmoil, one individual remained composed. Whis, who gazed at the radiant energy sphere and remarked, It appears Lord Beerus has made his decision. Before Earth meets its demise, perhaps we should indulge in its culinary delights once more. Just as Whis prepared to turn away, the energy sphere began to move in reverse, piquing his interest as he looked skyward. 1 minute prior, Uncle Vegeta, your strength must be nearly restored by now, Gohan asked through clenched teeth. It was evident that Vegeta had yet to transform, likely conserving his energy. Gotenks' face contorted in strain. Even in his Super Saiyan 3 form, his body was struggling. Yes, you must transform back into Super Saiyan 3, Sun Wukong added, casting a hopeful glance towards him. Vegeta responded, Thanks to you, my stamina has returned. However, even in Super Saiyan 3 form, I fear I cannot alter this predicament. At these words, a profound silence enveloped the room, and Gohan's expression fell. The young Gotenks, however, declared with righteous fervor, My powers are limited, but if it were Dad, he would surely find a way. Gohan, let us withstand this energy sphere together. It was evident to all that Gotenks implied the fusion of Goku and Vegeta. Yet, such a notion seemed impossible at this moment. Should Goku and Vegeta loosen their grip, the energy sphere would consume Gohan and Gotenks at an alarming speed. Gohan fell into silence, burdened by guilt for his lack of training, feeling utterly helpless now. Just as Goku was about to object, Vegeta's voice cut in. Super Saiyan may third not suffice, but there exists Super Saiyan 4. Super Saiyan 4. The three exclaimed in unison, as if rekindling their hope. Still reeling from the shock, They were about to witness a spectacle that would leave them utterly astounded. A golden aura enveloped Vegeta, and within a second, a blinding radiance surged forth, an overwhelming energy emanating from him. Veins bulged on Vegeta's forehead. "You may release your hold. Are you certain you can handle this alone, Vegeta?" Goku inquired with concern. Yet in the next moment, an unprecedented surge of colossal energy erupted from Vegeta, causing the energy sphere to finally show signs of retreat. "Quick, get back. This power is too immense." Gohan cautioned the others, and they quickly distanced themselves by several meters. What followed was an unprecedented spectacle. As the words Super Saiyan 4 resonated within Goku's consciousness, has Vegeta truly attained a transformation beyond Super Saiyan 3? Ugh. Vegeta, his cries, piercing the heavens, signified a transcendence of power. The energy radiating from him formed a protective circle, and in an instant, golden flames blazed fiercely. At that moment, the energy sphere began to reverse course. The shackles set by the deities finally broken, and a collective sigh of relief washed over them. As the flames extinguished, a transformed Vegeta stood majestically in the sky. His wild, crimson fur enveloped his form, his muscular chest exposed, a testament to primal strength. With deep black pupils framed by bright red sclera, a human physique adorned with a wild exterior. This was Super Saiyan 4. Chapter 18. The Thoughts of Beerus. The fierce wind stirred, lifting two thick, flowing strands of hair from Vegeta's neck. His gaze was intense, fixed on the retreating energy sphere. A crimson specter abruptly manifested as Vegeta decisively approached the energy sphere. He extended a hand, yet his palm did not make contact with the surface of the sphere. With a disdainful snort, he seemed to display his contempt for divine power. His fingers merely spread apart, and a formidable stream of energy emanated from his fingertips. In an instant, this torrent of energy surged upwards, heading towards the energy sphere. Their objective was singular: to return this sphere unscathed to Beerus. The majesty of Super Saiyan 4 cascaded over the surface of the sea, provoking awestruck gazes from the onlookers. It was revealed that beyond Super Saiyan 3 lay an even more potent transformation. Unlike the Super Saiyan God, this power was far purer, a transformation that belonged solely to the Saiyans. Goku scrutinized Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta. His wild appearance easily evoked thoughts of the Saiyans' great ape form. However, unlike the great ape, Super Saiyan 4 resembled a humanoid giant, yet its power amplification far surpassed that of the ape. Ultimately, Goku's gaze fell upon Vegeta's tail. He recalled the wish Vegeta had made to the dragon several hours prior, to have his tail restored. Could it be that Vegeta had been preparing all along, allowing his tail to grow back in order to transform into Super Saiyan 4? As Goku pondered this, a breathtaking scene unfolded in the sky. Beerus, sensing the power radiating from Vegeta, cast an appreciative glance and mused aloud, "Ah, Vegeta, I truly did not choose wrongly. You have exceeded my expectations." Beerus's eyes sparkled with intrigue, akin to discovering a treasure. He calculated within himself the implications. If he could appoint Vegeta as a candidate for the role of destroyer, the next meeting of the destroyers would surely overshadow the presence of Whis. He envisioned Vegeta thoroughly defeating that rotund candidate of Whis, thereby humiliating him. Should Vegeta agree to be a candidate for destroyer, Beerus would bask in the glory of his own status. This conviction only strengthened Beerus's resolve to make Vegeta a candidate for the role. Meanwhile, the energy sphere drew ever closer, yet Beerus remained unfazed, mirroring Vegeta's actions. He slowly raised his right arm, extending his fingers towards the approaching sphere. With an expression devoid of emotion, he coldly uttered a single word: destruction. In an instant, the energy sphere, with a diameter exceeding a kilometer, dissolved into nothingness, leaving behind only scattered starlight in the air. This fleeting spectacle lasted less than a second, erasing all trace of the colossal energy sphere as though it had never existed. Unlike merely shattering it with brute force, destruction leaves no remnants whatsoever. This marked the inaugural display of destruction, captivating all observers in astonishment. The destruction spoken of by the divine is fundamentally distinct from mere imagination. To obliterate something with brute force inevitably creates a cacophony, whereas true destruction is akin to a silent assassination, leaving scarcely a trace. In such close proximity, Sun Wukong perceives this with crystal clarity. This is the essence of destruction as articulated by Beerus. Should he employ it against Earth, the planet would vanish without a whisper, Son Gohan, aghast, finds himself rendered speechless, his pupils trembling. At this moment, Gotenks is also disintegrated, the two young ones frozen in place, their faces etched with terror. As you can observe, this is the power of destruction, and this is merely what I wish to reveal to you. With his hands clasped behind his back, Beerus stands in an imperious posture. Suddenly, a flash of lightning manifests before him, an intense aura of murderous intent enveloping him. A red blur appears, a fist covered in fur hurtling directly toward Beerus's face. Sensing the lethal intent, Beerus's expression shifts. He swiftly evades, leaning back just as the fist grazes his face. A mere centimeter away. You talk too much, Beerus. What the power of destruction? It is only through combat that one can draw conclusions. The strength bestowed upon him by his transformation into Super Saiyan 4 fills him with satisfaction. As he dodges, Beerus remarks, Vegeta, you have witnessed it. That was the power of destruction. Should you become a candidate for the God of Destruction, such power would be yours as well. Vegeta's onslaught continues unabated, delivering an uppercut aimed at Beerus's chin. I have stated my disinterest. Should you persist in your desire to annihilate Earth, I shall render you powerless to do so. Beerus crosses his arms beneath his chin, a knowing smile gracing his lips. Ah, truly, you're the one I have chosen. Your resolve only strengthens my conviction. Yet, his inner thoughts are at odds with his outward expression. Had Vegeta readily acquiesced, Beerus would have promptly obliterated him. For a spineless individual is unworthy of becoming a candidate for the God of Destruction. Moreover, Beerus would not easily concede until he has fully extracted Vegeta's potential. Then let my fist convey my message. With that, Vegeta channels his energy, charging at Beerus's abdomen like a raging bull. This punch, if delivered by another, would leave no chance for survival. It possesses both speed and strength. Yet, how could the God of Destruction, Beerus, lack a means to counter? He slightly bows his body, and at the moment of impact, he pivots sharply. His tail, too, becomes a weapon, unleashing a tremendous force in a sweeping motion. With a resounding crack, Vegeta catches the blow barehanded, sliding down as he seizes Beerus's tail. Vegeta smiled with a sinister charm. I've caught you. Simultaneously, a furry object appeared in Beerus's grasp. Ha! I haven't snared you as well, Beerus chuckled lightly. It seems your power and speed have ascended yet again. Your performance increasingly piques my interest. Upon finishing his words, Beerus released Vegeta's tail. In response, Vegeta relinquished his hold on Beerus's tail, retorting, Are you not also concealing your true strength, Lord Beerus? With a toothy grin, Beerus transformed into a fleeting shadow, reappearing 100 meters away for Vegeta. Chapter 19. The Pinnacle of Super Saiyan 4. The colossal energy orb vanished in the blink of an eye, and the dim sky brightened subsequently. Gazing at Beerus's distant figure, Vegeta's body transformed into an arrow. Soaring towards him at breakneck speed, a blinding flash erupted from the heavens, forcing Gohan, Trunks, and Goten, who were observing, to shield their eyes with their hands. What a dazzling light! Trunks, shall we return to the cruise ship? Goten shouted loudly at Trunks with his eyes tightly shut. Trunks slightly opened his eyes, but as soon as he did, he had to close them again. All right, let us head back. He called out to Gohan, Gohan, should we retreat to the cruise ship? Just as Gohan was about to respond, the intense light dissipated and a deafening roar erupted from the sky, the frequency of the sound waves escalating rapidly. The three gazed upward, witnessing the fierce struggle between Beerus and Vegeta. The two locked foreheads, refusing to relent. Their gazes so piercing that any unfortunate soul who caught their peripheral vision would surely perish. The clash of their arms resonated like thunder, sending violent tremors across the sea, causing the water to rise dramatically, while the dormant volcano stirred ominously. Beerus remarked, Indeed, your power is commendable. Heh, you're quite impressive as well, Vegeta replied nonchalantly, casting an eye to the surrounding turmoil. If this continued, the Earth would suffer a baptism of destruction even before Beerus could lay waste to it. This cannot be allowed. At that moment, Beerus swung his fist once more, and Vegeta defended with his arm. This very action escalated the tremors, leading to the collapse of nearby mountains. The Earth was on the brink of reconstruction. Yet amidst this chaos, there remained one place of utmost safety, the cruise ship protected by Whis' barrier, standing resolute and undisturbed. Let's go. Dad, you should come with us. Gohan called out to Goku. Goku remained motionless, his expression turning grave. We cannot return. That barrier is an impenetrable force, allowing only exit, not entry. You all must swiftly rescue the humans on Earth. It is in peril. Goku issued his solemn command. though it may seem like a drop in the ocean. Every effort counts. Indeed, the trio echoed in unison, vanishing from their location. In the next moment, Sun Wukong shouted to the sky, directing his voice towards the rapidly evading Vegeta, who was fleeing from Beerus. Vegeta, this cannot continue. The Earth cannot endure this. Sun Wukong placed his hand upon his forehead, utilizing instant transmission to depart the scene, appearing before each individual on the brink of disaster. Meanwhile, Son Gohan, Trunks, and Son Goten were equally engaged in a fervent endeavor. Vegeta was well aware that this could not persist. The Earth was exceedingly fragile, thus he was striving to avoid direct confrontation with Beerus. Suddenly, Beerus halted his pursuit, suspending himself in midair, yawning. How dull. With his hands resting behind his head, he taunted, "Isn't this rather passive, Vegeta? Just look at what you are protecting. The Earth is in this state, and you dare not confront me directly. How disappointing." Vegeta remained silent. Beerus's words bore truth. As the Earth indeed faced the peril of annihilation, he tilted his head skyward, gazing into outer space. Saiyan cannot survive in the vacuum of space. But with my current physical prowess, enduring for a few minutes should pose no problem. With a surge of golden energy, Vegeta propelled himself towards the cosmos, leaving Beerus with a parting remark, "Let us ascend." Thus, a golden rocket soared into the heavens, aiming for the vast expanse of the universe. Those aboard the cruise ship comprehended Vegeta's intent. Piccolo furrowed his brow, his clenched teeth uttering a few words. That fool Vegeta, Saiyan cannot survive in a vacuum. If he does this, his power will likely diminish. Piccolo's expression reflected a sense of helplessness, and all he could do was trust in Vegeta. What Piccolo could conceive, Vegeta could undoubtedly fathom as well. Vegeta's actions were undoubtedly driven by reason. Just as Piccolo wrestled with his thoughts, an unprecedented, powerful aura surged through his senses. A familiar presence, Vegeta's. The rocket racing towards space emitted an aura unlike any before, as Vegeta's energy soared dramatically. At that moment, all eyes turned skyward, captivated by the grand spectacle. Not a soul aboard the cruise ship could tear their gaze from the heavens. Sun Wukong gently set down the little girl he had rescued from the crumbling building, intently absorbing the essence of Vegeta's newfound power, his cheeks slightly puffed. A smile gracing his lips, as if hope had been ignited. Trunks and Son Goten paused in awe, Trunks' pupils trembling in disbelief, unable to fathom that his father could ascend to such extraordinary heights. Son Gohan sighed deeply, smiling as he remarked, "Fortunately, Uncle Vegeta is here." Vegeta continuously heightened his aura, urging the reservoir of energy within him to expand repeatedly, filling to the brim and nourishing his essence time and again. Under Vegeta's command, his body underwent a transformation, experiencing yet another enhancement. His muscles became more chiseled, and unlike an ordinary Super Saiyan 4, his hair took on a brilliant red hue. It was as though he had been reborn. This was the Super Saiyan 4 limit break state, to endure longer in the vastness of space. Vegeta resolved to give his all. His aura surged ever higher. I can delay no longer. Beerus, this time I shall not hold back." Vegeta's resonant voice echoed across the corners of Earth. Simultaneously, he inhaled deeply, drawing in the oxygen around him, filling his lungs. As he ascended further from the Earth, his aura intensified. The red aura enveloping his body began to quiver, and from his tail, some strands of hair began transforming towards a silvery sheen. At last, Vegeta breached the atmosphere, and his breathing became cautious. In an instant, a mysterious radiance enveloped him, wrapping him in a gentle embrace. His breath grew bolder, as if the vacuum of space posed no constraint upon him. Vegeta ceased summoning energy, incredulously absorbing the wonders of this magical illumination. Gazing at the glow surrounding him, he felt an uncanny familiarity, reminiscent of the protective shield aboard the cruise ship, seemingly crafted by the same hand. A vision of a silver-haired man flickered through his mind. Was it him? But why would he do this? Chapter 20. Acquiring the ability to survive in a vacuum. A crimson energy lotus bloomed majestically in the sky, its dazzling light piercing through the clouds, ultimately reaching the cruise ship. Whis, too, was not impervious to admiration for Vegeta's Super Saiyan 4 limit break state. Whis' gaze traversed miles, peering through the clouds, reflecting Vegeta's untamed silhouette in his pupils. It seems this Saiyan named Vegeta is determined to give his all. Suddenly, a formidable aura emanating from Vegeta appeared to be constrained, and Whis discerned that Vegeta had indeed entered space. "Oh, It seems the Green Namekian's words ring true. Science cannot survive in a vacuum. It is indeed regrettable that Vegeta cannot unleash his full potential. Whis supported his chin with his hand, feeling somewhat troubled. How rare it is for Lord Beerus to encounter such a worthy opponent. I must not dampen his spirits. I believe Lord Beerus would agree with my course of action. Thus, Whis made a bold decision. Grasping his staff imbued with miraculous power, he strode purposefully toward Vegeta's location. A mysterious light followed in the wake of Vegeta's form. Whis displayed a satisfied smile and remarked, "Surely, Lord Beerus would support my actions. Go for it, Mr. Vegeta." Above the earth, beyond the atmosphere, Beerus had caught up with Vegeta, floating opposite him. He scrutinized the radiant aura enveloping Vegeta and jested. That wise fellow truly knows how to play favorites. Though his words seemed to reproach Whis, there was no hint of blame in his tone. Well, this will allow me to fully savor the pleasure of our battle. Beerus fixed his gaze on Vegeta's newfound state and continued. It appears you have unlocked a new transformation. You Saiyans never cease to impress me. Vegeta offered no response to Beerus, his mind consumed by the extraordinary luminescence surrounding him. In the next moment, the light penetrated his being, though the radiance faded. Its effects lingered. A genuine smile blossomed on Vegeta's face as he realized he had acquired the ability to survive in space, a boon that felt like wings to him. Visions of Whis flickered in Vegeta's mind. Was he truly just Beerus' servant? With an intense curiosity, Vegeta decided to seek the truth. Hey, Beerus, what's the true identity of that guy called Whis down there? Beerus did not hesitate to respond, adopting an air of superiority as he elaborated. Well, you're now the strongest human in this world. No, in this universe. Given that, let me enlighten you. Whis is both my servant and my master. Beerus' revelation did not astonish Vegeta excessively. After all, someone with such prowess could not possess an ordinary status. The divine voice continued. If you wish to become a candidate for the God of Destruction, he shall be your mentor. What do you think? Would you consider becoming a deity? Faced with Beerus' renewed offer, Vegeta resolutely declined. No, I have no desire to become a disciple of Talking Cat. Furthermore, don't you find it utterly ridiculous to revere a talking cat as a deity? Beerus' mind suddenly went blank, and he stood frozen, as if time had ceased. This statement was undoubtedly the greatest affront to him, filling his previously blank mind with fury. His expression darkened, evoking memories of the humiliation he faced before attaining godhood. He had thought that once he became the supreme god of destruction, no one would dare mention it again. Yet, this insolent brat before him had the audacity to speak so disrespectfully. In an instant, the calm demeanor that Beerus had maintained vanished, replaced by an ominous aura. His eyes gradually reflecting a murderous intent as he growled. What did you just say? Clearly, Vegeta had struck a nerve with Beerus. For reasons unknown, witnessing Beerus' furious expression filled Vegeta's heart with inexplicable delight. Vegeta responded, "Did you not hear me, Lord of Destruction?" Allow me to reiterate. Before he could finish his statement, Beerus' ominous claw had already gathered momentum, silently materializing before Vegeta, poised to deliver a devastating blow. The violet radiance emanated from Beerus' eyes, filled with fury. He who disrespects the divine shall pay dearly. With a swift motion, Beerus brought down his claw. Boom! Vegeta successfully blocked the lethal strike with his arm, the immense force causing the earth behind him to tremble. We cannot engage in battle here, was the singular thought racing through Vegeta's mind. In an instant, a surge of frenzied power erupted from within him, allowing him to break free from Beerus' grasp. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, his form transformed into light, soaring towards the cosmic expanse at an exponential speed. Beerus followed closely behind, igniting a fierce chase through the void of space. The two figures twisted and coiled like colossal dragons, meandering through the boundless universe. Unbeknownst to them, they had already traversed light years away from Earth. Yet, Beerus showed no signs of halting his pursuit, gathering a concentrated sphere of energy in his hand, aimed at Vegeta. To insult the divine comes with a price. The condensed energy orb erupted from Beerus' palm, instantly fracturing into countless smaller orbs that charged at Vegeta like rabid hounds. The energy of Vegeta's Super Saiyan 4 limit-breaking state continued to escalate, enhancing his speed further. His agile form darted amidst the meteors, employing every evasive maneuver to dodge the energy projectiles. Vegeta succeeded in evading them, but the same could not be said for the unfortunate meteors and surrounding star systems. In the blink of an eye, they disintegrated into nothingness, and Vegeta sensed a significant portion of the cosmic essence dissipating around him. It was the destructive energy at work. Those energy orbs were not ordinary. They were harbingers of annihilation. Thankfully, his foresight had prompted him to engage far from Earth. Is running all you know, Vegeta? Beerus taunted, as he recharged his destructive energy. In mere moments, countless planets were obliterated. Suddenly, Vegeta's figure appeared before Beerus. Oh, you decided not to flee? Vegeta stood his ground, calm and collected, surveying his surroundings with a wry smile adorning his face. Indeed, I shall not run. Chapter 21. Do you even deserve to be a god? In the desolate expanse of space, aside from the faint sounds of drifting meteors, silence reigned supreme. At that moment, Vegeta began to clap his hands together rhythmically. Clap, clap, clap. A series of rhythmic applause erupted from his palms, his expression a mixture of feigned amusement and palpable irritation. Beerus, initially perplexed, inquired with a hint of amusement, "What is this?" Overwhelmed by the power of the god of destruction, what Beerus awaited was not a response from Vegeta, but rather an accelerated and resounding applause. This caused Beerus's expression to fall, his brows furrowing, and a sense of irritation surged within him as his gaze fixated on Vegeta's infuriatingly defiant visage. Vegeta was not subdued. Instead, he was provoking the god of destruction. In that moment, the fury within Beerus broke free from its shackles, and he bellowed, "You seek death," with a surge of energy in his legs. Beerus leapt into the air, propelling himself upwards with fervor. His hands were thrust behind him as the destructive energy within him coalesced frantically. The descending energy, a harbinger of annihilation, reflected in Vegeta's eyes. Just as it was about to strike him, his form transformed into an afterimage, evading the onslaught through supersonic speed. Seeing this, Beerus's hands, which had been poised behind him, suddenly surged with power. He swung them upwards, raising them high above his head as he meticulously formed a devastating hammer. Leaning back slightly, he ensured that all his might was channeled into this strike. "I shall smash your face to bits," Beerus roared, radiating an aura of thunderous might as the hammer descended upon Vegeta's visage as if to deliver judgment. The impact resonated, reverberating throughout the cosmos, affecting the entirety of Universe 7. In the realm of the Kais, the Elder Kai observed the clash through his crystal ball, cold sweat streaming down his brow. What a calamity! How could one provoke Lord Beerus? This is a disaster for the entire universe. Beside him, Kibito's eyes were vacant, his heart heavy with sorrow as he witnessed the destruction of nearly half the galaxies he had created in an instant. Once again, Earth, which had recently endured a cataclysm, found itself on the brink of another. Damn it, what kind of battle have these two engaged in? I can scarcely sense Vegeta's energy anymore. He must be far from Earth. Piccolo lamented, gazing up at the impending collapse of the heavens. Even the usually detached was adopted a serious demeanor at this moment. It seems that Lord Beerus has made up for decades of effort in this single confrontation. It appears he has no intention of stopping, but I trust that he knows his limits. In the underworld, King Enma was in a state of extreme agitation, as nearly half of the names on the Book of Life and Death had vanished, yet he saw no souls being dispatched to the afterlife. A tremendous tremor rippled through the underworld, causing King Enma to cower beneath his desk. What is happening? What has occurred in the mortal realm? On King Kai's planet, the king was attempting to perceive this cosmic battle through his thoughts, but in the next moment, he leaned back and fell to the ground. His voice trembled. It's over, Lord Beerus has been provoked." Across the vast universe, Vegeta's arm was raised before his face, successfully intercepting Beerus's strike. The purple light continued to surge, yet Beerus remained undeterred by his inner thoughts. In an instant, a crimson aura flared, shattering the stalemate as Vegeta forcefully pushed, causing Beerus's hand to be momentarily lifted. A face of profound irony appeared in Beerus's eyes. How laughable, he thought. Vegeta's sarcasm reached its peak. "Look at the planets behind you that you have destroyed. Do you even deserve to be called a god? They are innocent." With a vigorous push, Vegeta forced Beerus to stagger back a few meters. Beerus coolly retorted, "Such are the rules of this world. With creation comes destruction. As the god of destruction, my duty is to obliterate." Vegeta's cold laughter abruptly ceased, only to erupt again moments later. "Ha ha ha. You speak of godhood, yet how can you continue to brandish that title? Shouldn't a god guide humanity towards progress, toward a better future? In my world, the supreme deities are the Kais, though they may be weak. They are worthy of the title." Vegeta's words caused Beerus's pupils to narrow slightly. After a moment's hesitation, he countered, "What do you know? I do this to elevate the overall standard of our 7th universe." Obsolete planetary civilizations deserve annihilation. The Kais create, and I destroy. This is the law set by the Omni King. From Beerus's declaration, Vegeta gleaned another significant truth. The god of destruction Beerus was merely an agent of another. Absurd. The planets were created by the Kais, yet life is birthed by the planets themselves. If one is to be revered as a deity, one must guide humanity towards advancement rather than destruction. To create without the responsibility of guidance is to render creation meaningless. Vegeta's words struck at Beerus's very nerves, leaving him momentarily speechless. Reflecting on his role as a god of destruction, he had never questioned the supreme deity, the Omni King, whose terrifying presence loomed over him. After all, with a mere gesture, the Omni King could erase the other 6 universes. His power was indisputable. Beerus retorted, "What nonsense! The Omni King can never be wrong." Vegeta felt a surge of triumph within. Indeed, Beerus was merely a subordinate. He interrupted Beerus, saying, "I never claimed the Omni King was wrong. Those were your own words." At the mention of the Omni King, Beerus flinched like a startled bird, his thoughts seemingly short-circuited, unable to recall his previous statements, overwhelmed instead by fear. "I did not. You. Be silent. How dare you, a mere child spouting nonsense, criticize a deity?" Suddenly, a spark of realization illuminated Beerus's mind, as he conceived an important point that could leave Vegeta speechless. With his arms akimbo, Beerus pointed accusingly at Vegeta, questioning, "As far as I know, you Saiyans once served under Frieza, your hands stained with blood. How can a deeply sinful being like you dare to criticize a great deity?" Over the years, Vegeta's heart had undergone a profound transformation, largely influenced by his closest friend and rival, Kakarot. In response to Beerus's accusations, Vegeta slowly closed his eyes, which filled Beerus with a sense of triumph. Beerus pressed on, "What? Have you nothing to say?" Vegeta gradually opened his eyes, his expression resolute, responding with clarity, thus, "Only Kakarot and I remain of the Saiyan race." Chapter 22. The Reaction of Gods. Vegeta's voice echoed in Beerus's ears. His response far exceeded Beerus's expectations, who had anticipated some form of explanation instead of such an unanswerable retort. Once again, Beerus found himself at a loss for words. However, at that moment, Vegeta's voice resounded once more. "How can a deity as supremely noble as you engage in the same deeds as Frieza? It is a disgrace to your divine status. Is it that when mortals perpetrate acts that harm the universe, they are guilty, while deities remain blameless?" Beerus hesitated, engulfed in self-doubt. The dialogue between Vegeta and Beerus was being broadcast to the realm of the Kais, where the old Kai watched intently through a crystal ball. Destruction and creation are inherently opposing forces. As a Kai, one's duty is to create. Throughout the years, they have labored to save the universe from peril, particularly during the battle against Majin Buu. The old Kai and Kibito had risked everything, fortunate to have powerful allies like Goku and Vegeta to prevent the universe from suffering. Yet, in this moment, how was Beerus's behavior any different from that of the villains of the cosmos? At this juncture, the old Kai felt a twinge of uncertainty. For every word spoken by Vegeta resonated with truth. Yet, he understood that Beerus acted in accordance with the world's established order. Destruction was the duty of a god of destruction. Gazing at Vegeta within the crystal ball, the old Kai sensed a certain strangeness. Beyond his power, what astonished him was Vegeta's ability to articulate such thoughts. In merely 2 years, his character had transformed remarkably. "Well said, Mr. Vegeta," Kibito exclaimed, deeply resonating with Vegeta's words, feeling an extraordinary surge of emotion. As the current Kai of this generation, Kibito had experienced much, having exerted tremendous effort to prevent the resurrection of Majin Buu, ultimately failing in his endeavor. As the saying goes, a newborn calf is not afraid of tigers. After ascending to the position of the East Kaioshin, the other Kaioshins departed without offering him proper guidance. It was on this day that he became aware of the existence of the Destroyer God, grasping only a fraction of the system established by the Omni King. His primary concern was the fact that the galaxy he had painstakingly created had been decimated by this sudden appearance of the Destroyer God. The destruction of his hard work was unbearable for anyone. Bang! A lump the size of a fist appeared on Jebet's head. The old Kaioshin admonished him. "What do you mean by good? Such words should not be uttered lightly." Although Vegeta, the old Kaioshin, hesitated. Anyone could utter such words, but we, the Kaioshins, must not, unless you wish to forfeit your life. Jebet clutched his head, quickly subdued by the admonition of his ancestor. However, deep down, he fervently hoped for Vegeta to triumph in this battle, silently cheering him on. Vegeta, you must defeat this fiend. At this moment, Vegeta's heart was ablaze, though he wondered if he would still feel this way upon realizing his life was bound to Beerus. On the Kaioshin planet, the Kaioshin, who had diligently protected the North Galaxy, had dedicated himself wholeheartedly, even at the cost of his life, adorned with a halo while being ridiculed by the other Kaioshins. He resonated deeply with Vegeta's words, reflecting on how this Kaioshin planet had become so diminutive, a consequence of the destroyer god Beerus over 300 years ago. Though he harbored resentment toward Beerus, it was overshadowed by a profound reverence, leaving him feeling angry yet voiceless. As a lesser deity, he dared not provoke a being as formidable as Beerus, yet he often pondered why, if Beerus possessed such immense power, he did not simply eradicate the villains of the universe. What perplexed him even more was Beerus' connection with the notorious Frieza, an enigma he could never comprehend. At this moment, someone finally stood up to question this supreme destroyer god. On Earth, through his staff, Whis overheard the dialogue between Beerus and Vegeta. The angel race, esteemed under the Omni King, possessed unfathomable strength, yet maintained a neutral stance towards worldly matters. Vegeta's words struck deep. It would be disingenuous to claim he was not angered. However, he could not simply annihilate Vegeta, for Whis was acutely aware of the consequences of rashly intervening in worldly affairs. Oh dear, Mr. Vegeta's words are truly excessive. Yet, I cannot blame him. I was once like him. Surely, the Grand Priest understands these principles. Otherwise, those universes would not have been eliminated by the Omni King. As he spoke, a hint of sorrow graced Whis' face, as if recalling some unpleasant memories. However, in the next moment, Whis resumed his observant demeanor, peering through his staff at the battlefield between Beerus and Vegeta. What is the matter, my lord? Are you at a loss for words? Vegeta's tone was aggressively confrontational. At this moment, Beerus stood motionless for a whole minute, seemingly lost in reminiscence. Had it not been for Vegeta's voice breaking the silence, Beerus might have remained ensconced in his own world. The inquiry posed by Vegeta was one Beerus found himself unable to answer, for he appeared incapable of elucidating the matter. Among all the deities, the destroyer god seemed to be an anomaly. The angels maintained neutrality, while the other gods appeared to embody the role of benevolent guardians of their realms. Conversely, the destroyer god resembled a character of the inverse nature. Having regained his composure after a moment of mental tumult, Beerus responded with an unusual calmness, stating, I cannot answer that question. Since I became the destroyer god, Whis has incessantly instructed me that my duty is to destroy. This is the mission of the destroyer god, as decreed by Lord Zeno, who is never mistaken. With that, Beerus raised his arm and tapped his head, pointing 2 fingers at his temple. His tone shifted from tranquility to something more intense as he added, Moreover, your words evoke painful memories. In the next instant, a predatory grin revealed his fangs, his eyes glinting with cunning as he shouted at Vegeta, You irritate me greatly. So I shall ask you once more, will you accept the position of destroyer god candidate or not? Vegeta felt a sense of despair. Beerus's fixation was indeed profound. With a faint chuckle, he ultimately replied, No, I have no desire to be your apprentice. A low, rumbling sound emanated from Beerus's throat. Very well. Then I shall have no choice but to obliterate you. Chapter 23. Experience Destruction. The expanse of space was littered with meteors of varying sizes, which seemed to possess a certain awareness, disintegrating into dust just before colliding with Beerus. With a whoosh, a powerful gust of wind surged from beneath Beerus's feet, and in a flash, he launched himself toward Vegeta. With his mind singularly focused, all previous thoughts were cast aside. Now, his thoughts were consumed by the battle against Vegeta. Gathering a formidable punch imbued with the essence of thunder, a rare seriousness flickered in his eyes as he aimed directly at Vegeta's chest. Vegeta had long since assumed his stance, his gaze unwavering as he fixated on Beerus's movements. Is it coming? A perfect opportunity to test the limits of my Super Saiyan 4 transformation, as I have not wielded this power in quite some time. With a resounding thud, the punch landed squarely upon Vegeta's crossed arms, unleashing a tremendous force at the moment of contact. Vegeta's body was propelled back several meters, but fortunately, he managed to halt his retreat after 2 seconds. Before I destroy you, I have decided to play with you for a while, for I am curious to see if your fists are as tough as your tongue. As he spoke, Beerus's left fist was poised to strike Vegeta's face. Although he could not sense the god of destruction's aura, Vegeta, with his vast combat experience, successfully anticipated Beerus's next move. His arms, positioned defensively before his chest, suddenly exerted force, breaking free from Beerus's right fist. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, Vegeta's right arm surged forward, deftly blocking the incoming punch from the side. "You may be in for quite a spectacle, Beerus," Vegeta replied coolly. Without a modicum of strength. How could he, Vegeta, ever boast so boldly? A smirk crept across Beerus's lips. "I certainly hope so. Do not let me down." Immediately, a more ferocious onslaught erupted from Beerus's fists, each blow laden with lethal force. Vegeta ducked, crouched, swayed, and maneuvered, deftly evading Beerus's attacks, his body continuously retreating. It was evident that Vegeta harbored considerable confidence in his physique. His actions were merely a probe into Beerus's speed and strength. As the god of destruction of the seventh universe, Beerus could easily discern Vegeta's intentions. In an instant, a more devastating right fist surged toward Vegeta's chin. Reacting swiftly, Vegeta attempted to lean back to evade the punch, only to realize that it was merely a feint. Beerus, with decisive cunning, altered his strategy in a mere 0.0001 seconds. He unleashed a left fist aimed squarely at Vegeta's abdomen. Vegeta immediately heightened his focus, recognizing that this opponent was just as seasoned as he was. A brilliant red aura enveloped him, forming a protective shield that effectively mitigated some of the force upon impact. Concurrently, as he bent his body, he engaged his core muscles, forcefully swinging his hips as he maneuvered his legs to deliver a powerful kick to Beerus's midsection. Both combatants struck each other, resulting in a surge of energy rippling through the air, sending them both hurtling backward. However, the surrounding meteorites were not as fortunate, disintegrating into dust. After a brief second, both warriors regained their composure. Beerus wore a satisfied smile. This fighter was indeed not one to merely boast without substance. A new wave of assault commenced, with Beerus leaping into the air, initiating a series of aerial kicks. Vegeta let out a cold snort, then planted his hands on a meteorite, positioning his body upside down. With his waist bent, he harnessed the energy in his legs, preparing for a powerful counter. In a sudden moment, their bodies froze in the air. Beerus's keen insight seemed to predict the unfolding scene. He retracted his legs and crouched, sweeping his right leg horizontally toward Vegeta's waist. Should it connect, it would undoubtedly lead to utter chaos. Vegeta took pride in the strength of his waist, a testament to countless hours of training alongside Bulma. Vegeta, with his hands bracing against the meteorite, suddenly exerted force, utilizing the strength from his waist to propel himself forward. His body performed several acrobatic flips, successfully evading Beerus's attack. However, Beerus, unwilling to relent, chose to pursue relentlessly. To him, Vegeta's evasion, while seemingly grand, was laden with unnecessary movements. He offered no respite to Vegeta, appearing before him even before the latter's final landing maneuver was completed. With a swift motion, Beerus raised his right arm, preparing to deliver a knife-hand strike aimed at Vegeta's neck. Yet, with a preemptive strike, Vegeta anticipated Beerus's action, landing a kick on Beerus's right wrist, successfully intercepting the blow. The two locked in a stalemate. Beerus mused to himself, noting Vegeta's apparent penchant for leg techniques, which were indeed impressive. Moreover, Vegeta's waist exhibited notable agility, suggesting rigorous training. Given Vegeta's affinity for leg strikes, Beerus resolved to teach him a lesson, hoping his legs would not suffer irreversible damage. At this moment, destructive energy gradually infused into Beerus's knife hand. His palm gleamed ominously, the convergence of immense energy causing his hand to grow increasingly hot, a searing sensation coursing through Vegeta's feet. This power felt eerily familiar. Destruction. The thrill surged within Vegeta, igniting his curiosity about whether his current physique could withstand such annihilation. Thus, an unexpected scene unfolded. Rather than retreating, Vegeta awaited Beerus's next move. A sudden, awkward moment emerged. Destruction was indeed unleashed, but not upon Vegeta's legs. Instead, from his shoes upward, the denim encasing his muscular thighs began to disintegrate. In a heartbeat, time seemed to freeze, and an overwhelming sense of embarrassment washed over Vegeta. After all, engaging in battle while clad only in his undergarments was not the image the Saiyan prince wished to portray. Meanwhile, far away on Earth, Whis observed this spectacle unfold. His expression shifted, shielding his eyes with his hand. He coyly remarked, "Ho ho ho. I never anticipated Lord Beerus would exhibit such interests." In the vastness of space, silence often heralds an impending explosion. Vegeta, unaccustomed to such humiliation, felt his face flush with rage, akin to an enraged bull, and he bellowed at Beerus, "Beerus, I will kill you. Beerus, too, was taken aback. The level of destructive energy he wielded failed to inflict any substantial harm upon Vegeta's physique. Chapter 24. Learning on the Fly. This outcome was indeed unforeseen by Beerus. The destructive energy capable of obliterating surrounding galaxies proved ineffective against Vegeta. Destruction, it seemed, varied in intensity. As the illustrious god of destruction, Beerus has perfected the art of annihilation, wielding the power of destruction with unparalleled finesse. In a moment of contemplation, a blinding crimson light suddenly blazed upon his forehead. Vegeta raised his arms high, enveloped in a fiery aura of red. Intense flames roared, coalescing into a luminous sword in the palms of his hands. Its blade aimed directly at Beerus's head. A glimmer of the sword's edge caught Beerus's eye, and with a grace akin to the wind, he deftly sidestepped. Leaping several meters away, that strike transformed into the brightest beacon in the night, its energy slicing through the void with formidable might. A thunderous explosion resounded behind Beerus, and as he turned to glance, he beheld a multitude of meteors disintegrating into nothingness in an instant. Although not as silent as the energy of destruction, the effect was indisputable. This warrior indeed possessed the potential to be a god of destruction. Watching the chain of explosions unfold, Beerus acknowledged Vegeta's remarkable prowess with silent admiration. Enough with the pleasantries. I never imagined a god of destruction would resort to such underhanded tactics. Vegeta unleashed another flurry of sword strikes toward Beerus. With a touch of exasperation, Beerus had initially intended to cripple Vegeta's legs, only to realize that his opponent's resilience had surpassed the efficacy of conventional destructive energy. As he evaded the incoming assaults, he thought, "It's merely a pair of pants. Whis, I know you're watching. Return him his trousers." In that instant, Vegeta felt a warmth below. His genes had returned. Simultaneously, Whis' voice echoed in Beerus's mind. "Lord Beerus, if this continues, the seventh universe may not withstand the consequences. It seems we are on the brink of yet another cataclysm. Therefore, I implore you, Lord Beerus, to engage Mr. Vegeta in the realm of nothingness." Although Beerus's duty is destruction, he comprehends that his primary obligation is to maintain the balance of a universe. This battle had escalated to a level rivaling that of conflicts between gods of destruction, and if it continued, the survival of the seventh universe would be jeopardized. The Omni King would surely hold him accountable. After careful consideration, Beerus acquiesced to Whis' counsel. While evading, he called out, "Vegeta, if you wish to prevent our battle from obliterating Earth before I can destroy it, then follow me." Vegeta's fury subsided momentarily with the return of his trousers. The energy waves generated by their confrontation had already wrought havoc upon the celestial bodies of the universe. "Huh, you shall not have that opportunity," Vegeta retorted defiantly. In the next instant, two shadows spiraled through the cosmos, racing past one galaxy after another at a speed surpassing light, transforming the encounter into a contest of velocity. Time seemed to lose its meaning, and eventually, Beerus came to a halt, prompting Vegeta to cease his flight as well. Beerus spoke. "This place is known as the Void Realm, a dimension completely isolated from others, an impeccable arena for combat." His gaze shifted, and in a low, resonant tone, he added, "Thus, should I choose to obliterate you here, no one would ever know." Vegeta fixed his gaze upon Beerus's countenance. It seemed that the latter had already utilized his destructive abilities, albeit only to ruin Vegeta's trousers. Vegeta surmised that with his body now immensely powerful, destruction could not harm him, which bolstered his confidence. He retorted, "Equally, should I slay you here, no one would be the wiser." Surveying the surroundings, Vegeta noted that, true to the name of this space, there was indeed nothing here. This realization left him free of any concerns. A tremendous aura erupted forth as the brilliance emanating from Vegeta illuminated the dark, void-like expanse. The power of his Super Saiyan 4 limit break had been fully unleashed, and at this moment, he aimed to relish the thrill of battle. With a swift motion, his long sword awakened once more. Vegeta angled his body, the blade descending towards Beerus. "Come fort, Beerus." Observing the fervent battle spirit radiating from Vegeta, the long-dormant warrior within Beerus stirred. He scrutinized Vegeta's stance, finding it reminiscent of someone he had seen in dreams. A slight smirk appeared at the corner of Beerus's mouth, a cryptic smile taking form. In the next instant, his hand moved to his waist, a swirl of purple mist materializing within his grasp. The purple energy coiled and took shape, transforming into a formidable blade. Beerus wielded it with a few practice motions, though it had been a long time since he had employed such a weapon. Vegeta was not particularly surprised. After all, it was hardly astonishing that a being like Beerus, who had existed for eons, could master such techniques. In a fleeting moment, the void resonated with the sounds of fierce clashes and crackling electricity as two unstoppable forces transformed the void realm into a vibrant battleground. Amidst the fervor, a mischievous grin crept across Beerus's face, causing Vegeta to instinctively step back. The strain on Vegeta's expression confirmed his suspicion. Indeed, Beerus had resorted to that technique. Vegeta observed as an immense flow of destructive energy coursed from Beerus's palm into the hilt of the sword. Instinctively, Vegeta summoned the entirety of his strength, channeling it into his own blade. In that moment, Vegeta realized that this destructive energy was on an entirely different level than before. Its purity and potency were extraordinary. Beerus had elevated the concentration of destructive energy to an unparalleled height. Destruction, such was the privilege of a god of destruction. Gazing at Vegeta's face, distorted from exertion, Beerus smugly remarked, "I am merely applying what I have learned. Are you on the verge of collapse, Vegeta?" This illustrates the chasm between divinity and mortality. Oh, by the way, this is merely 70% of my true strength. Vegeta was acutely aware of the implications. The claim of 70% was previously uttered by Beerus, and it now appeared that his deceit had been conclusively exposed. Even a fool could discern that Super Saiyan 4 was exponentially superior to Super Saiyan 3, and at present, he was utilizing the pinnacle of Super Saiyan 4. Enough of the noise. Can you not silence yourself? Vegeta forced out a few words, and with his other hand, swiftly conjured a long whip from his energy. The whip lashed out with a furious whoosh, and Vegeta smirked devilishly. Chapter 25. A desperate turn of events, Super Saiyan 5. The whip, forged from energy in Vegeta's left hand, danced like a serpent. With a sharp crack, the whip ensnared Beerus's massive sword, and Vegeta applied further force, finally halting the blade from descending upon him. "Apologies for disappointing you, Beerus," Vegeta declared, as his plan succeeded, leveling the odds once more. "Holy, mea triflis. And you dare to flaunt them before a deity?" Beerus retorted disdainfully. Then, Vegeta's brow furrowed. To his astonishment, Beerus's tail began to move, glowing as if enveloped in a protective shield. It deftly evaded the sword's energy and flicked toward Vegeta's wrist, drawing him perilously close to the destructive, energy-laden sword. Even with both hands engaged, Vegeta found himself ensnared once more. Beerus's formidable strength was undeniable. They were now locked in a battle of brute force. Vegeta's face flushed, veins bulging on his forehead. In contrast, Beerus maintained his condescending demeanor, unperturbed, tinged with mockery. "What is the matter, Vegeta? Feeling helpless?" Beerus reignited his divine authority, loftily questioning Vegeta. Vegeta was too focused to respond, his eyes fixated on the destructive energy emanating from the sword. This energy surged visibly, a stark contrast to the previous manifestation, and it was evident that a blow from it would be devastating. Alarmingly, Beerus was still gathering more energy. "This cannot be allowed. I must not permit Beerus to prevail." Vegeta's nerves were taut, his hands constrained. The only avenue to freedom lay in his legs. With a sudden surge, Vegeta's right leg propelled forward, targeting Beerus's hands with ferocity. As the critical moment approached, Beerus had already sensed Vegeta's movements, swiftly intercepting Vegeta's right leg with his left. How could Vegeta remain passive? Immediately, he channeled power into his left leg and launched a fierce kick. Yet, Beerus adeptly countered, once again discerning Vegeta's intentions. Beads of sweat began to form on Vegeta's forehead, a sign of his growing realization that such efforts would be in vain, merely exhausting his strength. Thus, he ceased his leg attacks. Vegeta's gaze fell upon Beerus's tail. Therein lay the key to his escape. If he could just compel Beerus to remove his tail from his wrist, he could free himself from his confinement, with his limbs restrained. This was the only avenue left to him. Before Vegeta could fully contemplate his strategy, his head began to move, his mouth opening wide to approach Beerus's tail. With a sudden snap, Vegeta bit down on Beerus's tail, causing a pained groan to escape the deity. The pain was excruciating, causing Beerus's eyes to bulge as he instinctively released his grip on Vegeta. Seizing the opportunity, Vegeta skillfully kicked away Beerus's massive blade, followed by a dazzling spin that gathered momentum, striking Beerus with a whip-like attack. Simultaneously, his other hand unleashed a flurry of energy waves aimed at Beerus. Preoccupied with his tail, Beerus was caught off guard as the whip struck him squarely. After enduring the pain, he quickly regained his composure. Destruction. His hands, positioned before him, unleashed a destructive force that obliterated the incoming energy waves. You scoundrel, resorting to such vile tactics. Are you a mad dog? Beerus glared at the bloody bite marks on his tail, his fury palpable. Vegeta flexed his wrists, shaking off the bruises left by Beerus's tail. In his mind, he mused, what constitutes vile tactics? If it proves effective, it cannot be deemed so. However, he refrained from voicing these thoughts aloud. Was it not vile when you stripped me of my dignity? He retorted, against you, a mere cat, a mad dog is the most fitting opponent. This retort shifted Beerus's demeanor in an instant. Moments ago, he had been furious about his tail, but now he stood resolute, his expression darkening. The very air growing ominous and foreboding amidst the swirling void. A surge of purple energy emanated from Beerus, and at that moment, his massive blade reformed. I warned you. To desecrate the divine comes at a cost. His voice, deep and tinged with indignation, resonated. Beerus's eyes widened, brimming with murderous intent. The power of the god of destruction. Beerus surged to unprecedented heights. Vegeta gazed at the monstrous figure before him, silently reflecting. It appears my words have once again provoked him. He had discerned that every time he uttered the word cat in the presence of Beerus, the latter would elevate his energy anew. It was evident that this being harbored some tumultuous past. Just as Vegeta pondered this, a colossal blade materialized silently before him. Beerus, standing with arms crossed, wielded this massive sword, tainted by destructive energy, through sheer mental control. The blade pursued Vegeta like a specter of death. Realizing the imminent danger, Vegeta hastily attempted to flee, but it was too late. The blade descended upon his face, and in a moment of desperation, he raised his arms above his head, palms braced against the oncoming strike. Ultimately, his flesh came into contact with the destructive force, sending a piercing agony radiating from his palms throughout his body, a pure embodiment of devastation. A shrill, hysterical scream filled the void of space. Vegeta clung desperately to the blade, his gloves beginning to disintegrate as Beerus infused the weapon with even greater strength. Farewell, Vegeta. I have afforded you more than one opportunity, yet you squandered it and dared to insult the divine. Unforgivable, Beerus pronounced, sealing Vegeta's fate. Do not be so hasty in your judgment, you arrogant fool. Suddenly, a silver light enveloped the scene, erupting in a dazzling explosion, illuminating the void. A formidable aura surged forth, shattering the notion that this realm existed apart from other dimensions. The silver radiance spread across the cosmos. A flower symbolizing the pure strength of the Saiyans blossoming amidst the darkness. In that moment, his red hair transformed to silver, his brow furrowed deeper, and his hair cascaded down to his waist, even his height increasing by several centimeters. Yet the wild essence of the Saiyan remained unchanged. This blinding silver light heralded the emergence of Super Saiyan 5. Chapter 26. With mortal strength, stand beside the divine. An unprecedented power erupted from within Vegeta, causing even him to smile with newfound confidence. Super Saiyan 5, a form he had painstakingly pursued and discovered after Kakarot's departure from Earth. Originally intended for the day he might once again confront Kakarot, had unexpectedly been compelled forth by this god of destruction. Vegeta coldly fixed his gaze upon the purple blade, raising his left arm, fingers outstretched, as a concentrated energy cannon erupted from his palm. Boom! The void was filled with brilliance. As the vast waves of energy obliterated the blade forged from destructive power, the might of Super Saiyan 5 radiating from the void to the far corners of the world. Bang! 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 The relentless vibrations emanated from the void, a force so formidable it was terrifying. Even the transcended destructive energy was dispersed. Ultimately, this energy resonated within the realm of the Supreme Kai. Vegeta's aura re-emerged. The god Jebbet leapt with excitement, his eyes brimming with joy. After Beerus and Vegeta ventured into the void, the crystal ball could no longer observe their battle. Jebbet's heart had been in suspense. Now, with the resurgence of this energy potent enough to shake the universe, Jebbet felt a sense of relief. Go, Mr. Vegeta! The old Supreme Kai also sensed the essence that had escaped from the void, undeniably belonging to Vegeta. Over the years, none who dared to challenge Lord Beerus had emerged alive. Alas, what a pity for Vegeta. The old Supreme Kai seemed to mourn a mighty warrior on the brink of demise, for he was once a hero who thwarted Majin Buu. Ancestor, I can feel that Vegeta's power has ascended to another dimension. Moreover, It is terrifyingly powerful. Jebet, as if invigorated, incessantly shook the old Supreme Kai. Yet, the old Supreme Kai could not muster joy. To him, Super Saiyan 5 was merely a fleeting glow, and the fearsome nature of Beerus was unfathomable, akin to having no limits. However, to not dampen Jebet's spirits, the old Supreme Kai forced a smile. This boy, he does not realize what he is celebrating. If Lord Beerus were to be slain by Vegeta, he too would not survive. Yet, Lord Beerus is not so easily dispatched, so there is no need for concern. Perhaps it is best not to disclose this to him. On Earth, Son Goku stood with arms crossed, gazing at the starry sky. Vegeta's essence had ultimately transmitted to Earth. Vegeta's aura had grown beyond imagination. Vegeta, you have once again surpassed yourself. Whis' staff conveyed the unfolding battle within the void, where a spiky silver lotus was blooming fiercely at its epicenter. Observing the newly transformed Super Saiyan, everyone chose silence. Hope rekindled. Even Whis smiled at this moment, thinking to himself that Vegeta's current state must surpass that of some gods of destruction. Throughout history, few mortals have stood shoulder to shoulder with divine beings, and Vegeta is among them. Unfortunately, Vegeta faced Lord Beerus, who is no ordinary god of destruction. Vegeta, indeed, possesses the potential to become a god of destruction. May Lord Beerus show him mercy. Vegeta stood poised, as if reborn. Beerus raised his hands, gathering destructive energy. He had grown accustomed to Vegeta's further ascension. His gaze was icy as he uttered destruction. Before he could finish his words, swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. For the 5 concentrated energy orbs emanated a brilliant blue glow, launched from Vegeta's palm, traversing an erratic flight path with a singular intent, targeting Beerus. In the void, a silver shadow trailed closely behind the energy spheres. The swiftness of this pursuit even caused Beerus to furrow his brow, a sense of ominous premonition washing over him. With a resounding crash, thick smoke billowed, enveloping the surroundings. As the haze dissipated, Vegeta's silvery figure reemerged before Beerus, delivering a devastating punch filled with annihilative power directly to Beerus's chest. A series of blows, capable of piercing the cosmos, followed. Thud, thud, thud. Beerus's form was flung haphazardly into the abyss of darkness. Before he could regain his composure, Vegeta pressed the advantage. A resonant sound, reminiscent of shattering stars, echoed in Beerus's ears. Ultimate flash. A golden pillar of energy surged forth from Vegeta's hands like a rampaging dragon, mercilessly battering Beerus's chest and expanding at a visible rate. 10 meters, 100 meters. The diameter continued to swell, threatening to fill the entirety of the void. In this vast expanse, even a minuscule spark could ignite a light to illuminate the darkest night. Boom! An unending series of explosions resounded, the pressure surpassing any attack Vegeta had unleashed since arriving in this dimension. Beerus was certain that this strike was delivered with lethal intent. It was unreservedly evident that had this blow been dealt by another destroyer, such as his twin brother Kampa, the outcome would have been dire. A crimson mark appeared upon Beerus's chest, bruising evident, and astonishingly, his divine attire began to decay gradually. In that moment, pain radiated throughout Beerus's entire being, a sensation he had not felt in eons. Strangely, a smile crept upon Beerus's face. Exhilarating, truly exhilarating. This excruciating agony ignited his blood, reviving a long-lost sensation. Gazing at the decaying remnants of his attire, Beerus felt an uncanny sense of reality. This was no dream. He understood clearly that if he did not retaliate soon, he could very well meet his demise. The colossal golden shockwave threatened to engulf his body. Thus, he had to strike back. In an instant, Beerus's eyes widened, his hands pressed against the energy pillar. This feeling was exhilarating. Vegeta, Beerus bellowed, his hands radiating a vibrant purple light. Destructive energy surged forth, and in that moment, his compressed body broke free from the ultimate flash. The purple projectiles began to retaliate, rapidly expanding in size. Destructive energy was summoned by Beerus with fervor, and for the first time, a look of unprecedented seriousness adorned his face. Vegeta, I hold great admiration for your strength and the thoughts that dwell within your heart. However, all of this shall remain solely in my memory. Beerus's voice, laced with authority, delivered a divine judgment upon Vegeta. At this moment, the two forces shattered the barriers of the void, transmitting their essence to distant realms. Chapter 27. Defeat. In the 6th universe, on the planet Kampa, Kampa lay exhausted on the ground, being urged by Vados to lose weight. Hey, Vados, we agreed on just 100 jumps with the rope. If you make me do more, I want to do a single one. Kampa gasped for breath while sprawled on the floor. Vados squinted her eyes with a smile and said, Lord Kampa, if that is the case, then there will be no drinks with dinner tonight. Oh, by the way, Lord Kampa, I forgot to inform you that Lord Beerus has awakened. If you do not wish to be called a fat pig by him, it would be wise to resume your exercises. Upon hearing this, Kampa's eyes sparkled with life as he bolted upright. What? That guy is awake. Vados produced her staff. Indeed, Lord Kampa, look. The staff displayed the scene of the battle between Beerus and Vegeta. Suddenly, an unparalleled aura of destruction reached Kampa, a power he was all too familiar with. His twin brother, Beerus, possessed it. But why was he unleashing destructive energy? Simultaneously, another force from a mortal being transmitted to Kampa's planet. Whose power could this be? How could a mortal compel Beerus to act with such seriousness? In the next moment, Kampa's gaze began to tremble. This power from the mortal realm had surpassed his own. No, it cannot be. How could a mortal possess such strength? Kampa's body quivered, and his speech faltered. Vados, with her eyes suddenly wide open, pointed at Kampa's ample belly and remarked, Oh dear, some gods of destruction believe that attaining divinity grants them the freedom to indulge in pleasures without worry, neglecting their training, leading to a significant decline in their power. Silence. Vados. Kampa grinned, feeling quite uncomfortable within. I hope Lord Kampa does not embarrass himself at the next God of Destruction Centennial Conference. Vados smirked and returned her focus to the unfolding battle between mortals and gods. In the fourth universe, a yellow-green mouse clad in divine attire mockingly gazed at the staff held by the angel Coney. As Beerus's rival, Quitella felt a surge of excitement and shouted, Go. That silvery figure forced Beerus to utilize more destructive energy, ideally enough to obliterate the seventh universe. Ha! Then Zeno will blame Beerus. Angel Coney, standing by, felt somewhat helpless, but did not wish to dampen Quitella's enthusiasm, for seeing Beerus in a predicament was his greatest desire. In the 10th universe, Angel Kusu closed her eyes tightly, carefully sensing the fluctuations emanating from the 7th universe. The communication among angels connected at this moment. Whis, quickly, make Lord Beerus cease his actions. If this continues, the void will be filled and destroyed. When that time comes, it will overflow into various universes, and Lord Zeno will surely be angered. The memories of the universes that were annihilated long ago flashed through Kessa's mind, heightening her anxiety. As the eldest sister, Kess naturally considered more factors. Her words at this moment also served as a reminder to Whis, who slowly replied, Sister, I too wish to intervene. But ever since Lord Zeno eradicated the other 6 universes, the Grand Priest has established a new rule. Angels must not interfere with matters concerning the course of the world, including the confrontations between gods of destruction and mortals. Upon hearing Whis's words, Kessa's heart sank further with worry. Yet this was indeed the command of the Grand Priest, so she could only respond dejectedly. Very well. Whis reassured her. Do not worry, sister. I have faith that Lord Beerus will exercise restraint. In the throne room of Zeno, a child resembling an eraser was intently fixated on a divine iPad. Oh, what an exhilarating battle. Who is this opponent fighting against Beerus? Zeno exclaimed wide-eyed, pointing at Vegeta on the screen and inquiring of the Grand Priest. The Grand Priest, with a warm smile, explained, Your Majesty, the individual battling Lord Beerus is named Vegeta. Vegeta, how fascinating. He has so many transformations. Zeno stood up, mimicking Vegeta's pose for the final flash. The Grand Priest wore a knowing smile, reflecting on Vegeta's bold declarations. This Vegeta bore an uncanny resemblance to that individual, yet alas. In an instant, the Grand Priest's expression grew weary. In the void, under Beerus's control, the destructive energy sphere began to expand from the size of a pellet. A purer, more refined destructive energy was infused into the sphere. In a flash, its power surged. 10 meters, 1,000 meters. It continued to grow. Ultimately, the destructive energy sphere expanded to the size of the final flash. From a distance, it appeared as though a golden dragon was clutching a luminous pearl in its maw. Vegeta, it is time to end this. Beerus's voice resonated in Vegeta's ears like a haunting melody. Before Vegeta's eyes, the purple sphere was gradually devouring his final flash. Even in his Super Saiyan 5 state, he could not withstand the might of this supreme god of destruction's energy sphere. The golden energy beam was vanishing at a visibly rapid pace. Yet how could Vegeta give up? He understood that if he relinquished now, Earth would surely suffer dire consequences. The people on Earth would be destroyed by Beerus, and his beloved wife would vanish as a result. He did not comprehend why he had arrived in such a world, nor why he had been reborn on the day of his wife's birthday. He had initially believed he could save everyone with his own strength, but now, his powers still fell short of surpassing Beerus. He has exhausted all his trump cards. Is this truly the chasm that separates the divine from the mortal? No, it cannot be. What a farcical destroyer. He is merely a villain akin to Frieza. It is not over yet, Beerus. Gamma energy flash. The golden radiance once again illuminated the scene, interspersed with lightning, elevating the golden energy column. In that fleeting moment, the advancing destructive energy sphere came to a halt. However, this spectacle lasted barely a second before it disintegrated entirely following Beerus's voice. A futile struggle. It seemed you have no cards left to play, Vegeta. Beerus intensified his effort once more. Vegeta managed a bitter smile. Indeed, he had run out of options. Memories of his past battles alongside Goku against the Super One-Star Dragon flashed through his mind. Both had been utterly defeated, and now he found himself in a similar predicament, filled with resolve but lacking the strength. Fortunately, it was Goku's final spirit bomb that obliterated the Super One-Star Dragon. But he is Vegeta, not Goku. He possesses no spirit bomb, only himself. Chapter 28, GT Goku. This is all I can do. The encroaching sphere of destructive energy had pronounced a death sentence upon Vegeta. Vegeta, you are a warrior worthy of admiration, was Beerus's assessment of him. At that moment, Beerus's mind was flooded with memories of his battle with Vegeta. Gazing at the destructive energy sphere merely a few dozen meters away from Vegeta, Beerus's eyes trembled. How infuriating. What is wrong with me? Why do I feel such reluctance? Beerus gritted his teeth, chastising himself. Enough of this insincerity, Beerus. In this very moment, Vegeta was nearly spent, the state of Super Saiyan 5 fading away. He could only watch helplessly as the destructive energy encroached upon him. Listening to Vegeta's final words, delivered in a tone of defiance, only served to irritate Beerus further. No, although he is indeed a rare opponent, he has also committed the blasphemy of disrespecting the divine, which is unforgivable. For Lord Zeno is absolutely correct. Enough said. To be struck by this destructive energy means to vanish from this world forever. Destruction is not akin to death. Death can be reversed or reincarnated. While destruction signifies an absolute end, even the soul will dissipate. An end. Vegeta's heart trembled with shock. Yet now, he lacked the strength to even move a finger. His mind was too feeble to command his body, and he was uncertain whether the destructive energy had already annihilated him. A sense of helplessness surged through him like quicksilver, overwhelmingly heavy. In that brief second, Vegeta's mind replayed the events of his rebirth in a rapid montage. How absurd. To be obliterated on the very first day of his rebirth. If it were you, Kakarot, what would you do? A vision of a small child in blue flashed through Vegeta's mind. His rival and dear friend, Son Goku. On Earth, the gathered crowd had already discerned the ultimate outcome through Whis' staff. At that moment, silence spoke volumes. Everyone remained hushed. In the third second, a heart-wrenching cry from a woman shattered the stillness. Bulma covered her mouth, her pupils reflecting the silhouette of Vegeta, bidding her farewell with a wave. This proud man had fought until the very end without uttering a single plea for mercy. Trunks plunged into Bulma's embrace, both of them engulfed in tears. Simultaneously, Son Goku returned to the crew's ship, his eyes glistening with unshed tears, yet he fought to retain them. Vegeta had faltered, and now Earth faced impending destruction. How could Son Goku idly witness such a fate? Everyone, prepare for battle. Son Goku shouldered the mantle of Earth's protector once more. The Super Saiyan god reawakened, his gaze fierce, awaiting Beerus' arrival. The Z-warriors behind him rallied with utmost determination. Krillin, Tin, Yamcha, Piccolo, Gohan, Goten, Trunks, and even Chi-Chi, pregnant with Bulla, assumed battle stances. Yet, they awaited Beerus' arrival in vain. In a realm shrouded in darkness, a figure lying on the ground radiated an unusual brilliance. Vegeta, awakened. Vegeta's tightly shut eyes gradually opened. Familiar surroundings, familiar voices, yet an endless void of darkness. Am I not dead? Wasn't I supposed to be battling Beerus? As he spoke, Vegeta touched his body, astonished to find himself unscathed. Vegeta, please wake up. In the distance, an ethereal voice once more called out his name. Who? Who is there? Vegeta began to search for the source of the sound, and as he drew closer, the voice grew increasingly familiar. A A small child in blue appeared within his line of sight. It was none other than Son Goku, the Goku Vegeta knew so well. Kakarot. Vegeta's voice trembled, unable to contain his emotions as he called out his longtime rival's name. The feelings entwined within were profoundly complex, a mixture of longing for a dear friend and animosity towards a rival. Gazing at the shorter figure of Son Goku, Vegeta felt an unexpected warmth. Goku smiled gently, waving to Vegeta. "It's been a long time, Vegeta." Kakarot. "You're not dead?" Vegeta, unable to restrain himself, reached out to pat Goku's shoulder, only to witness a bizarre scene unfold. His hand traversed Sun Wukong's shoulder before he realized it was but a phantom. "Vegeta, as you can see, I am considered dead. Am I not?" "Ah, just regard me as deceased, but you cannot perish. I have awaited your arrival for quite some time." Sun Wukong's words left Vegeta in a state of bewilderment. Awaited for a long time? What could that possibly mean? Never mind, I shan't ponder it further. This fellow can indeed be rather perplexing at times. So am I also dead? Otherwise, how could I behold you? Vegeta inquired with confusion. He paused, realizing that if one were to be destroyed, even the soul would vanish, would it not? Sun Wukong gestured towards a distant luminescence, and Vegeta followed his gaze. What lay before him was the scene of his battle against Beerus, where Vegeta was on the brink of annihilation. "You are not dead, Vegeta, for you still have an unfulfilled mission. Did you not ask me what to do?" My answer is the same as that of the Kakarot in this world. Vegeta, enveloped in confusion, felt a jolt. The same answer as this world's Kakarot? Fusion. Vegeta articulated the conclusion. Sun Wukong nodded with a smile. Yes, indeed. Fusion. At present, the strength of a single individual could not vanquish Beerus. The circumstances were dire. Should they fail to fuse, Earth would surely face destruction, along with Bulma and Trunks. Ultimately, Vegeta resolved to set aside his pride. Although the fusion dance was exceedingly embarrassing, it paled in comparison to the devastation of Earth. Yet, the singular challenge remained. The disparity in strength between this world's Sun Wukong and himself was monumental. If they were to fuse, it might result in a reversal of their strengths, yielding an inferior outcome. Kakarot, you in this world seem rather weak, and I lack the capacity to perform the fusion dance. Vegeta bluntly stated. I never suggested fusing with the Kakarot of this dimension. As those words escaped his lips, Sun Wukong's figure had already vanished. You mean to say, fuse with you? Hey, Kakarot, where have you gone? Are you truly dead? In a fleeting moment, the sound of collapse reverberated, and this realm was on the verge of destruction as a vibrant array of colors enveloped Vegeta. In the shadows, Sun Wukong murmured, Time is of the essence, Vegeta. This is the last act I can perform. As he spoke, his form began to dissipate alongside the crumbling space. Chapter 29. A New God is Born. The ultimate dimensional Gogeta. Vegeta closed his eyes, listening to the cacophony of shattering space. A smile graced his lips. It dawned upon him that he was not alone in this battle. Kakarot, I accept this power of yours. When he opened his eyes once more, he found himself back in reality, confronted by the ceaseless destructive energy. The rampaging violet energy blast sought to engulf him, attempting to disintegrate every inch of his being. Vegeta's form was on the brink of disintegration. A dazzling and resplendent light erupted beneath the destructive energy sphere. The multicolored divine light bestowed by the blue-clad Goku enveloped Vegeta's battered body, allowing it to reconstitute under the embrace of the holy radiance. This was rebirth through resurrection. Vegeta felt rejuvenated, as if kissed by the spring breeze, and his strength was restored to its fullest potential. His energy surged once more. At that moment, Beerus, who had turned to depart with an air of nonchalance, halted in his tracks, momentarily bewildered. This fellow was still alive? The corner of Beerus's mouth twitched, seemingly questioning the pure destructive energy he had unleashed. Unable to contain his curiosity, Beerus turned back to gaze behind him. In that instant, air and time seemed to freeze, revealing an astonishing spectacle. The foremost of the 12 gods of destruction, Beerus, found his destructive energy sphere thwarted by a mere mortal. Stop right there, Beerus. Our duel is far from over. Vegeta's voice brimmed with furious intensity. Kakarot, let's once again save the Earth together. A brilliant light emanated from the palm of Vegeta's hand. The power derived from Kakarot felt both familiar and comforting, as he absorbed the energy gifted by the blue-clad Goku. Vegeta smiled. As expected of you, Kakarot, you have never ceased to grow stronger. Lend me your strength. In the next moment, The energy in Vegeta's palm transformed into a spectral figure, ultimately taking the form of the blue-clad Goku. The familiar dance of fusion was about to commence. After such a prolonged battle, Vegeta had to concede that, with his own power, he could not defeat Beerus. Had this been mere hours ago, he would have adamantly refused to fuse. But now, if he were to fall, no one could halt Beerus. The earth could only be safeguarded by him. At this moment, he bore the weight of his beloved wife, his cherished son, and the fate of all humankind. He had long since completed his self-reflection. Moreover, Vegeta was uncertain of what kind of super warrior would emerge from this long-awaited fusion after decades. He began to feel a sense of anticipation. Fusion. X2. The powers of friends and rivals converged at the instant their fingers touched. In that fleeting moment, Vegeta's mind twisted. Goku's strength surged through Vegeta's nerves. What was this unfamiliar essence entwined with Kakaroto's power? It felt almost divine. The influx of destructive energy allowed Vegeta to sense a hint of divine presence. Thus, he was certain that this power emanating from Goku indeed bore the essence of a deity. Had Kakaroto ascended to godhood after his demise? Vegeta's thoughts were interrupted, solely due to the moment their fingers made contact. A miracle unfolded. A radiant light, potent enough to shake the very foundations of the world, surged through the realm of the void, creating ripples that cascaded outward like tumultuous waves upon a roiling sea. In the next moment, an energy storm, intent on shattering the boundaries of this void, seeped forth from the brilliance. This aura transcended dimensions, reverberating through worlds. Beerus felt a twitch at the corner of his eye, for this presence continued to swell, seemingly boundless. What astonished Beerus was not merely the unfathomable essence, but the realization that it emanated from Vegeta. No, this power, how could it bear the essence of divinity? When did Vegeta ascend to godhood? This resounding aura breached the void, transmitting itself across the vast cosmos, stirring all the gods into a flurry. In the sixth universe, Kampa's jaw dropped, his expression akin to that of a ghost. For a being of his destructive caliber, being surpassed by a mere mortal was an immense blow. Yet, a flicker of divine essence ignited his senses, and his pallid visage regained some semblance of vitality. Beerus, he is a god. He is not a mere mortal. Ha ha ha. I knew mortals could never surpass deities. Kampa laughed heartily, as if he had discovered a balm for his bruised pride. However, the ever-cynical Beerus, adept at dousing enthusiasm, especially Kampa, squatted down and softly remarked, "But, Lord Kampa, that mortal was once just that. He ascended from mortality to divinity, rather than being a god from the outset." Beerus's words struck like thunder, tearing away the last shreds of Kampa's dignity. The latter slumped like a withered eggplant, seemingly stripped of the divine luster. In the fourth universe, the mouse-like god of destruction Quitella erupted into laughter. Ha ha. Who would have thought such a human could exist in the seventh universe? Beerus hasn't destroyed him yet. It seems Beerus will need to unleash even greater destructive energy. Hee. When that energy spreads, Beerus will surely face the wrath of the Grand Minister. Just as Quitella reveled in visions of Beerus' downfall, his laughter abruptly ceased, his exaggerated grin frozen in place. The divine aura flooded his mind. A strange and formidable essence emanating from the very mortal engaged in battle with Beerus. This fellow is a god. But what kind of god is this? I have never seen such a being. On Earth, Whis' staff directed everyone's gaze. The crowd, once filled with despair, reignited with hope at this breathtaking spectacle, radiating energy potent enough to shake the dimensions. Though they could not fathom the events unfolding, it was clear that a pivotal moment had arrived. Vegeta had not perished. He withstood the destruction. In this timeline, Goku bore a solemn expression, for he sensed the birth of yet another aura intertwined with divinity, one that also carried Vegeta's essence. Though the identity remains unknown, it is certain that the Earth is indeed saved. Trunks ceased his weeping, wiping away his tears as he intensely focused on the screen, pulling Goten close. "Goten, this scene." Goten nodded vigorously, his pupils trembling with exhilaration. "Fusion. It must be fusion. There can be no mistake." Whis inhaled sharply, catching a whiff of the divine essence emanating from the void realm. It was unfamiliar, yet it bore a power far surpassing that of the Super Saiyan god. A resounding voice from the void echoed in the ears of all the deities. "I am neither Goku nor Vegeta. I am the one who shall defeat you." At that moment, the angels' communication channels aligned, and they spoke in unison. A new deity has been born. Chapter 30. This is merely 70% of my power. In the King's palace, the Omni King, the highest deity of the known universe, was filled with childlike glee, waving his hands and mimicking the firing of beams with his fingers. By Ubu, Vegeta. Beside him, the Grand Minister, the head of the angels, stood with arms crossed, smiling as he remarked to the Omni King, "It seems you have taken quite an interest in Vegeta." A knowing smile crossed the Grand Minister's face. Reflecting on Vegeta's earlier statements and sensing this new, unfamiliar divine aura, he too felt a curiosity about Vegeta. In the Void Realm, every breath of air had recently been sanctified, infused with the essence of both mortals and gods. At last, the dazzling light receded, revealing the visage of the new deity to the assembly of gods. His gaze held the pride of Vegeta and the determination of Goku. His powerful physique clad in a tunic. His hair, dark and reminiscent of Vegeta's, sported an additional fringe. Unlike his previous appearance, his flowing hair was enveloped in a thin layer of golden radiance, symbolizing the strength derived from the blue-clad Goku. He exuded the aura of a supreme warrior. This was the culmination of a fusion decades in the making. The ultimate warrior forged from the bonds of rival and friend, Gogeta, the strongest in the multiverse. Gogeta inclined his head slightly, his eyes cold and disdainful, as a deep, commanding voice resonated. "I am neither Goku nor Vegeta. I am the one who shall defeat you." With a burst of energy, Gogeta resolutely transformed into Super Saiyan 4, the golden radiance swirling around him. This state of Super Saiyan 4 was augmented by divine power. Having learned from the previous encounter with the blood of the Super One-Star Dragon, he would not underestimate his opponent. With limited time for fusion, he aimed for swift resolution. He cast a glance at the enormous sphere of destructive energy just a meter away from him. Bang! A decisive kick, as if to herald the dawn of creation, unhesitatingly descended upon the surface of the sphere, sending the destructive energy ball hurtling away. In the next moment, a vibrant orb of concentrated energy spiraled gracefully through the air. The dazzling radiance was so intense that even the god of destruction, Beerus, found it difficult to behold, shielding his eyes in response. The ultimate target of this concentrated energy orb was none other than the receding destructive energy ball. A mere second later, Beerus opened his eyes, only to be met with an even more blinding brilliance. Upon contact with the destructive energy sphere, the colorful air orb began to purify and gradually decompose its power. Ultimately, it erupted into a spectacular explosion of multicolored light in the void. At this moment, Beerus could no longer ignore the stinging pain in his eyes. His gaze was filled with trepidation and perplexity, coupled with a profound doubt regarding his own strength. A dull thud abruptly shattered Beerus's thoughts. A sickening crack echoed, the unmistakable sound of bones fracturing. Bewildered, Beerus glanced down at his abdomen, where a powerful iron fist had brutally embedded itself within his core. What astonishing speed and overwhelming force was this? In the span of merely 1/100th of a second, countless fists descended upon him with blinding velocity, each phantom strike delivering a surge of excruciating pain. In the following second, a heart-wrenching agony coursed through Beerus's entire being. It was at this moment that Gogeta ceased his relentless assault. Yet, this was merely a fleeting calm before the storm. For a more ferocious kick had been fully charged by Gogeta. With a swift 360-degree turn, he elevated his leg, marking Beerus's head as his target. A resounding thud echoed as Beerus was sent sprawling through the air, limbs flailing. What awaited him was an even more ferocious onslaught. A thunderous punch struck, undermining the god of destruction's lofty pride, while a subsequent kick shattered his arrogance, sending him hurtling away. A torrential flurry of strikes rained down upon Beerus, rendering him nothing more than a human punching bag, utterly powerless to retaliate. The fear that had long been absent from Beerus's eyes resurfaced. Never in billions of years had anyone reduced him to such a pitiful state. The dignity of the god of destruction had been desecrated. Infuriated, Beerus unleashed a thunderous roar, enduring the searing pain that pierced his insides, summoning every ounce of strength to deliver a punch. This blow struck true, landing squarely upon Gogeta's chest. Yet, the outcome was disappointing. Gogeta remained unmoved, his cold visage betraying no emotion. With an air of disdain, he remarked, "What's the matter? Is a deity's punch so feeble? Oh, I almost forgot to mention, this is merely 70% of my power." The words were returned to Beerus unchanged, and he, of course, understood the underlying meaning. For this individual bore a countenance even more arrogant than his own. At this moment, Beerus was engulfed by a tumult of sorrow and fury, a sense of powerlessness gripping him like a scythe, rendering him immobile. The pain that Vegeta had previously endured was now magnified tenfold and returned to him. With that, Gogeta raised his hands above his head, his fists, resembling hefty sandbags, tightly clenched together, and struck down towards Beerus's head. The impact reverberated, plunging Beerus into an abyss of agony, drowning him in a sea of suffering, shattering his glory as the god of destruction. In Universe 6, Kampa was rendered pale by the sight, his twin brother, the foremost god of destruction among the 12 universes, reduced to a state of helplessness. "Damn it! Stand up! My brother!" Kampa exclaimed, uttering such impassioned words because he understood that Beerus represented not just himself, but the entire cadre of gods of destruction. In Universe 4, Quintella ceased his laughter, rising with a grave expression, and bellowed at the screen, "Beerus, get up. As long as you stand, I will acknowledge you as the mightiest god of destruction." Despite being adversaries, Quintella did not wish for Beerus to fall. He could be bested by any god of destruction, but must never succumb to a mere mortal. In Universe 11, the clown god of destruction, Vermaud, clenched his fists, knowing the implications of Beerus's downfall. Though he had always disapproved of Beerus's actions, particularly recalling the instance of his slumber during the hide-and-seek game, at this moment, he, like the other gods of destruction, yearned for Beerus to rise once more. The other gods stood still, observing this battle between gods and mortals, their hearts racing with anticipation for a miracle to unfold within Beerus. In this moment, the gods of destruction exhibited an unprecedented unity. In the void, floating amidst the darkness, Beerus's form shimmered with specks of purple light. Chapter 31, Special Edition, Beerus, I was once human. In the void, in the boundless expanse of night, a body radiating a purple glow floated through the air, symbolizing that Beerus still clung to life, albeit in a state of unconsciousness. His consciousness began to wane, and the days of his reckless youth replayed in his mind like a carousel. I am Beerus, the god of destruction of Universe 7, and currently the most powerful god of destruction among the 12 universes. On this day, I faced the most arduous battle of my divine existence. My opponent was not only formidable in strength, but his words also plunged me into confusion, as if I had rediscovered a long-lost sense of purpose. For I was once human, on a planet called Anima, in a dilapidated thatched cottage, amidst the plaintive cries of two infants. Two adorable, furry cat-like beings were born. Simultaneously, their parents bestowed upon them the names Beerus and Kampa. Suddenly, a violet lightning bolt descended from the heavens, with kaleidoscopic flashes illuminating the shattered roof of the cottage. Such celestial phenomena heralded the arrival of extraordinary beings. A cacophony of rustling sounds emerged from all directions, encircling the humble abode. At the forefront stood a humanoid figure with a canine head. How audacious for these lowly cat beings to conjure such a grand spectacle. The dog-headed figure drew forth a long sword, its blade reflecting the trembling forms of two adult cats, Beerus's parents. The sword was sheathed once more, leaving behind a vivid pool of blood. The dog-headed figure sneered, declaring, in Animos, only we, the noble dogfolk, are worthy of bearing the chosen ones. As the most despised of beings, the catfolk must never produce martial prodigies. With that, his cruel gaze fell upon the newly born Beerus and Kampa. With a disdainful grunt, he slowly raised a finger, a crimson light swiftly coalescing at its tip. With a whoosh, a deadly red laser shot forth, aimed at the infants swaddled in their blankets. In that critical moment, a shadow appeared, swiftly rescuing the two infants before the eyes of the onlookers. Following this incident, a harrowing bloodbath unfolded on Animos, culminating in the slaughter of all newly born cat-like infants within a month. The catfolk were the most subjugated race on this planet. This grim fate stemmed from the prior dominance of the cat lineage, which had ultimately been overthrown by the dogfolk. Such a transition of power often results in the direst consequences for the previous ruling class. A decade later, within a cave, a creature, its body wrapped in black gauze save for two large ears protruding from its form, was grooming the fur of the two furry cat beings. Kampa, with wide, questioning eyes, asked, "Master, what purpose does this serve? It is quite uncomfortable. I fear the cold." With a pout, Kampa displayed a look of rejection and wriggled free from the master's grasp. "Little Kampa, how many times must I tell you not to use such expressions? Why can you not comprehend?" The figure in black retorted, a hint of anger in his tone. Kampa, ears drooping and head bowed, replied, "I'm sorry, master." In contrast, Beerus stood by, fully compliant without a hint of complaint. The figure in black, with heartfelt earnestness, explained, "Since you began to remember. You have been training here for nearly 5 years. It is time for you to venture out into the world." Upon finishing, he made a hand gesture, sealing a spell within Beerus's being, ensuring that his fur would no longer grow. The figure added, "A rabbit must embody the essence of a rabbit. I can teach you no more. Go forth and explore." After shedding his fur, Beerus rose, swaying left and right as he examined his brand new appearance. A gust of cold wind swept through, causing him to shiver. Achoo! Observing this scene, the cloaked figure tossed a long robe to Beerus, saying, "Here, put this on." Beerus accepted the robe, realizing that once he donned it, he would shed his identity as a member of the cat clan and become a rabbit. He quickly dressed, turning to Kampa with a cool demeanor. "Not bad. Kampa, you should change as well." Though reluctant, Kampa knew that Beerus would never deceive him. Tentatively, he took a small step, stealthily approaching the cloaked figure. The fur shedding ceremony commenced, and Kampa donned his robe. Under the setting sun, the cloaked figure watched the two brothers depart. He waved his hands and called out loudly, "Kampa, pay attention to your catchphrases. Make sure to change them. And for goodness sake, do not engage in mischief or wrongdoing." "Kampa, how have I taught you?" Kampa, feeling somewhat impatient, wondered why he was the only one being admonished. Beerus often engaged in mischief as well. Yet, despite his annoyance, Kampa responded loudly, "All right. Got it, master. Uphold justice. Stand against evil. Do not commit wrongdoing." In contrast to Kampa, Beerus remained far more composed. These words had long been etched into his heart, and he silently recited them as he strode confidently forward. "Come on. Without venturing out, how can one understand the sufferings of the world? How can one grow stronger?" The cloaked figure appeared lost in thought, recalling the celestial phenomena from a decade prior that heralded the birth of these two prodigies. Such occurrences signified the arrival of individuals with extraordinary martial talent. A similar situation had unfolded 30 years ago on the night of his own birth. With hands clasped behind his back, the cloaked figure mused, "Yes, I believe they will surpass me in strength. Together, the three of us will reclaim everything that belongs to our feline kind." After a night of arduous travel, Kampa was both exhausted and famished. He leaned on Beerus' shoulder as Beerus firmly guided him onward. "Beerus, I'm so hungry." Beerus remained silent, knowing his brother's tendencies, and quickened his pace. Suddenly, Beerus raised his hand, his expression unchanged, and pointed into the distance. "Look." A small town came into view, and Kampa, on the brink of collapse, was instantly revitalized. He dashed toward the town at a superhuman speed. "Hurry, Beerus. There must be food in that town." In just a second, Kampa's voice echoed as he vanished without a trace. Beerus gathered his strength to keep pace with Kampa. In the town, a dazzling array of goods and food overwhelmed Kampa. Yet the two brothers, having just emerged from the mountains, possessed not a single coin. "But we have no money, Beerus," Kampa lamented, as his stomach growled audibly. Suddenly, a piercing explosion echoed from afar, and an elderly rabbit man fell at the feet of the two brothers. "Grandfather!" "No!" a charming rabbit maiden shrieked, clutching the old man tightly in her embrace. A boisterous voice reverberated from the distance. "You old fool! You dare not pay the protection fee! How audacious of you to set up stall on my territory!" The speaker was a one-eyed goblin. The rabbit maiden knelt before the villain, pleading softly, "I beseech you, please do not harm my grandfather. We will surely pay you." The one-eyed goblin smirked cunningly, squatting down to grasp the rabbit maiden's chin, and threateningly hissed, "No money? Then begone. Do you understand, you wretched rabbit?" The crowd began to murmur. Not a soul intervened, and laughter erupted among them, accompanied by sycophantic praises directed at the goblin. Beerus closed his eyes, attentively listening to the cacophony around him. These people's consciences had long been devoured by the dogs. The city was shrouded in malevolence, and an aura of wickedness permeated every individual, save for the pitiful rabbit maiden. A hand was about to strike her face when, in the next moment, a small hand intervened. Beerus, expressionless, firmly grasped the goblin's hand. He recalled his master's teachings, to punish evil and uphold justice. No matter how vigorously the one-eyed goblin struggled, he could not break free. "Release me. Do you wish for death?" The goblin barked furiously, gesturing to his thugs behind him. In an instant, dozens of henchmen surged toward the brothers. "You seek death. Taste the wrath of your rabbit grandfather." At that moment, Xiangpa displayed his prowess. With a thunderous shout, he leapt up and systematically dispatched the ruffians one by one. The scoundrels collapsed to the ground, gazing at the one-eyed goblin. Beerus conceived an intriguing idea. A wicked smile spread across his face. With a flick of his finger, a beam shot forth, instantly shattering the goblin's other eye. A cacophony of agonized wails erupted, assaulting the ears of the rabbit maiden and the old man. The henchmen hastily assisted their sightless leader in retreating, rolling away in panic. The rabbit maiden quickly stood, preparing to express her gratitude to the brothers. However, a resounding growl emanated from Xiangpa's stomach at that very moment. Understanding the situation, the rabbit maiden smiled and said, "Noble heroes, why not join us for a hearty meal at our home?" Before Beerus could respond, Xiangpa leaped up in delight, exclaiming, "Hooray! Food!" That night, in appreciation for their invaluable assistance, Xiaoli prepared a sumptuous dinner. Xiangpa and Beerus devoured the feast with fervor, for as rustic mountain dwellers, they could hardly resist such exquisite delicacies. As the two indulged in their meal with great delight, the rabbit maiden wore a satisfied smile, yet at that very moment, her joy was abruptly interrupted. "Xiaoli, come out for a moment," called the elder from earlier in the day. Xiaoli beckoned to her two brothers, saying, "Make sure to enjoy your meal. I will join you shortly." Xiangpa smiled faintly, thoroughly impressed by the culinary skills of the rabbit maiden known as Xiaoli. All right. Once Xiaoli had wandered off, Xiangpa nudged Bai Lu Si with his elbow, exclaiming, "Hey, Bai Lu Si, the dishes prepared by this Xiaoli are simply exquisite. How wonderful it would be to stay here indefinitely." Bai Lu Si paused his gluttonous feasting, swallowed his food, and cast a sidelong glance at Xiangpa, reminding him, "Let's not forget our purpose for coming out here. It is for training, not for your indulgence." Xiangpa shot him a look of annoyance. All right, I understand. Honestly, hey, what is that? Fish. Save some for me, Bai Lu Si. Outside, the rabbit elder wore a look of exasperation and concern. You. They have aided us once, but they cannot be our benefactors for a lifetime. The dog people are the most esteemed tribe at present. We shall face retribution. How could you bring them home while I was unconscious? Foolish child, Xiaoli. Xiaoli felt a wave of helplessness and heartache, her face a portrait of grievance. Unsure of how to refute him, after a moment of mental wrestling, a stammering sound escaped her lips. But just then, Xiangpa's voice erupted from within the house. Upon seeing the fish, his true nature was fully awakened, and a series of feline sounds erupted from inside. The tail concealed beneath his dark robe was now revealed. The rabbit elder was taken aback. They were not rabbits at all. They were cats, and hairless ones at that. Good heavens! This is akin to inviting wolves into the fold, courting disaster. They were cat people, and they could fight. Trembling with fear, the rabbit elder, whose legs were unsteady, collapsed once more. Following the events of a decade ago, Onimo Star had placed a global bounty on cat people, particularly those capable of combat. When other tribes discovered a fighting cat person, they would report them, leading to a horde of dog people warriors dispatched to eliminate them, with the informants receiving substantial rewards. At this moment, the elder's fear was gradually supplanted by desire, his tone becoming increasingly deranged. These two possess formidable strength. Could they be the twin martial prodigies from 10 years ago? Ha! This is splendid. If only we could deliver them. Not only would we escape the dog people's vengeance, but we would also acquire immense wealth. The elder, whose legs had once been feeble, now moved with surprising agility, years of suffering seemingly healed in an instant. He laughed maniacally, striding towards the exit with fervor. Observing her grandfather's every move, Xiaoli began to grasp the impending calamity. Under the oppressive shadow of fear, betrayal and ingratitude have become all too commonplace. Xiaoli turned and dashed into the house, grasping the hands of Beerus and Kampa, urgently exclaiming, "Heroes, we must flee. Someone is attempting to kill you." Beerus and Kampa dropped their utensils, rooted to the spot, their faces a mask of disbelief. "There is no time." Xiaoli urja, pulling the two outside. Boom! In the night sky, the highest alert signal indicating the discovery of the cat people had been ignited. The old man stood in the courtyard, nearly driven mad, lost in dreams of a better future. The biting cold wind howled. Dark shadows began to converge upon the courtyard. Countless members of the dog-headed tribe were drawing near. It's over, Xiaoli muttered, her legs growing weak and unresponsive. Beerus and Kampa sensed the overwhelming presence approaching, exchanging glances and adopting a defensive posture back to back. "They are right here." The old man suddenly transformed into a fearsome figure, pointing at the brothers and shouting, "How despicable! This wretched old man, we saved him, yet he repays kindness with malice." Kampa seethed, wishing to rend the old man to pieces. "First, we must deal with the enemies before us." Beerus stood ready. In an instant, dark figures descended from above, and countless energy blasts rained down upon the 10-year-old Beerus and Kampa. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Beerus unleashed all his power, and Kampa poured forth every skill he had honed over 5 years of training. The brothers roared in unison, unleashing a barrage of energy blasts to obliterate the incoming attacks. For a moment, the skies were ablaze, the small courtyard engulfed in chaos. United as brothers, they fought valiantly. Yet the dog people seemed aware of their strength, mobilizing reinforcements. Overwhelmed by sheer numbers, the brothers' stamina began to wane. Kampa, who had been remiss in his training, was the first to falter, gasping for breath. But it's too many boom. Due to Kampa's momentary lapse, the enemies found an opening, and energy blasts poured down like a torrential rain. A novice like Kampa had never encountered such a scene, paralyzed with fear and standing frozen. Just as he was about to be engulfed by the blasts, a warm light shielded him. Beerus, his face contorted, raised his hands above his head, conjuring a protective barrier that absorbed the onslaught of energy blasts. Gazing at Beerus's diminutive silhouette, Kampa felt a tumult of emotions, his lips pressed together, on the verge of tears. Although his brother often treated him harshly, occasionally resorting to mischief at his expense, he always stood ready to protect him in times of peril. Beerus, Kampa stammered, trembling as he called out, "Don't just stand there. Help me." Just then, a towering figure appeared in the sky. Ha 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 ha. So it is truly you. Years ago, that sword-wielding, dog-headed figure let out a maniacal laugh. He raised his finger high, aiming at the two brothers. This strike was the very same lethal move that had claimed their parents' lives. Faint memories were stirred, and a decade had passed, during which the strength of this dog-headed creature had only grown. Beerus and Kampa's pupils constricted sharply, both acutely aware that this attack would lead to their certain demise. Yet, the more one fears, the more that fear materializes. A crimson laser descended from the heavens, imbued with the power to pierce through all, racing toward the two. Was this the end? If only I could be a bit stronger. A chill crept down Beerus's back, his body trembled, and he shut his eyes tightly, bracing for the embrace of death. A thunderous roar erupted. Beerus opened his eyes to behold a formidable silhouette, one so familiar to the brothers. The towering figure clad in black stood resolutely before the protective barrier, exuding a formidable strength that deflected the crimson laser beam. The sword-wielding dog-headed being instantly recognized this individual as the very one who had rescued them years ago. Splendid. It seems fortune has favored me effortlessly. Now, I shall annihilate you all. All dog-headed creatures, assemble. With the furious command of the sword-bearing dog-headed figure, an increasing number of energy manifestations began to converge in the night, their collective power capable of reducing the three to mere ashes. Master, we are here to assist you. The twins spoke in unison, their minds intertwined. The figure in black turned, a look of satisfaction gracing his face. Excellent. Today, even if we must perish, we shall do so together. Beerus, Kampa, step before me. Upon hearing this, the two promptly positioned themselves in front of their master, ready to unleash their remaining strength. Close your eyes and relax your bodies. I shall teach you one final technique. Once mastered, you shall be invincible. The black-clad figure's words ignited a thrill within Kampa, who eagerly complied. However, Beerus hesitated, pondering why such an unparalleled technique had not been revealed sooner. Suddenly, a powerful hand struck down upon the nape of Beerus's neck, erupting with overwhelming force. Though he instinctively attempted to resist, the strength was insurmountable, causing his consciousness to blur. Nearby, Kampa collapsed, succumbing to unconsciousness. Beerus's heart brimmed with confusion. Why would his master act in such a manner? Yet in the next moment, his nearly closed eyes caught a fleeting glimpse. The black-clad figure unwrapped the layers of his dark robe, revealing his true form for the first time. Like the brothers, his master was a hairless cat being. Yet his body bore numerous scars of varying sizes. You shall surpass me in strength. The planet Onamos must be governed by our kind. This was the last utterance of his master that Beerus heard before his consciousness faded away. Ultimately, with tears in his eyes, Beerus fell into a deep unconsciousness. The black robe that had been shed at that moment was imbued with an overwhelming aura. The figure clad in black commanded, "Shao Li, you approach. Sit upon this robe." Shao Li, unable to refuse, dragged his weary legs to sit upon the black garment. Under the direction of the black-clad man, the robe swiftly departed the scene at lightning speed. Once he sensed that the three presences had receded into the distance, the black-clad man revealed a relieved smile. Meanwhile, the canine leader in the sky grew increasingly arrogant, barking loudly, "You wretched feline, do you dare to cultivate? Once I slay you, I shall hunt down your disciples and destroy them as well." Your despicable feline race deserves to live eternally under the subjugation of our canine clan. Everyone, maximize your energy. Deliver him the final blow. A resounding and tragic roar ascended to the heavens. Energy ripples continuously expanded, illuminating the night sky with a brilliance born from the relentless accumulation of power. The black-clad man desperately channeled the energy within him. You beasts, die at once. The earth-shattering explosion erupted from the ground, enveloping the entire Onimo star in a radiant shroud, with the blast affecting a third of the planet. The black-clad man unleashed the most resplendent of fireworks with his life, taking with him the infamous canine heads and purging the malevolent beings that thrived under the tyranny of the canine clan, cleansing the city rife with sin. Years later, two young figures emerged upon the soil of Onimo Star. They were two beings with purple skin, one muscular and the other robust. However, the brothers no longer held the original intentions set forth by their master. The elder rabbit's betrayal had cast a shadow over their lives. They attributed their master's death to their own earlier weakness and their adherence to his teachings. In their pursuit of justice, they ultimately harmed themselves. Had they refrained from intervening at that time, perhaps the betrayal would never have occurred. In their eyes, the world was populated solely by villains. From that day forth, the two trained relentlessly, and after an unfathomable number of years, they defeated one formidable foe after another, emerging as the two most powerful beings in existence. Invincibility was etched upon their countenances, until one day, a man and woman appeared before them, wielding a staff. They informed the brothers that through a rigorous trial, they could ascend to become gods, surpassing humanity. That year, Beerus recalled his brother's muscular physique. Yet, upon becoming a god of destruction, he became complacent in his training, transforming into a portly cat. Meanwhile, Beerus, after attaining divinity, remained diligent in his training, evolving into the most formidable god of destruction. Subsequently, he experienced a prophetic dream in which he would encounter a Saiyan deity, destined to be his formidable rival. Today, that premonition materialized. This individual not only possessed immense strength, but was also eloquent, stirring the essence of his original aspirations and causing him to waver in his adherence to the edicts established by the Omni King. Perhaps his master's words held truth? Upon attaining divinity, one ought to champion righteousness, vanquish malevolence throughout the cosmos, and guide humanity towards a more prosperous future, rather than assuming the role of an executioner, inflicting suffering upon countless souls. Yet destruction is my duty. The Omni King, in his unparalleled wisdom and might, must surely be correct. Contemplating this, Beerus found himself engulfed in internal conflict, grappling with profound contradictions. Whose perspective is truly valid? Chapter 32. Wagering the honor of all gods of destruction. A battle to the utmost. Like his corporeal form, his memories wandered restlessly. In that fleeting second, a multitude of recollections, as numerous as grains of sand, surfaced in his mind. His consciousness remained hazy. This was an experience unlike any he had ever known. Should it conclude here? Perhaps it is for the best. As I am weary of pondering who is right, Beerus' eyes fluttered open and closed, and just as he prepared to succumb to slumber, a persistent buzzing filled his ears. Had he succumbed to hallucinations? Damn it! A familiar voice pierced the air, hoarse yet commanding. Damn it, Beerus! Who allowed you to fall? Stand up. With a jolt, Beerus opened his eyes. This was no illusion. The voice was palpably real. He strained to listen, confirming it was indeed his twin brother, Kampa. As the foremost god of destruction, he could not afford to falter now. Though reluctant, Kampa had to acknowledge Beerus as the mightiest among them. Throughout the years, Kampa, often regarded as the lowest among the gods of destruction, had not been underestimated by others due to Beerus' presence. Sibling quarrels aside, should any other gods dare to bully Kampa, Beerus would not tolerate it. His brother was only permitted to be bullied by him. Once more, Kampa's voice resonated in Beerus' mind through a telepathic connection. You are no longer fighting for yourself. You now embody all the gods of destruction. Those words ignited a spark within Beerus, shattering the resolve he had prepared to abandon. Kampa was correct. He did not fight for his own sake. He represented all gods of destruction. He could not succumb. He still had strength. Power coursed through his veins. How could the foremost god of destruction simply fall? Bolstered by this conviction, Beerus fully awakened. Finally, the faint light within him surged forth with overwhelming might, igniting his entire being. The destructive energy within his reservoir burned intensely in that very moment, though only briefly. Beerus replenished the energy reservoir once again by engulfing his body in flames, transforming the energy into sustenance for his enhanced power. He rose anew, enveloped in violet flames that blazed fiercely. This was the ultimate strength of the mightiest god of destruction. A cataclysmic surge of destructive energy. With a piercing gaze, Beerus reignited his fighting spirit, his focus fixed intently upon Gogeta. In that instant, Beerus's stature in the eyes of the other gods of destruction grew monumental. Even his past mischief could be forgiven. Undoubtedly, Beerus was the rightful supreme god of destruction. One must ponder, if Beerus were to fall, which other god of destruction could possibly bear the mantle and confront this new deity in battle? From a distance, Gogeta slightly shifted his body, assuming a combat stance. Impressive, he could still stand. Beerus let out a cold snort. The once carefree and dismissive demeanor of the deity had vanished, replaced by an expression of profound seriousness. For the dignity of all gods of destruction, he must fight with all his might. Beerus transformed into a swirling mass of purple energy, silently appearing behind Gogeta. With a swift hand strike, imbued with the power to cleave through anything, he aimed at Gogeta's shoulder. Gogeta caught a glimpse of movement in his peripheral vision and executed a graceful turn, his indomitable arm deflecting the lethal blow. In an instant, both warriors unleashed their fists simultaneously. Bang! This punch tore through the very fabric of space. A chilling fissure emerged in the void, filled with the unknown and the terrifying. Bang! Bang! Their arms swung once more, fists colliding anew. The second punch shattered dimensions. Fragments of the multicolored dimensional walls fell into the void, causing the world to pale in comparison. Boom! Both combatants delivered a powerful side kick, fortuitously striking each other's legs. At that moment, time stood still. Everything turned to shades of gray, the scene frozen in place. The continuous wail of the air echoed through the void. Neither would yield. With every punch and kick, there was an unwavering determination to utterly obliterate the other. In the outside world, planets near the void were shattered by the released shockwaves, reduced to mere dust. Across numerous universes, the angelic staffs broadcasting the battle could not capture the movements of the two combatants. Mortals were completely unable to discern the divine conflict. Even the angelic staffs failed to provide clarity. Only Goku, transformed into a Super Saiyan god, could barely glean the action through the angelic staff. Each jarring image overwhelmed Goku's eyes. Is this Gogeta? So powerful. But with whom did Vegeta fuse? There is no time for games, Beerus. After the last blood-soaked lesson, he knew all too well that the duration of his existence was inversely proportional to the power he wielded. Goku retreated a few meters, hands resting on his hips. In an instant, he activated his instant transmission, and the art of duplication was set in motion, producing 9 identical Gokus encircling Beerus. Unlike the previous 4 this time, not only were there more copies, but they also conserved energy more efficiently. Faced with the 9 identical Gokus, Beerus remained unperturbed. He clenched his fists, refining and extracting his destructive energy once more. This was the purest form of destructive energy, a hue of deep purple tinged with red. The super explosive wave. The 9 Gokus unleashed blue energy blasts enveloped in golden light towards Beerus, the wild force crashing against his body with reckless abandon. At such close range, one would assume Beerus was doomed. Yet, having distilled his destructive energy to its utmost purity, he was now capable of a fierce counterattack. With unwavering conviction, Beerus uttered a single word: destruction. The tremendous force propelled both combatants away from one another, creating a spectacular visual display in the void. 9 towering pillars of energy resembled a blossoming flower, with a purple center at its core. Neither side could gain the upper hand. It had become a battle of endurance, one that Goku could scarcely maintain. It's over, Beerus. Goku sneered, adding, I mentioned this is merely 70% of my strength. Oh, pardon me. I forgot to inform you how much I have left. Even I do not know. A silvery radiance flooded the void, enveloping his crimson fur in silver. His deep red hair, at that moment, elongated to his waist, replaced by silver. He transformed into Super Saiyan 5, seamlessly and without hesitation, a transformation only Goku could achieve. With the divine aura enhancing him, Super Saiyan 5 Goku emerged. Simultaneously, the other 8 Gokus also transformed into Super Saiyan 5. And the power of the 9 explosive energy waves surged once more, intensifying as they bore down upon Beerus, signaling the imminent climax of this battle. Chapter 33. Can anyone defeat the God of Destruction? A chilling scream erupted from Beerus's throat, a sound of utter despair from the otherwise invincible God of Destruction. The collision of the super explosive wave and the destructive energy unleashed a cataclysmic explosion. The destructive energy repeatedly dismantled the explosive waves, yet with each breakdown, the searing energy surged back with renewed vigor. As the Super Saiyan 5 Goku continued to exert his power, cracks began to form in the destructive energy enveloping Beerus. His facial expression twisted beyond his control, his teeth clenched painfully against his lips, crimson blood trickling from the corners of his mouth. At that moment, Beerus was enduring unprecedented torment. His body was numb, yet his spirit refused to allow him to fall. This was the most disheveled he had ever been. What a farce. Aya! Beerus extracted every last ounce of strength from his muscles. Suddenly, a wave of despair, imbued with divine essence, surged into his mind. An aura so profound that even he could not fathom its depths. Ultra Instinct Goku, in his blue attire, elevated the divine power that belonged to him once more, merging it with the might of Super Saiyan 5 Vegeta, channeling it into a colossal Kamehameha wave. This force was awe-inspiring, capable of shaking the very heavens and stirring the souls of the departed. Even the angels stood in rapt attention, utterly amazed. On Earth, Whis turned his gaze from the screen to the sky, keenly attuning himself to this incredible power. Such a formidable entity existed in this world. The purity of this divine aura was astonishing, almost reminiscent of an angel. Yet, angels are forbidden from meddling in earthly affairs. It seemed that Lord Beerus' failure this time was inevitable. However, it was not without merit, for it might spur him to grow ever stronger. Should the day arise again, as forewarned by his father, Lord Beerus would undoubtedly play a pivotal role. While Whis contemplated these thoughts, a commanding voice resonated in his ear. Whis. Instantly alert, Whis responded gravely, "Father." Realizing the impropriety of his address, he quickly amended, "Grand Minister. This Vegeta, he hails from your 7th universe, does he not? The Omni King has taken a keen interest in him." Whis paused, understanding the implications of the Grand Minister's words. Understood. Grand Minister. In the void, the circumstances were decidedly unfavorable for Beerus, whose body was drained of all excess power, reduced to a mere shell. This transcendent divine force mercilessly crushed his destructive capabilities. For the first time, aside from angels and the Omni King, Beerus comprehended the meaning of a higher power existing beyond the divine. However, fortune smiled upon him. Just as the Kamehameha wave was poised to engulf Beerus, a miracle transpired. Goku split into two without warning, and that overwhelming divine aura dissipated as if none of it had ever occurred. The impending Kamehameha wave that threatened to consume Beerus faltered at that moment. Another disintegration, Vegeta, remarked the ethereal visage of Goku in his blue form. Vegeta, clutching his abdomen and gasping for breath, glanced at the nearly defeated Beerus. Indeed, though it seems he is not faring well either. Then let it be so, Vegeta. Farewell. The moment those words left his lips, the apparition vanished without a trace, leaving no forewarning. This sudden farewell caught Vegeta off guard. "Hey, Kakarot, where on earth have you gone?" The voice of Goku echoed once more, to a faraway place. Certainly not this world. Vegeta was beset by a mountain of questions, yearning to reach out and halt the apparition, but his body betrayed him, ensnared by an overwhelming sense of weakness and pain that rendered him immobile. To accept the divine power that transcends nature within the frail vessel of a mortal is inherently an act of defiance against the heavens. The mere fact that Vegeta still draws breath is a remarkable feat, Kakarot, once again, has departed stealthily. Though Vegeta's words imply disdain, a sense of joy burgeons within him. At the very least, he now comprehends that the blue-clad Goku has not vanished, but ascended to divinity. This realization fortifies his resolve to grow ever stronger. Vegeta turned his gaze towards Beerus, who floated aimlessly in the air, his eyes vacant and devoid of life. It seemed this being lacked the strength to rise and combat once more. Thus, an opportune moment to deliver a fatal blow presented itself. With great effort, Vegeta stifled his pain and prepared to gather his final energy blast. A sigh escaped him, for his body was utterly drained of power. Hey, that fellow, does he still intend to destroy Earth? Unable to move, he opted to wield words instead. However, instead of a response from Beerus, another presence emerged. Whis appeared silently before Beerus. "Ah, Mr. Vegeta, I can assure you on behalf of Lord Beerus that Earth shall remain unharmed. The words of a god hold immense weight." You know, Vegeta grew wary, contemplating. Is this individual seeking vengeance for Beerus? although he did grant me the ability to survive in the vacuum of space. He remains Beerus's master. Vegeta retorted. Ha, he no longer possesses the strength for that. I have stated I would render him incapable of destruction. Whis responded courteously. Indeed, mister. Vegeta, you have broadened my horizons. However, fret not. I shall not take advantage of his misfortune. Lord Beerus is fatigued and shall likely slumber for an extended period. I wonder if he will awaken in time for the next century of destruction. With that, a brilliant light erupted from the void, and Beerus and Whis simultaneously vanished. Concurrently, a healing energy surged within Vegeta. Though it did not fully restore him, it was sufficient to return him to Earth. You should hurry back for your wife's birthday celebration. Whis' voice lingered in the air. This year, the battle between Vegeta and Beerus has indeed overturned the gods' perception. Mortals can wield such formidable strength. The images of their clash repeatedly streamed on GodTube, and Vegeta became the focal point of study among other destroyers. In the 10th universe, the apprentice Kaioshin Zamasu, as was his custom, sipped tea while watching GodTube. The footage of Beerus's defeat repeatedly jolted his senses. Impossible. The tea spilled, and the cup shattered at that moment. Zamasu exclaimed in astonishment. Is there someone capable of defeating a destroyer? Chapter 34. Give me a day, and I shall transform you into a Super Saiyan 4. Earth. A year later, in a desolate expanse. This is precisely the location where Vegeta and Son Goku first clashed in battle. Despite the passage of numerous years, the scenery remains unchanged. Standing atop the highest peak, Vegeta crosses his arms and gazes into the distance, where a magnificent expanse unfolds before his eyes. A gentle breeze tousles Vegeta's hair, evoking a sense of nostalgia in this familiar place. The battlefield of here still exists, yet the adversary from those days is no longer present. The words of blue-clad Son Goku echo in Vegeta's mind. He has not perished. Rather, he has ventured into another realm. Ha, Kakarot, no matter where you are, I shall find you. Our rivalry remains unresolved. Vegeta's eyes gleam with intensity and determination. Hey, Vegeta, a familiar voice calls from behind. Vegeta pauses momentarily. Kakarot. He turns around with surprise, only to discover that the newcomer is not the blue-clad Son Goku. The Son Goku of this timeline exuberantly flies before Vegeta. Vegeta, thank goodness you're here. You're the only one who can save Earth. Hee hee. After saying this, Son Goku circles around Vegeta, examining him closely, sniffing around, and ultimately fixating on his tail. Vegeta, feeling somewhat irked by Son Goku's peculiar gaze and behavior, inquires, What is it, Kakarot? Son Goku scratches his head, and, with a playful grin, asks Vegeta, How did you train? That Super Saiyan 4 and Super Saiyan 5 are incredible. Can you teach me? Vegeta gazes at this version of Goku, so different from the memory he holds, pondering. This world clearly diverges from the one I once experienced. According to Trunks, this must be a parallel universe. Speaking of Trunks, I wonder how he is faring. He must have eliminated all those androids by now. Vegeta glances back at Son Goku. Indeed, regardless of the universe, Kakarot possesses an unwavering desire to grow stronger. Vegeta elucidates to transform into a Super Saiyan 4. One must possess a tail. This was the reason I wished for my tail to grow back. Son Goku, having roughly deduced the tail's significance, proceeds to inquire further. By the way, Vegeta, with whom did you fuse? Son Goku's expression shifts to one of earnest anticipation for Vegeta's response. Without hesitation, Vegeta replies, The you from my dreams. Son Goku looks puzzled, pointing to himself. The me from your dreams? Just then, the sky darkens ominously in the distance, abruptly interrupting their conversation. This scene is all too familiar to both of them. Son Goku's attention is entirely captivated, and he forgets the previous topic, exclaiming, Is it the dragon? Did Bulma use the Dragon Balls again? Oh no, I must wish for my tail to grow back before she does. Vegeta gazed towards the direction of the dragon, realizing that it was not West City. Thus, it was not Bulma who had summoned the Dragon Balls. This raised a pressing question. Who, then, had invoked the Dragon Balls? Kakarot, if you wish to avoid your desires falling to naught, then follow me. Vegeta bellowed, promptly accelerating towards the dragon's location. Wait for me, Vegeta, Goku exclaimed, trailing closely behind. The two swiftly made their way to the dragon's site. However, the battlefield revealed no signs of life, save for the dragon itself. Vegeta immediately sensed something amiss. The dragon could not have materialized out of thin air. Exercising caution, he surveyed the surrounding area and soon spotted 3 small children hiding behind some rocks. "Hey kids, did you steal the Dragon Balls to summon the dragon?" Vegeta interrogated the Pilaf gang. This inquiry left the trio in a state of fright, rendering them speechless. It's you? Aren't you friends of Trunks?" Goku waved at the Pilaf gang. Pilaf, seizing the opportunity like a lifeline, fabricated an excuse. "Ah yes. With Master Trunks' birthday approaching, we borrowed the Dragon Balls to inquire what gift he desires most from the dragon." At that moment, Pilaf felt exceedingly clever. However, to his surprise, Vegeta was equally intrigued by this matter, prompting him to ask, "What does he wish for?" Pilaf was instantly at a loss for words, a chill running down his spine as he struggled to maintain his ruse. In a moment of desperation, his gaze fell upon Mai. Recalling the encounter when they stumbled upon Trunks and Goten, Pilaf remembered Trunks' affectionate gaze towards Mai. It was unmistakably indicative of his feelings. Pilaf blurted out, "Master Trunks wants Mai to be his girlfriend." This statement made Mai blush like an apple, causing her to shyly exclaim, "Master Pilaf." She then hastily fled the scene. Pilaf, awkwardly smiling at Vegeta, hurried after Mai with Shu, calling out, "Hey, wait for me." Honestly, at this age, still so bashful. Vegeta's lips began to twitch, a realization dawning upon him. It appears to be true. I never expected that Trunks harbored such thoughts. A moment later, the twitching of his lips slightly curled upward, revealing an uncontainable smile. "Good lad. Hey, I say, have you forgotten about me?" The dragon's tone grew somewhat impatient, feeling disrespected in its noble presence. Observing the trio of children, Goku felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity. As Goku turned to watch the unfolding scene, he nearly forgot the very purpose of his arrival, his expression filled with regret. "Ah, my apologies, Dragon. I will make my wish immediately. Dragon, please allow my tail to grow back." Goku proclaimed unabashedly, stating his wish without hesitation. The colossal being's crimson eyes gleamed, and a deep voice resonated. "Ah, your wish has been fulfilled. Then I bid you farewell." Suddenly, Sun Wukong felt an itch at his posterior, and like bamboo shoots after spring rain, his tail emerged with visible speed. Instantly, a surge of primal Saiyan power began to stir within him, and in that fleeting moment, he sensed an elevation in his strength. Sun Wukong, brimming with childlike excitement, exclaimed, "Hee, this is wonderful. Vegeta, my tail has grown back. Now, how can I transform into Super Saiyan 4? Vegeta reminisced about his own transformation into Super Saiyan 4 years ago, when Bulma utilized a device to amplify the blast of the moon, enabling him to become a golden great ape before ultimately evolving into Super Saiyan 4. As for the specifics of how Sun Wukong had transformed initially, he had never delved deeply into that. Vegeta replied, "Let us return to West City. The next steps will be entrusted to Bulma." In the expanse beyond the atmosphere, aboard a Frieza Force spaceship, Taguma and Sobel had narrowly escaped a chaotic pursuit just a minute earlier. As the detector blared wildly, the two tumbled into the ship. "Phew! Lucky we sensed it early. The ship has cloaking and silent functions. It seems our technological advancements over the years were indeed prudent," Sobel remarked, clutching his heart in relief. Gazing at Frieza being healed in the medical chamber, Taguma felt that all of this was worthwhile, exclaiming joyfully, "As long as Lord Frieza is revived, we need not fear them anymore." In West City, Vegeta conveyed his desires to Bulma. "In crucial moments, it seems I must rely on you." He chuckled. Bulma, with a determined expression, responded confidently, "No problem. Leave it to me." With that, she donned her work attire and headed towards the laboratory. Watching Bulma depart, Vegeta wore a proud smile. When it came to matters of science, he held immense faith in his wife. "Yay, this is fantastic. Thank you, Bulma." Sun Wukong bowed deeply to her. Bulma waved her hand dismissively. "All right, I understand. Give me a day. I will absolutely enable you to become Super Saiyan 4. Chapter 35. An Unexpected Invitation from Whis. Shortly after Bulma's departure, Sun Wukong reveled in his joy, only to have Vegeta douse him with cold water. "Hey, Kakarot, being exposed to the blast will transform you into a golden great ape, causing you to lose your senses. You should be able to control yourself, right?" Vegeta cautioned Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong paused momentarily. "Golden great ape?" Vegeta continued to elucidate. "Yes, once the golden great ape regains rationality, it can transform into Super Saiyan 4. "Oh, I see. Don't worry. If you can do it, so can I," Sun Wukong declared with unwavering confidence. Suddenly, an inexplicable sense of pressure emanated from the back of the second Saiyan. Both individuals remained on high alert. Suddenly, Vegeta's body jolted, as if he had sensed something extraordinary. He swiftly turned around. Indeed, a tall, silver-haired man stood behind them. This was Whis. "Mr. Vegeta, it has been quite some time," he remarked. After their last encounter, Vegeta realized that this being known as Whis was indeed a remarkable deity. Yet he was certain that Whis would not come to Earth without a significant reason. Vegeta extended his hand to shield Goku, signaling him not to act hastily. "Is there something you wish to discuss, Mr. Whis? By the way, how is that individual known as Beerus?" With this question, Vegeta's tone took on a hint of mockery, as he harbored little fondness for Beerus. Whis smiled politely and then revealed astonishing news. Lord Beerus is currently in a state of slumber and may not awaken for quite some time. This is also the source of my concern, for the God of Destruction tournament, which occurs once every 100 years, is approaching. If Lord Beerus remains asleep, our 7th universe will be without a God of Destruction. The Omni King will undoubtedly be displeased. Vegeta smirked slightly and retorted, "What does that have to do with me? What is it that you propose?" Whis replied, "I would like to invite you to become a candidate for the position of God of Destruction under my personal guidance, as candidates are permitted to participate in the tournament." Upon hearing Whis's words, Vegeta pondered. This being was the mentor of Beerus, likely possessing strength that surpassed his own. Beerus was indeed formidable, and had it not been for the fusion between Kakarot and myself, we would have faced insurmountable challenges. It would be disingenuous to claim that I wasn't intrigued. Give me a compelling reason to agree to this. This matter concerns your gods. Why should I acquiesce? Whis chuckled softly as he approached Vegeta, leaning in to whisper, "Does Mr. Vegeta not wish to grow stronger? Much like that individual who once aided you, possessing divine power?" Vegeta was well aware of whom Whis was referring to and began to deliberate. Kakarot, in his divine state, was indeed formidable, with the strength of Gogeta serving as irrefutable evidence. Whis continued to persuade Vegeta, "I understand that Mr. Vegeta holds reservations regarding Lord Beerus. However, we angels are neutral, and I did not incite Lord Beerus to wreak havoc upon Earth. It was merely due to a dream he had." Vegeta abruptly interrupted Whis. "Is there any precedent for someone becoming a god after death? What kind of god would they become, and where would they reside, rather than aspiring to be a deity?" Vegeta was more keen to ascertain the whereabouts of the blue-clad Goku. Whis's expression shifted to one of seriousness. He could not recall any instances of individuals becoming gods after death. "I apologize, Mr. Vegeta. At least in my recollection, there have been none. However, the Grand Priest may have some insight." At this juncture, a glimmer of light flickered in Whis's eyes. To Vegeta's surprise, he boldly posed such a question, seizing the opportunity to meet the Grand Minister. However, mere mortals cannot have an audience with the Grand Minister. Only deities or candidates for the God of Destruction may do so. Whis felt a surge of joy, realizing that this could serve dual purposes, resolving both matters simultaneously. Vegeta remained silent, contemplating internally. It seems that the deity known as the Grand Minister possesses even greater powers than Whis. Is it imperative for him to become a candidate for the God of Destruction? A glimmer of cunning flashed in Vegeta's eyes as he smirked slightly. "What if I choose not to become a candidate for the God of Destruction?" Upon hearing this, Whis's plans appeared to falter, but being an angel, he maintained his composure and replied calmly, "Then you will not meet the Grand Minister." Yet the very next moment, Vegeta astonished everyone by declaring, "I refuse to be merely a candidate. I aspire to be the God of Destruction." In that instant, Vegeta's competitive spirit surged exponentially. Even Kakarot had ascended to godhood, and being a mere candidate for the God of Destruction would not suffice. The atmosphere suddenly became tense and awkward. "What? Are you unwilling?" Vegeta pressed assertively. Vegeta, Goku's face was etched with astonishment. He had not anticipated such an unreasonable request for Vegeta. However, what transpired next left Goku utterly bewildered. He had assumed Whis would decline outright. Yet Whis' response astonished Goku to the core. With a gentle smile, Whis replied, "Very well." Goku's mouth fell agape, disbelief gleaming in his eyes. He exclaimed, "But isn't Beerus the God of Destruction?" Whis calmly responded, "Indeed, but currently, Lord Beerus is in slumber. Traditionally, he awakens automatically before the God of Destruction's centennial tournament. But this time, thanks to Mr. Vegeta's contribution, it seems he cannot be roused due to unresolved inner turmoil." Vegeta murmured, "Inner turmoil?" At that moment, Whis waved his staff as if conducting a ceremony. Consulting the God of Destruction Beerus, there was no response. Lord Beerus acquiesced. "In my capacity as the Angel of Universe 7, I hereby announce that the new god of destruction is none other than Lord Vegeta. Whis' demeanor caught both Vegeta and Goku off guard, giving them the impression that Whis was eager to have Beerus displaced. This revelation served as a wake-up call for Vegeta. It appeared that a god of destruction lacking utility could be readily discarded. Vegeta turned to Whis and stated, "Let me clarify. Once I become the god of destruction, I will not wreak havoc like Beerus." Whis maintained a smile. "That is perfectly acceptable." Vegeta paused, pondering whether this response was somewhat unusual. According to Beerus, the role of a god of destruction was to bring about destruction, yet Whis had so readily agreed. Chapter 36. Will Lord Beerus be angry? Then, allow me to accompany you, Lord Vegeta. As the staff began to sway, a mysterious radiance leading to Beerus' planet emerged. Can I also join you? Goku interposed himself in front of Whis, eager to seize this opportunity as a martial arts enthusiast. Whis assessed Goku behind him, although his prowess paled in comparison to Vegeta's. He was undeniably gifted. Of course, Mr. Goku. Heavy footsteps echoed behind Goku. Kakarot, have you forgotten something? Goku scratched his head and rubbed the back of his neck, suddenly enlightened. Oh, right. Super Saiyan 4. Apologies, Mr. Whis, but we cannot accompany you just yet. We must wait until tomorrow. Though puzzled, Whis dismissed the light and turned to survey the opulent courtyard, reminiscing about the delightful culinary experiences aboard the cruise ship. That is acceptable, but Lord Vegeta, I find myself rather hungry. What do you think? At this moment, Whis directly addressed Vegeta with the decorum befitting a god of destruction. Vegeta immediately grasped Whis' intent and produced a walkie-talkie, shouting into it, "Prepare the most extravagant dinner at once." No sooner had he spoken than a commotion erupted from the kitchen. Subsequently, Vegeta entered the laboratory to check on Bulma's progress and bid her farewell. As he walked, he spotted Bulma diligently working, bent over a machine, engrossed in her task. Bulma then noticed the additional presence in the lab. "Oh, Vegeta, what brings you here? Do you wish to assist me?" "Perfect timing. Could you fetch me that screwdriver?" Vegeta leaned down and picked up a pair of pliers. "This one?" Bulma looked exasperated. "Forget it. I'll handle it myself. You should focus on saving the Earth. Let me manage this." With that, Bulma jumped down, grasped the screwdriver from the floor, and returned to her machine. Vegeta grasped Bulma's hand, blocking her path. "What is it?" Bulma inquired, puzzled. "I am to become a god of destruction." Bulma was taken aback. "What? You intend to abandon us, mother and child, to ascend to divinity? Will you not be able to live forever as a god? How unfair. Saiyans already age slowly, and now you will be immortal." Vegeta wiped the sweat from Bulma's brow, caressing her face. "I am truly sorry, but there are matters I must clarify." Yet, Bulma merely voiced her concerns, fully supporting Vegeta's decision in her heart. "All right, I understand. My man becoming a god brings me pride as well. Just remember us, and it would be splendid if we could ascend to divinity too. Hee hee." Bulma planted a kiss on Vegeta's cheek before returning to her workstation. The following day, the enhanced rays of Beerus illuminated Sun Wukong as a golden giant gorilla manifested in Bulma's yard. As Vegeta anticipated, Sun Wukong succumbed to his primal rage. Without hesitation, Vegeta transformed into Super Saiyan 2, delivering a resounding slap to the golden ape's face, effectively subduing the rampaging Wukong. "Damn you, Kakarot. What was it you said yesterday? You promised you could regain your senses," Vegeta exclaimed, following up with a powerful punch to the golden gorilla's right cheek. A wild roar erupted, declaring the giant's defiance as it rose, eager to resist. "You wretch, if you do not awaken today, I shall continue to pummel you until you do." Vegeta chastised the golden beast. Witnessing this scene, Whis couldn't help but admire Vegeta's approach, pondering. Indeed, Lord Vegeta is truly destined to be a god of destruction. True to his nature, Sun Wukong responded to Vegeta's words and began to awaken, fulfilling his promise. The golden giant gradually diminished in size, ultimately reverting to his normal form, with Super Saiyan 4 Sun Wukong making a dazzling entrance. Wukong, invigorated by his newfound strength, raised his fists in excitement. "All right, Kakarot, do not be too eager to adapt. Compared to Earth, the planet Beerus mentioned is far more suitable for battle." Observing Super Saiyan 4, Vegeta felt an itch in his hands, an undeniable urge to engage in combat with this version of Wukong, although he knew he was different from the one he was familiar with. "Come on, grab hold of me. We shall set off," Whis urged the two. "Wait a moment, Vegeta," Bulma called out, rushing towards him with a box in hand. "This is the outfit I made for you. The god of destruction attire is rather unsightly. You should wear what I have designed for you instead." She then produced a universal capsule, adding, "Inside are many of your favorite delicacies." Vegeta accepted the 2 items, a content smile gracing his face. "I understand. By the way, Bulma, could you please inform Chi-Chi that I will be embarking on a journey? I am too afraid to tell her myself. I fear she may not consent. Please." Wukong clasped his hands in supplication, beseeching Bulma. Bulma furrowed her brow, knowing Chi-Chi's temperament would surely lead to anger, but communication was still possible. After a moment's contemplation, she replied, "Very well. I will tell Chi-Chi that you are off to save the world. She will undoubtedly agree." Hearing this, Wukong felt a weight lifted from his heart, turning to Whis and grasping him tightly. At that moment, Bulma leaned in gently, whispering in Vegeta's ear, "Remember to return to us." A soft kiss brushed against Vegeta's cheek, and before he could fully comprehend, Bulma swiftly pushed him towards Whis. "Now let us depart," she urged. Vegeta, still feeling the warmth of the kiss on his cheek, walked to Whis, placing a hand on his shoulder. A brilliant radiance suddenly erupted, and the 3 individuals vanished from their original position. In no time, they commenced their journey towards Beerus planet with the swiftness of the cosmos. "Mr. Whis, do you think Lord Beerus will be angered by the usurpation of his position as God of Destruction?" In a display of newfound politeness, Goku refrained from directly addressing Beerus by name. Whis replied with a smile, "I can assure you that Lord Beerus will not be displeased." Vegeta, having emerged from the tenderness of his wife, harbored an inexplicable suspicion regarding Whis's words, sensing that matters were not as straightforward as they appeared. Chapter 37. The Trial of Ascendancy. On Beerus planet, a burst of light heralded the arrival of the 3 individuals upon the terrain. This celestial body exuded a primal essence, an untouched realm ripe for cultivation. "Lord Vegeta, I shall guide you on your path to becoming a god of destruction," Whis declared directly, seemingly unwilling to waste a moment. This urgency only deepened Vegeta's skepticism. "Wait a moment," Vegeta interrupted Whis's actions. "What is it, Lord Vegeta?" Whis inquired, puzzled. "By what authority should I trust you?" Vegeta finally voiced his inner doubts. Whis elucidated, "I merely wish to avoid any delays. Should Lord Vegeta have a change of heart." "What then?" Vegeta retorted. "Your reasoning is insufficient. That is not the answer I seek. You must at least inform me of the necessary steps. One cannot simply dive in without guidance." With a sigh, Whis waved his staff, and a wondrous alternate dimension materialized. "Do you see this place? This is the realm where successive gods of destruction have undergone their trials. By passing these trials, one can master destruction techniques. The higher the level of the trial completed, the greater the destructive energy obtained. As for how to proceed, you'll understand once you enter. As the Angel of Universe 7, I have no reason to deceive you." With a sense of resolution settling in his heart, Vegeta nodded, "Very well, then lead us forth." In an instant, the 3 vanished, reappearing in a mysterious expanse. Wispy purple clouds swirled at the entrance, contrasting sharply with the surrounding environment, giving the place an eerie aura, as though it had sprouted independently. Vegeta approached the grand entrance, poised to step inside. Mr. Whis, may I also enter here?" Goku inquired politely. Whis shook his head. "I'm afraid not. There can only be one god of destruction per universe." Goku's expression fell in disappointment. Whis's gaze lingered on Goku, recognizing that this individual, known as Goku, was among the elite in Universe 7. With a little guidance, unexpected outcomes could very well arise. "Follow me. Though you cannot become a god of destruction, we angels." Goku reignited his fighting spirit and trailed closely behind Whis. On the other side, Vegeta strode directly into the cave and, at that moment, his aura vanished into thin air. The trial grounds unfolded before him, revealing a desolate expanse shrouded in purple mist. A violet tempest aimlessly roamed the sky, occasionally unleashing gusts of wind. The ground was littered with fragmented bones, remnants of those who had failed the trials, eternally trapped in this terrifying realm. The entire atmosphere starkly contrasted with the serene tranquility outside. In an instant, a ferocious bolt of purple lightning descended from the heavens, aimed directly at Vegeta with astonishing speed, so swift that even he nearly evaded it. "Ah, this seems rather intriguing." With a swift motion, Vegeta transformed into a Super Saiyan, confronting the chaotic onslaught of destructive energy in the form of lightning. He summoned a long-forgotten royal technique, manifesting energy orbs in his hands, which he hurled haphazardly toward the storm of lightning. Against formidable adversaries, this tactic might yield minimal results, yet it proved remarkably effective against the erratic bolts. As Vegeta had anticipated, he successfully withstood the first wave of trials. It appeared that the intensity of this initial surge of destructive energy was not overly formidable. However, some had clearly succumbed. His peripheral gaze fell upon the pile of bones, realizing that such destructive force merely separated flesh from bone rather than obliterating it entirely. With a resounding boom, a thunderous clap reverberated through the violet sky, and in that moment, a wave of destructive energy cascaded down, threatening to shatter everything in its path. It was evident that the second wave of trials had commenced, shaking both sky and earth in a resonating tremor. This surge of destructive power was far more ferocious than the previous assault, causing Vegeta's insides to react instinctively. Clutching his abdomen, he understood that without resistance, his organs might resonate as the world around him did, ultimately succumbing to the destructive force. In the blink of an eye, Vegeta ascended to Super Saiyan 2. The pressure from his transformation disrupting the frequency of the thunder, halting the tremors in the space, leaving behind a golden radiance. Yet, this tranquility was merely the calm before the storm. Suddenly, a tempest erupted. This was no ordinary wind, but one infused with destructive energy, annihilating all in its wake. The heaps of bones had silently vanished from the trial grounds. In a fleeting moment, amidst the howling winds, purple droplets began to fall from the sky. At this instant, Vegeta comprehended the nature of the forces at play, natural elements imbued with destructive energy. So, this is the essence of thunder, lightning, and tempest. In an instant, Vegeta transitioned into Super Saiyan 4, wielding a glowing sword with ease, deftly severing the rain imbued with destructive energy. With unwavering confidence, he bellowed, "If this is all there is, can this truly be called a trial? Let the storm come with greater ferocity." The trial ground seems to possess an uncanny ability to comprehend human speech. In response to Vegeta's provocation, the tempest escalates into a hurricane, unleashing destructive energy lasers that rain down upon him like a torrential downpour. Their sole intention is to obliterate Vegeta, leaving him to remain in this trial ground for eternity, akin to the remnants of skeletal remains. As the purple hurricane looms before him, Vegeta stands resolute, his hair transforming into a vibrant red, and the sword of light in his hand radiating with increasing brilliance. He resolves to harness the power of the Super Saiyan 4 limit break to turn the tide of battle. In an instant, the sword doubles in size, becoming a formidable 40-meter-long blade that Vegeta swings with ferocity. As anticipated, this strike cleaves through everything in its path. The hurricane shatters, and boundless destructive energy lingers in the air. Vegeta raises one hand above his head, summoning a protective shield around him. Within this sanctuary, he observes the chaos of self-destruction. As the ruptured hurricane's destructive force collides violently with the raindrops in the air, eventually dissipating into nothingness. At this moment, the sky of the trial ground finds tranquility, mirroring the calmness of the outside world. Has it come to an end? Vegeta murmurs. Just then, a violet light pierces the heavens, surging into Vegeta's being, filling him to the brim. In that instant, he feels a domineering force violently breaking through his energy reservoir, forcibly merging with the Saiyan power within him. His S cells intertwine with this force, resulting in a profound transformation of his physique. The state of Super Saiyan 4 limit break begins to undergo subtle alterations, with a hint of purple visible amidst the red of his hair. Vegeta examines his hands, astonished to see violet lightning erupting from his palms. This power, he recognizes all too well, reminiscent of the destructive force he wielded during his battle with Beerus. Yet this time, it is under his command. Indeed, this power is formidable, but mastering it will require additional time. As Vegeta silently vows to fully harness this strength, the trial ground stirs with an undercurrent of change. A purple mist begins to envelop the surroundings, obscuring everything in its wake. Amidst the dense fog, a brilliant white light emerges, pure and untainted, capturing Vegeta's attention profoundly. Chapter 38, Destructive Sublimation, Crimson Destruction, Annihilation. Entranced by this sacred radiance, Vegeta instinctively moves forward, drawn toward the source of the light. The thick purple mist serves to accentuate the enigma of the white glow, and under its influence, Vegeta quickens his pace. After several moments, he finally discerns the luminous object, a seed, a glowing seed. The light cascades upon Vegeta, enveloping him in a sensation of bliss and comfort, as refreshing as a gentle spring breeze that nourishes his being. Unable to resist, Vegeta reaches out to touch this mysterious seed, yet it seems to possess an unapproachable allure, evading his grasp the moment his hand draws near. Vegeta reached out once more, yet was still evaded. He quickened his pace. But the creature moved with an agility that seemed almost sentient, as if it anticipated his every move. It is worth noting that the speed of a Super Saiyan 4 in the state of limit break is among the top 3 in the 7th universe. Just as Vegeta resolved to transform into a Super Saiyan 5 and confront the entity head-on, the creature suddenly accelerated, darting directly into Vegeta's body. Taken by surprise, Vegeta had not anticipated such an outcome. What on earth is this thing? Confusion enveloped him, but in the next moment, he felt a jolt that froze him in place. A piercing light penetrated his consciousness, stunning every nerve ending in his body. A colossal character for time filled his mind, only to dissipate in less than a second. Vegeta shook his head violently, blinking his eyes open and closed until he finally regained his composure. A thunderous roar erupted from the trial ground, pulling Vegeta back from the surreal vision he had just experienced. What is that? He steeled himself, his senses heightened to the brink of overflow. A more intense roar echoed from the distance, indicating the presence of a colossal creature. Once the roar subsided, Vegeta felt an unsettling chill in front of him. The purple mist vanished instantaneously, revealing a massive face pressing closely against him, its large eyes radiating malice. For a brief moment, Vegeta felt as if he were suffocating. With a sudden opening of a gaping maw, a tremendous gust of wind surged forth from the creature's mouth, carrying an energy that Vegeta recognized all too well. Destruction. At such a close range, he had no time to evade. Although the destructive energy concealed within the wind was of the same origin as that within Vegeta, it was significantly more potent. This is bad. This monster intends to trap me here. Even in his Super Saiyan 4 limit break state, Vegeta could not escape this onslaught. In that instant, he discerned the color of the wind. Red. This scene was reminiscent of a moment from his memory, the climactic battle between Gogeta and Beerus, where Beerus unleashed a final wave of destructive energy. The purple limit transforms into red, a deep hue of crimson. The fierce wind sought to tear Vegeta apart. And in that moment, he combined the destructive force of his newly acquired domain with the Super Saiyan 4 limit break state. With a resounding crash, the wind shattered, propelling Vegeta thousands of miles away, flailing in disarray. Finally, it was at this moment that Vegeta beheld the true form of the creature. It was a dragon. A Western dragon with wings, its size comparable to that of the Earth Shinron. Its entire body was enveloped in a fiery crimson hue, with protrusions along its back resembling elongated swords. Fiery brilliance flickered within its eyes, and sharp claws were encased in scales, concealing deadly fangs behind a fearsome maw. A colossal explosion erupted as golden energy beams surged towards the dragon, yet it proved to be a mere drop in the ocean, inviting an even more frenzied retaliation. With a powerful flap of its wings, the seemingly cumbersome beast materialized before Vegeta, its razor-sharp claws striking his chest with force. Blood erupted from Vegeta's throat in a violent spray. A thunderous roar escaped his lips as a silvery luminescence enveloped his form, and in an instant, he transformed into Super Saiyan 5. In that very moment, the Dragon Slayer was born anew as he unsheathed his 40-meter-long sword, channeling the full extent of Super Saiyan 5's power. With a mighty lift, he swung the colossal blade towards the dragon's head. A pained groan emanated from the dragon. Yet the sword faltered upon contact with its skull, making no further progress. The dragon seemed poised to break free at any moment. But Vegeta would never grant it such an opportunity. Beast, he bellowed. In an instant, destructive energy surged into the sword, staining its entire length a deep violet. The dragon's blood gushed forth like a torrent, saturating the trial grounds, before the beast collapsed with a thunderous thud, as the dragon's carcass transformed into shimmering starlight. To Vegeta's astonishment, the luminous particles did not vanish, but instead surged into his body. The scene that had unfolded merely 10 minutes prior replayed itself, as the red, savage energy coursed through him, merging with his blood and elevating his destructive force once more. At the edges of his hair, the faint purple hue melded with the red, morphing into a vibrant crimson. The very essence of destruction faded in that moment, supplanted by a new word in Vegeta's mind: annihilation. Realizing the implications of Whis' words, Vegeta recalled that the higher the level of the trial, the more potent the destructive power obtained. Gathering a sphere of purple energy in his left hand, he manifested destruction. while his right hand coalesced a crimson energy form that dissipated after a mere 3 seconds. It seems that annihilation is even more challenging to control. Only by mastering destruction to its fullest can one truly grasp annihilation. Vegeta glanced towards the exit, preparing to depart. Just as he was about to leave the trial grounds, an unexpected event halted his steps, igniting boundless contemplation within him. The purple mist dissipated entirely, and the sky returned to its original state, while scattered energies converged from all directions. In that fleeting moment, Vegeta's pupils constricted sharply as a phrase crystallized before him. Remember the mission of destruction. Eliminate the angels. Chapter 39. The Secret of the Destroyer. Planet Beerus. Alas, Mr. Whis, your prowess is extraordinary. I can scarcely land a blow on you. How do you manage it? Exclaimed Son Goku, swinging his fist in frustration. Whis, unfazed, elucidated, it is quite simple. One must react without the encumbrance of thought. When the senses engage the mind, speed becomes limited. Suddenly, a mournful roar of a dragon reverberated throughout planet Beerus. Whis paused his teachings and gazed towards the arena of trials. It seems Lord Vegeta has accomplished what all the gods of destruction have failed to achieve. Lord Beerus himself nearly succeeded back in the day. It appears Lord Vegeta has surpassed the strength of Lord Beerus before he ascended to godhood. With Lord Beerus's current prowess, he should find it effortless, though each individual may only enter once. As we spoke, Goku felt an overwhelming joy. Wonderful. Truly, Vegeta lives up to his reputation. It seems I must intensify my training to keep pace with him. Boom! Several energy spheres imbued with destructive power soared from afar, hurtling towards Whis. With a delicate tap of his toe and a slight shift of his body, Whis gracefully evaded them all. The destructive orbs veered into the forest, obliterating it in an instant. Whis nodded approvingly. Commendable, yet it pales in comparison to Lord Beerus's destructive capabilities. Nonetheless, achieving such power so swiftly is impressive. Vegeta's silhouette gradually emerged in response to Whis's remarks. He extended his hand and jested. That destruction couldn't even harm you. Whis approached Vegeta. It seems, Lord Vegeta, you're already aware. The exchange left Goku perplexed, particularly regarding Vegeta's recent attack on Whis. Vegeta, why did you ambush Mr. Whis? Did he deceive you? Goku inquired, stepping beside Vegeta, acutely aware of their alliance. Vegeta shook his head, indicating otherwise, then turned to Whis. Then it falls upon you to clarify. What do those words imply? Whis's gaze became resolute. This is a secret even Lord Beerus does not know, one that only the gods of destruction who have undergone the supreme trials are worthy to comprehend. Whis's words deepened the intrigue of the two Saiyan youths. The ultimate goal of the gods of destruction is, in fact, to eliminate the angels. You may have noticed that the position of God of destruction is inherently paradoxical. Aside from the independent angel race, all other deities serve the realm, working for the benefit of humanity. From the Kais to the king of the underworld, down to local deities, their roles are to assist mankind. Yet, the god of destruction assumes the role of a counterexample. Listening to Whis's words, Sun Wukong nodded frequently, deeply resonating with his insights. Whis's voice echoed once more. This tale begins with the 6 universes that were obliterated by the Omni King. Initially, the position of destroyer gods did not exist. We had 18 angels. Among the angels of the other 6 universes, 6, after observing the mortal realm numerous times, grew disillusioned by humanity's malevolence and approached the Grand Minister to voice their grievances. They believed that angels should guide humanity towards a better evolution and impose retribution upon the wicked. Vegeta was taken aback. This notion echoed his own sentiments. The Grand Minister acquiesced, subsequently designating 1/3 of the universe as a demonstration universe. Under the angels' intervention, rules were established in the world. Any individual deemed malevolent would be eradicated. Shortly after the enactment of these rules, all evildoers were obliterated, leaving only the righteous, transforming the 6 universes into paradises for the virtuous. The world flourished in peace, and the 6 angels, reveling in their success, believed that their interference in worldly matters was justified. The 6 universes advanced significantly, ultimately discovering the existence of the angels and realizing the presence of other universes. They fervently sought to follow in the angels' footsteps, insisting that the other universes should mirror the 6. The 6 angels simultaneously petitioned the Grand Minister, only to be met with his disapproval. The Grand Minister asserted that it was still premature and that further observation was required. The 6 angels overlooked a crucial aspect: human nature. Behind a seemingly splendid facade lay a web of deceit and treachery. When the discovery of malevolence would lead to obliteration, individuals began to exploit this rule, finding loopholes to achieve their nefarious ends. In truth, the remaining righteous were predominantly hypocrites harboring sins. At this moment, the six angels remained oblivious to this reality, their hearts shifting to perceive the Grand Minister as an impediment to their noble aspirations. After repeated failures to gain his favor, and spurred on by the hypocrites behind them, they irrationally branded the Grand Minister as evil and similarly condemned other universes. Ultimately, the six angels embarked upon a path of no return, plotting a rebellion against the Grand Minister. As the six most powerful angels, they were acutely aware that none could rival the Grand Minister. In their madness, they resorted to sacrificing their own lives, channeling all their divine power into the strongest among them. This battle reverberated across the cosmos, sparing no universe. And even the 16th universe nearly fractured due to this unprecedented conflict. Ultimately, the Grand Minister triumphed in this confrontation, and in its aftermath, he unveiled the true nature of the hypocrites, thereby validating the erroneous beliefs of the six angels. At that moment, the last remaining angel comprehended everything, initially believing he would repent henceforth. However, his obsession had become too profound. He began to descend into madness. He eradicated evil, yet goodness, paradoxically, gave rise to evil anew, leading to the collapse of his belief. He came to perceive humanity as inherently malevolent, attributing all sins to mankind, even deeming the divine beings who bestowed life upon humanity as complicit in this guilt, including himself. His desire was not merely to annihilate humanity, but to dismantle the entire system established by the Omni-King, encompassing himself as well. On that fateful day, his essence dispersed across the six great universes, as he resolved to sacrifice his own life, unleashing the power to obliterate 16 universes, erasing all gods and mortals alike. In his fallen state, even the Grand Priest could not intervene. Ultimately, the Omni-King acted, erasing those six great universes entirely. In light of this cautionary tale, the Omni-King issued a strict decree. Angels must not interfere in worldly matters, a rule enshrined in the laws established by the Omni-King. To maintain the balance of good and evil in the world, a new system was instituted, introducing the Supreme Kai and the Destroyer Gods. The Supreme Kai was tasked with creation, while the Destroyer Gods held the responsibility of destruction, often playing a more pivotal role when goodness overflowed. They would obliterate the forces of good, and vice versa. Yet, the Destroyer Gods bore an even more crucial responsibility, to eliminate fallen angels, which constituted their ultimate objective. With the rules firmly in place, angels were forbidden from interfering in the mortal realm. Should any angel fall, not even the Grand Priest could intervene, lest the Omni-King be compelled to act once more, resulting in the erasure of the entire universe. Thus, the role of the Destroyer God, akin to an executioner, was designed as a precaution. If the day ever arrived when an angel fell, all Destroyer Gods would mobilize collectively. However, up until now, no Destroyer God had attained the capability to slay an angel. Even Lord Beerus was incapable. Yet today, I glimpsed a glimmer of hope. For Lord Vegeta accomplished what none of the Destroyer Gods had ever achieved. Was gazed at Vegeta with eager anticipation. Chapter 40. The new Supreme Kai and the new Destroyer God. Wow, Vegeta. So, does this mean you're now the mightiest Destroyer God? Goku, still somewhat confused, finally directed his focus toward Vegeta. Whis shook his head. Mr. Goku, I merely suggested that Lord Vegeta may be the most formidable Destroyer God. Lord Beerus remains the strongest. Goku scratched his head. But didn't you say Lord Beerus is asleep? And since there can only be one Destroyer God per universe, are you suggesting, Mr. Whis, that you want Vegeta to be a candidate for Destroyer God? Upon hearing this, a flicker of panic crossed Whis's face. He hadn't anticipated that Goku, who seemed solely battle-oriented, would exhibit such unconventional thinking. Whis abruptly shifted the topic. I'm feeling a bit hungry. I long for the delicacies of Earth. Vegeta rested his chin in contemplation, his thoughts adrift. Human nature is enigmatic. Not everyone possesses the simplicity of a character like Kakarot. It seems that the development of humanity should indeed remain unperturbed by divine influences. On that day, the remarks made in the presence of Beerus were merely an expression of disdain towards him, an attempt to diminish his intimidating presence. After all, he had disrupted the peace of Earth. Observing Beerus's exasperated demeanor, it was evident that my words had struck a chord with him. It turned out that the source of his inner turmoil was indeed instigated by me. I was astonished to discover that prior to this, an angel had experimented with a similar theory, igniting a monumental celestial conflict involving 16 universes. Noticing Vegeta's silence, Whis was poised to continue, addressing him, Lord Vegeta, please accompany me to meet the Supreme Kai. I have extended an invitation to them. Whis's words once again plunged Vegeta into a state of contemplation. The Supreme Kai. At that moment, an elderly figure and a tall man with unkempt hair approached, waving their hands to draw near to the trio. Lord Whis. The old Supreme Kai bowed deeply in reverence, a stark contrast to his usual demeanor. Simultaneously, Jebet, the Kai, followed suit, as it was his first encounter with Whis. Jebet, it has been a long time. Goku greeted the two warmly. Mr. Goku, it has indeed been a while. Jebet waved back in acknowledgement. His gaze then shifted towards Vegeta. Mr. Vegeta, Jebet exclaimed, fervently grasping Vegeta's hand with an expression of immense gratitude, his eyes brimming with adoration for Vegeta. Deep down, he harbored resentment towards Beerus. And despite feigning indifference to Beerus's defeat, he was secretly elated by Vegeta's triumph over him. This sentiment was laid bare upon meeting Vegeta. After all, the planet he had created was his labor of love. It felt akin to witnessing one's child being callously destroyed, who would willingly stand by and watch their progeny perish. Ahem. The old Supreme Kai coughed discreetly, signaling Jebet to be cautious with his words. Jebet immediately composed himself, masking his smile. Yes, old Supreme Kai. You have brought the fruit of the universe, I presume? Whis extended his hand towards the old Supreme Kai, requesting the fruit. The fruit of the universe. Jebet panicked, fully aware of what it entailed, as he had been born from it. The emergence of a new fruit of a universe signified the imminent birth of a new Supreme Kai. Jebet, like a child caught in wrongdoing, lowered his head and asked the old Supreme Kai, "Are you here to dismiss me?" The old Supreme Kai offered no reply. Instead, he produced a fruit radiating with a kaleidoscope of colors from behind him and handed it to Whis. In an instant, Whis seized Vegeta's hand with lightning speed. Vegeta felt a jolt. The velocity was astonishing. The seemingly light gesture felt like a binding shackle. Instinctively, Vegeta attempted to resist, but regardless of how hard he struggled, his body felt hollowed out, unable to break free. Whis squinted, a broad smile illuminating his face as he exclaimed, "Let us bear witness to the birth of a new Kaioshin." Vegeta felt his palm forcibly pressed against the fruit, and in that fleeting moment, the radiant colors intensified, culminating in the appearance of a new Kaioshin before the gathering. This divine entity bore the visage of a woman, her long silver hair flowing gracefully, and her charming face adorned with two patera earrings, enhancing her beauty. Clad in the same style of attire as the other Kaioshins, she nonetheless stood out among them. At that instant, the crowd beheld the emergence of a new Kaioshin. To everyone's surprise, her first action was to grasp Vegeta's hand, bounding towards him with a lively demeanor, exclaiming, "Lord Vegeta, greetings." Vegeta furrowed his brow and quickly released the hand of this unfamiliar woman. Yet, the female Kaioshin continued her enthusiastic introduction. "It is a pleasure to meet you. My name is Saiyan." She then gazed at Vegeta with gratitude, bowing deeply. "Thank you, Lord Vegeta, for granting me life." With that, Saiyan extended her hand towards Vegeta, eager to express her appreciation. Vegeta instinctively stepped back, perplexed by this woman. He had no desire to make contact. Granting her life? What was happening? He retreated further, leaping beside Whis, demanding an explanation. "Whis, you better provide me with a reasonable clarification." Whis wore a knowing smile as he elucidated. After a mortal undergoes the god of destruction trial and places their hand upon the chosen fruit of the realm, it matures, resulting in the birth of a Kaioshin. Each god of destruction corresponds to a Kaioshin, and Saiyan is yours, Lord Vegeta. As Whis attempted to reach for Vegeta's hand once more, Vegeta was already prepared, swiftly taking flight and retreating 10 meters away. "Lord Vegeta, what is the meaning of this? Please come down." Whis looked up at Vegeta, continuing to urge him. "Do you not wish to become a god of destruction? Come on. All you need to do is hold hands with Saiyan to complete the ceremony." For reasons unknown, Whis' expression incited a desire within Vegeta to strike him, as it appeared rather insufferable. Memories of Bulma's affectionate gaze flooded Vegeta's mind, solidifying his resolve. He would not hold another woman's hand. Observing Vegeta's unwavering determination, a glimmer of amusement danced in Whis' eyes as he persisted. "Come now. Let us proceed with the ceremony." Once completed, You shall be the new god of destruction and Kaioshin of Universe 7. Moreover, your lives will become intertwined. Should one perish, the other shall follow. Intertwined lives? Gasped everyone except Weiss and the elder Kaioshin, astonishment etched across their faces. This revelation only intensified Vegeta's resolve. Chapter 41. This god of destruction. I shall not continue. Sharing lives? The life of the Kaioshin and the god of destruction is intertwined? At this moment, Vegeta's eyes nearly bulged out in disbelief. He turned to the old Kaioshin and inquired, Ancestor, are you implying that my life is also bound to Lord Beerus? The old Kaioshin smirked mischievously. Initially, it was bound to me. However, fearing that my weakness would lead to my demise, and, consequently, his own downfall, Lord Beerus sealed me away. When you appeared, the bond was automatically transferred to you. Vegeta felt as if a stampede of horses was rushing through him. Reflecting on how he once believed Vegeta could defeat Beerus, now, that thought seemed terrifying. He leaned closer to the old Kaioshin, shouting furiously, Why didn't you tell me sooner, Ancestor? The old Kaioshin narrowed one eye slightly, and, with a disinterested glance at Vegeta, replied, You never asked. Thus, the two commenced an unending quarrel. After hearing Whis' explanation, Vegeta's brow furrowed even deeper, revealing his reluctance as he bellowed, What nonsense is this? His gaze fell upon Cerulia, who appeared even weaker than Vegeta. Are you suggesting that I must share my life with her? Does this mean I must protect her at all times? At that moment, a sly grin crept across Whis' face, a glimmer of mischief in his eyes. Could it be that Cerulia's femininity was a factor? Fear not, Lord Vegeta. Both the Kaioshin and we angels are devoid of gender. Whis subtly hinted at Bulma, without mentioning her name, which only served to heighten Vegeta's aversion. Cerulia is undeniably a woman. I, Vegeta, would never hold the hand of any woman other than Bulma. And to be bound to her life? Absolutely not. Vegeta roared, Whis. Enough. If that is the case, then I refuse to be this god of destruction. Whis nodded with satisfaction, as if his aim had been achieved. Oh, this is what you, Lord Vegeta, have declared. To Vegeta's surprise, Whis responded so straightforwardly. Looking up at Whis, Vegeta realized that the angel's barely contained smile had betrayed him. In that moment, Vegeta had an epiphany. No wonder Whis had so readily agreed to make him the god of destruction, even waiving the responsibilities associated with that title. It was clear that Whis never intended for him to fulfill the role of a god of destruction, but merely sought to make him a candidate for the position. Whis knew full well that Vegeta would never consent to being bound to a female Kaioshin. Vegeta chuckled coldly. Whis, you are quite the strategist. Whis offered an awkward smile in response. Ah, you've seen through my plan. However, it is evident that you truly care for Lady Bulma. For Vegeta, this journey to Beerus's planet was not entirely without merit. Despite some dissatisfaction, he had gained destructive power. After careful consideration, Vegeta decided not to hold Whis accountable for the situation. If he was not to be a god of destruction, so be it. After all, the concept of life binding held no advantage for him. Moreover, wasn't he the pursuit of destructive power the very essence of becoming a god of destruction? Now, it has been acquired, and it possesses the most formidable destructive power. Furthermore, there is no obligation to fulfill the duties of a god of destruction. This transaction is undoubtedly advantageous. Vegeta continued to inquire. If I am not mistaken, Beerus is merely pretending to be asleep, correct? You have conspired to lure me here as a candidate for god of destruction. Whis shook his head. No, Lord Beerus is indeed in a deep slumber, bound by his own mental barriers, unable to awaken. However, now that you, Mr. Vegeta, have completed the final trial, the secrets of the god of destruction are no longer secrets, and I can disclose the mission of the god of destruction to him, which should help him overcome his mental barriers. At that moment, a familiar yet foreign aura from Earth reached the minds of Vegeta and Goku. Is that Gohan's presence? Goku's face lit up with surprise, followed by a warm smile. Vegeta also sensed the strange yet familiar energy, thinking to himself, Gohan's aura has grown stronger. It seems the recent events with Beerus have motivated him to reclaim his lost training. What has transpired on Earth to elevate his energy? Kakarot, we must return to Earth. Goku formed a sword with his fingers and placed it on his forehead, tuning into Gohan's energy. Indeed, the instant transmission technique is remarkably convenient. Vegeta placed his hand on Goku's shoulder, and at that moment, Goku detected Gohan's presence. As Vegeta prepared to depart, Whis did not hinder him, but merely reminded, Mr. Vegeta, Do remember to attend the God of Destruction's centennial gathering. However, before he could finish, the two had already vanished. Whis sighed, all well in their eyes. Earth is of utmost importance. Thus, Mr. Vegeta and Mr. Goku are not suited to be gods of destruction. Let them handle the matters of the mortal realm themselves. Nearby, the sound of quiet sobbing caught Whis' attention, prompting him to approach. Solia was discreetly wiping away her tears, and upon seeing Whis, she inquired, Lord Whis, does Lord Vegeta not wish to bind with me? He granted me life, yet. Whis knew all too well why Vegeta was reluctant. The fruits of the universe come in various forms. Red represents combat. Green symbolizes healing. Blue denotes omniscient wisdom, while the vibrant multicolored variety pertains to the realm of time. Most gods of time resemble the enchanting women of this world, and the time god Kranoa is a quintessential example, which is precisely why Whis chose Solia. During that time on Earth, Whis was certain that the bond between Vegeta and Bulma was unbreakable. Vegeta would never bind his life with another woman. This was all part of Whis' meticulous plan. From the very beginning, he intended for Vegeta to be merely a candidate for God of Destruction, for after all, Beerus was his first disciple, and he would not easily relinquish him. Vegeta, a prodigious talent, made the choice to take on another disciple, Saru, while simultaneously acquiring Son Goku. This decision added to the prestige of Universe 7 at the God of Destruction's centennial tournament. Saru, perhaps deemed by Lord Vegeta as someone with ample room for growth, needed to become stronger to be worthy of him. Therefore, I have arranged for Kuranoya to be your teacher. Saru wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes, exclaiming, Really? I will seek out teacher Kuranoya at once. Thus, only two incessantly chattering Supreme Kais remained on Beerus' planet. Whis sighed in resignation. Let them bicker. I must go untangle Lord Beerus' emotional knots. With that, he headed towards Beerus' castle. Chapter 42. Gohan resumes training on Earth. A monumental battle had just transpired. A clash between one and thousands. A colossal spaceship rested upon the plain, surrounded by a dense throng of figures, yet none had the strength to rise again. They were the remnants of Frisia's army, reconstituted corpses. Upon a vehicle resembling a baby carriage, the former cosmic monarch once again beheld the light of day. Opposite him stood a young man clad in the garb of the Goku style, Gohan, confronting the resurrected Frisia army alone. His confidence was palpable, as a multitude of lifeless bodies littering the ground bore witness to his solitary prowess. Frisia surveyed the carnage without a trace of compassion. After all, with a mere nod. Countless underlings would flock to him across the cosmos. His gaze eventually fell upon Gohan, the young man in the Goku attire evoking a sense of familiarity. Suddenly, Frisia's mind flashed with the visage of Son Goku. The resemblance between the two was striking. Indeed, it was uncanny. Veins bulged on Frisia's forehead as the humiliation of that fateful day resurfaced in his memory. If I am not mistaken, you must be Son Goku's son, he taunted, his expression shifting to one of ferocity. In an instant, a crimson beam of energy shot forth from his fingertip, aimed to pierce Gohan's form. Since Goku is absent, I shall take you as my target first. With steely determination, Gohan's brow furrowed slightly as the S cells within him surged dramatically. A brilliant golden light erupted forth, illuminating the area and dazzling Frisia's eyes. The energy radiating from Gohan's transformation into a Super Saiyan shattered the laser beam effortlessly. Gohan, resolute and composed, declared, Frisia, I do not know how you have returned, but should you wreak havoc on Earth, I will not let you escape. This familiar transformation, a source of lifelong humiliation for Frisia, now manifested in Son Goku's son as well. An unforgivable affront. Frisia's face contorted with rage. His expression twisted as an inferno of fury erupted from within him. The son of Sun Wukong, I shall return the humiliation your father inflicted upon me, doubled. Are you prepared? Frisia's tone dripped with malice. The sound of his exoskeleton cracking and reassembling echoed continuously, his cells dividing and reforming in that very moment. How fortunate you are. Frisia's sinister laughter was abruptly interrupted. With a resounding thud, a fist as massive as a sandbag struck his face, leaving it a grotesque mess of blood and flesh, abruptly halting his transformation. At that moment, he morphed into his unsightly second form, that of an alien with exaggerated lips. Frisia's expression was one of disbelief. What? Vegeta and my father are absent. Earth is mine to protect alone. Gohan's gaze was unwavering, his aura ascending once more. In an instant, Frisia regretted not transforming sooner. This boy was no longer the naive child he once was. As Frisia's thoughts wandered, A more excruciating pain erupted from his abdomen. He looked down in astonishment, witnessing a devastating punch embedded in his stomach, the muscles caving in as if they were about to be pierced through. At this moment, Gohan had transformed into Super Saiyan 2, refusing to grant Frieza a moment's respite. In a position of advantage, it was imperative to press the attack, a lesson Gohan had learned through his battle with Majin Buu. He must never underestimate his opponent. After the incident with Beerus, Gohan understood the terrifying nature of despair and helplessness. Had it not been for Vegeta, the inhabitants of Earth would have faced annihilation. Those he wished to protect should be safeguarded by him alone, rather than relying solely on his predecessors. Thus, he resumed his training, aiming to uphold the mantle in the absence of Vegeta and Goku, just as he had when defeating Cell, to save the world once more. In the next moment, the golden light surrounding Gohan vanished, his golden hair reverting to its usual dark hue, save for a single strand of bangs upon his forehead. Yet, his aura did not diminish. Instead, it erupted from his being, imbued with a mysterious essence that resonated far beyond. Had he returned to his normal state? How dare he underestimate me? Frieza, initially intending to continue transforming, he was overtaken by rage. Frieza leapt into the air, gathering his strength, and spun his body around, preparing to clash fists. However, this was not a mere return to normalcy. It was a mysterious state Gohan had reclaimed through diligent training. As anticipated, Frieza paid a heavy price for concealing his true power. At the moment of impact, his body was sent hurtling like a rogue rocket towards the distant mountains. Boom! 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 The relentless sound of collisions echoed ceaselessly as the mountains fractured, the struck cliffs disintegrating into rubble within moments. And ultimately, Frieza found himself unceremoniously collapsed amidst the debris. This was undeniably an anomaly. Frieza's voice quivered slightly as he wiped away the blood and rose once more, resolved to showcase the fruits of his 4 months of rigorous training. In an instant, a golden radiance enveloped him. The earth trembled as if everything around was lamenting. And at that moment, his body underwent a profound metamorphosis. The once white and violet skin was now replaced by a resplendent golden hue. His muscles tightened and became more defined, and his legs achieved a higher evolution, exuding an air of nobility. Circles of seemingly divine light began to radiate from Frieza, who stood at the center as the world harmonized in a singular tone, heralding the arrival of Golden Frieza. Ah, Son Goku's son, the moment of my triumph is nigh, Frieza proclaimed, a familiar arrogance returning to his visage. Son Gohan immediately assumed a combat stance, acutely aware that the Frieza before him was not merely a change of color. He sensed the overwhelming aura of Golden Frieza. Presently, he was the only one on Earth capable of confronting Frieza. He had to fight with every ounce of strength. Come forth, Frieza. I will not allow you to succeed. Gohan braced himself, vigilant to Frieza's every move. Suddenly, 2 dark figures flickered into existence without warning. Vegeta and Goku appeared before Gohan. Chapter 43, Annihilation. The Resurrected Clown, Golden Frieza. Dad, Uncle Vegeta, Gohan exclaimed with uncontainable joy. Vegeta scanned the grim surroundings, littered with corpses, and finally laid eyes on the golden form of Frieza. This guy? Is that Frieza? Wasn't he supposed to be dead? It seems Gohan transformed due to him. Oh, golden hue. He has indeed adopted a new color, and he is stronger than before. Seeing Gohan regain his mysterious state filled Goku with elation. He embraced Gohan's shoulders and gave him a thumbs up. Ha, Gohan, looks like you found your former self. Gohan scratched the back of his head, his expression shifting to seriousness as he declared, I have made my decision. I will strive to keep pace with Dad and Uncle Vegeta, ensuring that we're not caught off guard when deities like Beerus come to Earth. Goku patted Gohan's back. Yes, that's the spirit. Goku. Vegeta, upon encountering his adversaries, Frieza could no longer contain his thirst for vengeance. Just in time, today, you shall witness the might of Golden Frieza. Ah, Goku, Vegeta. It has indeed been a long time, he taunted with a mocking tone. However, Vegeta was preoccupied with surveying the battlefield, and Goku was busy encouraging his son, completely disregarding Frieza. Feeling utterly ignored, Frieza's fury erupted. How dare you disregard me? He suddenly gathered his energy, preparing to charge at the two and teach them a lesson. In the next moment, upon hearing the name of Beerus uttered by Son Gohan, an instinctual reaction was triggered within him. His eyes widened in alarm, scanning his surroundings with trepidation, his head swaying side to side. Lord Beerus, where is he? Frieza began to look around anxiously, resembling a startled bird. The psychological shadow cast by the god of destruction was indeed profound. Frisia's peculiar response caught Vegeta's attention. Who would have anticipated that this seemingly invincible cosmic monarch harbored fear of Beerus? There must be something intriguing behind this, a question to ponder once Beerus awakens. With a sly grin, Vegeta unleashed an energy blast that landed at Frisia's feet, remarking, "How amusing, Frisia. That Beerus you speak of has already been knocked unconscious by Kakarot and me." Vegeta was not speaking in jest. He merely referred to another Kakarot. Frisia, maintaining a semblance of composure, was acutely aware of Beerus's might. The notion that they could possibly defeat the god of destruction seemed ludicrous to him, and he chuckled. "You too? Defeat Beerus? Remember, he can obliterate." Vegeta abruptly interrupted Frisia, pressing, "Obliterate? Is that what you're implying? I can do that too." With that, Vegeta cast a glance at the corpses strewn about, raised his hand slightly, and enveloped the lifeless bodies in a purplish starlight, rendering them harmlessly processed. A tumult of emotions surged within Frisia, his gaze replaced by confusion and shock. Could it be that Vegeta possessed the ability to destroy? How could he destroy? Wasn't destruction a prerogative of the gods of destruction? Had he spoken the truth? Had Beerus truly been vanquished by them? Yet, Frisia swiftly dismissed this notion. He had witnessed Beerus's power firsthand. Striving to maintain his composure, he retorted, "Enough with the theatrics. So what if you can destroy? I am Golden Frisia." With that, Frisia leaped into action, a faint glow emanating from his hand, confidently launching an attack at Vegeta. Vegeta smirked, raising his hand lightly towards Frisia, taunting, "Why the disbelief?" His lips parted slightly, delivering a chilling word, "Destruction." In that instant, Frisia found himself immobilized, his muscles quivering uncontrollably, a grotesque expression of agony etched upon his face. Fortunately, in his golden form, his physical body had attained a certain resilience. This level of destruction was not enough to obliterate him entirely. Your destruction is nothing compared to Beerus's. Just give me 10 seconds, and I shall break free." Frisia's confidence in his current strength was bordering on hubris. "Is that so? Frisia? Are you certain?" Following the icy inquiry, Vegeta instantaneously transformed into Super Saiyan 2. The reservoir of energy within him expanded. A torrent of destructive energy surged forth, elevating his destructive power to new heights. A suffocating sensation immediately enveloped Frisia's body, which ultimately could not withstand the intensity of such destruction. Beginning to show signs of gradual disintegration, Frisia finally realized that Vegeta was not jesting. He had indeed mastered destruction to a degree that could render him into ashes. How infuriating! Frisia's roar was intermingled with bitterness and confusion. At that moment, his golden form radiated with brilliance, akin to a gathering energy sphere, continuously accumulating power within. Gritting his teeth, Frisia summoned the last vestiges of his strength to proclaim, "Even in death, I, Frisia, shall take someone with me." The earth responded to his fury as the ground fractured, deep chasms filled with molten lava, heralding the impending doom of the planet. Boom! The thunderous explosion shattered the heavens, a formidable pressure sweeping through everything surrounding him. In the final second before his body succumbed to destruction, Frisia opted for self-detonation. He understood that destruction would obliterate him from the universe, not merely his corporeal form, but his very soul, rendering him beyond the reach of even hell. As the aftershock of the explosion grazed Vegeta's visage, he comprehended that this detonation was Frisia's ultimate gambit, seeking to perish alongside the earth. With an unwavering demeanor, Vegeta calmly mused, "This destructive power is indeed remarkable. Frisia is not entirely foolish, opting for self-destruction." He slightly raised his hand once more, a pulsating crimson energy sphere swirling within his grasp. "Apologies, Frisia. My destructive energy may not rival that of Beerus, but this is something you may never achieve." With a gentle flick of his wrist, he intoned, "Annihilate." In that instant, the crimson energy sphere transformed into particles of energy hovering in the air. The domineering force of annihilation intercepted the might unleashed by Frisia's self-detonation, gradually eroding it away. In a mere 4 seconds, tranquility returned to the earth. Just 4 seconds? Yet, it sufficed. This marked the second occasion Vegeta wielded the power of annihilation, and compared to the last, he had gained an additional second. The chaos instigated by Frisia, paid for with his life, was quelled, and peace once more enveloped the earth. The annihilation particles drifted through the atmosphere, ultimately converging upon Frisia's spaceship, akin to countless ants consuming every trace of it, rendering it utterly unrecognizable, as if Frieza had never been resurrected. Chapter 44. The Request to the Kaioshin of Time. The moment the power of annihilation was unleashed, even the air dulled in its brilliance. Gohan's eyes widened in disbelief, nearly popping from their sockets. He recalled the moment when Golden Frieza attacked, and Vegeta transformed into Super Saiyan 2, followed by a surge of purple light surrounding Frieza. How could Gohan not recognize the hue? It was the technique of a god of destruction, yet it emanated from Vegeta's hands. But what were those floating crimson energy particles during Frieza's self-detonation? Dad, what was that just now? Gohan inquired of Goku, assuming he would possess the answer. The carefree smile of son Wukong vanished, his eyes taking on a diamond shape. To be honest, he himself was uncertain about what had just transpired. He only knew that Whis mentioned Vegeta had accomplished what all the gods of destruction could not. Uncertain, yet convinced it must relate to destruction. Son Wukong wore a serious expression. This statement piqued son Gohan's curiosity, prompting him to inquire, Uncle Vegeta can destroy? What's going on? Son Wukong explained. Vegeta nearly became a god of destruction. Become a god of destruction? Son Gohan exclaimed, astonished. He was aware that son Wukong and Vegeta had been away with Whis for some time, but he never anticipated that Vegeta had come so close to such a title. Son Wukong nodded and continued. Indeed, but it seems Vegeta was reluctant, so now he is merely a candidate for the position. What was that force that just subdued Frieza's self-destruction? Just as Son Gohan prepared to delve deeper into the matter, Vegeta descended from the sky, joining the two. Annihilation, a divine power stronger than destruction. Gohan, you have returned to your peak. Vegeta smiled with satisfaction, reminiscent of the spirited youth during the battle against Cell. Feeling a bit shy, Son Gohan lowered his head. I'm sorry, Uncle Vegeta, I held you back last time. Vegeta placed a hand on Son Gohan's shoulder, smiling reassuringly. It's all right, Gohan. I have also been a hindrance to you in the past. Son Gohan fell into contemplation, recalling Vegeta's words about being a burden, which refer to the time during the Cell games when resurrected Cell left Vegeta without options, placing all hope upon Son Gohan at that crucial moment. Suddenly, Son Gohan lifted his head, responding earnestly, Uncle Vegeta, Dad, I will strive to train harder from now on. Both Son Wukong and Vegeta smiled simultaneously, their hearts filled with joy at Son Gohan's renewed dedication to training. Suddenly, an idea struck Son Wukong, and he proposed Vegeta, what if we let Gohan train with us on Beerus' planet? Son Gohan furrowed his brow, while training alongside his father was indeed appealing. He had now become a father himself, and felt reluctant to venture far away. Dad, I want to grow stronger in my own way. If the opportunity arises, I shall train on Beerus' planet later. By the way, Xiao Fang has been born. You have yet to meet your granddaughter. With that, Son Gohan produced a photograph, pointing to the adorable little girl. Son Wukong took the picture, examining it closely, comparing it to Son Gohan. Wow, this is your child with Biddy Lee. ISNT it? Xiao Fang, my granddaughter. Oh dear. Gohan, I apologize. I've been so engrossed in my training that I completely forgot to come back and see you. Has it really been 6 months already? Vegeta's mind reeled. 6 months? I was only in the trial grounds for half a day. Has time passed so differently in there? Vegeta, Gohan and I plan to visit Xiao Fang. Would you like to join us? Son Wukong inquired, shaking Vegeta from his reverie. Vegeta gradually regained his composure and replied, I too have my own home. With that, he soared into the sky, heading towards West City. Gohan and Goku followed suit shortly after. In West City, at the Capsule Corporation, young Trunks was perspiring profusely in the gravity chamber, diligently performing push-ups 10,000, 10,001. Suddenly, a gentle knock echoed at the door. Trunks, it's time to replenish your nutrients. Trunks paused, deactivating the gravity system, and dashed towards the door. Coming, Mom. As the door swung open, Bulma entered with a glass of milk. Trunks eagerly snatched the milk, chugging it down hastily, which resulted in a fit of coughing. Slow down, really. Why the rush? Your father has gone to become a god, and now you've turned out just like him. This is your territory, and I truly have my hands full with both of you, Bulma complained, patting Trunks on the back. Having not seen her husband for half a year, even the most patient of women would express some discontent, especially since Vegeta had promised to return. Suddenly, milk sprayed everywhere as Trunks realized an overwhelming and sinister energy. Simultaneously, a familiar yet strange presence enveloped his mind. Gohan. In an instant, the malevolent energy vanished, and the sky outside turned a brilliant red, returning to normal just 4 seconds later. Then, a familiar aura penetrated his senses. Father. After confirming multiple times, Trunks was elated. Father. Mom, it's Dad returning. Bulma's cup fell from her hand, her expression momentarily dazed. Vegeta. Trunks grasped Bulma's hand, leading her outside, filled with anticipation. Indeed, Vegeta did not disappoint them. He stood tall at the door, his gaze softened. I am back. What? You're not a god anymore? Bulma questioned, a mix of confusion and surprise evident in her voice. Vegeta nodded vigorously, affirming yes. Why? Is it because of me? Don't worry. It's just once every 6 months. It's nothing. Bulma's nonchalance about their long separation stirred a sense of guilt in Vegeta. He simply uttered a few words, because I did not wish to let you down. Bulma playfully pinched Vegeta's nose and nestled into his embrace. At that moment, the door quietly closed, and what transpired within remained a mystery to all. That night, Vegeta lay alone on the rooftop when a feminine voice suddenly resonated in his mind. Lord Vegeta. He sprang up, scanning his surroundings. Who is there? It is I, Lord Vegeta. I am Soraya, and I wish to request your assistance. What's going on? How can you communicate with me mentally? Because it is you who granted me life. Those who give life can communicate with my soul. Lord Vegeta, my master, the Supreme Kai of Time, wishes to request your assistance. Vegeta paused, perplexed. What is this Supreme Kai of Time? I have never heard of such a being. Why are there so many gods in this world? I refuse. Why do you gods have so many matters to attend to? Sororia's voice trembled slightly. She had not anticipated Vegeta would be so difficult to communicate with. Well, all right. Just as Vegeta thought the conversation had concluded, the voice of the Supreme Kai of Time, Kuranoya, resonated. Kuranoya stated, Mr. Vegeta, I am confident that you will agree to this request. Vegeta, impatient, inquired, is that so? Then provide me with a reason to comply. Kuranoya replied, the person in question is Son Goku. Chapter 45, an unprecedented tenderness, experienced by Bulma of the future. Son Goku. Kakarot. Vegeta's mind was filled with the image of Goku in his blue attire. Now that he had acquired the powers of destruction and annihilation, and his Super Saiyan form could ascend once more, he yearned for a battle with the blue-clad Goku. Vegeta rose to his feet, and suddenly, 2 Supreme Kais appeared beside him, one tall and one short. The shorter one was Kuranoya, the Supreme Kai of Time, who politely addressed Vegeta. Hello, Mr. Vegeta. I am the Supreme Kai of Time, responsible for the stability of parallel universes. Please, we implore you to assist us. Sororia pleaded pitifully. At that moment, Vegeta was lost in thought, recalling Goku's words, and had no time to engage with them. If Kakarot is not in this world, does that mean he could be a god in another parallel universe? And this god is responsible for the parallel universes. I could inquire about it. Hey, Supreme Kai, is there a parallel universe where Son Goku has become a god? Kuranoya hesitated. This question seemed beyond her capacity to answer. However, to demonstrate her sincerity, she waved her hand. All information from the parallel universes unfolded before Vegeta's eyes. Kuranoya began to sift through the data, but there were simply too many universes to examine each one thoroughly. I apologize, Mr. Vegeta. This may take a considerable amount of time, and I cannot provide you with an immediate answer. Just then, a particular scene from one of the parallel universes caught his attention. In the image, a Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta was forcefully pinning a Goku wearing a scouter to the ground. For some reason, witnessing this scene brought a sense of comfort to Vegeta. Mr. Vegeta, this individual is our Time Patrol officer. He is also a version of Vegeta, Kuranoya patiently explained. Time Patrol officer? Just as Vegeta sought to delve deeper into this, a familiar scream drew his focus. He turned toward the screen, where an older Trunks was engaged in a fierce battle with a figure clad in black. The smoke was too thick for him to discern the features of the black-clad individual. Kuranoya elucidated. This Trunks is the very one who once traversed through time to arrive in this realm. Vegeta's gaze trembled. This was the formidable Trunks who had fought alongside him in days gone by. The imagery depicted Trunks in a dire predicament, surrounded by the ruins of buildings, reminiscent of an apocalyptic landscape. What calamities had befallen the future? At that moment, Solia proclaimed loudly, Lord Vegeta, this is one of the purposes for our visit. Currently, an overwhelming number of dark-clad individuals are massacring humanity across parallel timelines. Our temporal patrols are insufficient in number, thus we beseech your assistance. Subsequently, Kuranoya placed a hand upon the image, and a portal to another time and space materialized. Stepping through here will lead you into this parallel universe. We implore you, Mr. Vegeta, driven by paternal instinct and without a moment to respond to the two, Vegeta unhesitatingly plunged into the portal. In the future timeline, amidst the ruins of West City, after a prolonged struggle with Black Goku, Trunks had finally extricated himself from the fray and returned to the underground warehouse. Within this abandoned facility, an elderly woman clad in a lab coat, though aged and weary, still retained an air of grace as she stood at her workstation. Even in such a desolate environment, optimism still sparkled in her eyes. Future Bulma cradled a vial of blue extraction fluid, the fuel for the time machine, though it was only sufficient for half the journey. Countless lives had already been sacrificed to acquire this precious resource. I have documented the fuel's composition in my notes, and I trust that my past self will find a way to gather more. At that moment, the door atop the building swung open and Trunks entered. Despite the darkness that enveloped the world outside, the sight of his mother ignited a smile upon Trunks' face. "Trunks, the fuel has been collected. Though it is only enough for half the journey, it will suffice for your return to the past." Trunks accepted the fuel, contemplative, aware that this was the limit of what could be gathered. "I will surely bring Father and Uncle Goku back to rescue us." Just then, a deafening explosion erupted from the ceiling. The worst fears of mother and son materialized. The dark-clad assailants had discovered the abandoned warehouse. "Run, Trunks. You must return to the past." Future Bulma abruptly shoved Trunks away, only to find herself engulfed in smoke. Suddenly, an overwhelming sense of suffocation surged through her mind as a hand clasped around her neck. In that instant, her gaze flickered towards Trunks and the half-journey fuel he held. A final glimmer of maternal love shone in her eyes, and a solitary tear trickled down her cheek. The half-journey fuel had long foretold her fate. She understood that, given the brutality of the dark-clad man, she would not survive long enough for Trunks to return with aid. Thus, she had resolved to ensure Trunks' escape. And the reason for her tears? It was not fear, but a profound sense of unwillingness. She recalls many years ago when Trunks returned from the past and uttered a poignant phrase. "In the past, I fought alongside my father, and I discovered that he is not a cold-hearted individual. He possesses a gentle side as well." At that moment, her only response was, "Is that so? There is still a side of him I do not know." In truth, she longed to meet Vegeta. Now, if only Trunks could return to the past and summon Vegeta, she might have the opportunity to witness this different version of him. Yet, it appears that she may never experience Vegeta's tenderness before her demise. "Mom!" Trunks cried out in a heart-wrenching wail. It was only after this anguished cry faded that a familiar yet strange figure appeared before Bulma. A powerful aura dispersed the thick fog, revealing the visage of the cloaked figure, Black Goku, who bore a chilling smile. However, the next moment, his expression transformed into one of despair, as a robust arm constricted around his neck, leaving him gasping for air. He struggled relentlessly, but could not break free. Reluctantly, he had to release the grip on Future Bulma. Future Bulma emitted a sharp cry, and just as she believed she would fall, a warm and broad arm enveloped her tightly. In that moment, she discerned the identity of the person before her. Vegeta. Tears glistened in her eyes, perhaps from emotion, or perhaps from the bittersweet realization that time had stolen her youth while Vegeta remained ever youthful. Vegeta safely lowered Future Bulma to the ground and gently set her down. "Trunks, take care of your mother." With that, Vegeta produced a universal capsule. With a loud pop, an array of food burst forth, a feast that Bulma had prepared for their journey to Beerus' planet. Trunks wiped away his tears, gazing at Vegeta as if he were a savior, and nodded vigorously yes. "Father." Future Bulma rubbed her eyes and confirmed once more she was not mistaken. This was indeed Vegeta, who, just as Trunks had said, possessed a gentle side. Today, she finally experienced a tenderness she had never known before. Chapter 46, Toying with Black Goku. Vegeta's gaze involuntarily fell upon Future Bulma. The passage of time had left its mark on her. Compared to the Bulma of the past, there was a discernible difference. After all, in this timeline, the Dragon Balls did not exist, preventing Future Bulma from using them to maintain her youth. Yet, like her past self, her eyes continuously radiated optimism. She is a remarkable woman. If Vegeta's timeline had its anchors in himself and Goku, then the cornerstone of this world was her. Although she lacked formidable strength, she possessed the ability to instill hope for survival in others. The time machine is the best testament to that. Vegeta gazed intently at Future Bulma, causing her to feel a tinge of embarrassment. However, in the next moment, he spoke, "You've worked hard." Before Future Bulma could respond, Vegeta vanished like a dart, reappearing before Black Goku. The startled Black Goku fell into a state of panic. reminding himself to remain calm, yet the dull ache in his neck betrayed him. "Why, you're Vegeta?" Black Goku's voice trembled, laced with confusion. Vegeta offered no reply, seizing Black Goku by the collar and sniffing the air disdainfully. "What are you doing?" Black Goku's eyes blazed with fury. "How dare you desecrate a deity?" As he spoke, he unleashed what appeared to be a powerful punch, only for Vegeta to catch it effortlessly. "Oh, now I understand. I sensed a foul odor. It turns out a fallen god has defiled Kakarot's body." Vegeta's tone dripped with mockery. Upon recognizing Black Goku's visage, Vegeta was incredulous. How could Son Goku engage in such despicable acts? That brief moment of proximity confirmed that while Black Goku's aura resembled Son Goku's, it was tainted with a feeble divine essence. "Wretched human, you shall perish." Black Goku concentrated a dense energy sphere in his palm, hurling it violently towards Vegeta's chest. "Watch out, father!" Trunks exclaimed, his face etched with concern. Fully aware of the attack's potential, Vegeta merely smirked, raising a hand to effortlessly seize control of the energy sphere. "Ha! Laughable," he scoffed, asserting dominance over the attack. In an instant, the energy sphere's shadow imprinted itself in Black Goku's terrified eyes as Vegeta forcefully shoved it into Black Goku's mouth. "Shut up!" With a resounding explosion, a mushroom cloud erupted from Black Goku's mouth, his body propelled backward at breakneck speed, his lips reduced to a mangled mess. "Trunks, is this world in such disarray because of him?" Vegeta sensed the dwindling human presence on Earth and inquired of Trunks. Trunks nodded vigorously, affirming, "Yes, father. It was all his doing." With the answer he sought, Vegeta's fury escalated. Such a heinous sinner deserved a fate more brutal than their own. To dare treat Trunks and Bulma this way, though she's not my Bulma, such actions are unforgivable. Vegeta leaped towards Black Goku, cradling his bloodied face in his hands. With a swift motion, he lifted Black Goku off the ground and mercilessly slammed him down, as though he were tossing a sandbag, subjecting him to an unending series of impacts with the earth. In that moment, the sounds of flesh tearing and bones cracking echoed as Black Goku endured the relentless assault. This scene was witnessed by future Bulma and Trunks, who suddenly comprehended the profound tenderness that Vegeta had just exhibited, albeit only towards them, his mother and son. Vegeta continued to reveal his most merciless side to Black Goku, delivering a barrage of slaps across Black Goku's face. Vegeta furiously exclaimed, "You beast! Why must you inhabit someone else's body, particularly that of Kakarot? Do you have any idea how much your face irks me?" As he spoke, a fierce punch aimed for Black Goku's chin. However, at that moment, Black Goku emitted a chilling laugh, seizing Vegeta's fist with a powerful grip. A golden aura enveloped him, accompanied by flashes of lightning. "The divine is magnificent. Allow me to administer judgment upon you wretched humans." Black Goku attempted to rise with a nimble flip, seizing the opportunity to regain his footing. Yet, in the next moment, his body merely writhed on the ground, unable to lift his head. After several futile attempts, the result remained the same. Black Goku had transformed into Super Saiyan 2, while Vegeta remained in his base form. This spectacle left Trunks utterly astounded. After all, he could not even defeat Black Goku in his base form. Yet Vegeta effortlessly dominated Black Goku's Super Saiyan 2 with his own base form. "What? You, a thief of others' bodies, presumed to be a deity? Using a human body while proclaiming the greatness of the divine? Pray, enlighten me, what god are you, that I might recognize you?" Vegeta knelt directly on Black Goku's chest, the immense pressure causing Black Goku's ribs to crack, even rendering his breath labored. How infuriating! Under Vegeta's verbal humiliation, Black Goku ultimately awakened his ultimate form, Super Saiyan Rose. With another agile flip, the once defeated Zamasu surged towards Vegeta, his fists striking like phantoms. Although he was on the defensive, Vegeta remained unfazed, calmly uttering, "I could end your life at any moment, but for now, I shall relish tormenting you, demon. Allow me to show you what a Super Saiyan 2 truly is." Suddenly, a brilliant golden light erupted, overshadowing the rose hue. Vegeta transitioned from defense to offense, unleashing a torrential barrage of punches that rained down upon Black Goku's rose form. The speed of his strikes became nearly imperceptible to Trunks, who was astonished to witness that merely being a Super Saiyan 2 allowed Vegeta to force Black Goku into retreat. Explosions echoed as energy ripples filled the sky, gold and rose intertwining in perfect arcs, each impact resonating with the earth. Ultimate Flash. Vegeta clasped his hands before his chest, unleashing a golden energy beam towards Black Goku. In that moment, Black Goku positioned his hands at his abdomen, retaliating with a rose-hued energy beam of his own. The two beams collided, illuminating the sky with brilliance. From Trunks' perspective, Black Goku was on the right, shattering the long-held belief that the left side always succumbs to the right. The ultimate flash consistently prevails, ultimately consuming the crimson energy pillar of Black Goku, following a violent explosion that sends him hurtling 1,000 meters away. Chapter 47. The Immortal Body? It is indeed the immortal form that we contend with. Crashing down amidst the ruins, Black Goku struggles to rise, a familiar voice resounding behind him. How utterly disheveled. The newcomer is none other than Zamasu from the 10th universe of this timeline. Black Goku rises with great effort, his lips pursed as he coughs up blood. Despite his reluctance, he must concede that Vegeta is undeniably formidable. With a grimace, Black Goku exclaims, "If you don't show yourself soon, I shall be beaten to death." Suddenly, Vegeta's figure materializes before them, glancing at Zamasu, noting his familiar attire. Oh, the Supreme Kai. Simultaneously, Black Goku and Zamasu align side by side, their eyes brimming with malice as they sneer. Originally, we had no intention of resorting to this, but you, irreverent fool, have repeatedly desecrated the divine. As a despicable and grotesque human, prepare to face the sacred judgment of the divine. In unison, Black Goku and Zamasu declare, "Let me eradicate this blight of humanity." The Grand Plan Zero is nearing its completion. Vegeta retorts dismissively, "Eradication of humanity? Such a thing shall never transpire under my watch. For I have those I wish to protect. It appears you are also a fallen deity. Thus, I shall enact your judgment." Zamasu and Black Goku share a scornful laugh, proclaiming, "How audacious. Now, brace yourself for the true embodiment of divinity." Their bodies move in perfect synchronization and following their fervent proclamations. Black Goku removes his earrings to unite with Zamasu. In that instant, Vegeta comprehends their plan. They are merging. As Vegeta contemplates, the merged Zamasu materializes before his eyes. Even the sky seems tainted crimson at that moment, as a grand, fervent voice proclaims, "The union of immortality and immense power. Tremble, humanity." Immortal body? Vegeta stands momentarily stunned. Suddenly, a powerful punch detonates against his abdomen, catching him off guard. The divine grants wisdom to humanity, yet they wield it towards malevolence. A true folly. The merged Zamasu delivers another blow to Vegeta's face. At this moment, the previously dominant situation is shattered, and the future Bulma and Trunks watch with bated breath. Trunks realizes that in the past, Vegeta was merely a half-step into Super Saiyan 2. Perhaps his own Super Saiyan 2 form is Vegeta's trump card. Future Bulma, Vegeta. Trunks, father. Zamasu, lost in a torrent of frenzied monologue, finds his punches growing ever swifter. Boom! An explosion erupts upon Vegeta, propelling him away. Vegeta clutched his chest, struggling to rise. It is merely the theft of another's body, a futile endeavor to claim divinity. Observing the disheveled Vegeta, Zamasu revealed a sinister smile. Goku should count himself fortunate. His body has been meticulously honed by me to fulfill the grand plan of human eradication. Vegeta continued to wear an expression of defeat, his voice trembling as he pressed. How did you seize his body? Zamasu, embodying a combined form, shrugged nonchalantly, regarding Vegeta's pitiful state with indifference. Allow me to elucidate your demise. One version of me traversed the future using the time ring and employed the Super Dragon Balls. Zamasu candidly recounted his criminal exploits. Vegeta listened intently, sparing no detail. It seemed there was indeed such a thing as the Super Dragon Balls. Through deduction, he surmised that this Zamasu was from an alternate parallel universe, not the one native to his own. According to Cerulia, numerous figures clad in black had emerged across parallel universes, likely linked to each universe's Zamasu. It was entirely possible that the Zamasu in his own world had already begun to act. Now, prepare to face divine judgment. Kneel before me. Zamasu interrupted Vegeta's thoughts. Yet, as Zamasu concluded his proclamation, Vegeta slowly rose, a disdainful smile returning to his face. Fool, it is you who should kneel. In an instant, Vegeta transformed into Super Saiyan 4. Trunks' pupils constricted in awe. What transformation is this? Has my father already transcended the limitations of Super Saiyan 2? Subsequently, Vegeta's body shot forth like an arrow, his fists crashing down upon the combined Zamasu with a force capable of shattering stars. Zamasu's face was a mask of confusion. Moments ago, Vegeta had seemed utterly powerless. No, this is impossible. How dare you deceive me? Zamasu's expression twisted in disbelief. He had not anticipated that Vegeta had merely been acting. Did you truly believe that seizing Kakarot's body would grant you free reign? How laughable. As he spoke, Vegeta pivoted, delivering a powerful sidekick fully charged, mercilessly striking Zamasu across the face. Zamasu's body spun like a high-velocity top, tearing through the air with a series of explosive sounds. That heavy form spiraled out of control, crashing into a massive, abandoned iron tower. With a resounding crash, a gaping hole appeared. The tower fractured instantly as Zamasu plummeted. Yet, the chaos was far from over. Energy orbs, akin to frenzied hounds, danced in the air, tracing erratic arcs, offering Zamasu no chance to evade as they surged toward him in a relentless swarm. The cacophony of explosions and anguished cries echoed in succession. A visage that instilled terror in Zamasu materialized before him. Vegeta's once jovial expression darkened, exuding an aura of death. "Fool," he remarked, "I merely sought to uncover your origins. Yet you exhibit such arrogance, divulging everything, surpassing even my former hubris." His hands, clasped against his chest, radiated a blinding golden light, dazzling the eyes of the fused Zamasu. A thick, golden beam of energy erupted from Vegeta's hand, propelling the descending Zamasu skyward with immense force. The energy column, 1,000 meters in diameter, soared like a golden dragon cleaving through the heavens, appearing from outer space as a colossal spike emerging from the earth. Zamasu's eyes dulled, seemingly paralyzed by this overwhelming power. His arms lay severed, his legs amputated, resembling a grotesque mockery of humanity. "No, this cannot be. I am a god." Zamasu roared, his heart brimming with defiance. "The human reset plan is far from complete. I cannot perish." Suddenly, in an instant, his severed limbs regenerated, and Zamasu's grotesquely contorted visage reformed into a smile. His maniacal laughter echoed around the globe. "Ha! I am immortal. You cannot kill me. Behold the perfection of a divine body. You are powerless against me." The fused Zamasu reoriented himself, adopting an arrogant stance in the sky. "Is that so?" A voice, laced with amusement, queried, reaching Zamasu's ears. With a swift motion, a lightsaber illuminated Vegeta's face, soon stained with purple ichor as the fused Zamasu split apart, cleaved into two. "So, you are indeed immortal? Then you shall endure the torment I inflict upon you for eternity." Vegeta's tone grew deep and menacing. Thereafter, Vegeta began an unrelenting assault upon the fused Zamasu, striking again and again, severing his flesh. The incessant screams reverberated like thunder, ascending to the distant clouds. Vegeta's methods were exceedingly brutal. Even Trunks furrowed his brow in dismay. Yet, against such malevolence, such vicious and cruel tactics were warranted. Chapter 48. Future Bulma. Vegeta, you must survive. With each swing of the blade, the fused Zamasu's form was repeatedly cleaved and restored. As the lightning intensified, the speed of Vegeta's strikes quickened, while Zamasu's regeneration slowed. "What is amiss? Why the silence? Are you not confident in your own body?" Vegeta taunted mercilessly as he continued his onslaught. The corporeal form of Zamasu transitioned from solid to fragmented, then to strands, ultimately devolving into a fine mist, his voice dwindling from hoarse to mute. Suddenly, Vegeta sat cross-legged, the lightsaber slipping from his grasp, as he manipulated it merely with a flick of his fingers. After nearly an hour of playful torment, Vegeta finally ceased his actions, weary of the endeavor. He coldly uttered 2 words, his gaze drifting toward the pile of flesh. Destruction. The amalgamated Zamas, now reduced to a mass of meat, began to writhe frantically. He had annihilated all the Kaioshins. The god of destruction should have vanished along with them. Could it be that this Vegeta was a god of destruction in his realm? No, a god of destruction could not traverse dimensions. How then could he bring about destruction? However, he did not receive an answer, as a purple energy enveloped the mass of flesh, sparing not a single fragment. Ultimately, the amalgamated Zamas vanished in that instant. The night-shrouded sky appeared to brighten slightly at that moment. A gentle breeze tousled Vegeta's bangs as he lowered his head to gaze at Trunks and future Bulma, offering a faint smile. The gravity of Trunks' expression dissipated at that moment, and the shackles in his heart were released, prompting an authentic smile to bloom on his face. Simultaneously, future Bulma exchanged a smile with Vegeta, raising the bread in her hand with a gentle motion before taking a hearty bite, tears of joy streaming down her cheeks. It had been so long since she had savored such nourishment, and the recent battle had left her too anxious to eat until Vegeta's victory granted her peace. In the darkness, a pink silhouette trembled involuntarily, exuding a faint aura. Though elusive, it did not escape Vegeta's notice. Someone was there. Someone was deliberately concealing their presence. With a flurry of energy blasts, the shadow vanished swiftly, disappearing in the blink of an eye, as if it were no longer part of this world. Vegeta chose not to pursue, deeming it a fruitless endeavor. A female voice captured Vegeta's attention. A dust-covered woman in a coat called out while running Trunks. "We have finally won." Little Mai embraced Trunks tightly, their closeness instantly comprehensible to Vegeta. He descended before the trio, finally discerning Mai's visage. This girl seemed familiar. She must be the little girl from that day among the 3 children. Indeed, in this timeline, she was still with Trunks. Father. In that moment, all of Trunks' weariness dissipated with Vegeta's triumph. Vegeta patted Trunks on the shoulder, remarking, "It has been a long time. Your aura has indeed grown stronger." Upon hearing this, Trunks lowered his head in shame, murmuring, "Father, if only I could be as strong as you. So many lives on Earth would not have been lost." Trunks' fists clenched tightly. His strength paled in comparison to Black Goku's. Had Vegeta not arrived in time, he feared even his mother. A mother is eternally the embodiment of tenderness. In the future, Bulma reassured, "Trunks, you have exerted yourself tremendously. Do not blame yourself any further. Thanks to your efforts, we have managed to hold on until your father arrives." However, upon the mention of Vegeta, Bulma paused, perplexed. "Wait, Trunks has yet to call for help. How did you come here, Vegeta?" Vegeta could only offer an explanation. It's a long story and quite a coincidence. Just as he began to elucidate, ominous, dark energy orbs erupted from the heavens. Vegeta and Trunks instantly became vigilant, glancing upward to discover the fused Zamasu had made his reappearance. The maniacal laughter echoed once more. "Ha ha ha, I never anticipated this. Even the power of destruction cannot obliterate the immortal form bestowed upon me by the eternal dragon." Zamasu's laughter was filled with a deranged glee, exuding contempt for destruction itself. Trunks was bewildered, never having envisioned such a scene. "Damn it, this guy," he exclaimed, drawing his sword and preparing to charge at the fused Zamasu. "Stop." Vegeta raised his arm, shielding Trunks behind him. "Trunks, protect your mother and your girlfriend. Leave this to me." A blush crept onto Mai's face, but now was not the time for shyness. She earnestly warned, "Dad, be careful." Future Bulma was about to speak, but the frenzied laughter in the sky multiplied ominously. "Ha ha ha. Vegeta, for every piece of me you sever, a new one will emerge. Ha ha ha." In the blink of an eye, not only above, but below as well, more fused Zamasu began to spawn. This scene sent chills down the spine, instilling dread, as the 2 women trembled in fear. The ground was now crawling with fused Zamasu, resembling a horde of zombies, advancing toward the quartet. With a whoosh, several destructive energy blasts hurtled toward the massive Zamasu. The moment the destruction made contact, his form disintegrated into nothingness, only for more fused Zamasu to emerge anew. "Futile. Destruction is ineffective against us. I hereby declare the Human Annihilation Project has been reactivated." The cacophony of frenzied proclamations erupted among the crowd of Zamasu. Trunks sensed that the situation had exceeded expectations. "Father, follow me," he shouted, leading future Bulma and Mai in a frantic dash toward a warehouse. Vegeta pursued closely behind, yet the fused Zamasu clung to them like leeches, encroaching from both behind and ahead. What's wrong? Trying to escape? The Human Annihilation Project will not spare a single human. With a surge, Vegeta unleashed the Super Saiyan 4 destructive state, unleashing a torrent of purple destructive energy orbs from his body. Several of the fused Zamasu that nearly reached the other 3 were dissolved in the process. Unbeknownst to them, several individuals had arrived before a warehouse. At last, Trunks delivered a powerful blow, shattering the entrance, revealing the time machine before Vegeta. He swiftly lifted both Mai and future Bulma, soaring into the time machine. "Father, hurry up." Vegeta nodded vigorously, making a tremendous leap into the time machine. Just as the hatch was about to close, a blast of energy hurtled towards it. With the imminent threat of destruction, Trunks leaped from the cabin, transforming into Super Saiyan 2, brandishing his colossal sword to defend against the attack. Trembling, Trunks gritted his teeth and urged, "Father, quickly take Mom in." Before he could finish, a swift strike landed on the nape of his neck, rendering him unconscious. Vegeta, With a gaze filled with tenderness, addressed Trunks, "Young one, it is not your turn to shield me." At that moment, an overwhelming barrage of energy blasts surged towards the time machine. Vegeta swiftly tossed Trunks inside, casting a resolute glance towards the outside of the warehouse, instructing Bulma, "Take care, Trunks." Future Bulma nodded emphatically, her trembling hand pressing the hatch button, tears welling in her eyes. As the hatch slowly closed, she beheld Vegeta's silhouette transition from crimson to silver, and she cried out, "Vegeta, you must survive." In the final second before the hatch sealed, she faintly saw Vegeta nodding earnestly. At the instant the hatch shut, her tears cascaded down. She had witnessed the grotesque might of the fused Zamasu outside, being so formidable that even destruction could not vanquish them. Future Bulma silently prayed, "Vegeta, I must survive to see you again. You too must endure to meet me." Suddenly, a blinding white light emanated from the warehouse, expanding outward for miles, the awe of Super Saiyan 5 reverberating across the globe. A white hemispherical shield, exceeding 10 kilometers in diameter, erupted forth. Countless fused Zamasu and energy blasts were repelled at that moment, and the activated time machine successfully initiated under the protection of a shield. Sitting within the time machine, future Bulma beheld the devastated cityscape, densely populated with the indomitable fused Zamasu. As the time machine vanished, her voice, tinged with sorrowful supplication, echoed throughout the world. "Promise me, Vegeta, you must survive." Chapter 49. Timely Reinforcements. Senza Beans brought by Goku. The silver-white figure stood resolutely upon the earth, gazing at the spot where the time machine had vanished into this infernal sea. At that moment, Vegeta dispelled the protective shield entirely. In Vegeta's eyes, the fused Zamasu were hardly a significant threat. Compared to the earlier encounter with Beerus, they were but a minor nuisance. His true dilemma lay in the fact that these beings were indestructible. Not even annihilation could bring about their demise. In this moment, the fiend had already spawned countless identical copies of himself. Vegeta closed his eyes, attuning himself to the presence of any remaining humans in the vicinity. Not a single soul remained. In the span of merely a minute, the innumerable fused Zamasu had eradicated all human life in this desolate city. Fortunately, Trunks and the others had departed from this timeline, allowing him to engage in battle without concern. Vegeta's gaze fixed ahead, where he beheld a horde of white-haired, green-skinned demons, all watching him with predatory intent. "Vegeta, yet, in the presence of so many immortal deities, what could you possibly do?" The fused Zamasus questioned in unison. Vegeta remained silent, gradually raising his hand. A crimson energy sphere began to coalesce in the palm of his hand, the energy particles gathering with frenzied intensity. Vegeta contemplated inwardly. If destruction cannot vanquish an immortal being, then this is my only recourse. The radiant crimson light grew ever brighter, the annihilative power within it ascending steadily. Vegeta's lips parted slightly as he murmured, "1, 2. The fused Zamasus cast him dubious glances, deridingly taunting, "What is this? Vegeta, are you counting how long you have left to live? Do you not understand? The destruction in your palm is futile against us." In an instant, countless Zamasus lunged at Vegeta like rabid dogs, attempting to end his life through sheer numbers. 3, 4, 5. Vegeta's right arm trembled uncontrollably, the overwhelming annihilative force proving almost too much to bear. 6, 7, 8. Suddenly, Vegeta braced his left arm against his right, allowing the gathering power to continue. The fused Zamasus had encircled him, an array of shimmering energy spheres glinting ominously. At the command of the fused Zamasus, the cataclysmic energy surged toward Vegeta like a torrential downpour. 20. A full 20 seconds of annihilative power. This was the limit of Vegeta's capacity. He leapt into the air, resembling a carp leaping over the dragon-esque gate, soaring to an altitude of 10,000 meters. With a fierce throw, Vegeta launched the crimson energy sphere. One of the foremost fused Zamasus sneered, bellowing, "Destruction is ineffective against me." The instant the annihilative force made contact with his body, he disintegrated into nothingness, unlike before. This time, he cannot be restored. The expressions of the other fused Zamasus froze in shock, but this was merely the beginning. As the energy sphere collided with the bodies of the fused Zamasus, the energy particles erupted, saturating the air with the scent of annihilation. In just 1 second, 1/3 of the fused Zamasus had been consumed by the annihilative force. It was only then that the fused Zamasus realized something was amiss. The annihilation factor surged forth, akin to disturbing an ant nest, causing countless fused Zamasu to flee in disarray. At this moment, the confrontation transcended mere combat between the fused Zamasu and Annihilation. It was a collision of two distinct forces of order. Given the current circumstances, the potency of Annihilation's rules eclipsed that of immortality. The Annihilation factor continued to spread relentlessly, akin to a death squad, systematically eradicating the fused Zamasu, while a silent symphony crescendoed in intensity. As more and more fused Zamasu vanished, a transformation unfolded within Vegeta's being. A refreshing sensation, reminiscent of a gentle spring breeze, enveloped him, compelling him to close his eyes. In his mind's eye, the character for time became increasingly vivid. Beneath this character, the mysterious seed that had accompanied Vegeta from the realm of trials began to take root and sprout at that very moment. The Annihilation factor persisted in its drift, the number of fused Zamasu dwindling, and the seed within Vegeta had sprouted new leaves. Vegeta was profoundly astonished by this miraculous sight. He yearned to reach out and touch it, yet in the next instant, the sprout ceased its growth. Vegeta abruptly opened his eyes. What was that just now? A seed sprouting? Was it the same seed that had entered my body in the trial realm? Why has it begun to take root and grow now? Outside, the Annihilation factor had nearly dissipated, and the remaining fused Zamasu were now few enough to be counted by the naked eye. Indeed, was the charge time still too brief? Vegeta's tone carried a hint of resignation. This was the pinnacle of his current capabilities. In the distance, a few hundred fused Zamasu continued to flee, though it was evident that many of them were already missing limbs. If the force of Annihilation persisted for another second, perhaps not a single fused Zamasu would remain. Yet this was Vegeta's limit. His body could no longer sustain another release of Annihilation's energy. The remaining fused Zamasu bore expressions of terror, some even fleeing in panic. But one among them bellowed, "He has no strength left." The fused Zamasu rallied, returning with renewed ferocity. Although Vegeta lacked the strength to charge another wave of Annihilation, he was still capable of evading these frenzied foes. Thus, a chaotic chase ensued, as the remaining fused Zamasu launched energy blasts at Vegeta while soaring through the air. Hours later, the voice of Cerulia suddenly echoed in Vegeta's mind. "Lord Vegeta, are you alright?" Vegeta, while dodging energy blasts, responded, "I'm fine. These few hundred rascals aren't enough to kill me, though they are quite troublesome. Also, seek out Jebet, instruct him to find Whis, and monitor a fellow named Zamasu closely in Universe 10. Understood, Lord Vegeta. Indeed, are there not similar beings in other parallel universes? Advise your comrades to refrain from engaging with this lunatic. They are immortal, and provoking them could lead to dire consequences." Lord Vegeta. Strangely, the shadowy figures from other parallel universes seem to have vanished. Our forces have retreated, and I shall summon reinforcements immediately. Vegeta furrowed his brow. Vanished? Had someone intervened? Who could it be? However, this was not the time for musing. His momentary distraction nearly cost him as an energy blast whizzed perilously close. They may come. I shall merely wait until my strength is restored. Understood. Just as Vegeta finished his response, a familiar voice echoed from behind him. Vegeta, I'm here to assist you. The swiftness of the reinforcements took even Vegeta by surprise. Had someone arrived just as he had spoken? Yet as he turned, he found that the newcomer was not a time patroller, but a familiar figure. Goku emerged from the time machine, instantaneously transforming into Super Saiyan 4 as he entered the fray. He teleported to Vegeta's side, retrieving a small pouch from his belt with one hand while deflecting an energy blast with the other. Vegeta, here are the Senzu beans. Chapter 50. The Annihilation of Fused Zamasu and the Invitation from a Mysterious Visitor. Vegeta seized the Senzu beans, his vitality restored in an instant. Vegeta, where's that doppelganger of mine? I have heard from Bulma and the others of his outrageous actions toward Trunks. Goku's fists clenched, his face contorted with hatred. After all, he could not abide anyone misusing his body for nefarious deeds. Those white-haired, green-skinned beings over there are the culprits. They're immortal and could pose a challenge for you. Vegeta pointed towards the distant group of fused Zamasu. What are you talking about, Vegeta? I have trained diligently over the past 6 months. Before he could finish his sentence, Goku soared towards one of the fused Zamasu. Bang! Goku's fist connected squarely with Zamasu's face, creating an indentation. Yet in the blink of an eye, it inexplicably restored itself. Zamazu's répugnant visage reforme d'agneau. Goku, somewhat perplexed, remarked, "Indeed, an immortal being. Ha ha, Goku. Your body is truly a marvelous tool. However, you will soon meet your demise." In an instant, a purple scythe materialized in Zamasu's grasp, slashing violently towards Goku. Goku deftly sidestepped, evidently at ease. He had undergone rigorous training under Whis. I say, while my body is indeed useful, Vegeta's is clearly more powerful. Why not seize his body instead of using mine for malevolent purposes? Goku wore a puzzled expression. This very statement caused Fuse Zamasu to momentarily freeze, first displaying a look of enlightenment, then furrowing his brow in agitation. You scoundrel! For this was my first encounter with such a grotesque manifestation of Vegeta. With that, the scythe swung toward Son Goku like a colossal windmill. Son Goku swiftly arched his upper body backward, nearly grazing the ground, before propelling himself forward with a powerful push, forming an elegant arc, and delivering a fierce kick that sent the fused Zamasu tumbling. Rising to his feet, Son Goku clasped his hands at his waist. Kamehameha! A vibrant blue energy beam surged toward the fused Zamasu with astonishing speed, striking true to its target. However, the Kamehameha proved utterly ineffectual against Zamasu, who stood his ground without the slightest inclination to evade. Useless! You cannot extinguish my existence, the fused Zamasu proclaimed with utmost arrogance. Then let us attempt once more. In an instant, a crimson flame enveloped Son Goku, his hair transforming to a fiery red. Kamehameha! The Kamehameha, infused with divine power, surged forth from the Super Saiyan 4's transcendent state, racing toward the fused Zamasu once again. Yet, Zamasu remained unmoved, allowing the energy wave to wash over him. Indeed, after 10 seconds, he stood there and scathed. Futile! I have declared myself immortal. Zamasu laughed maniacally. Son Goku scratched the back of his head and remarked, but you're quite weak. You just can't be killed. Unintentionally, Son Goku had unveiled a truth that ignited Zamasu's fury. A mere human who blasphemes against the divine must be eradicated. All of me, unite. Yet, nothing transpired. Where is everyone? Zamasu's countenance darkened further. At that moment, a disdainful voice resonated from behind him. I recall you just declared that I lack strength, did I not? Your comrades have been obliterated by my hand. Vegeta silently materialized behind him. Zamasu recoiled several meters, his eyes trembling, muttering, how is this possible? I distinctly saw you devoid of power. The once arrogant Zamasu now wilted, his gaze filled with dread towards Vegeta. You should express gratitude to Kakarot. It is he who has afforded you this momentary reprieve, Vegeta taunted disdainfully. Suddenly, he turned to Son Goku. Kakarot, are you still engaged in this battle? If not, I shall obliterate him. Son Goku shook his head in reply. No more fighting. This fellow is exceedingly weak, merely too resilient to kill. With that proclamation, Son Goku unwittingly sentenced the fused Zamasu to his doom. In a fit of desperation, Zamasu fled towards the horizon, seeking to escape this dread-laden realm. Upon receiving Son Goku's response, Vegeta once more summoned the power of annihilation, propelling it at the last remaining fused Zamasu with visible swiftness. In an instant, the fused Zamasu was rendered to nothingness. It is concluded, Son Goku exclaimed. Hands on his hips. Let us return. Vegeta, Bulma and the others are awaiting us, particularly that older Bulma, who is in tears. Vegeta nodded, preparing to accompany Son Goku to the time machine. Just then, an individual, dressed differently yet bearing the same resemblance to Vegeta, appeared before them. Son Goku poked Vegeta and exclaimed, Two Vegetas. Vegeta instantly recognized the newcomer. This was the alternate version of himself, the Time Patrol Vegeta. The Time Patrol Vegeta gazed at the two with astonishment, urgently inquiring, Where's that monster? Where has it gone? Surely it hasn't been. Vegeta merely nodded in acknowledgement. Uttering a soft the Time Patrol Vegeta was taken aback. It was known that this creature was immortal, yet it had been slain by them. Did this version of Son Goku and Vegeta possess such capabilities? While the Time Patrol Vegeta was still reeling from the revelation, Son Goku stepped closer, scrutinizing and comparing the features of Vegeta's face. Could it be that Zama's had indeed seized Vegeta's body? With a sudden burst of energy, Son Goku unleashed a punch towards the Time Patrol Vegeta. Thud! The Time Patrol Vegeta raised his right arm to block the attack, explaining, I'm a Time Patrolman, summoned by the Kaioshin of Time, Kranoa, for assistance, not Zamas. The Time Patrol Vegeta looked at Son Goku with exasperation, thinking to himself, how could this Kakarot appear so different from the one I know? In an instant, a spaceship descended upon the surface, its speed akin to that of something emerging from the depths of the earth. The three immediately adopted a defensive stance. However, before they could glimpse the occupants within. A sultry voice echoed, "Do not be alarmed. I mean no harm." A glamorous woman, adorned with glasses, emerged from the spaceship and greeted the trio, saying, "I've been waiting for you for quite some time." Vegeta's senses sharpened. Was this the one who had fled earlier? The woman wasted no time, stating, "We are hosting a tournament featuring the strongest fighters from various parallel universes. If you're interested, you may participate. Here is your invitation. You have 10 days to join." She handed each of them an invitation, which contained a list of registered participants. Each parallel universe may send a maximum of 2 representatives, and someone would come to collect them after 10 days. With a charming smile, the woman turned and walked back toward the spaceship. Vegeta opened the invitation, and the list of participants plunged him into contemplation. Son Goku, Son Goku, Son Goku, Son Goku, Vegeta. For versions of Son Goku. As he continued to read, the absurdity escalated further. Vegeta. Wow, why are there so many of me? And another Vegeta? What is this situation? Son Goku exclaimed, his face a picture of astonishment. Shall we participate, Vegeta? After all, Vegeta is deeply intrigued by these various Gokus, as well as a certain individual named Vegeta. Vegeta's eyes sparkled with anticipation, reflecting the image of the blue-clad Goku. As for the formidable beings from other realms, Kakarot, you shall join us, won't you? Absolutely, Vegeta responded with unwavering certainty. Chapter 51. Some individuals are destined to dwell solely in memories. Huh, another Vegeta. You intend to participate as well? Goku inquired, puzzled. The Time Patrol Vegeta suddenly nodded in realization, exclaiming, I wonder why so many parallel universe Gokus and Vegetas have vanished lately. It must be connected to her. The Time Patrol Vegeta's words piqued Vegeta's interest. So many Gokus and Vegetas have disappeared. It appears that my counterparts and Kakarot from other timelines are also entering this tournament. The Time Patrol Vegeta continued to ponder aloud. The dark figures from other universes have also gone missing. Could it be related to this event? No, there's something I must verify. With that, the Time Patrol Vegeta turned on his heel and prepared to depart. Hey, that Vegeta, why are you leaving? I still wish to spar with you. Goku shouted towards the Time Patrol Vegeta. However, the Time Patrol Vegeta did not halt his stride, waving a hand as he walked away. Let us spar during the tournament. I have something of great importance to attend to. With that, the Time Patrol Vegeta vanished into the time portal, leaving no trace behind. Now that the Zamasu from this timeline has been dealt with, Vegeta must ascertain whether their Zamasu is also experiencing complications. Let us go back, Kakarot. Goku nodded in agreement as he joined Vegeta aboard the time machine. In this timeline, West City, Capsule Corporation, the present Bulma, was soothing the future Bulma's anxiety. Do not worry, future me, Vegeta will be fine. He is not one to fear even the god of destruction. The future Bulma vaguely recalled how Vegeta's destructive energy was insufficient to erase the fused Zamasu, and it had even instantaneously split into countless fused Zamasus. Truth be told, after hearing the future Bulma's account, the present Bulma was also taken aback. It would be dishonest to claim she was unconcerned. Nonetheless, the present Bulma remained optimistic, adding, no need to fret. Goku has already taken the sins of beings for support. I trust they will find a solution. The future Bulma composed herself. The past me was correct. For now, I can only trust in Vegeta and Goku. Thankfully, this timeline is rich in resources, allowing for a swift collection of fuel. Indeed, I too have faith in them. The future Bulma rallied herself, wiping away the tears from her eyes. To divert her attention, the present Bulma began conversing with the future Bulma. Truly, you are remarkable, future me, for having created something as extraordinary as a time machine. You are quite impressive, having devised a machine capable of transforming Sun Jun into a Super Saiyan 4. The two Bulmas exchanged compliments, their spirits lifted in that moment. Meanwhile, Dawu sat anxiously beside the unconscious Trunks, her face etched with concern. Young Tae, having learned of the circumstances, stood by their side, while behind him, the Pilaf trio wore expressions of intrigue. Young Wu scrutinized Wu's features, realizing that Dawu was indeed her future self, and a handsome man cradled in her arms was the grown-up Trunks. Axu, what do you think the relationship is between the grown-up young Wu and the grown-up Trunks? Pilaf asked with a knowing smile. Young Wu's face flushed crimson as she shyly exclaimed, Lord Pilaf, and promptly dove into the nearby bushes. In a surprising turn, young Tae timidly approached Dawu, poking her gently. Noticing his presence, Dawu greeted him with a warm smile and kindly inquired, what is it? This smile nearly melted young Tae's heart as he stammered. Sister, May I ask what your relationship is with my future self? Da Wu's complexion reddened, and she found herself at a loss for words. Yet, Yang Te had already formed a conclusion in his mind. Suddenly, in Da Wu's embrace, the Trunks began to convulse violently, his head shaking uncontrollably, his expression twisted in anguish. Trunks! Trunks! What is happening? Da Wu's face contorted with worry, her concern threatening to overflow. No! Father! Quickly run! Trunks abruptly stood up from young Wu's arms, panic written all over his face, his eyes reflecting countless fused Zamasus. Da Wu continuously patted Trunks' back, soothing him. Trunks, your father will be all right. At that moment, the Trunks reigned in his terror, gazing around in bewilderment. Hey, my future self, you're awake? Don't worry. Dad is incredibly strong. He isn't afraid even of the god of destruction. This Zamasu you speak of will surely be defeated. With a whoosh, a phantom appeared as the time machine descended, and Vegeta and son Goku leapt out of the cabin together. See, I knew my father was invincible, Yang Te proclaimed proudly, crossing his arms in self-satisfaction. The two Bulmas, who had been engrossed in their conversation, abruptly halted their laughter as future Bulma hurried towards Vegeta. Yet, before she could reach him, her counterpart had already stepped forward to assess Vegeta's condition. Present-time Bulma anxiously asked, how is he? Is he all right? Did they eliminate the one who resembles Sun Jun? Bulma, you have no idea how powerful Vegeta is. He can even defeat those who cannot die. Son Goku relève animatedly. Really? Vegeta, did you defeat that demon? In this timeline, Bulma eagerly grasped Vegeta's arm and asked excitedly. Vegeta nodded in response, affirming, yes, it's resolved. This reply brought a profound sense of relief to everyone present. The future Bulma walked slowly toward Vegeta, her gaze trembling as she struggled to find the right words. After a brief internal conflict, she simply uttered 3 words, unlike her past self. Thank you. Vegeta gazed at future Bulma and replied, no need for thanks. I promised you I would survive. A radiant smile blossomed on future Bulma's face, her heart content merely to see Vegeta again, especially knowing she had lived thanks to his assistance. Suddenly, Vegeta bellowed, Trunks. Both versions of Trunks were simultaneously commanded by his authoritative voice, responding in unison, yes. Little Trunks and Big Trunks quickly approached Vegeta. From today onward, regardless of which Trunks you are, you must diligently train. Only then can you safeguard those you wish to protect. Do you understand? The two Trunks immediately straightened up, replying in chorus, understood. Father. Vegeta nodded in satisfaction, excellent. You both are quite spirited. Truly, during your absence, Trunks has been training diligently. It's not his fault you didn't return. The present Bulma interjected in defense of little Trunks. Since this rare reunion includes my future self, my future son, and my future daughter-in-law, let's celebrate with a party today. Under Bulma's enthusiastic coordination, a grand gathering commenced in the estate. At the highest point of the fence, Big Trunks was lost in the beauty of this family reunion. Suddenly, a hand rested on his shoulder. Turning around, he found his father. Vegeta inquired, what are you pondering? Nothing much. It's just wonderful that everyone is still alive. Vegeta chuckled. What are you saying? Don't you also have a girlfriend and your mother? Big Trunks jolted, awakening from his reverie. Indeed, he had both his mother and girlfriend, the very hopes that inspired him to continue living. I will strive to grow stronger and protect them. Who is that child who looks just like Uncle Goku? Vegeta replied, that's Gohan's younger brother, 1 year younger than you in this timeline. Big Trunks tilted slightly. Oh, Gohan's brother. By the way, where's Gohan? His assistance was crucial during the battle against Cell. Before Vegeta could respond, Gohan approached the two, greeting Trunks. Trunks, long time no see. I'm sorry for being late. I couldn't accompany Dad to help you. It was a rush situation, and Dad didn't inform me. Gohan. Trunks gazed at the now-grown Gohan, who bore an uncanny resemblance to the Gohan he remembered, the only difference being that his arm was fully intact. Son Gohan smiled and said, indeed, Trunks, it has been a while. You have grown stronger. Trunks felt a tremor in his body as he sensed Son Gohan's energy, realizing that he too had not neglected his training. He murmured, you have as well, Gohan. Suddenly, Son Goku's voice echoed. Oh, you are all here. Trunks, I see that the humans in your world have been decimated by the vile Zamasu. Why not settle in this timeline? Upon hearing these words, future Trunks fell silent, his gaze directed towards future Bulma. At that moment, future Bulma noticed Trunks and offered a gentle smile towards the group by the fence. But we are not from this timeline, and I doubt my mother would agree to it. Just then, Son Goku exclaimed, hey, Trunks, it seems your mother is running towards us. The others turned to look at future Bulma, And indeed, within 20 seconds, she arrived at the fence. Hello, Gohan, Goku, future Bulma greeted politely. Hello, Bulma. Son Gohan Waved. Bulma. Is there something you need? Son Goku asked with a smile. It's nothing much, just some words I wish to convey to Vegeta, future Bulma replied, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Noticing this, Son Gohan and Trunks stepped back. But a puzzled Son Goku said, Oh, Bulma, whatever you need to say can be shared with everyone. Before he could finish, Son Gohan and Trunks pulled him away. Vegeta, future Bulma began slowly. Vegeta nodded sharply. Thank you for your help. Had it not been for you, I might have perished. Leaning against the fence with arms open, Vegeta responded, If it weren't for you inventing the time machine and allowing Trunks to return to inform us, we all might have met our doom. You saved us all. Future Bulma was taken aback. This Vegeta was indeed different from the one she remembered. In her recollection, Vegeta was exceedingly arrogant, even possessing a touch of malevolence. Time truly alters a person, yet it was another version of herself that transformed him. Her Vegeta had long perished in the battle against the androids. This Vegeta belonged to the Bulma of this timeline. Future Bulma glanced towards the center of the stage, where the present Bulma was passionately singing. Oh, by the way, Kakarot just asked Trunks if he wanted to stay in this timeline. Trunks seems to think it depends on your opinion, Vegeta inquired. In agreement with Trunks, future Bulma replied, Perhaps not. After all, we are not from this timeline. Future Bulma understood very well that everything here did not belong to her. Merely being alive and having the chance to see Vegeta again was already the greatest blessing bestowed upon her. Some individuals are destined to dwell solely in memories. Even should the opportunity for reunion arise, they have inevitably changed. In a few days, the version of myself from this timeline has promised me a gift. After that day, we shall part ways, for our world awaits our restoration. Zamasu has not eradicated all of humanity. Meanwhile, cheers erupted from the center of the stage. As the present timeline's Bulma shouted, Future me, let's sing together. The future Bulma smiled gently, her spirit undiminished by age, and responded to Bulma, Yes, I am coming. With that, the future Bulma waved to Vegeta, her expression one of relief, as she said, I shall go ahead. Vegeta smiled faintly in reply. All right. Observing the future Bulma distance herself, Trunks and Gohan returned to the railing. Gohan inquired, Uncle Vegeta, did she agree? Vegeta shook his head slightly, responding, Her eyes have already provided the answer. Trunks is correct. She will not consent. Unlike the Goku of this timeline, Vegeta is not oblivious to the emotions of women. The future Bulma's eyes had long since conveyed her decision. Chapter 52, Beerus Awakens. Time slips away like grains of sand, and in the blink of an eye, 9 days have passed. In West City, at the Capsule Corporation, Trunks and Mai have completed the preparations for the time machine, and Trunks has filled the fuel tank. Father. Farewell, Trunks said, his tone tinged with reluctance. Leaning against a tree, Vegeta rested on one leg, forming a sword shape with his fingers, giving a slight nod to indicate his understanding. Mai glanced at her watch and leaned closer to Trunks, softly asking, Trunks, when will Mom and the others return? Trunks gazed up at the sky, replying, Soon, I believe. Vegeta perked up his ears. Indeed, a large spacecraft was approaching the Earth's atmosphere from outer space. He knew well who was aboard that ship. A few days prior, 2 Bulmas had embarked on the latest spacecraft, the purpose of which Vegeta was unaware. As Bulma had merely responded with, It's a secret. Today marked their return, and sure enough, a minute later, a spacecraft descended upon Capsule Corporation. With a hiss of steam, the hatch opened. The young and beautiful Bulma was the first to appear before the trio. Unlike her usual exuberance, she seemed somewhat shy today, a sight that surprised Vegeta, who was unaccustomed to this more demure demeanor. Mom, where'd you go? Trunks asked. Bulma did not respond, instead shyly approaching the three. Ding, ding, ding. How is it? Everyone, how do I look? Am I beautiful? The vibrant and familiar voice echoed from within the spacecraft. Once again, a young, fair-skinned, and beautiful Bulma appeared before several onlookers. Mom, is that you? Trunks could hardly believe his eyes. Beside him, Mai meticulously compared the 2 Bulmas. Astonished and perplexed by their identical appearances, 2 moms from the past, Vegeta stood upright, likely aware of the places and events the 2 Bulmas had encountered. However, their experiences differed, leading to subtle variations in their personalities. Thus, it could be inferred that the first Bulma was indeed from a future timeline. The present Bulma gently nudged her future counterpart, exclaiming, Future me, I told you everyone would be astonished. With that, she grasped the future Bulma's hands tightly, smiling as she encouraged, Oh, come on, don't be shy. Stand tall and proud. The future Bulma complied, and the present Bulma joined her in striking various poses, turning to the other three and inquiring, "How do we look? Like twins, right?" Both Trunks and Mai nodded in unison, utterly captivated by the sight that could dazzle anyone for a century. "Is this the Dragon Balls, Bulma? You must have gone to New Namek this time," Vegeta remarked, already accustomed to Bulma's extraordinary feats. The present Bulma, her eyes sparkling, replied, "Indeed, it's just as I expected from you, Vegeta. You recognized it immediately. The Dragon Balls on Earth are mere stones, so I had to bring my future self to New Namek instead. So, what do you think, future me? Isn't this gift splendid?" The future Bulma nodded, her face aglow yes. In the next moment, the present Bulma stored the spaceship within a capsule and approached Trunks. "Here, son, take this. Your mother mentioned that you don't know the location of New Namek in your timeline. According to the theory of parallel universes, events prior to the android incident should be identical. Therefore, take this latest model of my spaceship to locate New Namek. Its position should match ours, and I have recorded it in the ship. Use the Namekian Dragon Balls to accomplish whatever you desire." Upon hearing this, Trunks felt tears welling in his eyes, memories of lost loved ones flooding his mind, especially his revered brother Gohan. He accepted the capsule with a heart brimming with gratitude, struggling to articulate his feelings for his mother. Clutching the capsule tightly, he whispered, "Thank you, Mom." At that moment, the future Bulma no longer bore any trace of shyness. Her expression was filled with gratitude for her present counterpart. She had not anticipated that her past self would exhibit such profound wisdom. Initially believing the purpose was merely to rejuvenate her, she realized it was truly for the sake of the future. "Thank you, past me." Even in her youthful form, the future Bulma radiated a sense of maturity. "Indeed, I have also included the design blueprint of the spaceship. Should you wish to make improvements, feel free to take matters into your own hands. Considering the scarcity of resources in the future timeline, I have provided all the necessary materials here." As she spoke, the present-time Bulma handed a universal capsule to her future counterpart. With the matters clarified, the three of them climbed into the time machine in unison. As the hatch sealed, the time machine ascended gracefully into the sky. It was at this moment that Vegeta leapt forth, catching up to the time machine, and solemnly shouted towards Trunks, "Hey Trunks, I hope this is the last time I see the time machine. Do not forget what I told you." Trunks locked his gaze with Vegeta's, and the two exchanged a knowing smile. With a sudden nod, Trunks replied, "I understand. Father, I promise this will be the last time you see the time machine. I will protect the future." This was a pact between father and son, a solemn vow between men, as Trunks' voice faded with the disappearance of the time machine. "Now, Vegeta, let the future be handled by me and my son," Bulma called out to Vegeta. With a soft thud, Vegeta landed beside Bulma, genuinely surprised by her initiative. He commended her, saying, "Well, this idea of yours is quite impressive. You've already conveyed the method to them. Whether it is feasible remains to be seen. The rest is up to them." Bulma stood tall, brimming with confidence. "Of course, you solved a significant dilemma for our son. I cannot fall behind. I intended to share this method with him during his last visit, but I simply forgot." Just as they were engrossed in conversation, a child's voice broke in. "Daddy, that angel from last time is back. And Beerus is here too." "Oh, Beerus has arrived as well. Has that fellow finally resolved his inner turmoil?" Both Whis and Beerus were present, a rare occurrence indeed. "Do not panic, Trunks. Beerus will not lose his temper. I shall go to him at once." Chapter 53. Has someone eliminated all the Zamasu? At the Universal Capsule Company, beside an opulent swimming pool, Beerus reclined comfortably on a sun lounger, savoring a piece of tempura. While Whis, not one to remain idle, chimed in. "Please, may I have another serving?" "Thank you," Beerus politely requested from his chef. After all, it was the young master's explicit instructions to treat these two guests with utmost care, and the chef dared not be remiss, promptly providing Beerus with another portion. "Lord Beerus, had you obliterated Earth back then, you would not be able to indulge in such delicacies," Whis remarked, taking a bite of the fried treat and relishing it with an expression of bliss. Beerus did not respond immediately. His previous battle with Gogeta had left both parties battered. He had been ensnared by his inner conflicts, slipping into unconsciousness. Upon the resolution of these conflicts, he realized that had Whis not intervened during the last confrontation, he might very well have been dealt with by Vegeta. Wagering and accepting the outcome is a principle that a god of destruction ought to uphold. Since Whis has assured him that he shall no longer wreak havoc upon Earth, he will henceforth refrain from troubling the planet. "Whis, why did you not inform me of these secrets sooner? Why wait until I fell into a spiral of self-doubt and slumber before entering my dreams to reveal this?" Beerus inquired while indulging in his meal. Whis chuckled lightly, teasing, I did not anticipate that you, Lord Beerus, would remain so attached to your origins after all these years. Your conversation with Vegeta has indeed stirred memories of the past. Now you comprehend, do you not? Dispensing justice and championing the righteous is the duty of mortals. What transpired before you ascended to divinity is inconsequential. What matters is that you fulfill your obligations as a god, acting in accordance with your station. It was not my intention to wait until you were ensnared by self-doubt to disclose this. Rather, it is a decree established by Lord Zeno. Only when a mortal passes the ultimate trial of a god of destruction can this secret be made public. Beerus unexpectedly expelled the tempura he had just consumed, incredulously exclaiming, What? Someone has passed the ultimate trial? Whis smiled subtly, nodding vigorously. Beerus could discern that Whis would not jest regarding such matters. Who? Who has passed the trial? Has any god of destruction from another universe abdicated their position, allowing a successor to emerge? Beerus's expression was beyond mere shock. His eyes were nearly bulging, and his jaw was nearly agape. The higher the level of the trial, the greater the destructive power required. He himself had failed the ultimate trial in the past, which meant that this newcomer could very well supplant him, becoming the mightiest god of destruction among the 12 universes. Whis remained silent, his smile transforming into an expression that was more superficial than sincere. He did not wish for Beerus to discover that he had permitted Vegeta to enter during Beerus's unconscious state. For that realm was reserved solely for the next god of destruction, and this so-called next god was not merely a candidate, but rather the rightful successor. At that moment, Beerus sensed an unusual expression on Whis' face. His intuition was strong. Whis was concealing something from him. An exuberant voice suddenly disrupted Beerus's scrutiny of Whis. Wow, long time no see, Lord Beerus and Mr. Whis. Beerus turned towards the source of the voice, spotting a jovial figure with a crab-like head greeting them cheerfully. He tapped his head, attempting to recall this somewhat familiar individual, and after 3 seconds, he asked, Son Goku? Oh, it seems that Lord Beerus is fully awake now and remembers my name. Goku replied. Beerus scrutinized Goku, noting that this fellow appeared quite familiar with Whis. It seemed that many unexpected events had unfolded during his period of unconsciousness. Upon awakening, I was unexpectedly summoned by Whis to Earth, who claimed there was something of great significance at hand. In my state of unconsciousness, I remained blissfully unaware of the events that transpired, and it was evident that Whis was concealing something from me. Perhaps it would be prudent to consult Sun Wukong. Hey, Sun Wukong, Beerus inquired. How is it that you and Whis became acquainted while I was incapacitated? Whis' expression shifted, for Sun Wukong was known for his unfiltered tongue. It seemed that the matter of rescinding Beerus' role as the god of destruction could no longer be kept a secret. Oh dear, Lord Beerus, Sun Wukong exclaimed, as he recounted the events to Beerus in detail. Throughout the narration, Beerus' brow furrowed repeatedly, his teeth clenched tightly, his ears nearly transforming into the shape of aircrafts. However, when Sun Wukong concluded with, in truth, Mr. Whis' ultimate aim in this was merely to designate Vegeta as the candidate for the god of destruction. Isn't this the outcome you have long desired, Lord Beerus? The fury that had been on the verge of erupting within Beerus was suddenly quelled. This indeed aligned with his original intentions. Yet, he was taken aback that Vegeta could accomplish what he himself had once deemed impossible. Reflecting upon previous battles with Vegeta, it became clear that this individual had surpassed him even before attaining divinity. Whis, does this imply that Vegeta has passed the trial, thereby revealing the secrets of the god of destruction to the world, allowing me to emerge from my mental turmoil? Beerus queried, surprising Whis with his lack of reproach. Yes. That is essentially correct, Whis replied. A relieved smile spread across Beerus' face, finding the situation rather amusing. The very one who had ensnared him in his mental conflict was also the one to liberate him from it. With the matter already set in motion by Whis, Beerus refrained from further discussion, especially since this good news originated from the 7th universe, and he held a favorable view of Vegeta, despite the latter's arrogance. Vegeta, over here. At that moment, as Beerus was deep in thought, Sun Wukong interrupted, pointing towards Vegeta, who was approaching the trio. Kakarot, what brings you here? Vegeta inquired. Well, Sun Wukong replied with a grin. Isn't tomorrow the day of that parallel universe tournament? It's the final day, so I came early, hee. Both Whis and Beerus expressed their confusion simultaneously. Parallel universe tournament? Noting their bewilderment, Sun Wukong, without hesitation, explained the entire situation. Whis began to ponder, so, Does this mean that many versions of you two are participating from other timelines? Beerus stroked his chin and remarked, crossing timelines is a serious offense. This matter must be investigated by the God of Time. Sun Wukong responded, the God of Time's attendants will also participate. That individual who resembles Vegeta will be there. I wish to spar with him. Whis observed Sun Wukong thoughtfully, It appears that Lady Cronoa has taken notice. She will handle this matter. Given your enthusiasm, it seems you both intend to participate? Absolutely. Yes, Mr. Whis, we shall take part, Sun Wukong affirmed. Very well, Whis murmured, as mortals. You may intervene in this matter to ascertain the intentions of the woman you speak of. Vegeta, however, was resolute, regardless of Whis's words. He had already made up his mind to participate. As for the woman's motives, he could investigate those as well. But Whis, what brings you to Earth this time? Surely, it is not merely for sustenance, Vegeta inquired. Whis' expression grew solemn. You previously instructed Cerulia to inform me to keep an eye on Zamas from Universe 10. There are leads now. However, Vegeta felt an unsettling premonition. However, what? He pressed. He has been absent for some time. At this revelation, Vegeta was taken aback. Could it be that this Zamas shares the same fate as the two from the future? He recalled the crimes Zamas had detailed and felt a tightening in his chest. Has this Zamas committed similar atrocities? What is Master? Is he still alive? Vegeta continued to inquire. Whis replied, what is the matter? Gao is quite well. Vegeta fell into contemplation. It appeared that this Zamas had not succeeded like the others. Cerulia had mentioned that the dark figures from parallel universes had vanished. And, judging by the current circumstances, these individuals must belong to Zamas from other parallel timelines. Could it be that someone has intervened and eliminated all Zamas? Chapter 54. The invitation from Wormy, setting off for the interdimensional tournament. Hey Vegeta, what are you discussing? Beerus asked, perplexed. During his unconsciousness, it felt as though he had been severed from the world. Vegeta cast a glance at Beerus and replied, you should inquire with Whis. Cerulia should have informed him. Vegeta's gaze shifted, and he asked, so, Beerus, did you sleep well? Initially, Vegeta expected Beerus to erupt with fury. Yet his reaction was merely a slight clenching of his jaw, quickly stifled by an overwhelming calm. Thanks to you, I slept quite well. Moreover, I must express my gratitude for resolving a long-standing confusion, allowing me to devote myself entirely to enhancing my destructive energy. Beerus placed his hands behind his head and turned to sip a fruit juice. Oh, by the way, although you've now mastered a power greater than destruction itself, do not become too arrogant, for there remains a significant gap between us. You must understand, I have lived for several billion more years than you. Despite suppressing his anger, Beerus still harbored a degree of resentment towards Vegeta's brash demeanor. At that moment, Goku, seemingly oblivious to the tension, chimed in, but didn't Lord Beerus lose to Vegeta and another version of myself when we fused? Well, it wouldn't be accurate to say defeated, as they disintegrated. Goku scratched his head. Suddenly, Sun Wukong appeared to have recalled something of great significance and exclaimed, moreover, it seems that Lord Beerus shares his life force with Lord Kaioshin. In other words, if someone were to kill the Kaioshin, after this outburst from Sun Wukong, Beerus could no longer contain his emotions. Before Wukong could finish his sentence, Beerus abruptly stood up and bellowed, Sun Wukong, you rascal. Whis intervened and acted as a mediator, saying, oh dear, Lord Beerus, please do not be angry. Mr. Sun Wukong is just like that. You should get used to it. Whis understood this well, despite Wukong's seemingly careless demeanor. He possessed a unique perspective when analyzing matters. His insights were often remarkably incisive. Previously, Wukong had bluntly expressed his desire for Vegeta to become the candidate for the God of Destruction. Moreover, Wukong's words did indeed hold a grain of truth. Upon hearing Whis, Beerus became even more irate and shouted, Whis, how long have I been unconscious, and you are already defending them? Ah, my Lord Beerus, do not forget that the God of Destruction's Centennial Tournament still requires Vegeta, Whis consoled him. My apologies, Lord Beerus, Wukong chuckled, hiding behind Whis. Silence. You shut your mouth. Whis, let me go. Beerus roared, pointing an accusatory finger at Wukong. Vegeta was taken aback that Wukong would utter such words, a sentiment he himself had not anticipated, and silently commended Wukong in his heart. All right, Beerus, Kakarot is not entirely mistaken. You are aware that you have lived for several billion years, correct? Engaging with a human who has lived for less than 1,000 years leads to mutual destruction. It seems this mental block has hindered your training considerably, hasn't it? Now that this mental barrier is lifted, I am eager to see how much stronger you will become. I shall defeat you without relying on the power of fusion," Vegeta proclaimed earnestly, preparing to challenge Beerus. However, in the next moment, he suddenly sensed a faint aura nearby, seemingly deliberately concealed. The once boisterous Beerus immediately calmed, his eyes alert. Meanwhile, was communicated telepathically with Beerus, saying, "She is coming, Lord Beerus, but it appears she fears us. We must depart." Beerus understood and promptly complied, exclaiming, "Oof, Vegeta, let's await the outcome. Whis, let's be on our way." Vegeta waved his hand in farewell, responding, "Safe travels." Vegeta's focus shifted to the concealed aura. It seemed that both Beerus and Whis had also noticed the arrival of that individual. To traverse time and space is a grave offense, and it was likely that the woman was hiding out of fear of Beerus and Whis. "Let us go, Kakarot. Someone is here to escort us." Vegeta beckoned to son Wukong. Wukong, having sensed an aura reminiscent of the woman from that day, exclaimed, "Wonderful. Vegeta, I can hardly wait." The two shared a tacit understanding and soared towards a desolate expanse. The sound of light footsteps echoed, synchronized among the three. A woman appeared before the second young master of the Saiyans. Her features were exquisite, and beneath her glasses lay a pair of resolute eyes. Every movement exuded a hint of allure, complemented by her long, flowing chestnut curls, which the white lab coat could not conceal, revealing her perfect silhouette. "Ah, so this is what you look like. It was too dark that day to see clearly," greeted son Wukong in his characteristic manner. The woman nodded and said, "Gentlemen, my name is Womi. It seems you two are already planning to participate in the competition." Vegeta's gaze wandered over Womi, contrasting her aura with that of the pink figure that had vanished during the battle against Zamasu in the future timeline. Ultimately, he concluded that the figure that had abruptly disappeared was indeed her. "Well, let us not linger. Please lead us," Vegeta stated directly. Womi smiled enchantingly, and a massive spaceship materialized behind her, standing at the entrance, inviting them in. "Wow, how did that appear? Is it magic?" son Wukong exclaimed, rushing into the spaceship. Looking around in wonder, Vegeta followed closely behind. In the wilderness, the enormous vessel powered up, soaring into the sky, vanishing like a shuttle, reminiscent of the time machine's activation. Vegeta scrutinized the ship's structure. Although it was termed a spaceship, it resembled a lounge more than anything else. Son Wukong noticed this too and asked, "Why does a spaceship look like a room?" Womi explained, "Because this spaceship will serve as your lounge from now on. We are about to head to the competition arena. As mentioned, we will invite powerful beings from various parallel timelines to participate, but only 2 will be allowed." She continued, "The competition will take place in an alternate timeline, quite distant from the major parallel universes, and I have constructed the venue. The rules are simple. Victory is achieved when the opponent has no means to retaliate." Listening to Womi, Vegeta couldn't help but inquire, "What does having no means to retaliate mean? Does killing count?" Womi gracefully approached Vegeta, smiling alluringly. "Not at all. You cannot kill your opponent. Of course, if the opponent surrenders, you cannot continue the attack." Vegeta remained wary of this enigmatic woman, crossing his arms and taking a step back, pondering. "No killing? This competition's rules seem rather humane for now. All right, I understand. How long until we reach the competition venue?" Womi walked to the door, which creaked open, a beam of light streaming in from outside. "This is the fastest speed in the universe. We have arrived." Chapter 55, Ballast. As the door opened, son Wukong dashed out first, unable to contain his excitement. "Wow, it's so vast." His exclamation caught Vegeta's attention, prompting him to leap out of the spaceship. The entire competition arena unfolded before them, resembling a colossal bird's nest. The spaceship rests upon the spectator's platform, and as one gazes outward, the arena stretches infinitely, exuding a profound aura of advanced technology. A colossal projection hovers above the arena, depicting scenes of forests, plateaus, plains, oceans, and mountains. Surrounding the arena, the sky is filled with rows of spectator seats, starkly devoid of any presence, signifying that they are the first to arrive at the battleground. Beyond the competition area lies an endless abyss of darkness, numerous meteors, and desolate wasteland, presenting a striking contrast to the arena. Womi proudly pointed to the arena and explained, "This is the very place where competitors will engage in battle, constructed with the utmost resilience, a testament to my ingenuity." The floating images of forests and plateaus represent the combat scenarios, and the arena will expand in size according to the strength of the contestants. So there is no need to worry about its destruction. Such a revelation left Goku utterly astonished. What kind of ability is this? Can it be that you truly possess magic? Womi crossed her arms and, with a smile of confidence, replied, I am a scientist. Trust in science. Vegeta, gazing at the woman in the lab coat, found it impossible to conceal his astonishment. Such extraordinary phenomena he had only previously witnessed with Whis. Yet this woman attributed it to science. Goku, raising his thumb in admiration, exclaimed, You are indeed an extraordinary scientist. Vegeta's gaze lingered on Womi, who noticed his attention and, with a charming smile, inquired, Oh, what is the matter, esteemed contestant? It appears you hold me in high regard. Indeed, it is quite fascinating that you can traverse time and space to summon powerful beings for this competition, which indicates your true prowess, Vegeta responded. Womi displayed an air of pride. Of course, but was interrupted by Vegeta's next remark. However, I am curious whether the rule you established to prevent fatalities is genuinely respected. Your technology is undeniably formidable, yet do you possess the capability to stop us from killing? He concluded with a devilish grin. Womi's relaxed demeanor vanished in an instant, her expression turning serious, though this lasted but a moment before she replied with a smile. As the host, I certainly possess that capability. Do not underestimate me, and besides, I am not the sole host. Suddenly, a hissing sound emanated from the upper left. Halting their conversation, Vegeta turned to see a spaceship of the same design descending upon the upper left spectator area, accompanied by a large letters row appearing above it. Womi leaped gracefully to the zero spectator area, waving and smiling at Vegeta and Goku. He has arrived. Like me, he belongs to the zero spectator area. Meanwhile, a large letter 1 emerged from the spectator area where Vegeta was seated, indicating they were in the 1 spectator area. In the 0 spectator area, Womi's previous smile faded, and she knelt on one knee, supporting herself with one hand on the ground, her expression one of reverence. At this moment, Vegeta and son Goku cast a glance at each other. Suddenly, a profound and enigmatic aura emanated from the spacecraft, sweeping through their minds like an endless abyss. Yet, it lasted for less than a second before dissipating entirely. Vegeta fixed his gaze on the ship, realizing that this individual was exerting their dominance, asserting the strength of the host. Welcome, Lord Beerus. The first spectator seat has already been occupied, Womi solemnly reported to the figure within the spacecraft. The door of the spacecraft opened, and just as Vegeta and Goku anticipated the appearance of another host, only a dull response emerged from within. It was devoid of emotion, as if the matter held no significance whatsoever. After this brief reply, the man named Beerus made no further move. The door remained ajar. Yet he did not reveal himself. What is going on? I expected to see his face, but he is not coming out. Son Goku shrugged and sighed. Hey, Kakarot, this guy is indeed quite mysterious. For some reason, my blood is already beginning to boil. Vegeta clenched his fists, subsequently raising his power to match the fleeting intensity of Beerus' earlier presence. Womi stood up and addressed the two. Lord Beerus will not participate in the competition. We are the judges. Should anyone violate the rules, both Lord Beerus and I will take action. Vegeta feignait disappointement, remarquing, Kakarot. It seems they are not granting us the chance to confront the judges. What a pity. His words served a dual purpose, to inform Womi that they were not to be underestimated and to subtly remind Beerus not to be overly arrogant. Suddenly, a large numeral 2 emerged from the lower right corner of the spectator area, and another spacecraft appeared. Vegeta looked down to the right, observing a figure who bore an uncanny resemblance to Womi stepping out of the ship. This sight left Vegeta perplexed, prompting him to glance at Womi in the primary spectator seat. Womi, arms crossed and a charming smile on her face, explained science, the power of science. Yet, in the next instant, the duplicate Womi from the second spectator seat disintegrated into a mass of flesh, merging directly into the original Womi in the primary seat. At this moment, Vegeta comprehended that the recently emerged Womi was likely a form of clone reminiscent of Majin Buu. As the clone fused with Womi, the smile vanished from her face, leaving her frozen in place, her entire being seemingly ensnared by invisible hands. Vegeta paused, pondering what has happened to this Womi. The next moment, the sound of footsteps echoed from the second spectator seat, interrupting Vegeta's thoughts as another figure emerged from the spacecraft. Time seemed to stand still, and the reactions of Vegeta and Goku mirrored the stillness, akin to the calm before a storm. The individual before them donned a striking outfit of crimson and azure, complemented by white gloves. His gaze bore the pride of Vegeta and the resolve of Goku, with the patera earrings marking his identity. This was none other than the formidable warrior they both knew all too well, Vegeta, the invincible fighter born from their fusion. Vegeta, arms crossed and exuding an aura of invincibility, surveyed his surroundings until his gaze settled upon Goku and himself. To his surprise, Vegeta greeted them amicably. "Hello, Goku, Vegeta." Both warriors snapped back to attention, with Goku waving in return. "Hey there, Vegeta." They were not overly astonished, for they were already aware of his participation in the tournament. However, on the other side, Womi's reaction was unexpected. She appeared genuinely astonished. This was a most peculiar scene, causing Vegeta to fixate on Womi. It was strange. Her doppelganger had already encountered Vegeta, and he was listed among the competitors she had provided. Why was she more surprised than him and Kakarot? Could it be that the Womi who initially approached them was also a mere projection? From her reaction, it seemed that her doppelganger needed to return to her to share memories. But wait, what were those crystalline droplets in her eyes? Tears. Suddenly, an overwhelming aura emanated from the spacecraft in the number 0 spectator area, rippling outward with even greater intensity than before as Beerus reaffirmed his status as the host. Vegeta's thoughts were interrupted, compelling him to stabilize his energy. Goku, shielding himself with a hand, quipped, "Does this Beerus character intend to showcase his power with every participant? It feels rather juvenile." Meanwhile, the overwhelming presence struck Womi's face, restoring her composure in an instant, causing the tears to be reabsorbed into her eyes. She donned her usual charming smile and continued, "Welcome to the tournament. I am Womi, one of the organizers of this interdimensional competition." Chapter 56. Contestants make their entrance. Setting. The Vegeta of this timeline shall be referred to simply as Vegeta, while Goku from this timeline will bear the prefix for the first spectator area, and the Goku from the original Dragon Ball Super timeline will be prefixed with interdimensional. Vegeta cast a glance towards the number 0 spectator area S spacecraft, remarking, "It seems someone is eager to display their strength ahead of time. What a coincidence. I feel the same." True to his word, Vegeta's body sprang into action, embodying his decisive nature. A surge of energy radiated from him, and as he extended his hands, the aura burst forth like a wild stallion, clearing everything in its path. With a resounding clash, two forces collided, the sound of the explosion echoing endlessly. "Hey, you over there. It seems you're keen on having a match with me." Vegeta raised his right hand, pointing at the ship in the 0 audience area, and shouted. Vegeta, with a single hand, established a protective barrier. He was quite intrigued by the situation, eager to witness the prowess of Vegeta and this individual named Beerus. Oh, is Vegeta planning to confront the referee? These two appear formidable. It remains uncertain who would prevail. Goku, too, seemed to be an observer of the spectacle. However, the ship in the 0 audience area fell silent after that moment. Subsequently, Womi emerged to mediate. "Mr. Vegeta, as the organizers, we do not participate in the competition. Lord Beerus' previous remarks were merely an acknowledgement of your strength," Womi explained, his demeanor submissive. Vegeta frowned and shouted towards the 0 ship. "Hey, don't hide behind a woman. What kind of cowardice is that?" Yet Beerus remained silent, which left Vegeta feeling quite irked. With a swift motion, several waves of energy surged towards the 0 ship. If they choose not to speak, then they shall be struck until they do. Such was Vegeta's style. In an instant, energy orbs floated from within the ship, and two powerful energies erupted in the sky, illuminating the entire arena. A muffled voice emanated from the ship. "Please remain calm. I am merely issuing a warning to adhere to the rules. Should they be disregarded, we will take action." Vegeta stood firm, arms crossed, and retorted, Is it a bit too presumptuous to convey a warning in such a manner? Do you think I, Vegeta, am one to kill indiscriminately?" Beerus let out a cold chuckle and slowly replied, "Since you, Mr. Vegeta, have stated it thus, I need not worry. You are indeed powerful. Be sure to endure until the end." Seeing Beerus relent, Vegeta chose not to pursue the matter further and turned to converse with Vegeta and Goku. "Vegeta, Goku, two individuals from my memory. It has been quite a while." Vegeta flew before the first audience stand and greeted them. Despite Vegeta's earlier brashness, Vegeta still held a degree of admiration. "Oh, it has been long, hasn't it? You may encounter many versions of us shortly." Goku, intrigued by Vegeta's presence, inquired, Vegeta, you two are a fusion of me and Vegeta, right? Why haven't you unfused?" Vegeta expressed a look of astonishment. "You two have fused?" "After the battle with Majin Buu, we utilized the Patera earrings and have remained fused ever since." He gestured towards the earrings. Goku scratched his head, reminiscing. "We fused at that time as well, but the chaotic energy within Majin Buu contaminated the Patera, forcing us to unfuse." Upon hearing Goku's words, Vegeta was enlightened, realizing, I see. When I entered Majin Buu, I did not deactivate the protective shield. Vegeta's body trembled slightly as he pondered. It appears that the same event can elicit disparate decisions from individuals across different parallel universes, thereby influencing the trajectory of future developments. Suddenly, a succession of ships landing resounded in the air, drawing the attention of several individuals toward the other spectator stands with great urgency. The first to emerge from the vessel at stand number 3 was the time-traveling Vegeta, though his attire differed somewhat from that day, donning the classic battle uniform of the Saiyans. Despite his disguise, Goku and Vegeta, having encountered him previously, immediately recognized him. Just as Goku was about to greet the time-traveling Vegeta, Vegeta swiftly intervened, shaking his head to signal him to refrain from doing so. Goku's expression shifted from confusion to sudden realization. There must be a reason behind the time-traveling Vegeta's actions. He swallowed his words, opting instead to observe alongside Vegeta. The time-traveling Vegeta beckoned, calling to the ship, "Come forth, Kakarot." Suddenly, a man donning a scouter and also clad in an old-fashioned battle uniform appeared behind the time-traveling Vegeta. Upon closer inspection, Vegeta recognized this man to be another Goku, yet the malevolent aura emanating from him starkly contrasted with the Goku beside Vegeta. Goku remarked to Vegeta, "This guy must be another version of me from a different timeline, but he seems so sinister." With a clang, the ship at stand number 4 opened, and another Goku emerged, similarly dressed in an old battle uniform. Yet he stood alone, a stark contrast to the malevolent Goku previously seen. Following this, individuals from stand No. 5 also disembarked from their ship, and, as Vegeta had anticipated, it was yet another pair of Goku and Vegeta from alternate universes. With a thunderous crash, the door of the ship at stand number 6 was obliterated, and a man strikingly similar to Vegeta stepped out, accompanied by a woman, who, like him, was also a Saiyan. He surveyed his surroundings with a sinister grin, disdainfully exclaiming, "Oh, so there's so many Vegetas here." In an explosion even more dramatic than that at stand number 6, the ship at stand number 7 was smashed to the ground in a single blow, sending debris soaring into the arena. Two figures emerged into view. One clenched his fist, surveying the crowd with a haughty demeanor. "Zyko, how many times must I tell you not to do this?" As the dust settled, a robust figure became visible behind Zyko. Gritting his teeth, Zyko impatiently replied, "I know, Dad." The one chastising him was none other than Goku himself. With a resounding crash, the ship at stand No. 8 was obliterated as if it had suffered a terrorist attack, reduced to rubble by an enormous fist the moment it touched down. All eyes turned towards stand number 8. In the first audience section, Sun Wukong lamented, "Why do these individuals make such a violent entrance?" No sooner had he spoken than a cacophony of chaos erupted from the 8th audience section. A fierce gale of punches surged towards him, and Sun Wukong was taken aback, feeling an unparalleled sense of oppression. A colossal fist lunged at him mere centimeters away. In an instant, he transformed into Super Saiyan 4. At that moment, a grotesque figure materialized before him, its eyes clouded with an eerie whiteness. "Kakarot." The sound waves reverberated, causing the first audience section to tremble violently. When Sun Wukong's fist collided with the stranger's, an immense pressure radiated outward. "What's going on? Do we know each other? How infuriating." His voice was laced with both anger and confusion, especially as so many Sun Wukongs were present, yet this one chose to attack him. Suddenly, a golden energy lotus blossomed behind him as Vegeta joined his side. "Kakarot, do you know him?" Vegeta inquired, his face etched with confusion. Sun Wukong shook his head. "Apologies. It is my fault." At that moment, a Womi clone appeared in the 8th audience section and swiftly pressed a button. A cage materialized, enveloping Broly entirely, while a thick green mist began to spread within the confines, indicating a substantial dosage. The Womi clone reassured everyone. "Rest assured, he's calmed down now." Subsequently, all of Womi's clones converged towards the 0 audience section and entered Womi's body. Just as the Womi from the 8th audience section was about to return to its original form, it was halted by another Womi. "Hey, I must ask, how did you manage to bring him along?" The clone queried quietly. The other responded, "Lord Beerus commanded it. This creature is exceedingly ferocious. When I discovered him, he had annihilated everyone in his universe. He has since succumbed to madness and fallen into a slumber. I cannot fathom why Lord Beerus would orchestrate this." Upon finishing, the clone displayed a look of terror and entered Womi's body. Instantly, Womi shivered as the memories of the clone flooded into his mind, mirroring the expression of dread. This scene was witnessed by Vegeta, who realized that Womi's clones needed to return to their original form to share memories. Chapter 57. Uninvited Contestants. In the third audience section, the Time Patrol Officer Vegeta's gaze suddenly darkened, while in the fourth audience section, Sun Wukong mirrored his concern. As both the third and fourth audience sections were situated in the lower right corner of the first Vegeta's perspective, he observed their reactions keenly. What a madman! To attack me upon arrival, spoke the Sun Wukong from the fifth audience section. Beside him, Vegeta slowly remarked, that lunatic is targeting the first audience section, not you, Kakarot. In the fifth spectator area, Sun Wukong scratched his head and replied with a smile, it's just me, but I can't shake off this discomfort. Hee hee. By the way, that transformation I just witnessed was unlike anything I've ever seen. I can't wait to face him in battle. In the same section, Vegeta stroked his chin, reflecting on the earlier scene. The unprecedented transformation had caused Kakarot's energy to surge to unimaginable levels. Shortly thereafter, Sun Wukong from the fifth spectator area waved to his counterpart in the first section with concern. Hey, that's me. Are you alright? At that moment, the first spectator Sun Wukong noticed his fifth counterpart and waved back. I'm fine. Another me. As the fifth Sun Wukong withdrew his hand, his peripheral vision caught sight of Vegeta. He poked Vegeta and stammered, "Be Vegeta? Is that person? Veget?" Vegeta from the fifth spectator area turned to look at the second section, instantly freezing in disbelief. What? Veget? What was that god of destruction from Universe 10 called? Gawas? Didn't he say that fusion only works permanently for gods of destruction? What is going on with this Veget? However, in the next moment, an unusual glint appeared in Vegeta's eyes, his surprise giving way to confidence. He muttered, hee, that is perfect. I could try that technique on him. Simultaneously, much like the fifth spectator Sun Wukong and Vegeta, the Sun Wukong from the seventh spectator area also displayed a look of astonishment. In the first spectator area, Vegeta turned to Veget and said, I wasn't mistaken, right? You could see multiple versions of us. It seems you are rather popular. They're all intrigued by you. Veget gazed down at the reactions of the crowd, who were indeed astonished by his presence, a slight smile gracing his lips. It appears I am a unique existence. As time passed, no new spaceships emerged from the audience. From a zero spectator area, Womi shouted, it seems there are no more contestants. Vegeta surveyed the other sections, noting the 5 Sun Wukongs present, including the one beside him. His gaze fell on the 7th spectator area. This individual's attire bore some resemblance to Kakarot's, yet his energy lacked the divine essence. He was not the Kakarot he sought. Could it be that Kakarot is not participating in such an intriguing competition? Suddenly, a loud noise interrupted Vegeta's thoughts as a spaceship descended in the 9th spectator area. Back at the 0 spectator area, Womi's voice trailed off. The spaceship's door opened, and Womi's doppelganger emerged, wearing a sorrowful expression, looking quite aggrieved. He quickly flew to Womi's side, lamenting, boss, I didn't want him to come either, but he insisted I bring him. Womi, gently patting his doppelganger's head, comforted him, don't cry, don't cry. All right, come back for now. The doppelganger nodded slightly, transforming into a mass of flesh that suddenly burrowed into Womi's body. Memories began to surge into Womi's mind, and in an instant, her complexion turned ashen, her body trembling. Lord Beerus, is this person also invited by you? Womi's voice quivered. Beerus replied nonchalantly, no, it seems things are getting interesting. Lord Beerus, is this really still within your control? Womi inquired softly. Came the heavy and authoritative response. Meanwhile, 2 figures slowly emerged from the spacecraft in the 9th spectator area. Suddenly, a wave of energy struck Vegeta's mind, invoking a tempest in his thoughts, awakening his senses. However, it lasted less than 0.00001 seconds, and even Vegeta began to doubt whether this energy had ever existed. No, it must have existed, Vegeta affirmed within himself. He gazed towards the 9th spectator area and clearly discerned the faces of the 2 individuals, a young man clad in a GI bearing the Wu character, and a man shrouded in a black cloak, beneath which lay a face familiar to Vegeta. The newcomers were none other than Son Goku and Son Gohan. Wow, another me, exclaimed Son Goku beside him, astonished as he counted, 5 of me. Vegeta, on the 2nd spectator area, glanced at Son Goku, somewhat speechless, and retorted, hey, counting yourself? That makes 6. You've really stirred up Goku's nest. In the 9th spectator area, the cloaked Son Goku wore a stoic expression, and compared to the other Gokus, his eyes seemed to lack some luster. He exhibited neither the Saiyan's combative spirit nor the determination to protect. Positioned directly below the 1st spectator area, Vegeta scrutinized the facial expression of the cloaked son Goku, certain that this version was not the Goku he sought. Vegeta mused inwardly. While this fellow bears a fleeting resemblance to Kakarot, his eyes reveal otherwise. Kakarot, won't you join in this intriguing contest? At that moment, the cloaked son Goku's expression flickered slightly, the corners of his mouth twitching upward. Vegeta's heart jolted. Did this guy just smile at me? It was a smile more grotesque than a frown. In the ninth spectator area, Son Gohan, puzzled, asked the cloaked son Goku, "Dad, what is our purpose for being here?" The cloaked son Goku simply replied with 2 words, "To observe." Son Gohan, bewildered, inquired, "But isn't this a cross-dimensional tournament? Aren't you participating, Dad?" The cloaked son Goku remained expressionless. "I am merely here to observe, as the one competing is you." Son Gohan was left in a fog, struggling to comprehend his father's intentions. He compelled the organizers to escort him to the competition venue, yet he himself chose not to participate. A resounding female voice interrupted the thoughts of all present as Womi proclaimed, "I hereby announce. The third interdimensional competition officially commences." She continued to outline the rules. Firstly, no killing is permitted. Once an opponent surrenders, no further attacks may be executed, and victory is declared when the adversary is rendered unable to retaliate. Secondly, the competition follows a champion system, with a total of 14 participants divided into 3 arenas, one of which will have 1 less competitor. The competition spans 3 days, culminating in the finals on the 4th day, where the champions from the 3 arenas will be determined. Thirdly, those who falter will be sent back to their respective timelines, meaning they will be unable to witness the remaining matches. Upon hearing this, the audience erupted into discussions, save for the slumbering Broly and the perpetually unsmiling cloaked Goku. Womi interrupted the murmurs, announcing, "Next, here is the list of participants for the first day's arena matches. From the first audience section, Vegeta." Vegeta raised an eyebrow, pondering the implication of being chosen for the first day. Do they wish for me to be eliminated so soon? How intriguing. I shall await the outcome. From the 6th audience section, Reg, followed by Vegeta from the 4th audience section, and Kakarot from the 3rd audience section. Lastly, from the 7th audience section, Goku from the AF timeline. Vegeta cast his gaze towards the 6th, 4th, and 3rd audience sections, and in that moment he caught sight of Reg's provocatively smug grin. Reg brazenly gestured a throat-cutting motion towards Vegeta. Vegeta merely smirked dismissively, sensing the hostility emanating from this doppelganger. "Alas, Vegeta, you're not in the same group as me," said Vegito, feigning regret, but quickly added, "Perhaps it is for the best. I wouldn't want you to face me so early. We shall meet on the 4th day." Vegeta chuckled softly. "Ah, you should be grateful for not encountering me." Vegito wore a nonchalant expression. "No matter, you will inevitably face me." His cheek twitched slightly as he added, "Moreover, I can sense that you are different from those other Vegetas." Vegeta replied, "Oh, it seems you have high expectations of me." Just as the tension between the two escalated, Womi's voice rang out once more, "Next." From the 1st audience section, Vegeta will compete against Vegeta from the 5th audience section. As Womi's announcement faded, the floating holographic projections of forests, oceans, and other landscapes dissipated into thin air, all converging into the arena. In merely a second, the arena began to operate, undergoing a tumultuous transformation accompanied by violent tremors. Various natural landscapes, forests, oceans, plains, and mountains seamlessly replaced one another. This spectacle even elicited a sense of wonder for Vegeta, realizing that this Womi possessed remarkable abilities. Now, let the 2 contestants enter the arena. In the blink of an eye, the ground beneath the feet of the 2 Vegetas in the 1st and 5th spectator areas abruptly fissured without any warning. Both Vegetas were teleported to the arena. With a sudden flash, the arena's dimensions rapidly expanded, and various natural landscapes were simultaneously completed. Their landing spot was a vast plain, where everything felt strikingly real. A gentle breeze swept by, tousling the hair of the 2 Vegetas. The time-traveling Vegeta gazed intently at his counterpart, arms crossed, and remarked, "Hey, another me. To be honest, I never expected to encounter you in the 1st round. You're not my target. I would much prefer to engage in battle with Kakarot." "Who stands beside you?" Vegeta responded with a cold smile, realizing that even the alternate version of himself harbored an obsession with Kakarot. "Are you implying that I am inferior to Kakarot? You are bound to be disappointed. In my timeline, I am immensely strong, far surpassing Kakarot. Is that so? Are you suggesting that Kakarot from your timeline is stronger than you?" Vegeta cast a glance towards Goku in the 5th spectator area. The time-traveling Vegeta's ire was ignited. And he scoffed, "Enough with the idle chatter." In an instant, a golden aura erupted, and the time-traveling Vegeta transformed into a Super Saiyan, his right fist poised behind him, gathering energy as he leaped forward to strike Vegeta. The wind from his punches whistled, yet none landed on Vegeta. Witnessing this, Vegeta fervently summoned the S-cells within him, swiftly achieving the full power of a Super Saiyan. Unfazed, Vegeta calmly swayed his body, evading the time-traveling Vegeta's onslaught time and again. "What's the matter? Don't know how to fight back. All you do is dodge," taunted the time-traveling Vegeta. At that moment, Vegeta flashed a sly grin, effortlessly deflecting the time-traveling Vegeta with a mere flick of his wrist. "Perhaps the truth is not that I refuse to fight back, but rather that you cannot keep up with my speed?" Upon hearing this, the deflected time-traveling Vegeta stood momentarily stunned, his eyes ablaze with fury. "How dare you underestimate me?" With a flourish, the golden aura expanded further, crackling with energy as the time-traveling Vegeta transformed into a Super Saiyan 2. "If close combat won't suffice, then I shall resort to range attacks," he declared as he positioned his hands before his chest, a brilliant light blooming in his palms. With a sweeping motion, energy blasts surged forth in all directions, a technique renowned as the Prince's strategy. Vegeta, face-palming, muttered in exasperation, "Not this technique again." It was one he had often employed in the past, but had come to realize its flaw. The energy became too dispersed, effective against weaker opponents, but utterly ineffective against formidable foes. In the current scene, Vegeta stands as the formidable force. Countless energy spheres rain down, creating a cacophony of explosions that envelop him in swirling clouds of dust. A moment later, as the haze dissipates, Vegeta emerges unscathed upon the plain. "Hey, I must ask, can you put an end to your habitual probing?" Vegeta speaks slowly. In the next instant, a sudden intensity flashes in his brow as he declares, "Let me show you just how vast the chasm is between your prowess and my Super Saiyan form." Golden energy pillars unfurl behind Vegeta, and in mere seconds, a new golden aura blooms upon the plain, though it is evident that this second aura is overshadowed by the one emanating from the time-displaced Vegeta. A phantom figure materializes behind the time-displaced Vegeta, and with a resounding thud, a punch unexpectedly collides with the muscle of his shoulder, propelling him away the moment the fist is released. With a crash, the time-displaced Vegeta tumbles into a pile of rubble. Outside the arena, Goku in the fifth spectator seat cannot help but furrow his brow. Vegeta's Super Saiyan 2 cannot even contend with the standard form of the Vegeta seated in the first row. Truly an impressive opponent. Meanwhile, in the first spectator seat, Goku's expression starkly contrasts with that of his counterpart in the fifth seat. To him, this spectacle is entirely expected. Dragging his heavy body from the debris, the time-displaced Vegeta stands, his gaze momentarily unfocused until he regains clarity after a vigorous shake of his head. "Hey, other me, why not just surrender? You are no match for me," he calls out towards the rubble. "This guy, his standard form has already bested my Super Saiyan 2, and his Super Saiyan form utterly crushes me. He certainly possesses the audacity to be arrogant. Huh, but I am the proud prince of the Saiyans. How could I possibly concede so easily?" Enough with the chatter. The time-displaced Vegeta instantly transforms into his Super Saiyan God state, his muscles refining into a sculpted form. Vegeta narrows his eyes slightly. "Oh, is this the Super Saiyan God state of Kakarot?" Indeed, I sense divine energy within him. With a flick of his finger, he beckons the time-displaced Vegeta to attack. "Oomph." The time-displaced Vegeta scoffs, bellowing, "I refuse to believe you." 1T transform further. His body surges forth like a crimson blade, channeling the power of Super Saiyan God, focusing it all into his legs. He launches a flying kick aimed at the side of Vegeta's face. At that moment, the air becomes still. In the fifth spectator seat, the time-displaced Goku is taken aback. He never anticipated that Vegeta would confront the Super Saiyan God head-on in his Super Saiyan form. On the stage, Vegeta effortlessly grips the leg of the time-displaced Vegeta with one hand, rendering all attempts to escape futile. "No, this is impossible. Who is this guy?" At this moment, the time-traveling Vegeta became acutely aware of a shift in the essence of his counterpart, realizing that he had attained the full power of Super Saiyan. His gaze began to falter, his mind incessantly repeating, "Impossible, impossible. Wait, that presence is not merely that of a Super Saiyan." The time-traveling Vegeta discerned the issue. Around the edges of Vegeta's golden hair, there was a faint circle of purple. What has transpired in his timeline? The two warriors' eyes met at that instant. This version of me, the Super Saiyan God, surpasses the Kakarot of my timeline. In my previous state, I might have transformed into Super Saiyan 2, but now, bolstered by the power of destruction, the Super Saiyan form suffices. Observing the astonished expression on the time-traveling Vegeta's face, the original Vegeta calmly uttered, "Surprised, are you? If the other me dares to test me further, I shall." Before he could finish, a surge of even more intense divine energy enveloped the palm of the time-traveling Vegeta, igniting blue flames of divine power around him. Do not get too complacent. I am a proud Saiyan prince. How could I be intimidated by you? With this declaration, the leg held by Vegeta suddenly drew closer to his face once more. Vegeta displayed a satisfied smile, acknowledging, "Indeed, I possess the flair of my former self." He lifted his leg and delivered a direct kick to the time-traveling Vegeta's leg. Boom! The golden and blue auras detonated outward from the two, creating a tempest across the plains. Opposite Vegeta, the blue divine energy of the time-traveling Vegeta gradually supplanted the red. And in the next moment, his flowing crimson hair was replaced by blue. Chapter 59, Vegeta, Pride is not merely spoken. The blue aura blazed fiercely, causing the entire plane to tremble. However, the divine essence of the ultra-blue Vegeta showed no signs of ceasing its ascent. Vegeta could distinctly sense that the divine essence of ultra-blue Vegeta had reached a new pinnacle. This transformation was something he had never witnessed before. If one were to draw comparisons, it bore a resemblance to Zamasu's pink form, sharing the hairstyle of a Super Saiyan, albeit with a different hue. In the first spectator seat, Goku's mouth hung agape. "Oh, I've never seen this transformation before. It feels incredibly powerful. I wonder how it compares to my Super Saiyan 4. Too bad we weren't placed in the same group." Super Saiyan 4? Is that the form that Madman transformed into when he was attacking you just now? Vegeta, in the second spectator's seat, inquired. Goku replied, "Yes, that is Super Saiyan 4. Why do you ask, Vegeto? Can't you transform?" Vegeto hesitated for a moment, remaining silent, his expression darkening. Noticing Vegeto's silence, Goku continued, "Oh, I see. Does that mean you are like that blue Vegeta?" Vegeta turned away, disregarding Sun Wukong, and gazed at the super blue Vegeta. It seemed that these individuals all possessed transformations beyond Super Saiyan 3, truly intriguing. On the arena, Super Blue Vegeta finally ceased to amplify his energy, causing the azure flames to vanish, retreating entirely into his being. He summoned all his exposed energy back within, infusing the power of Super Blue into every cell. Driven by divine strength, this was the Super Blue full power state. Vegeta scrutinized Super Blue Vegeta, noting a change in hair color, yet acknowledging a significant increase in strength. Super Blue Vegeta responded with a smirk, proclaiming, "Ah, this is the Super Saiyan who has transcended the Super Saiyan God, the Super Saiyan Blue, and I, Vegeta, have elevated him to full power." Hearing Super Blue Vegeta's self-introduction, Vegeta furrowed his brow, repeating, "Transcended Super Saiyan," such a lengthy and convoluted title. In an instant, shadows darted with blinding speed, as Super Blue Vegeta had already reached Vegeta. A flash of light erupted from Vegeta's abdomen as Super Blue Vegeta grinned mischievously, slowly withdrawing his hand. A thunderous explosion followed, the power of Super Blue indeed proving immense, as the sound echoed, causing Vegeta's figure to vanish amidst the cacophony. Indeed splendid. I'm beginning to feel exhilarated. Another version of myself. In the sky, Vegeta wiped the corner of his mouth and gathered his focus. A brilliant golden glow, soaring 1,000 meters high, momentarily illuminated the sky as Vegeta, transformed into Super Saiyan 2, suddenly appeared beside Super Blue Vegeta. The atmosphere crackled with countless vibrations. The clouds above trembling under the immense pressure of the two warriors, retreating in waves amidst the sonic booms. In the audience, the spectators exclaimed, "Wow. It appears the two Vegetas are evenly matched. Who will claim the title of the first champion?" Vormi began to passionately commentate. Goku, seated closest to Vormi, interjected, "Isn't it obvious? It must be Vegeta." On the battlefield, their fists collided in a relentless barrage. Super Saiyan 2 Vegeta and Super Blue Vegeta, in full power, engaged in an intense struggle. 10 minutes had elapsed, and Vegeta remained composed, while Super Blue Vegeta began to breathe heavily. Indeed, the side effects of this state are quite pronounced. Kakarot employed this tactic against Zamasu, and the repercussions are evidently significant. Never mind, this state is not suitable for me. Super Blue Vegeta suddenly shouted, channeling all his power into his legs, unleashing an incredible burst of speed as he propelled himself towards Vegeta like a cannonball. Bang! Vegeta positioned his hands in a cross shape before his chest, forcefully bracing himself against the impending blow, his mind swirling with confusion. Is this fellow about to alter his strategy? As Vegeta anticipated where his gaze landed, he found himself in a half-crouch, fists clenched tightly. A piercing scream erupted from him, his eyes beginning to tremble violently, and his visage contorted in agony. The azure aura erupted anew from within him, and in that moment, Super Saiyan Blue Vegeta appeared to be liberated from some burden. The full power of Super Saiyan Blue was promptly released. However, his focus remained undeterred, as a more potent divine aura began to emanate from his being. The blue hue deepened, and in the next instant, the azure flame enveloping him transformed into a profound indigo. His hair shifted to a deep blue, heralding the arrival of Deep Blue Vegeta. It seemed he had held back a bit. Indeed, he did not disappoint. Vegeta acknowledged Deep Blue Vegeta with approval. It was at this moment that Deep Blue Vegeta swiftly manifested behind him, palms pressed together, morphing into a war hammer, descending with the oppressive force of shattering thunder. Vegeta's senses were suddenly ignited, his concentration sharpening. Instant transmission. Bang! Vegeta placed his hands atop his head. The two engaged in a standoff. Golden and deep blue auras clashing fiercely, neither willing to relent. I thought I would not employ this after the battle with Moro. Yet it seems I cannot forget it. Subsequently, a more ferocious power surged from Deep Blue Vegeta, the indigo aura becoming increasingly pure, elevating his strength yet again. With a forceful thrust, this power surged vehemently, fully channeled into the war hammer, intent on burying Vegeta beneath the earth. Under the influence of this formidable strength, the soil of the plain began to lift from the ground, pulled upward. If I am not mistaken, you too shall transform into that form, resembling a red monkey, correct? As he spoke, Deep Blue Vegeta cast a glance at Vegeta's tail. What? Are you not going to transform? Deep Blue Vegeta pressed, his tone brimming with menace. Meanwhile, Vegeta's body began to descend toward the ground under the relentless advance of Deep Blue Vegeta. In the six spectators area, Reg was dismissive of the clash between the two Vegetas, scoffing derisively. A battle of trash. It seems I alone shall claim the title of champion of the first arena. However, in the next moment, Vegeta's maneuver rendered him speechless. On the arena, as Vegeta plummeted, he suddenly displayed a significant smile. Have you finished speaking? Now it is my turn. Deep Blue Vegeta scoffed. Let's see how you maintain your bravado. With that, even more rampant energy surged forth. Vegeta spoke softly. I can see that you are formidable, another version of myself, but upon hearing this, Deep Blue Vegeta's expression shifted drastically. His pupils constricting in frantic disbelief, his countenance fading into despair, as if an invisible pair of hands had firmly bound his body in that moment. A cascade of golden hair, tinged with hints of purple, unexpectedly captured the gaze of the Deep Blue Vegeta, abruptly halting his once arrogant and triumphant smile. Is that the Super Saiyan 3, the form I so easily bypassed? The voice of Vegeta resonated like thunder, shattering the pride of Deep Blue Vegeta. You are not worthy of compelling me to unleash that form. Even if 1,000 of you were to appear, you would still fall short. Do you comprehend? His thunderous voice reverberated throughout the arena. Only Beerus has truly forced Vegeta to adopt the Super Saiyan 4 state. The fused Zamasu, even in the Super Saiyan 3 state, was still more than manageable. Vegeta chose Super Saiyan 4 solely to torment the fused Zamasu with absolute power. In a mere 0.0001 seconds, Vegeta's arms shattered the hammer of the Super Blue Vegeta, unleashing the full force of Super Saiyan 3. Boom! A devastating Lushan, rising dragon, slash struck mercilessly at the chin of Deep Blue Vegeta. Gulp! A mixture of bile and blood surged forth from Deep Blue Vegeta's stomach. A relentless series of fatal blows rained down upon him until his azure aura faded, leaving him lifelessly sprawled on the ground. Vegeta turned away, retracting the brilliance of Super Saiyan 3, and uttered, "Pride is not merely a matter of words." I once clung to that phrase, but I have come to realize that harboring it within, quietly growing stronger, and protecting those I cherish most, is the true essence of pride. The time-traveling Vegeta struggled to rise, his mouth filled with the metallic taste of blood, extending a hand. I am not yet deceased. Witnessing the fervor in the time-traveling Vegeta, his form transformed into a phantom, dashing at remarkable speed to his side. A fist, imbued with the power to pierce the stars, coalesced in his grasp as he crouched, aiming for Vegeta's head. In the audience, Reg, with a twisted sense of amusement, observed the scene. "Ah, do it, kill him." Meanwhile, a bead of cold sweat trickled down the forehead of the time-traveling Goku, murmuring, "Vegeta, surely you wouldn't. Stop. Do you intend to defy the rules?" From the Zero Arena, Womi admonished loudly. Vegeta smiled at Womi. Bang! Ignoring Womi's plea, he unleashed the punch. Yet, it merely grazed the right ear of Deep Blue Vegeta, followed by his words. "I understand you. Surrender is not in your nature, not even in death. You possess vast potential for growth. I recommend that upon returning to your timeline, you allow your tail to regrow." In the next moment, Vegeta hoisted the time-traveling Vegeta and soared beyond the arena. Vegeta's voice echoed throughout the audience. He can no longer fight. Chapter 60. Fierce Battle Reg. Vegeta, did I kill your mother? Vegeta, bearing the grievously wounded alternate version of himself, soared towards the fifth spectator stand. The calm demeanor once present in the eyes of the alternate Goku had vanished. Gently placing the alternate Vegeta on the ground, he addressed the alternate Goku, instructing him to take care of his counterpart. With that, Vegeta ascended towards the fifth spectator stand. The alternate Goku gazed solemnly at Vegeta's receding figure, fully aware of the vast chasm that separated the two Vegetas. At that moment, Womi announced, "The Vegeta from the first spectator's stand emerges victorious. Next, he shall face off against Reg from the sixth spectator stand. Please escort the Vegeta of the fifth universe off the stage." Following her proclamation, several clones of Womi materialized and approached the fifth spectator's stand. Wait. The alternate Vegeta, summoning his last reserves of strength, extended a trembling hand. He collapsed into the arms of the alternate Goku, who inquired, "What is it, Vegeta?" With quivering lips, the alternate Vegeta replied, "I wish to witness the conclusion of today's match." The alternate Goku raised his gaze towards Womi and asked, "Is that permissible?" Womi, unable to make the decision alone, glanced towards the Zero ship. In the next instant, the serene voice of Beerus resonated. "Very well." Womi nodded in agreement, granting the request. "Now, let us welcome the two contestants to the stage." In the sixth spectator stand, Reg leapt into the arena with unreserved eagerness. Observing this, Vegeta returned to the stage. With a flurry, dozens of energy waves cascaded from the heavens like petals scattered by the wind. Reg arrogantly positioned himself opposite Vegeta, reveling in the dazzling display of energy. "Huh, Vegeta, my foolish brother. In this timeline, I shall also bring about your demise." Reg's laughter was laced with derision. Vegeta dusted off his attire and waved away the smoke, pondering aloud. "Oh? So in your timeline, you managed to slay your brother Vegeta?" Reg's expression morphed into one of maniacal fury. "Indeed, though I extinguish his life, my heart remains burdened with unresolved hatred. Not only did I end his life, but I also annihilated his family and friends. What a splendid opportunity this is to confront so many Vegetas. Rest assured, I shall not allow you to leave this arena. All Vegetas shall perish at my hands." Reg's frenzied declarations filled the air. In the audience, the time-traveling Vegeta furrowed his brow, internally cursing, "Madman." The alternate Vegeta had regained his senses, contemplating the twisted rationale of this lunatic. Reg's words were indeed deranged, causing even Womi to frown. However, as he had yet to take any lethal action, he remained within the bounds of the rules, free to speak as he pleased. With that, Reg positioned his hands before his chest, rapidly condensing a yellow shockwave. A beam of yellow energy surged towards Vegeta. This man is utterly reckless from the very start. Vegeta immediately responded, his hands clasped before his chest as a golden column of energy erupted forth. With a thunderous cry, he declared, "Ultimate Flash." The clash of energies ensued, intertwining golden and yellow lightning in an electrifying display. In an instant, Reg appeared before Vegeta, revealing that the yellow energy wave was merely a ruse, his true intention to deliver a fatal blow. With a swift hand strike coalesced, he aimed a fierce chop at Vegeta. The forceful blow was met with Vegeta's defense, sparks igniting in their fierce gaze. "You cannot defeat me. Useless trash." Reg's eyes brimmed with hatred and disdain. At that moment, Vegeta sensed something amiss. Although Reg appeared to be in his normal state, there was an unusual intensity about him. In a flash, Vegeta transformed into Super Saiyan 2. "Ah, you transformed? Is that all?" Reg intensified his power, unleashing a barrage of forceful punches toward Vegeta. The impact sent Vegeta staggering back several meters. It seems that anger truly fuels our Saiyan strength. I do not understand why you harbor such hatred toward me. In my memories, I do not recall your existence. Reg's fury erupted, painful memories from the depths of despair resurfacing as he shouted, "My mother, as the lover of King Vegeta, was pursued by that damned King Vegeta himself. His cruel motives were solely for his reputation. My mother died before my eyes, sacrificing herself to cover my escape. The one who dealt the final blow to her was you, Vegeta." A more formidable aura emanated from Reg, his energy surging like an endless abyss. Vegeta scrutinized Reg, realizing that it was another version of himself who had slain Reg's mother. Yet, that detail now seemed trivial. Reg was consumed by his hatred. Though Reg's power continued to rise, his appearance remained unchanged. Intrigued, Vegeta noted he is somewhat stronger than my deep blue form. With a wicked smile, Vegeta boldly replied, "So you're saying I killed your mother? Very well, that sounds like a compelling reason. Let me see if your strength can indeed avenge her." Super Saiyan 3 made its grand reappearance. At that moment, Reg's aura abruptly halted, his body launching forward like a cannonball, empowered by the force capable of piercing through the stars. Vegeta took his stance, the wind swirling around him like a swift leopard. The two charged toward each other. Reg concentrated a condensed energy ball in his palm, illuminating the plains with its brilliant light. At the same instant, Vegeta summoned a golden energy sword with 2 fingers, ready to unleash its shimmering blade. The lightsaber collided with the condensed energy sphere, causing an electrifying display of flickering lights, resulting in a stalemate. This breathtaking scene was witnessed by an alternate version of Vegeta. These two are truly monstrous. One Super Saiyan 3 has already defeated me, and the one who claims to be my brother remains in his base form. How infuriating! I never anticipated such a vast disparity in power. In the 7th spectator seat, AF Goku was captivated by the spectacle, murmuring, "Both of them are extraordinary." Beside him, Jaiko wore a disdainful expression, scoffing, "Is that all? If it were me, the battle would have concluded already." On the 9th platform, Gohan watched with eager anticipation. "Dad, who do you think will win?" The cloaked Goku remained impassive, offering no response, merely casting a glance toward Vegeta. At last, the condensed energy sphere erupted, engulfing the plane in an endless expanse of white light. A deafening explosion reverberated, causing the arena to tremble violently, with shockwaves reaching beyond the confines of the battlefield. Reg's wife had to shield her eyes with her hand. It seemed that Vegeta would not escape unscathed. However, in the next moment, an unexpected occurrence unfolded. The plane was marred with fissures, converging into a massive pit with a diameter of 10,000 meters. At one edge of this chasm, Vegeta stood resolutely, sword in hand, while on the opposite side, Reg was disheveled, gasping for breath. It appears you do possess some strength. But now allow me to show you my transformation. In my world, this transformation is what allowed me to vanquish Goku and Vegeta. Chapter 61. The Emergence of Super Saiyan 4. A different Super Saiyan 5? So what? As Reg harnessed his power, a tempest began to stir. Accompanied by a chorus of roars, Reg's form began to shift, his tail pulsating with primal energy. In an instant, his body became cloaked in golden fur. Behold, this is the power that defeated Gogeta in my timeline. Reg's boastful voice echoed, resonating through the audience. Gogeta? AF Goku trembled slightly. Having experienced the evil dragon incident, he was well aware of Gogeta's identity. The alternate Vegeta, too, wore a look of astonishment, recalling their own fusion into Gogeta and their fierce battle against the alternate Broly, thus remembering Gogeta's formidable strength. In the 4th spectator seat, Goku and Time Patroller Vegeta were equally taken aback. Indeed, the universe is vast and full of wonders. It was astonishing to discover that someone from another parallel universe could defeat Gogeta. Meanwhile, the 1st spectator seat's Goku expressed skepticism, furrowing his brow as memories of Gogeta's battle against Beerus surfaced in his mind. Can this person truly defeat Gogeta? Yet this aura is nowhere near as powerful as Gogeta's at that time. In the 2nd audience seat, Vegeta remained with his arms crossed, pondering. Gogeta? It must be the fusion of that Kakarot fellow and Vegeta, much like the fusion of Trunks and Goten resulting in Gotenks. Could this individual truly defeat Gogeta? Vegeta wore an expression of disbelief, his gaze once again fixed upon Reg. With a thunderous roar, a novel state manifested before the onlookers. Unlike Super Saiyan 4, Reg's hair shimmered in golden hues, complemented by a coat of golden fur. This unprecedented transformation once again expanded the understanding of Goku and Vegeta across the various parallel universes. Even the Vegeta in the arena, intrigued, addressed Reg. It seems this transformation of yours is indeed quite fascinating. I have never encountered it before. Moreover, you truly defeated Gogeta in this form? Reg smirked disdainfully, his eyes brimming with contempt and provocation. What? Are you still in doubt? Many years ago, I attained the Super Saiyan 4 state. The form you just witnessed is already Super Saiyan 4. By your standards, this should be classified as Super Saiyan 5. Don't believe me? Then allow me to make you feel it firsthand until you are utterly convinced. As his words echoed, Reg's feet seemed to strike the ground with the might of thunder, surrounded by dazzling bolts of electricity. In an instant, his body accelerated, transforming into a whirlwind of ferocity, charging directly at Vegeta with irresistible power and speed. In that fleeting moment, Vegeta found himself encircled by a radiant golden light. Instantly, the space was filled with an overwhelming brilliance. Vegeta transformed into Super Saiyan 4. This potent aura enveloped the entirety of the arena, exuding an unparalleled dominance. A human visage adorned with a beastly exterior. The time-space Vegeta's pupils constricted sharply. This was the might of the Saiyan race. Power without reliance on divine energy. Observing the forms they had independently developed on the stage, time-space Vegeta frowned deeply. Curse it, had I known, I would not have humbled myself to serve Beerus. Super Saiyan 4 is indeed so formidable. In contrast to time-space Vegeta, the time-space Goku remained remarkably composed. No, Vegeta. I also employed this form earlier in the first audience seat. Yet his power pales in comparison to yours, which indicates that your base strength is exceptionally formidable. Time-space Vegeta suddenly trembled, the earlier image of Super Saiyan Goku effortlessly overpowering him resurfacing, and in that moment, he experienced an epiphany. In the second audience seat, Vegeta's lips curled into a subtle smile, his eyes sparkling with recognition and delight. Excellent. I truly did not misjudge you. Upon the stage, the brilliance of Vegeta in Super Saiyan 4 swiftly overshadowed Reg. As Reg closed the distance, he unleashed a punch, only for Vegeta to effortlessly catch it with a single hand. In that fleeting moment, a chill coursed through Reg's neck, and cold sweat began to bead upon his brow. Is he truly a Super 4? How could he possibly be stronger than the Son Goku and Vegeta I defeated? Vegeta smirked, his voice laced with mockery as he questioned, Did you truly vanquish Gogeta? Without hesitation, Reg unleashed a punch, swift as lightning. How is this possible? His confidence wavered, for Vegeta deftly evaded every strike. Is this truly the punch that defeated Gogeta? Vegeta taunted while dodging, laughter escaping his lips. With a resounding crash, a powerful blow landed squarely on Reg's face, an unexpected strike that caught him off guard. The sound of cracking bones echoed, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood. I have heard tales of him being the strongest entity across dimensions, and yet you claim to have defeated him. But the encounter was far from over. Vegeta's fist suddenly paused before Reg's eyes. But I can defeat you, he uttered coldly, his words devoid of mercy, and with a thunderous punch aimed directly at Reg's eye. The one who will end your life is not me, nor any other Vegeta. As he spoke, a pulsating sphere of energy formed in his palm, bouncing with intensity. He unleashed it mercilessly. The true culprit is the Vegeta you killed in your timeline. Your reckoning is at hand, should you choose to persist. Reg found himself powerless to resist as the energy orb struck his chest, pinning him down and dragging him across the ground, leaving a deep scar-like mark etched into the earth. Ultimately, you will meet your demise at the hands of the Saiyan named Vegeta. With a tremendous explosion, Reg's body was sent hurtling towards the distant sea. The surface of the water erupted into countless ripples as towering columns of water shot into the air. Reg plunged into the depths of the ocean, the echoes of Vegeta's words resonating in his mind, stirring memories long buried. Yes, he had lied. In his timeline, he had indeed slain Son Goku and Vegeta, but it was no legitimate victory. That day, he and his wife had journeyed to Earth to exact vengeance upon Vegeta, intending to torment him to death. Yet, they were thwarted by Earth's warriors, none of whom could stand against them. Even Son Goku and Vegeta had been rendered powerless. Ultimately, the two chose to fuse. In the climactic battle against Super 4 Gogeta, he transformed into Super 5. However, his grasp on this power was incomplete, placing him at a disadvantage. In a desperate bid, he unleashed his full strength to obliterate the Earth. To prevent this, Super 4 Gogeta fought him with everything he had, the might of a tenfold Kamehameha wave overwhelming him. He had no strength left. Fortunately, in that final moment, death brushed past him and Gogeta disintegrated. Exhausted, the three lay sprawled on the ground, devoid of any strength to move their bodies. Ultimately, he incited his wife to eliminate both son Wukong and Vegeta. He felt humiliated on Earth. To alleviate the torment in his heart, he resolved to annihilate all life on the planet. Yet despite this, the humiliation inflicted by Vegeta and son Wukong lingered in his mind, compelling him to desire personally ending their lives. Thus, he embarked on a fervent training regimen, mastering a formidable transformation. By the following year, he learned of the existence of son Wukong and Vegeta in other universes who were participating in a cross-dimensional tournament. Initially believing that mastering this power would render him invincible, he now faced a scene of helplessness, his heart brimming with resentment. This humiliation drove his weary body to suddenly open his eyes. On the once tranquil sea surface, tumultuous winds began to stir once more. As a golden energy sphere slowly ascended, raising his hands above his head, Reg raised a dark red energy sphere that rapidly coalesced, cackling maniacally, "Ha ha! If that is the case, then perish." Reg's visage twisted in rage, and in an instant, the energy sphere expanded rapidly, triggering a tidal effect as the sea roared to life. The arena began to sway, seemingly unable to withstand this force. Yet in the next moment, its area doubled, stabilizing successfully. However, this ominous dark red energy sphere continued to swell. In the audience, Reg's wife expressed deep concern, astonished by the depth of his obsession. A grand aura surged forth, causing the stands to tremble. "This guy's gone mad." Time Patrol Vegeta assumed a battle stance, shouting to the malevolent Kakarot beside him, "Be careful, don't get caught in the aftermath." The evil Kakarot, rendered speechless by the spectacle, muttered, "How despicable. So you brought me here to die." On Stand 1, son Wukong began to amplify his energy. Stand 2's Vegeta remained entirely unfazed, while Stand 9's son Wukong maintained his stoic demeanor, indifferent to the chaos. Meanwhile, Stand 4's son Wukong was fully alert, brimming with focus. In the Zero stand, was turned to Beerus and inquired, "My lord, should we intervene?" Beerus remained impassive, "No." The time-traveling son Wukong positioned himself before the time-traveling Vegeta, asking, "Vegeta, how do you think we should handle this?" The time-traveling Vegeta offered no response. Yet his instincts indicated that another version of himself must have a countermeasure. Vegeta stood resolute on the arena, facing the enormous dark red energy sphere with unwavering composure. With his fingers shaped like a blade, he aimed at the energy sphere, seemingly calculating its magnitude. A confident smile graced Vegeta's lips. In an instant, a light sword exceeding 40 meters in length coalesced in his grasp. This blade possessed the might to sever all existence. Vegeta intended to obliterate it. This scene is profoundly shocking. Son Wukong, seated in the first tier, offers a reassuring smile and exclaims, "Indeed, it is Vegeta." Vegeta gestures with his finger, reciting, "Ah, so this fellow can do that too. After all, he is half of me." With that, Reg's hands are instantaneously severed, and a dark crimson energy sphere is hurled towards Vegeta. The dark red energy storm surges, threatening to consume everything in its path. With a sharp sound, the lightsaber slips, and electric sparks explode, spreading throughout the expanse of this realm. As the sword strikes and the sphere bursts, a thunderous roar resounds. Simultaneously, in the 8th spectator tier, the slumbering true madman is awakened by this scene. The cage that confines him shatters in an instant, and his ferocious cries amplify the already staggering imagery. Kakarot. Chapter 62, Chaos, the Mad Demon Broly. The dark red energy blast splits in two, and countless fragments sweep across the audience, a relentless cascade of flashing lights. Reg's form is engulfed in a sea of light, his battered body riddled with wounds. Meanwhile, Vegeta has already soared above the arena. The fractured earth and tumultuous sea are all submerged in light, creating a breathtaking tableau. Within the cage, a demon awakens quietly. Broly's memories linger on the confrontation with son Wukong from mere minutes ago. He is irresistibly drawn to the blinding brilliance, believing that at the end of this light lies his nemesis, Kakarot. With a resounding crash, a simple yet brutal punch obliterates the cage of special material. Kakarot. This furious roar shatters the 8th spectator tier. Broly, like a wild stallion unbridled, charges forward, leaping into the arena towards the sea of light. Unbeknownst to him, Reg, lying amidst the ruins, remains blissfully unaware, reveling in the belief that he has severely wounded Vegeta. Ha! Vegeta! Reg clutches his chest, his voice trembling, blood flowing uncontrollably. Kakarot! A wave of furious rage shatters Reg's illusions. What is that noise? Reg's nerves feel as if uprooted by an unseen force, causing him to tremble uncontrollably. What? Curse it! Why can I not stop shaking? A gigantic and ferocious fist enters Reg's view, brimming with unrestrained fury. With a thunderous impact, blood is suppressed, and before he can evade, the weakened Reg is battered to the brink of death by this blow. His already battered body endures another brutal strike, skidding across the surface of the sea, carving a 1,000-meter trench, and it does not cease. Ultimately, he crashes into the mountains. Yet, this is not liberation. It is merely the commencement of another inferno. Lying in a pool of blood, Reg struggles to right his battered body. A grotesque visage, reminiscent of the Grim Reaper, materialized before him, leaving Reg bewildered, as if his very soul had been startled away. Upon locking gazes with the demon, he recognized Broly's face, the lunatic from the 8th spectator's seat. You, Reg thought, filled with confusion. Why would this madman target me? Isn't he solely fixated on Goku? Broly, too, discerned that the figure before him was not Goku. Kakarot? Broly tightened his grip around Reg's neck, tilting his head as he scrutinized him. After a moment of mental turmoil, Broly murmured, "Not Kakarot." In a peculiar twist of fate, Reg, driven by a primal instinct for survival, began to feel a sense of relief, his anxious heart gradually settling. Broly slowly released Reg's neck. And just as Reg thought he had evaded his doom, Broly's malevolent grin re-emerged. Vegeta! The demon's dormant memories awakened, mistaking Reg for Vegeta, triggering a brutal combination of attacks. His hand, once released, seized Reg's frail body once more, callously treating him like a mere punching bag against the ground. The violence was exquisite in its brutality. In that moment, blood and flesh flew as Reg succumbed to an unending torment. Why? Reg's mind swirled with a multitude of questions, and a second later, clarity struck him. The demon had mistaken him for Vegeta, a bitter irony given his loathing for resembling the prince. In the audience, Reg's wife sat in a daze, her husband enduring inhumane suffering. Typically, they were the ones executing such horrors, yet now he was the victim. "You will die. I beg you stop." A woman's voice pierced the arena. Vegeta, watching the spectacle, scoffed disdainfully. This woman had not always worn such a face. It was she who had slain Goku and Vegeta in their world, a true irony. The assailant who had previously attacked Kakarot was indeed ruthless. Having already inflicted severe damage upon Reg, it seemed fitting for the madman to end another madman. Vegeta stood atop the mountain, relishing the brutal artistry on display. Cries for mercy echoed from the audience, but Broly remained indifferent. In despair, she turned her hopes towards Womi. Rushing to the 0 spectator's seat, kneeling in supplication, "The rules disallow murder. Please intervene." As the host, Womi was compelled to uphold justice and rose to approach the arena. A commanding voice emanated from the ship. "Return." Confused, Womi asked, "Lord Beerus, he is about to break the rules." Yet Beerus offered no further response, leaving Womi with no choice but to relent, while Reg's wife wept for her husband. Meanwhile, Vegeta savored the unfolding drama, adding with a touch of sarcasm, "Indeed, it seems that villains have their own way of dealing with villains. This fellow has taken countless lives. Were I in his place, I too would deliver a harsh beating." In the next moment, his gaze turned toward Womi. "And you, indeed the rules are set by you, and the people are chosen by you. You do as you please, indifferent to life and death." Vegeta had overheard the conversation between his doppelganger and Womi. He was already aware that this Broly had been summoned by Beerus. Just as Womi was about to respond, to Vegeta's surprise, Beerus interjected. "So what? If you cannot handle him, then you have no reason to be here." Vegeta's eyes instantly sharpened as he retorted, "A referee is still human, isn't he? I wouldn't mind taking a few more lives." With that, he raised the long sword in his hand, pointing it at the number 1 spaceship, which had long been a source of his irritation. A tremendous surge of energy erupted from the arena, and there, Broly unleashed a colossal energy blast that engulfed the Reg. The frenzied demon concluded the chaotic life of Reg with brutal efficiency. Yet, Broly's rampage showed no signs of abating. His bloodstained hands reached toward the audience. A multitude of energy particles began to coalesce in his palms as his pale eyes fixated on one Goku after another. Kakarot. The surging energy blasts recklessly hurtled toward the audience, while simultaneously, his imposing figure appeared before the Goku in the front row. With a resounding thud, the strike was swift and unpredictable, landing squarely on Goku's forehead. The Goku from the front row was sent hurtling into the void, and in that instant, Broly's golden hair transformed into a soft green. The transformation into the Super Saiyan form commenced, and Broly's rampage officially ignited after sending the front row Goku flying. Chapter 63. An Unprecedented Unity. Kakarot. Broly radiated a fierce green aura, his muscles swelling instantly as he lunged toward the front row Goku like a ferocious tiger. Damn it, Psycho! The front row Goku instantaneously transformed into Super Saiyan 4, bracing himself for a head-on clash. Yet, even in his Super Saiyan 4 state, he could not withstand Broly's ferocious assault. The front row Goku concentrated his energy, channeling all his strength into his fist, his muscles taut. This isn't good. This guy is too formidable. I can't hold back any longer. His body enveloped in a red divine aura. This was his most powerful form thus far, the Super Saiyan 4 with divine energy. The explosive force only managed to push Broly back a few meters. Kamehameha. A blue energy beam surged forth from the front row Goku's hands, combined with instantaneous movement. 20-fold Kaioshin. The energy beam rapidly expanded, growing tenfold in mere moments. A chilling scene unfolded as Broly confronted the enhanced Kamehameha with an utterly irrational approach. He braced himself, resolutely advancing toward the first spectator, Son Goku, and unleashed his attack at point-blank range, yielding no effect. The first spectator, Son Goku, cursed vehemently, "Damn it! Die Kakarot!" Broly raised his hands high, a malevolent aura coiling around them. Targeting the head of the first spectator, he struck his palms together with forceful intent. The overwhelming pressure sent a shiver down Son Goku's spine, evoking a sense of dread. The thunderous crack of air echoed, yet beneath those colossal hands lay nothing but emptiness. Suddenly, a figure materialized beside the time-traveling Son Goku. "That was close," exclaimed the first spectator, who had instantaneously shifted next to his alternate self. "Sorry about that," the time-traveling Son Goku replied, his eyes widening in alarm as he recognized the demon had now locked onto both versions of himself. Kakarot. D. With a swift motion, the time-traveling Son Goku transformed into Super Saiyan Blue and nodded gravely at the adjacent Super Saiyan 4 Goku. Reg wants to eliminate all Vegetas, while this lunatic seeks to annihilate every Son Goku. Let us take him down together. The two charged at Broly in unison. Meanwhile, the time-traveling Vegeta scrutinized Broly intently, pondering. This guy feels oddly familiar. Could he be from another parallel universe? Images of the time-traveling Broly flashed in his mind as he observed the frenzied Broly before him. It appears so, but this version seems far more deranged than our own. Wait for me, Kakarot. Let us go together. Deep Blue Vegeta re-emerged, soaring toward Broly. At that moment, the time-traveling Vegeta exchanged knowing glances with the fourth spectator, Son Goku, both nodding in perfect harmony. Kakarot. You must have heard of this notorious figure from the Supreme Kai of Time, time-traveling Vegeta remarked. The fourth spectator, Son Goku, nodded vigorously as a time patrol officer. I am well aware of this infamous character. He slaughtered everyone in his timeline and has slumbered for countless years. As long as he doesn't appear in other timelines, we should be fine. But now he has been brought here by those two. Let us join forces. With a rapid transformation, both time-traveling Vegeta and Son Goku ascended to Super Saiyan 4, following closely behind. Meanwhile, a powerful aura erupted anew from their backs. On the seventh stand, AF Son Goku's gaze was resolute. Although uncertain about the nature of this foe, he vowed not to stand idly by if he intended to eradicate all versions of himself. Another Super Saiyan 4 Goku has emerged, yet distinctively. His aura surpasses that of any previous Super Saiyan 4 Goku. AF Goku called out behind him, Jaiko, why not join us? Jaiko turned away, disdain etched on his face, and replied, Humph, how tedious, meddling fool. Unlike the other Gokus from parallel universes, the evil Kakarot from the third spectator seat has now retreated into the spaceship to hide. This scene was observed by Jaiko, who scoffed, Tisish, coward. In the ninth spectator's seat, Gohan inquired, Father, aren't you participating? The cloaked Goku coldly responded, I am not a contender. I merely came to observe. On the arena, Vegeta watched the unfolding drama with keen interest, astonished that this madman could unify Gokus from different timelines. Suddenly, a figure appeared before Vegeta. What is the matter? Aren't you competing? Vegeta asked. Vegeta smirked slightly and replied, I've already demonstrated my strength. I am not yet familiar with theirs. Let them have their turn. He paused, then continued, more than them. I am eager to gauge your strength against his. With that, Vegeta cast a glance at the motionless Goku in the ninth spectator seat. Kakarot. Vegeta. Broly roared with fury, his mind consumed by hatred at the sight of so many Gokus. His once pale eyes transformed into a vivid crimson. With a massive physique, he charged into the crowd, unexpectedly exhibiting astonishing speed. Broly weaved through the throng, seizing the deep blue Vegeta's head and violently hurling it towards the Super Saiyan Blue Goku. Boom! The two were propelled thousands of miles away. Kakarot. This fellow is Broly from another parallel universe. Yet, he seems even more formidable than our own. Super Saiyan Blue Goku felt a tremor. He belatedly acknowledged, that Vegeta, should we merge once more into Vegeto? Impossible. Kakarot. I can never merge or fuse with you again. Even if it leads to my demise, I refuse. Super Saiyan Blue Goku felt a twinge of embarrassment, resigning to the situation. Just as the two were bickering, a synchronized chant from afar captured their attention. Kamehameha. Tenfold Kamehameha. Gamma Burst Flash. Tenfold Kamehameha. For energy waves intertwined, hurtling towards Broly, causing the very air to shift in color, drowning out Broly's furious roar beneath the onslaught of energy. Seeing this, Super Saiyan Blue Goku and Vegeta followed suit. Ultimate Flash. Kamehameha. Uniting their powers with the others, they enveloped Broly entirely. This space was illuminated brightly, and the void beyond the arena was consumed. Has it come to an end? The Super Blue Vegeta gasped for breath, gazing into the vast sea of light. However, in the next moment, several individuals displayed expressions of distress as that brutal voice echoed once more rampant than before. Kakarot. Vegeta. Chapter 64. The Savage Evolution. Featuring Super Saiyan Broly against Perfect Ultra Instinct and Super Saiyan 5 Son Goku. In the arena, Vegeto and Vegeta were witnessing this magnificent spectacle. Under the combined might of several Son Gokus and Vegeta's formidable attacks, Broly remained unscathed. Vegeto glanced toward the Zero ship, realizing that had it not been for Broly's rampage capturing his attention, he might have already engaged alone. Hey, Vegeta, what do you think this Beerus is really up to? He established the rules, yet watched as people were killed. To be frank, I find him quite unpleasant. Vegeta slowly lowered his arms, pointing at Broly. The answer is simple. That childish fool is using this madman to test our strength. Vegeto paused, recalling the scene as they disembarked from the ship. Among all present, only he and Vegeta had faced Beerus's provocation. Are you saying he's mainly testing the two of us? Vegeta's voice resonated. Indeed. Furthermore, when one becomes powerful to a certain extent, some matters become dictated by them. This is the essence of hegemony. In truth, he never intended to establish rules. The so-called regulations were merely fabricated on the fly. This contest has already transformed with the madman's involvement. You must have overheard that woman named Womi and her doppelganger's conversation, right? This merciless demon was summoned by Beerus. Upon hearing Vegeta's analysis, the lightsaber in Vegeto's hand condensed once more. If that is the case, with the rules being mere illusions, let us confront the referee directly. Just as Vegeto prepared to take flight, Vegeta intercepted him. Not so fast. Doesn't he enjoy testing us? Vegeta wore a knowing smile, casting his gaze toward the Zero ship and then glancing at the ninth spectator stand. Listen to me. You should. Kakarot. Vegeta. The menacing aura surged sharply, and in the next moment, a scene emerged that left everyone at a loss. Broly's green hair extended to his waist, his legendary form upgraded once again. Super Saiyan 3. Super Blue Vegeta exclaimed. If we consider the transformation of Broly from our timeline as his unique Super Saiyan 2 form, then this fellow has unlocked an even more ferocious transformation. It seems things have become more troublesome. Super Blue Vegeta shouted toward Super Blue Goku. Kakarot. Do not hold back your strength. Quickly utilize that Ultra Instinct of yours. Before Super Blue Goku could respond, the deep green energy that Broly had been channeling reached its completion. Roar. Chaotic energy spheres darted wildly, crashing into the crowd. Boom! Boom! A barrage of energy blasts surged towards the masses, accompanied by the incessant sound of explosions and swirling smoke. From within the haze, ominous figures emerged. Be careful, Vegeta. Ultra Blue Goku warned Ultra Blue Vegeta, but it was too late. Ultra Blue Vegeta found himself ensnared. A flurry of punches rained down upon his abdomen. Cursed. Ultra Blue Vegeta was helpless, having just been mercilessly defeated by Vegeta. Now he faced the relentless assault of Broly. Behind Broly, thunderous roars echoed. Ultra Instinct Goku clenched his fists tightly, delivering a crushing blow to the back of Broly's neck. Bang! Striking true, yet it had no effect. Broly merely turned, hurling the barely conscious Ultra Blue Vegeta towards Ultra Instinct Goku. The two were sent hurtling into the void. Next, Broly's ferocious gaze shifted towards AF Goku and Time-Space Goku. Kakarot. With a swift motion, two distinct silvery flames ignited simultaneously. One was the standard Saiyan evolutionary path, while the other represented the divine technique of perfected Ultra Instinct. Both perfected Ultra Instinct and Ultra 5 made their debut. Witnessing this unprecedented transformation of his counterpart, Time-Space Goku remarked, "So you still have hidden depths." AF Goku exchanged a knowing glance with Time-Space Goku, and together they launched an all-out assault on Broly. A chaotic barrage of punches and kicks rained down upon the Super Saiyan 3 Broly. Their combined efforts pushed Broly back, and, for a moment, it seemed the tide was turning in their favor. However, just as perfected Ultra Instinct Goku prepared to strike with his elbow, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. Broly, who had been retreating, suddenly froze, his face twisted with fury as he bellowed, "Kakarot, D!" The overwhelming force of Broly's fury deflected perfected Ultra Instinct Goku's elbow, sending him flying. Seizing the moment, Broly pressed his advantage. His onslaught grew increasingly ferocious, yet no matter how he swung his fists, perfected Ultra Instinct Goku evaded every strike. Meanwhile, Ultra 5 Goku watched in deep admiration. His speed is astonishing, as if he reacts without thought. "Let's do this together." Ultra 5 Goku leaped into the fray. Perfected Ultra Instinct Goku focused on distracting Broly, while Ultra 5 Goku positioned himself for a surprise attack from behind. Broly swung his right fist at perfected Ultra Instinct Goku, but time and again, he narrowly avoided the blows. Then, Ultra 5 Goku's fists landed forcefully against Broly's tough exterior. Bang! 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 Broly, captivated by Super Saiyan 5 Goku, forsakes the perfection of Ultra Instinct Goku to retaliate against him. Yet, in a fleeting moment that Broly turns, Ultra Instinct Goku strikes back with a flurry of punches and kicks. The synergy between the two is impeccable, a sublime fusion of strength and reaction. In their harmonious collaboration, they toy with Broly, reminiscent of a maestro accompanying a dancer. The severely wounded Super Saiyan 4 Goku is utterly astonished by this spectacle, gazing in awe at Ultra Instinct Goku and Super Saiyan 5 Goku, murmuring, "Could this be what Mr. Was spoke of? Remarkable. I never imagined another version of myself had mastered it, possessing the transformation of Super Saiyan 5 as well." Beside him, the Time-Space Vegeta reverts to his base form, having been incapacitated by the fierce clash with Broly. He too expresses his admiration. Indeed, both Kakarots are formidable. On the arena, Vegeta observes their seamless coordination, recognizing that every iteration of Kakarot across time and space is exceptional. The Time Patrol duo stands in awe, having never witnessed such forms before. However, as Time Patrollers, they cannot remain passive. They swiftly rejoin the fray. Super Saiyan 4 Goku realizes that he can no longer partake in this battle, as he is merely in the timeline of the Zamasu saga, where his presence would be futile. He stands alongside Time-Space Vegeta, watching intently. At that moment, a pink figure appears silently beside them. Both express surprise as a woman, draped in pink with flowing white hair, gracefully emerges before them. Her crimson gaze reflects their astonishment as she speaks. "Gentlemen, it is time for you to return to your own timelines." A vast net of flesh envelopes them swiftly, rendering them powerless to escape, and thus, Time-Space Vegeta and Super Saiyan Goku vanish from this realm. Chapter 65, Vegeta Strikes, a comprehensive test. With the arrival of the Time Patrol duo, the battle intensifies. Though Broly's intellect may be simple, he is far from devoid of wits. Having been toyed with repeatedly, his pent-up fury reaches a boiling point. In that instant, he becomes acutely aware, disregarding Ultra Instinct Goku's attempts to distract him. Kakarot, with this furious roar, he taps into the power of Super Saiyan 3 once more, rendering the assaults of his opponents futile. With a fierce wind howling around him, Broly raises his massive fist, akin to a frenzied beast, unleashing his overwhelming might towards Super Saiyan 5 Goku. Broly appears to have lost his sanity, relentlessly shouting Goku's name. However, beneath this facade lies a battle intelligence that rivals the best. Super Saiyan 5 Goku stands as a formidable pillar among his peers, and in a decisive moment, Broly delivers a devastating blow that sends Super Saiyan 5 Goku flying a kilometer away. With a cough of blood, even Goku suffers a grievous injury. Struggling to his feet, he gazes at Broly, a chill running down his spine as he wonders, how does this guy grow stronger with every battle? Oddly, why are my hands trembling? At that moment, from the audience, Jaiko shouts, "Hey, old man, can you stop holding back? You didn't fight me like this back in the day." In the distance, the sinister Majin Vormi, having just dispatched Super Blue Vegeta and Goku, grins wickedly, seemingly transformed. He mutters to himself, this madman has been dormant in his own timeline for 30 years. Before that, he annihilated all the powerful beings in the universe. Lord Beerus is truly malevolent for bringing him here. Suddenly, several energy blasts shoot towards Majin Vormi, enveloping the area in smoke. Vormi retracts his shield, becoming alert. Who's there? In an instant, Vegeta materializes before him. Simultaneously, Vormi shudders, his pupils quivering, his visage transforming into something grotesquely terrifying. You are indeed akin to Majin Buu. Every move Vormi made was under Vegeta's watchful eye. Yet, in the next moment, Vormi unexpectedly reverts from his demonic form. Gazing at Vegeta with a hint of affection, he then charmingly states, "Not at all. I merely sent them off to board a spaceship. They will soon return to their own timeline. Feel free to check." With a flick of his hand, he conjures a projection revealing the time-displaced Vegeta and Goku being led into a ship by a Vormi clone. As he dismisses the projection with a smile and blows a kiss to Vegeta, he encourages, "Now, go forth and showcase your prowess, Mr. Vegeta." In the next instant, Vormi reappears in the Zero audience section. Vegeta scoffs, "I cannot trust a word this guy says. With matters reaching this point, it's time to make my move." After 30 years of slumber, the demon awakens. "Just as well. I too have been born into this existence for nearly as long. Let me gauge the extent of your power." Vegeta gathers a highly concentrated energy sphere in one hand and launches it toward Broly. Meanwhile, Broly, in the midst of his chaotic melee with Time Patrol Vegeta, turns his head and nonchalantly tosses Vegeta aside. "Kakarot." Vegeta smiles confidently, "Then let us do this." All eyes are riveted upon Vegeta, the invincible warrior, as he prepares to strike. Vegeta unleashed the full extent of his physical power, and in an instant, a dazzling golden light erupted, an unparalleled aura sweeping through the space like a tempest. On the arena, Vegeta wore a triumphant smile. Has this fellow finally begun? His hair stood on end, illuminated in gold, embodying the mightiest Super Saiyan aura ever witnessed. Yet, this pure Super Saiyan energy continued to surge, and soon, arcs of electricity began to ravage the surroundings, enveloping the aura of everyone present in a heartbeat. Super Saiyan 2 Vegeta stood head and shoulders above the rest. All eyes were drawn to him. Even Goku from Universe 5 felt an overwhelming sense of admiration. The Time Patrol duo exchanged knowing smiles. In the tension on Time Patrol, Goku's face eased as he glanced at the Patera earrings tucked at his waist. It seemed our intervention would not be necessary. Broly's fierce gaze darted towards Vegeta, his anger unleashing like a wild stallion, green energy accumulating in his mouth. With a roar, in an instant, a torrent of savage green energy blasts erupted, sweeping like a tempest, intent on consuming Vegeta. A confident smile graced Vegeta's face as he navigated through the barrage of energy, untouched, like a butterfly dancing through the air. In a flash, he activated instant transmission, his right hand making contact with Broly's chest. Fingers splayed wide, a disdainful smile curled upon his lips. Explosive flames engulfed Broly's form, eroding his very being. Kakarot. A heart-wrenching roar shattered the air. Vegeta raised his voice, admonishing, "Silence. You are far too noisy." His fingers came together once more, delivering a series of resounding slaps to Broly's face. To deal with a brute, one must employ brute methods. The indomitable sword of the unrivaled warrior was drawn again, its blade aimed at Broly's eyes, slicing across his face. In that moment, a crimson streak marred his otherwise invulnerable visage. The metallic taste of blood trickled to the corner of Broly's mouth. He extended his tongue to taste it, a sensation he had not experienced in ages. Veins bulged on Broly's forehead as he extended his fingers, forcefully grasping the sword's blade. The light of the sword transformed from golden to a deep crimson hue. Kakarot. A smirk played on Vegeta's lips, his boundless confidence radiating from him. "Then let me show you those fellows." The sword's size doubled in an instant, embedding itself deeply into Broly's flesh as if ensnaring his very hands, rendering him unable to escape. In that moment, Vegeta became a streak of light, carrying Broly with ease. "Make way for me," Vegeta commanded, and those who had just battled Broly swiftly parted for him. Vegeta sprinted towards the audience, thinking, if he wishes to test my strength, then let him be met with his own medicine. No, I intend to test the entire arena. Vegeta's keen gaze fixated on Son Goku in the ninth spectator section. Let us start with those privileged individuals. Chapter 66. This is how destruction is wielded. Broly vanished. I am known as Vegeta, born in the year 774 of the age, during that fateful battle with Majin Buu. After our fusion, I entered Majin Buu's body, liberating everyone and ultimately defeating him. Of course, that was 2 decades ago. To speak unabashedly, I am now 21 years of age. Since my inception, I have never ceased my training, all in the name of safeguarding Earth. However, following the battle with Majin Buu, my world seemingly descended into genuine peace, with no invaders to threaten our realm. Thus, I resolved to seek out some purpose. In my universe, the supreme deity is the Kaioshin, and through his endorsement, I became a cosmic enforcer, tasked with punishing the villains of the cosmos. Yet, these malefactors were no match for me, and I soon realized that in my universe, I stood invincible. Nevertheless, I did not allow this to breed complacency in my training, for my intuition warned me that my world was merely the tip of the iceberg in a vast multiverse. The time when Trunks traveled back from the future in his time machine served as the ultimate testament to this. Surely, in other realms, there exist beings of even greater strength. At long last, the day arrived. A woman named Vomi approached me to participate in a cross-dimensional tournament. Vegeta, dragging Broly's immense form, soared toward the ninth spectator section. "Father, is that Vegeta coming our way?" Son Gohan readied himself for battle, while the cloaked Son Goku remained unperturbed. Yet, in the next instant, Vegeta halted his drag, shifting the battlefield to the forefront of the ninth spectator section. With a whoosh, the luminous sword was immediately sheathed. Broly let out a primal roar, preparing to charge at Vegeta once more. "Hey, madman, take a closer look. This is the true Kakarot." With that, Vegeta swept aside the lock of hair from his forehead, mimicking Vegeta's tone as he addressed the cloaked Son Goku. "Kakarot, come help me." Broly tilted his head, scrutinizing the features of both Vegeta and the cloaked Son Goku. "Kakarot." Broly once again succumbed to frenzy, dashing towards the ninth spectator section. Vegeta placed his hands on his hips, thoroughly pleased with his handiwork. In the distance, watching the spectacle, Vegeta displayed a knowing smile. "Well done." Vegeta Broly's thigh muscles tensed rapidly, his fists raised high above his head like a primal beast, and with a mighty leap, he aimed a devastating strike at the ninth spectator section. However, the cloaked Son Goku's face betrayed no hint of disturbance. To everyone's astonishment, it was Son Gohan who first reacted, firmly establishing a stance as his body leaned slightly backward. A radiant purple luminescence began to emanate from him, as he swiftly conjured a purple energy sphere with both hands at his waist. This vibrant orb of energy was all too familiar to Vegeta and the alternate timeline Goku. In unison, they exclaimed, "Destruction? X2. Vegeta pondered. I never imagined that this timeline Son Gohan would wield destruction. How intriguing. The alternate, Goku's face was etched with incredulity. Is that Gohan a god of destruction? With a resounding bang, the destructive energy was unleashed by Son Gohan, merging with Broly the moment his fist struck. Son Gohan declared, "Such a ruthless being, who disrupts the balance of the world, shall be met with destruction." He channeled an immense amount of destructive energy into Broly's body. In an instant, the destructive force immobilized Broly, freezing his colossal form mid-air. The sound of trembling muscles and creaking bones echoed as the unruly Broly stubbornly resisted the power of destruction with sheer physicality. Kakarot. Broly's body was undergoing a baptism of divine power, but the next moment, an astonishing event unfolded before Son Gohan's eyes. Broly's form began to stir. Vegeta observed this scene and remarked solemnly, "It seems Gohan's destructive intensity leaves much to be desired." Vegeta scrutinized the somewhat anxious Son Gohan, questioning, "Is this the extent of your power, Gohan?" Yet, Son Gohan's purple aura swelled once more, enveloping his eyes in a mist of violet. As his upper garments were consumed in that moment, his robust torso lay bare, adorned with red and purple sigils. The bulging veins on his forehead and the beads of sweat were clear indicators that this was Son Gohan's ultimate trump card. Fortunately, he had managed to restrain Broly, whose attire began to dissolve as well. Son Gohan's taut expression relaxed, anticipating the destructive energy to engulf Broly. "Kakarot, Broly's resentment towards Goku reignited his fervor, his muscles swelling even further as the destructive energy within him was expelled at that very moment. Son Gohan was left speechless. Is this creature truly a monster? He's been growing stronger since the very beginning. In the next instant, an extraordinary occurrence took place as Broly coalesced the expelled destructive energy into a sphere, intent on returning it to Son Gohan unaltered. Damn it, this guy's truly a monster. Son Gohan raised his arms above his head, straining to defend himself. But Broly's ferocity was overwhelmingly savage, and Son Gohan soon found himself unable to withstand it any longer. Just as he gritted his teeth in frustration, a reassuring arm interposed itself before him. Cloaked, Sun Wukong maintained an expressionless demeanor as his gaze locked with Broly's. Kakarot. Broly immediately shifted his focus to the cloaked Sun Wukong, while Son Gohan found himself rescued at that moment. Father Son Gohan spoke, his tone tinged with a hint of remorse. The cloaked Sun Wukong coldly inquired, Gohan, have you diligently learned destruction from your master? Before Son Gohan could respond, the cloaked Sun Wukong had already directed his fist towards Broly. With a seemingly light punch, a cataclysmic force was unleashed. Boom! 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 Broly careened towards Vegeta like an uncontrollable projectile. The muffled voice of the cloaked Sun Wukong resonated. I told you, I am not a participant. I merely came to observe. The scene fell into silence. A second later, the audience's hearts surged with exhilaration. The Time Patrol duo appeared somewhat dazed, with Time Patrol Vegeta questioning Time Patrol Sun Wukong. Did you see that just now? Time Patrol Sun Wukong stammered. A punch? The Transcendent Sun Wukong and Super Saiyan 5 Sun Wukong were profoundly shocked. The demon that had caused them so much suffering was sent flying by a single blow. Within the Zero ship, Beelzebub smirked, a knowing smile gracing his lips. As he beheld the oncoming Broly, Vegeta remained unflinching, fully prepared to respond. The test is complete. Indeed, both Vegeta and I were correct in our assumptions. Now, it is your turn, Beelzebub. Vegeta seized the collar around Broly's neck, executing a Russian twist, hurling Broly like a mere punching bag towards the Zero ship. In his frenzy, Broly had completely lost his sanity, and under Vegeta's forceful guidance, he unleashed energy blasts recklessly towards the Zero ship. Seeing this, Wami swiftly transformed into his Majin state, ready to intercept Broly. Step aside, Wami. This is beyond your capacity to handle. A commanding and authoritative voice reverberated from within the ship. Without hesitation, Wami complied. The ship's door began to tremble as a figure clad in black, wearing a hooded garment, appeared before Broly as if materializing from thin air. Truly elusive. Beelzebub extended a hand, his middle finger aimed at Broly's forehead. With a light tap, boom, Broly's heavy form was once again sent flying. At last, Beelzebub emerged into the view of the crowd. It was confirmed. He was a man, and an immensely powerful one at that, for with merely a finger, he had propelled Broly away. Yet, beyond that, his appearance remained shrouded in mystery. Vegeta had already formed a judgment in his mind. This fellow is indeed formidable, though he possesses an excessive flair for theatrics. Vegeta gazed intently at Beelzebub. The childish fellow possesses a remarkable penchant for comparison. The individual in the ninth spectator stand, demonstrating his prowess with a mere fist, resorts to using just a single finger. Is he attempting to test us with this lunatic? Let's return the favor in kind. By an uncanny twist of fate, Broly collides with the third spectator stand, finding himself sprawled before the malevolent Kakarot. The wicked Kakarot trembles noticeably, clearly aware that his strength does not permit any reckless actions. Broly shakes his head violently, forcing himself to awaken, his demonic eyes opening wide. Kakarot! Indeed, right before him stands a nefarious Kakarot. With a single punch, he renders the evil Kakarot unconscious. This scene causes Vegeta to furrow his brow. Filled with perplexity, why does this Kakarot exhibit such a fear of life and death? Compared to other Kakarots, he is significantly lacking. How could the time-traveling Vegeta choose him as a partner? Out of fear for Vegeto and Banast, Broly begins to exhibit a semblance of rationality, discerning whom to provoke and whom to avoid. His ferocious gaze ultimately settles on the time-traveling duo and Super Saiyan 5 Goku. As for why Super Saiyan Goku from the alternate timeline is absent, it is apparent that the brute Broly seems incapable of landing a blow on him. Vegeta chuckles softly. It seems this fellow is not entirely devoid of reason. He knows fear. Super Saiyan 5 Goku positions himself in front of the time-traveling duo. Silver flames raging fiercely. In the next moment, an unprecedented power surges forth from Super Saiyan 5 Goku. Vegeta gazes at him, realizing that this cockroach has indeed concealed his true strength. Super Saiyan 5 Goku confronts Broly head-on, the earlier look of helplessness vanishing instantaneously, as if he had transformed entirely. The collision of their fists unleashes a tempest. Astonishingly, they find themselves evenly matched. At this juncture, the time-traveling duo stands in stunned silence. Time-traveling Goku exclaims, "This guy, he's hiding his power." The look on time-traveling Goku's face is quite unnatural, as if he has lost his nerve and cannot feel his breath. He and time-traveling Vegeta have exerted themselves to the utmost, only to discover that their comrade is engaged in a facade. Time-traveling Goku's grim expression shifts toward the alternate timeline Goku, suspicion etched upon his face. Could this fellow also be concealing his strength? However, the alternate timeline Goku merely smiles at him. "This is indeed my utmost power. I am not like that fellow." In truth, I sensed from the outset that he was not utilizing his full strength. Given the current circumstances, this Broly is far more formidable than our timeline's Broly. Our Broly does not possess this long-haired form. I believe if Vegeta and I were to fuse once more, we might be able to defeat him, provided he does not assume a form akin to your crimson-furred state. The moment the alternate timeline Goku's words fell, the furious Broly was enveloped in a radiant golden light. His wild, crimson fur rapidly covering his body. Uniquely, his hair had transformed to a striking red, a breakthrough in boundaries. The time-traveling Vegeta and Goku exclaimed in unison. This fellow managed to achieve the state of boundary breakthrough entirely on his own. They were once again astonished. The time-traveling Goku, with a bitter smile, remarked, "Well, it seems I was indeed correct." Suddenly, the equilibrium of power was swiftly disrupted as Super Saiyan 5 Goku was hurled away. A relentless iron fist charged towards him, reversing the tide once more. The time-traveling Goku reached into his belt, retrieving 2 earrings. "Shall we test it with Vegeta?" Just then, a graceful golden-haired man flashed past him. Vegeta had activated his Super Saiyan 2 full power state, darting towards the boundary-breaking Broly with fervor. "Now it's your turn, Vegeta." The domineering power radiated from Broly in his boundary-breaking form. Vegeta ruthlessly grasped Broly by the neck, recklessly tossing him towards Vegeta. "You were indeed the one who suggested this, but you are also the one I wish to test." Vegeta's actions took everyone by surprise. No one could have anticipated such a decision. Meanwhile, Vegeta stood on the arena, a smile gracing his face, as if he had foreseen this very moment unfolding. "Vegeta, you have not disappointed me," he exclaimed. "In that case, allow me to bring this farce to an end. Gohan over there, observe closely. This is how destruction is wielded." Vegeta raised his hands above his head. A purple sphere of energy began to pulsate at his fingertips. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. In just 3 seconds, a destructive energy sphere, 100 meters in diameter, was born. The boundary-breaking Broly was ultimately engulfed by the destructive energy sphere. "Kakarot! Kakarot!" Broly's cries echoed incessantly, each cry devoid of malice, instead filled with profound despair. Burdened with the lives of countless beings across time and space, Broly was consumed by the destructive energy, ultimately dissolving into countless starlit fragments, vanishing without a trace. At this moment, the time-traveling Goku and Gohan, seated in the 9th spectator area, appeared as though they had been frozen in time. Chapter 67. The match continued. "Evil Kakarot, I surrender." In the 9th spectator area, Gohan stood in stunned silence, his pupils trembling uncontrollably. He was aware that the dazzling Vegeta was powerful, yet he could not have fathomed such immense strength. "Father, I'm sorry Gohan's eyes brimmed with remorse. Beside him, the cloaked Goku offered no response. Yet to Gohan's astonishment, he caught a glimpse of a long-lost smile upon the face of the cloaked Goku. Due to a long-standing, expressionless demeanor, the smile appeared somewhat unappealing. Nevertheless, it was evident that it emanated from the depths of cloaked Son Goku's heart. Son Gohan turned his gaze towards the direction indicated by cloaked Son Goku. The individual in Son Gohan's sight was none other than Vegeta. "Uncle Vegeta," he uttered, followed by a smile laden with meaning. Yet, in the next moment, cloaked Son Goku turned his head, casting a solemn glance at Son Gohan, and remarked, "Gohan, it seems your destructive abilities are lacking in refinement. Your talent is indeed high. I hope that once you officially become a god of destruction, you can attain the utmost strength." A flicker of hesitation crossed Son Gohan's eyes as he murmured, "But father, Cloak's son Goku then turned and re-entered the spaceship, coldly dismissing with a few words. I hope that next time you encounter such a situation, you can stand on your own. Meanwhile, Time-Space Son Goku, having released the perfect Ultra Instinct state, employed instant transmission to appear before Vegeta, inquiring curiously, "So, Vegeta, how did you come to wield destruction?" He recalled the battle against the fused Zamasu, where he had merely imitated Beerus's destructive power, causing only a portion of Zamasu's form to be obliterated. Yet, this was but a mere mimicry, not true destruction, and he was greatly astonished by Vegeta's command over such power from other timelines. Vegeta cast a glance at Time-Space Son Goku, observing his eager expression, and explained, "It's nothing much, merely a candidate for God of Destruction." A candidate for God of Destruction? Time-Space Son Goku immediately associated this with the destructive power exhibited by Toppo during the Tournament of Power. The destructive power Vegeta displayed just now is evidently more pure than that of Toppo. In comparison, the destructive force Gohan just wielded seems to surpass Toppo's. Yet, the runes on Gohan's body bear some resemblance to those of Toppo. Could it be that Gohan is also a candidate for God of Destruction? Suddenly, a strikingly handsome face appeared before Time-Space Son Goku and Vegeta. Vegeta waved at Vegeta, giving a thumbs up. "Not bad, Vegeta. You have earned my recognition." Vegeta crossed his arms and replied, "You're commendable as well, but I can sense that your strength extends far beyond this." Vegeta surveyed the surroundings and continued, "All right, I have discerned the capabilities of everyone present. That perpetually stoic fellow, along with Belrose and yourself, are all individuals I acknowledge." With that, Vegeta's gaze sharpened in an instant, directing towards the Zero spaceship. "Now, I shall deal with that Belrose fellow." Just as Vegeta prepared to take action, Womi's voice echoed once more. "Everyone, a minor disturbance occurred moments ago, but the crisis has now been averted. The competition shall continue. Next, it is Vegeta versus Kakarot from the third stand." This announcement immediately stirred a tempest in the arena. Vegeta cast a sidelong glance, while the others wore expressions of astonishment. In an instant, Vegeta materialized before Womi, his face twisted in disdain. "Hey, that woman, your organizers are not adhering to the rules. I see no point in continuing this match." With that, Vegeta drew his lightsaber, pointing it menacingly at Womi. A voice, laden with a wretched wail, pierced the air. "Exactly. Your organizers explicitly stated that killing is prohibited. Yet, you have employed a madman to slay my husband. I shall take vengeance upon you." In a frenzy, Reg's wife unleashed all her energy and charged at Womi. With a swift motion, Womi subdued Reg's wife with one hand, a sinister smile curling his lips as he scolded her harshly. "How laughable. A person with bloodied hands dares to lecture me on the sanctity of life?" Womi then conjured a projection, revealing the barely conscious Reg being lifted into a spaceship by several of his doppelgangers. "See for yourself. Your husband is not dead, but has been sent aboard a ship. Now, return to your own timeline." As he spoke, a net of flesh enveloped Reg's wife, causing her to vanish from sight. In the next moment, Womi adopted a surprisingly gentle demeanor, smiling sweetly. "So, how do you find it, Mr. Vegeta? I have not spoken falsely. The rules are indeed ours to establish, and they must be upheld." With a playful tap on his head, Womi continued, "And as for Vegeta and Son Goku, who were just severely injured by Broly, I have already sent them to the ship. After all, Broly is a contestant, and those he defeats are considered to have surrendered." With that, Womi displayed another holographic projection, showcasing the unconscious time-traveling Vegeta and the present-day Son Goku. Vegeta closed his eyes, sensing their auras from a great distance, albeit faintly. It seemed Womi had not lied. It appeared that Belrose had indeed used that madman to test the waters and demonstrate his own prowess. The others began to sense the auras of the two as well. Vegeta pointed his finger like a sword, probing their energy. In a flash, Vegeta vanished from his spot, only to return a second later. "What say you, Mr. Vegeta?" Initially skeptical of Womi's claims, Vegeta's brief journey confirmed the truth of Womi's words. Indeed, the two were recuperating aboard a spaceship. Vegeta nodded. "Indeed, you have not deceived me." Womi beamed with delight, addressing the audience. "Ladies and gentlemen, since Mr. Vegeta has confirmed this, shall we continue the match? I trust there are no objections?" Time Patrol Vegeta furrowed his brow, a hint of skepticism in his gaze as he turned to Time Patrol Son Goku. "Kakarot, you should join in as well." Before Time Patrol Vegeta could finish his sentence, the figure of Time Patrol Goku had already reappeared before him. Indeed, it was as she had mentioned. and Reg and his wife were also aboard another spaceship. The other participants, witnessing even the formidable Vegeta affirming this, had no choice but to concur. After all, most present were Saiyans, and faced with such a plethora of powerful warriors, their blood surged with excitement. The competition continued, with the arena being meticulously rearranged under the supervision of Wormy. Vegeta returned to the stage, facing Kakarot, who emanated a sinister aura from the third spectator's seat. Vegeta scrutinized the trembling Kakarot before him. Oddly enough, this individual appeared weak. It was perplexing why Time Patrol Vegeta would choose him as a partner. Moreover, compared to this Kakarot, the one from a fourth stand seemed to share a greater rapport with Time Patrol Vegeta. But in the next moment, an astonishing occurrence unfolded. A quivering voice suddenly rang out. Vegeta, I surrender." This unexpected capitulation left Vegeta utterly bewildered. He couldn't help but reconsider his previous assertion. It seemed that every version of Kakarot across worlds held their own complexities. Reflecting on Broly's earlier rampage, this fellow had been utterly astonishing, retreating into the spaceship. After being struck by Broly, he had feigned unconsciousness, only to be forcibly awakened by Time Patrol Vegeta, compelled to step into the fray. Indeed, this Kakarot exhibited an unusual demeanor, filled with malevolence, yet harboring a cowardly disposition toward the powerful. Vegeta cast a questioning glance at Time Patrol Vegeta, his eyes brimming with skepticism, as if to inquire, "Where did you find this one?" Time Patrol Vegeta pressed his hand to his forehead, displaying an exasperated expression. Beside him, Time Patrol Goku, looking speechless, queried, "Is this truly the other version of myself you meticulously sought out?" Time Patrol Vegeta's expression darkened, revealing his surprise at the extent of this individual's cowardice, muttering, "I told you to let this guy perform better." On the arena, Vegeta slowly spoke, questioning, "Are you truly Kakarot?" The sinister Kakarot immediately straightened, responding with exaggerated clarity, "Of course." In a split second, a phantom image appeared, and an enraged fist struck the evil Kakarot squarely on the nose, sending him crashing to the ground. Vegeta turned away, disdain evident on his face as he muttered, "What a disgrace to Kakarot." With a swift motion, Wormy appeared on the stage, maintaining her alluring demeanor, teasingly commenting, "Alas, Mr. Vegeta, even after others have surrendered, you still knock them out. What a true tyrant you are." Vegeta paid no heed to Wormy, for he too harbored disdain for that insufferable Beerus, and the repercussions fell upon Wormy. Noticing Vegeta's indifference, Wormy ceased his futile attempts to engage. A net of meat suddenly emerged, whisking the malevolent Kakarot away from the scene. Wormy proclaimed loudly, in the first audience, "Vegeta is victorious." Next up is Vegeta against Son Goku from the seventh audience. In the AF timeline, Son Goku instantaneously teleported to the arena, his piercing gaze fixed intently upon Vegeta. Vegeta mused within himself, "Such a gaze truly resembles Kakarot. I hope you don't surrender like that previous fool. That would be utterly uninteresting." With unwavering seriousness, AF Son Goku replied, "I am well aware of your strength, but surrender is not an option for me. You ignite my passion, Vegeta." Suddenly, AF Son Goku erupted with energy. Previously, Vegeta's single blow had obliterated Broly, who had put many of the Son Gokus in a precarious position, prompting him to summon his most formidable form. Super Saiyan 5 Son Goku made his grand entrance. A silvery aura enveloped him, more potent than when he faced Broly. Energy surged within Super Saiyan 5 Son Goku's palms, and with a simultaneous sweep of his hands towards Vegeta, a barrage of energy waves was unleashed. Boom! 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 Vegeta propelled himself off the ground, executing a flawless 360-degree turn in midair to deftly evade the energy blasts. Smoke accompanied Vegeta as he ascended, lingering ominously while Super Saiyan 5 Son Goku launched another offensive. With a swift motion, Vegeta transformed into Super Saiyan 4. His torso shifted slightly, allowing him to evade the strike from Super Saiyan 5 Son Goku. Is that merely Super Saiyan 4? Super Saiyan 5 Son Goku continued to throw punches, a hint of reluctance etched on his face. As he evaded, Vegeta remarked, "I say without reservation that there are several forms beyond this. It remains to be seen if you possess the prowess to draw them out." Upon finishing his words, Super Saiyan 5 Son Goku retreated several meters. "A being as formidable as Reg has been toyed with. It seems your strength is unfathomable." Super Saiyan 5 Son Goku recognized that, based on Reg's earlier performance, their strengths were indeed comparable. Had Reg not been thoroughly incapacitated by Vegeta, Broly would have been incapable of rendering him half dead. The true terror did not lie with Broly, but with Vegeta. Let me ascertain whether I possess the capability to compel you to reveal your other forms. Super Saiyan 5 Son Goku's hands radiated brilliant light as he drew them back, accelerating with fervor. As his speed intensified, the energy spheres between his hands grew ever brighter. Whoosh! Super Saiyan 5, Goku brandished his claws, launching 2 energy spheres that hurtled towards Vegeta with great ferocity. Suddenly, Vegeta's figure vanished, leaving behind only a fleeting afterimage, causing the energy spheres to miss their target. When he reappeared, he stood directly before Super Saiyan 5 Goku. Momentarily taken aback, Goku quickly regained his composure. With a resounding clash, their arms locked together. Goku's expression betrayed a hint of struggle, while Vegeta remained unperturbed, his face devoid of any emotion. In that instant, a smirk of triumph graced Goku's visage. The 2 missed energy blasts had not dissipated due to Vegeta's evasion. Instead, they silently re-emerged behind him, merging into one formidable sphere. As Goku manipulated the energy ball with his ki, he engaged Vegeta in close combat. The sound of the energy sphere whizzing through the air resonated from the back of Vegeta's neck. With keen perception, Vegeta shifted his gaze slightly, reacting instantly. He propelled himself towards Goku, his waist twisting like a serpent, deftly evading the assault of the energy blast. Impressive, Kakarot, Goku acknowledged. You're quite formidable yourself, Vegeta, came a reply. In the next moment, Goku's palm began to gather an immense amount of energy, additional spheres swirling around him. With a sweeping motion of his hand, these energy spheres followed his lead, launching an assault on Vegeta. Goku joined the fray, once again locking horns with Vegeta. The frequency of the energy sphere attacks intensified, prompting Vegeta to hasten his evasive maneuvers. To the audience, it appeared as though a silver-white blur clashed against a crimson streak. Time-traveling Goku watched in astonishment. I never imagined my mastery over ki could be so refined. This technique, is it ki manipulation? No. Compared to ki manipulation, my technique is far more elusive. Observing the fierce battle on the stage, Vegeta remarked, "This Goku is indeed impressive, but he faces Vegeta. Let us end this soon. I'm feeling fatigued. Tomorrow, it will be my turn. With the current number of fighters, there is no need to wait until the 4th day." With that, Vegeta turned his gaze back to the stage. The onslaught of Super Saiyan 5 Goku and the energy blast grew increasingly relentless, yet against overwhelming strength. They failed to inflict any damage on Vegeta. Kakarot, you resemble the Kakarot I once knew. Your technique is intriguing, but you still lack the necessary strength. With a swift motion, Vegeta elevated his ki to a higher level, an overwhelming pressure emanating from the arena. Chapter 69, The Filial Zyko. This astonishing display profoundly shook the heart of Super Saiyan 5 Goku. The oppressive aura exhibited by Vegeta surpassed that of any other Vegeta present on the battlefield. The situation had long exceeded his expectations. He initially believed that this Vegeta would be merely comparable to the one from his own timeline, a version he could easily overpower. However, when Reg was defeated by overwhelming power, he realized that the disparity in strength between him and Vegeta was insurmountable. Yet, the Saiyant's combative spirit and indomitable heart propelled him to press onward resolutely. Super Saiyan 5 Goku ascended against the odds, this time channeling all his energy into a single, powerful punch. With a resounding impact, he struck Vegeta squarely in the chest. Yet, astonishingly, Vegeta remained unfazed. A bitter smile crossed Super Saiyan 5 Goku's face as he acknowledged the vast chasm in their power. Vegeta stepped back slightly, scratching his chest nonchalantly, and coldly remarked to Tickles Kakarot, "If this is your full strength, then this match is already concluded. I know you would never concede, so I must render you utterly defenseless." As soon as the words left his lips, Vegeta's knee unexpectedly connected with Super Saiyan 5 Goku's abdomen. Goku's eyes went vacant. The strike left him no time to react. He was aware of Vegeta's speed, but he never anticipated it would be this swift. "Your attire bears an uncanny resemblance to his," Vegeta continued. "Therefore, I shall show you no mercy, Kakarot." With that, Vegeta forcefully elevated his knee, sending Super Saiyan 5 Goku hurtling through the air. A pained scream reverberated in Vegeta's ears as Goku's expression contorted in agony. In the audience, Zyko was captivated by the spectacle, yet his face betrayed no concern. Instead, he scoffed, "Ha, old man, I never thought you'd meet such a day. You certainly didn't wear this expression when you crushed me back then." His words drew the attention of Gohan, who inquired, "Isn't that your father? Why would you say such a thing?" Jaiko shot him a disdainful glare, retorting fiercely, "Silence. You are unworthy of conversing with me." Faced with Jaiko's hostility, Gohan chose to remain silent. Back in the arena, Super Saiyan 5, Goku regained his stance and launched another powerful punch. Vegeta merely extended 2 fingers to effortlessly deflect his blow. Goku's expression hardened as an ominous premonition washed over him once more. Sure enough, Vegeta swiftly retracted his fingers, applying force to send Goku's fist crashing into his own face. Utterly defenseless, the Super Saiyan 5 Goku was once again sent flying. The repeated, devastating blows struck him with ferocity, as Vegeta resembled a merciless machine, callously tormenting the Super Saiyan 5 Goku. Meanwhile, in the 7th spectators area, Jaiko's laughter grew increasingly boisterous. "Old man, ha ha ha, I never imagined you would end up like this." His mischievous laughter echoed from the stands, drawing the attention of many. Vegeta, perplexed, remarked, "Why does this kid seem so eager for Goku's demise? Aren't they allies?" On the arena, Vegeta, equally bewildered, ceased his assault and inquired, "Hey, Kakarot, what is your relationship with that person?" The Super Saiyan 5 Goku remained silent, struggling to rise once more. He gathered his energy in the palm of his hand, positioning it at his waist. This posture was all too familiar to Vegeta. Slowly, Goku uttered a few words, 10 times, Kamehameha. A crimson beam of energy surged forth from his waist, racing towards Vegeta. Vegeta smirked proudly. "Indeed, Kakarot will never concede. Let your pride lead to your downfall." With both hands clasped at his chest, his ultimate flash was fully charged. The golden energy wave struck forward with ferocity, colliding with the blue Kamehameha. The earth-shattering clash sought to upheave the entire arena. In the next instant, the golden energy wave overwhelmed the Kamehameha with its sheer force. Gradually, the Super Saiyan 5 Goku found himself at a distinct disadvantage. It had been years since he felt such helplessness. The last time was during the battle against the evil dragon. "Ha ha ha. Yes, that's it. Kill him. Where is that lofty demeanor of yours now, my beloved father?" Jaiko's maniacal laughter reverberated throughout the audience, startling all. Vegeta, momentarily taken aback, cast a disdainful glance at Jaiko. Is this brat really Goku's son? What kind of son wishes for his father's demise? "Hey, you over there, shut up. Keep yelling, and I'll come over to deal with you," Vegeta shouted at Jaiko. Yet the latter remained undeterred, seemingly deriving joy from Goku's suffering. "Kill him! Kill him!" The frenzied cries reached the arena. "Aren't Kakarot's sons only 2? Where did this one come from? I truly feel sorry for Kakarot." In an instant, Vegeta intensified his energy output, a portion splitting from the ultimate flash to form another shockwave aimed directly at the 7th spectators area. "My apologies, Kakarot. I slipped. Let me take this opportunity to teach my son a lesson." A sudden wave of energy surged forth, striking Jaiko with an overwhelming force. The laughter that had filled the air abruptly ceased, and Jaiko's eyes gleamed with realization. In the next moment, the arena and the 7th spectator area were engulfed by the energy wave. Super Saiyan 5, Goku, lay incapacitated upon the ground. Meanwhile, in the audience, Jaiko bore grave injuries. Propping himself up with one arm, his gaze ablaze with fury. Yet, his wrath was not directed at Vegeta for the attack he had endured. He bellowed, "Why? Why was he not killed?" A large question mark appeared above Vegeta's head as he approached the barely conscious AF timeline Goku. Pointing at his own head and glancing at Jaiko, he inquired, "Is there something wrong here?" At that moment, Jaiko's expression turned fiercely malevolent, and a wave of light gathered in his palm as he aimed it at the arena. With a swift motion, a figure interposed itself before Jaiko. Vegeta seized his hand, extinguishing the light with a firm grip, and admonished, "That's quite enough, you white-haired brat." Chapter 70, A Turbulent Night. Vegeta crouched down to assess the condition of AF Goku. "Speak, what is the matter with that guy?" One of AF Goku's eyes was shut tight, while the other was also injured. Noticing Vegeta's eagerness for answers, he exerted effort to open the other eye. Even from that trembling gaze, Vegeta sensed that the situation was far from simple. This tale traces back to my victory over Frieza on Namek. In the AF timeline, after defeating Frieza, Goku inadvertently arrived on Yarrat. While training there, he encountered the seemingly deceased King Kai of the West. Seizing the opportunity while Goku slumbered, the King Kai stealthily extracted his genes and fused them with her own. Thus, Jaiko was born. From a young age, the King Kai instilled malevolent thoughts in Jaiko. portraying Goku as an incompetent father. 5 years after Goku's final battle with the evil dragon, Jaiko arrived on Earth alongside the King Kai. Encouraged by her, Jaiko employed his formidable power to defeat Gohan, Trunks, and Vegeta. In desperation, the others placed their hopes in the Dragon Balls of Namek. Goku was resurrected by the Namekian dragon and transformed into Super Saiyan 5, ultimately vanquishing the simulated Super 5 Jaiko. Upon discovering that Jaiko was, in fact, his child, Goku refrained from ending his life, choosing instead to keep him close and guide his training. He believed that as his child, Jaiko must possess a kind heart, having merely been influenced by the nefarious ideas instilled by the King Kai of the West. Thus, despite the obstinacy of Jaiko, son Wukong remained ever tolerant, constantly by his side. This interdimensional competition was, in fact, a desire of Jaiko to participate, to which son Wukong acquiesced. However, it was unforeseen that, although Jaiko had undergone some transformation, the ideologies instilled by the West King had taken firm root. His hatred for son Wukong ran deep, a persistent loathing that he could not act upon due to his lack of strength. Hence, the scene that unfolded today. Upon hearing AF son Wukong's account, Vegeta extended his hand towards him. AF son Wukong, taken aback, was swiftly lifted from the ground by Vegeta. Though we are not of the same dimension, I find myself sympathizing with your plight. Initially, I mistook this child for the third offspring of you and Chi-Chi. You are a commendable father. Yet one must wield both kindness and authority, never indulging blindly, especially with such a naturally malevolent seed. AF son Wukong nodded, his gaze sharpening as he turned towards the frenzied Jaiko in the audience. Suddenly, the figure of Womi reappeared on the arena. I apologize, Mr. Sun Wukong, but you have been defeated. Please accompany me to the spaceship and return to your dimension. Just as Womi prepared to ensnare AF Sun Wukong in his net, AF Sun Wukong raised his hand with difficulty, exclaiming, "Wait," and then turned to Vegeta, saying, if Jaiko encounters a formidable opponent in the upcoming matches, please inform that opponent to refrain from being excessively harsh. Vegeta furrowed his brow, contemplating, why does this Kakarot assume such a paternal demeanor? In the next moment, a sly smile crept on a Vegeta's face. Fear not, I shall ensure that everyone looks after him well. AF son Wukong nodded vigorously, and after conveying his concerns, he vanished from sight as Womi pronounced his judgment once more. I hereby declare that Vegeta from the first audience section is the champion of the first arena. Next, it is time for dinner. I have prepared a sumptuous feast for the remaining contestants. Due to Broly's outburst, there were still 6 contestants yet to compete. To save time, the remaining 2 arenas would be concluded within a day. Now, I shall announce the roster for the second arena. From the second audience section, Vegeta. From the 9th audience section, Gohan. From the 7th audience section, Jaiko. As soon as the words left his mouth, Vegeta cast a glance at Vegeta, who was single-handedly pinning Jaiko to the ground, barely able to suppress a grin. During dinner, aside from the 9th audience section, which remained silent, the rest were in disarray. Hey, Vegeta, do you have any of those round meatballs left? Vegeta suddenly soared to the first audience section, eyeing the food on Vegeta's plate, and began his search. Cut that out. Vegeta shielded his food with his hand, continuously shoveling it into his mouth. Hey, I'm just taking a look, not intending to eat your food. Suddenly, Vegeta jumped high, his eyes nearly falling into the plate. Hey, Vegeta, come down. I need to discuss something important with you. Vegeta's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. Vegeta, observing the intense expression on his counterpart's face, fell silent. What is it? Vegeta pointed towards the 7th audience stand and remarked, that kid. His father has requested us to take special care of him. Tomorrow, you'll be on the same platform as him. You understand what I mean, right? Vegeta cast a glance at the gluttonous Jaiko, a sly smile creeping across his face. Count on me. I'll ensure he has satisfied. Vegeta wore a half-smile, murmuring Kakarot. I can only assist you to this extent. His attention was abruptly diverted by the sound of voracious eating. Delicious. Jaiko was relishing his meal. You rascal. Get away from my food. With a surge of energy, Vegeta launched an energy blast at Jaiko. He soared into the sky just in time to evade it. Meanwhile, Vegeta took a deep breath. Countless droplets of saliva cascaded from his mouth onto the food. Jaiko was taken aback, frowning in disgust. You creep. That's absolutely vile. Resorting to such lowly tactics. Vegeta smirked and replied, to deal with a shameless person like you, one must employ shameless methods. The next moment, Vegeta's jaw nearly dropped in disbelief as Jaiko, unfazed by the saliva on the food, popped a meatball into his mouth. "No worries, I'm not bothered by you." Vegeta stepped back, furiously exclaiming, "You are the one who is truly disgusting." Suddenly leaping forward, Vegeta kicked Jocko just as he was about to swallow the meatball. As the two were on the verge of a full-blown brawl, Womi promptly arrived with fresh food. Mr. Jocko, Womi has prepared even more delectable dishes for you." Before them lay a spread of exquisite delicacies at the second audience stand. Jocko decisively abandoned the food on Vegeta's table. "Thank you. I'm on my way." Night fell, and Vegeta closed his eyes, soon drifting into a dream, awaiting the dawn of the next day. Suddenly, a mournful voice echoed in his ears. "Am I dreaming?" Vegeta jolted awake, stepping out of the spaceship to gaze outside. Jocko appeared at the entrance of the second audience stand. "Did you hear that too, Vegeta?" Jocko then gestured for Vegeta to look towards the seventh audience stand. "That brat, making noise in the middle of the night. If he doesn't quiet down, I'll come over." In the next moment, the terrifying, mournful cries vanished into silence. Chapter 71, A Duel Between Brothers. In the boundless darkness, a brilliant light illuminated the arena once more, as the remaining contestants emerged from their spacecraft. From the Zero audience, the voice of Womi pierced through the slumber of the gathered crowd. "Ladies and gentlemen, the battle for the second arena is about to commence. Who shall claim the title of arena champion? Let's await the outcome." And now, the first match. From a ninth audience, we have Son Gohan. From a seventh audience, we have Jocko. "Please, step into the arena." From a ninth audience, Son Gohan nodded at the cloaked Son Wukong and leapt onto the stage with vigor. Jocko, arms crossed, cast a disdainful glare at Son Gohan, appearing on the arena in an instant. Son Gohan scrutinized this individual, who bore a resemblance to his father, and inquired, "You must be the son of my father from another world, am I correct?" Jocko looked down upon Son Gohan with contempt, his eyes radiating disdain and hatred. "Huh, you seem younger than the Son Gohan from my world, my foolish elder brother." Son Gohan's heart trembled at the mention of brother, pondering, "Brother? Does that mean he is my sibling?" The malice in Jocko's tone, coupled with his recent actions against Son Wukong from the AF timeline, sent a chill through Son Gohan. This individual is undoubtedly no saint. There must be a deeper reason behind this, though I know not what you have endured. If my brother is such an ungrateful wretch as you, I would rather be without a sibling. Son Gohan summoned his inner energy and, in an instant, transformed into a Super Saiyan. His body surged forward like an arrow, aiming a fist at Jocko's arrogant visage. Crack! Son Gohan's pupils dilated as time seemed to freeze in that moment. Jocko effortlessly intercepted Son Gohan's punch with just 2 fingers. "Too weak, Son Gohan." A cunning glint flickered in Jocko's eyes as he bared his fangs. Boom! Those 2 fingers suddenly unleashed an energy beam that struck Son Gohan in the abdomen. The dark energy surged, erupting with overwhelming force, sending Son Gohan crashing backward like a small mountain. Jocko smirked wickedly. Whoosh! A shadowy figure appeared behind Son Gohan. A voice dripping with fury proclaimed, "The pain you have inflicted upon me shall be unleashed upon you." Ha ha ha! Jocko cackled maniacally, raising his hands above his head, forming them into the shape of a hammer, and swung down with great force. Bang! Son Gohan, having transformed into Super Saiyan 2, braced against Jocko's assault with his arms. Veins bulged on his forehead as he gritted his teeth. This guy is indeed formidable. However, from his words, it was evident that his hatred extended beyond just his father, but also included another version of me. At that moment, Jocko suddenly exerted force with his legs, executing a formidable move reminiscent of thunder, launching himself forward. Boom! Son Wukong was once again sent flying, his body spiraling uncontrollably through the air. This fellow is indeed savage. He truly is a madman. Given this magic flash, his erratic body suddenly stabilized in an instant, while Son Wukong crossed his arms in front of his forehead, palms facing Jocko. The magic flash shone brightly on his forehead, revealing a profound golden energy column beneath its dazzling radiance. Whoosh! A powerful strike surged from between Son Wukong's hands, racing towards Jocko. Yet, what followed left Son Wukong utterly astonished. This seemingly energy-infused punch was effortlessly dismantled by Jocko with a single hand. Too weak. Compared to the Son Wukong from my timeline, you are utterly feeble. With disdain etched across his face, Jocko unleashed all of his resentment towards the AF timeline's Son Wukong into his fists, relentlessly attacking him. Son Wukong struggled to block, but the disparity in strength was insurmountable, and soon the brilliance of Super Saiyan 2 vanished. The golden hue faded, transforming into that enigmatic black state. Oof. It seems you can also assume this form. I advise you to unleash all your abilities, Sun Wukong. The spectators in the ninth row exhibited no concern. They simply observed Sun Wukong's every move with quiet vigilance. Meanwhile, Vegeta expressed his frustration, muttering to himself, "Why is this Wukong so much weaker than the one from our timeline? That white-haired kid is truly irksome. I had hoped Wukong could teach him a lesson." Beside him, Vegeta cast a glance at Vegeta, his eyes reflecting a pity for the ignorant. From Kakarot in the seventh row, they learned that their timeline was set 5 years after the Evil Dragon incident. Zyko had previously defeated the Sun Wukong from their timeline. Observing the appearance of this Sun Wukong, which closely resembled their own, it was likely that their timelines were similar. Alas, this Sun Wukong truly may not stand a chance against that scoundrel Zyko. On the arena, it became apparent that although Sun Wukong had transformed into his enigmatic state, he was still no match for Zyko. In the clash of fists and feet, Sun Wukong quickly found himself at a disadvantage. Bang! Zyko's punch sent Sun Wukong flying once more. Whoosh! Die already, Sun Wukong. Old man, look, I will force your beloved son, Sun Wukong, into a corner. Zyko raved madly to himself, rapidly channeling energy from within, unleashing countless energy blasts directed at Sun Wukong. The law of the prince's combat strategy dictates that overwhelming opponents may incur critical damage. At this moment, this law is wielded by Zyko, manifesting its power against Sun Wukong. The air fills with thick smoke as Zyko weaves through the haze, his frenzied gaze searching for traces of Sun Wukong. In the palm of his hand, a dark energy orb has coalesced. At last, Sun Wukong's figure appears within his line of sight. Sun Wukong. The highly concentrated dark energy orb hurtles madly towards him. The instant it leaves Zyko's grasp, it expands infinitely. Suddenly, a hand enveloped in a violet aura emerges from the smoke, consuming the swirling mist in that very moment. Sun Wukong effortlessly grasps the dark energy orb with one hand, revealing his full form. His piercing eyes fixate intently on Zyko, embodying the state he exhibited when he thwarted Broly. In the fifth spectator seat, the time-traveling Sun Wukong gazes intently at Sun Wukong. Indeed, the candidate for the God of Destruction is as such. Chapter 72. Zyko, by what right? Sun Wukong, by what right? The violet aura erupts forth at this moment. What else could it be but destructive energy? As destruction engulfs the smoke and dust, Sun Wukong's new visage emerges upon the arena. His bare torso showcases his muscular physique, while his purple eyes harbor infinite depths. Intricate runes and tattoos adorn his arms and chest. Sun Wukong regards Zyko with a cold indifference. His left hand, which grips the dark energy orb, becomes rigid as he chillingly intones destruction. With the utterance of the incantation, the power of destruction swiftly envelopes the dark energy orb. A shattering sound resonates as the orb disintegrates into a myriad of star-like fragments. Zyko stands dumbfounded, disbelief washing over him. It is impossible not to be astonished. After all, the Sun Wukong he had previously toyed with now exudes such formidable power. Zyko's voice trembles. What was this power? Sun Wukong remains unyieldingly cold. A thunderous explosion erupts by Zyko's ear, the reverberations tormenting his eardrums until they penetrate his mind. Sun Wukong's fist has struck Zyko's right cheek before he even realizes it. Zyko, unable to halt his retreat, transforms into light, propelled into the ocean. With a resounding crash, the sea is torn apart, Zyko's body skimming along the seabed. He carves a path through the depths, and at the end of this trail lies his battered form. Damn it, this power, it belongs to the divine. Zyko rises, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. Possessing the bloodline of the West Kaioshin, he swiftly sensed the destructive power emanating from Gohan. How ludicrous it was that this Gohan dared to wield the power of the divine. In an instant, a dark aura erupted from the depths of the sea, sending ripples cascading outward, causing the ocean to boil with fervor. Zyko desperately concentrated the black energy radiating from his being. After an intense period of focus, he absorbed the entirety of that dark essence. His eyes, now completely consumed by malevolence, reflected the innate talent bestowed upon him by the blood of the West Kaioshin and Son Goku. Unabashedly, he believed himself to be superior, even eclipsing his older brother, Gohan. This form, uniquely his, re-emerged, the one that had succumbed to the might of Super Saiyan 5 Goku. The mimetic Dark Ultra 5. How dare you? a wretched hybrid of lowly humans, desecrate the powers of the divine. In the blink of an eye, Zyko reappeared before Gohan. With a resounding impact, the sky was enveloped in a swirl of purple and dark energies, as the ocean writhed beneath the rhythm of their clashing fists. Your strength is still insufficient to rival mine, Gohan. Zyko's voice dripped with ferocity. Gohan effortlessly evaded Zyko's onslaught. I do not comprehend your wickedness. As your brother, it is my duty to teach you a lesson. In the midst of his words, Gohan accelerated once more, unleashing an unstoppable punch that struck with unrelenting force. Bolstered by destructive energy, the purple radiance cascaded down upon Zyko's bangs. The two strands of black hair were, astonishingly, eroded by the destructive force. In the audience, Vegeta found great satisfaction in the spectacle. He had long found those two unruly black tufts unsightly. Now, they had transformed into white locks. Indeed, Gohan, it seems I need not intervene to deal with that brat after all. How regrettable. Vegeta shrugged, observing that, at this rate, he would not need to lift a finger. How infuriating. Zyko roared, yet to Gohan, it merely sounded like impotent rage. With renewed ferocity, he launched another powerful punch, leaving Zyko defenseless, barely managing to block the blows. In a moment of desperation, Zyko made the most prudent choice. A surge of formidable power erupted from between his legs. A pillar of dark energy shooting forth from his loins, crashing down upon the surface of the ocean. In an instant, the already tumultuous waters were thrown into chaos once more. The reaction force of the energy pillar propelled him into the air, freeing him from Gohan's confinement. The previously passive situation finally found resolution. However, Zyko was not one to easily concede. Even under Gohan's suppression, he was willing to fight to the bitter end. After all, he bore the blood of Son Goku within him. The dark energy sphere reemerges once more. Zyko raises his hands high above his head, a maniacal grin spreading across his face as he exclaims, Son Gohan, this strike will ensure you meet a fate worse than death. Energy surges forth, the dark hue gathering in abundance, becoming increasingly pure in its intensity. In a fleeting moment, under Zyko's concentration, the energy sphere doubles in size. His features contort grotesquely, with every expression replaced by a palpable hatred. It is all because of you, Son Gohan. I despise you. I loathe your entire family. At this moment, Zyko has fixated on Gohan, who is enveloped in destructive energy, mistaking him for the Gohan of his own timeline. Gohan gazes at this madman with a stoic expression, mirroring Zyko's stance as he raises his own hands above his head, a violet energy sphere gradually taking shape amidst Zyko's furious cries. In an instant, within 2 seconds, it matches the size of Zyko's sphere. You have lost your sanity. I must put an end to this, my brother. Zyko retorts vehemently, silence. You are unworthy of being my brother. With a violent motion, he releases the dark energy sphere towards Gohan, while simultaneously, the destructive energy sphere slips from Gohan's grasp. Boom! 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 The colossal energy spheres collide, obliterating the surrounding ocean and transforming it into a sea of light. The two spheres strive to devour everything in their vicinity. In the audience, cloaked Goku remains impassive, his eyes unwavering. Meanwhile, the time-traveling Goku and his companion erect a protective barrier. Hey, do you think that white-haired kid will face retribution? Vegeta inquires of his counterpart. Vegeta remains silent, his gaze fixated on the arena. Boom! 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 The deafening explosions resonate before fading into silence. On the stage, Gohan stands resolute, while Zyko sinks into the depths of the ocean, his eyes vacant, engulfed in self-doubt. Why? By what right does Son Gohan wield the power of the divine? By what right can he transform into a Super Saiyan 5 first? Relying solely on his innate talent after his father ascended to that form. He merely glanced once. After a year of training, he can achieve Super Saiyan 5. Zyko drifts into memories. I am Zyko, the third son of Son Goku. Yet I was not born in the conventional sense. My mother was a thief, and I am the child born from her pilfered genes of Son Goku. In the AF timeline, after being defeated by his father, Goku chose not to eliminate him, but instead allowed him to reside on Earth to train together. Initially, Zyko was quite eager. Goku meticulously guided him, striving to lead him toward redemption. Days turned into weeks, but his inherently mischievous nature proved deeply entrenched, woven into the very fabric of his being. Due to his obstinate nature, he fails to earn Chi-Chi's approval and perceives her with a different lens. Deep within, he harbors a resistance towards such a family dynamic. To divert his attention, he incessantly engages in training, aspiring to reach the heights of Sun Wukong. His goal is to demonstrate his strength to Sun Wukong, proving himself as the most exceptional child, in hopes of gaining universal recognition. He believes his innate talent surpasses that of Son Gohan. However, one fateful day, he uncovers an astonishing revelation. The very Son Gohan he had once defeated had achieved the transformation into Super Saiyan 5 before him. During their sparring match, Son Gohan effortlessly subdued him with overwhelming power. This earned Son Gohan commendation from Sun Wukong, a reward he had long sought after his training under the latter's guidance. In stark contrast, he remained trapped under Sun Wukong's relentless teachings. Weariness had long since set in from such a life, and despite being a child, he faced inequitable treatment. For years, he had never experienced paternal love. The notion, instilled by the West's Supreme Kai since childhood, that his father was a great villain, began to resurface, tearing open the barely healed scars of his soul and sinking him deeper into despair. Ultimately, the malevolent Jaiko was resurrected. He designated Sun Wukong as his primary target of hatred, followed closely by Son Gohan. I despise you all, Sun Wukong. Son Gohan, I shall annihilate you all. Son Gohan, by what right do you stand above me? Why do you possess such talent? His dark pupils once again glimmered with crimson. At this moment, the force of his loathing shattered the shackles that had bound him for years. His dark silver hair cascaded down to his waist, heralding the emergence of Jaiko's own Super Saiyan 5 form. Chapter 73, Son Gohan. I do not wish to be the god of destruction candidate. Son Gohan, by what right do you claim superiority? With a resentful roar, he soared from the depths of the sea, sending ripples soaring 1,000 meters high, unveiling Jaiko's striking new form beneath the waves. Unlike the traditional Super Saiyan 5 appearance, it radiated a dark silver brilliance, with two sinister black hair strands re-emerging. The dark silver radiance spread from the arena, enveloping the audience. Oh, the white-haired boy seems to have broken through? Quite intriguing. This must be akin to his father's transformation, known as Super Saiyan 5, right? Vegeta teased, casting a glance at Vegeta. Hey, Vegeta, can you also achieve this transformation? Vegeta merely replied with 2 words, guess. Vegeta crossed his arms and turned away, stating, fine, if you want to say, it doesn't matter. After all, tomorrow we can engage in a one-on-one battle. The Time Patrol duo expressed their astonishment. When AF Sun Wukong transformed into Super Saiyan 5, they were already sufficiently shocked. Little did they expect there to be another Super Saiyan 5. The transcendent Sun Wukong scrutinized the new form of Jiko, though both possessed a silvery hue. Jiko's was notably darker compared to another version of myself. This hair color bore a certain resemblance to my perfect tranquility and ultimate state. The transcendent Sun Wukong astutely noted that both transformations showcased a similar hair color. However, perfect tranquility follows the divine path. While Super Saiyan 5 represents the evolutionary lineage of the Saiyan bloodline, one emphasizes evasion to the utmost, while the other enhances all facets of combat. In a flash, Jiko's afterimage zipped past Son Gohan. Yet this was merely the beginning. In the next moment, a multitude of afterimages surrounded Son Gohan. He endeavored to anticipate Jiko's subsequent move. Here, boom! The force of the punch howled through the air, yet it failed to connect, only to be met with a devastating blow. Jiko's fist began to move at an astonishing speed, relentlessly striking Son Gohan. Bang, bang, bang. There was no means of defense. He was left vulnerable to the onslaught of punches. Ha, Son Gohan, you have truly incited my ire. Thank you for enabling my personal breakthrough. As a token of my appreciation, I shall end your life. Beneath the mad cackles of a monstrous fiend, Jiko's power had ascended to new heights. Son Gohan clasped his hands tightly against his chest, striving to mitigate the pain inflicted upon him. Meanwhile, a faint purple glow began to coalesce within his palms. In a mere second, the glow intensified, radiating brilliantly. Destruction. The purple hue spread forth, piercing through Jiko's afterimages one by one. But in the final moment, Jiko's true form emerged, his disdainful gaze fixed upon Son Gohan. Congratulations, Son Gohan, you found me. Boom! Jiko's palm had already amassed a concentrated energy sphere. As the words left his lips, the energy sphere was thrust into Son Gohan's embrace. Gohan's pupils dilated in astonishment. He had not anticipated Jiko's speed to be so formidable. Boom, boom, boom. The tide of battle shifted once more, with Son Gohan now on the receiving end of the oppression. Super 5 Jiko relentlessly pursued, unwilling to grant Son Gohan even a moment to retaliate. Whoosh! The shadow of the demon reappeared, and Son Gohan's body, accelerating in a downward motion, was suddenly frozen in place. Zico glared at Son Gohan, proclaiming, "You foolish brother, allow me to enlighten you. I'm the strongest child of our father. After I eliminate you, that old fool shall be next." A searing heat emanated from the 5 fingers that pressed firmly against Son Gohan's back. A vast amount of dark energy amassed upon him. Boom! Ah! The harrowing cries echoed incessantly as Son Gohan was violently thrust against the colossal tree trunk. Crack! The trunk splintered, and the battleground shifted into the heart of the forest. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Amidst the swirling chaos, energy orbs relentlessly surged towards the forest, encircling Sun Wukong with an ominous precision reminiscent of an all-encompassing net. Sun Wukong sprang to his feet. Should these energy spheres strike him, his demise would be inevitable. Moreover, the adversary had fixated upon him as the embodiment of all that he despised, leading him to the brink of madness, intent on delivering a lethal blow. In a half-crouched stance, Sun Wukong bellowed. Destruction. Centered upon his back, waves of destructive energy surged upward, annihilating the descending dark energy projectiles one by one. However, this exertion had already drained a significant portion of his strength. Just as he gasped for breath, a relentless barrage of kicks descended upon his back with merciless force. Boom! Dust billowed forth as a massive crater formed in the earth. Sun Wukong lay helplessly within the depths of the pit. Another fierce kick struck him, forcibly propelling his heavy form to the shoreline. The chilling sea spray splashed against his face, awakening him to clarity. Gazing into the water's reflection, he fell into a contemplative reverie. Is this truly the self I aspire to be? I am Sun Wukong. In my world, I have become a candidate for the role of destroyer. Yet, this is not my desire. It is a demand imposed by my father. As for the reason behind his insistence, I remain in the dark. I have inquired multiple times, but his response is always the same. Wukong, your talents are extraordinary. I believe that with your abilities, you will undoubtedly become the mightiest destroyer. But this is not what I seek. I yearn to grow stronger in my own way, rather than be bestowed with the power of destruction. Since assuming the mantle of candidate destroyer, my days have been consumed by rigorous training under my master. Consequently, I have been separated from my family for an extended period, unable to see my daughter, Xiaofeng, or my beloved Bidelai. My love for life and peace is profound. The thought of one day officially becoming a destroyer, akin to my master, and systematically obliterating planets, erasing innocent lives from existence, fills my heart with trepidation. My aversion to destruction is the very reason for my struggle to master its forces. I once posed a question to my father. Why must I learn destruction? I can grow stronger on my own and protect the earth. With your strength, no one would dare invade our world again, would they? Yet, my father remained resolute, determined to set me upon the path of a destroyer. He has changed. He is no longer the father who once respected my thoughts. Had I been allowed to train diligently in my own manner, perhaps today I would not have been bested by this madman. As Son Gohan gazed into the water, reflecting his own image, a bitter smile crept upon his lips. Let me die, Son Gohan. The dark energy coalesced into a conical shape, raised high by Zico. A menacingly at Gohan's body torso. In an instant, a shadow manifested. A robust figure, akin to a savior, appeared before Son Gohan, cloaked in a flowing garment. Sun Wukong stood resolutely opposite Zico. His face remained as cold as ice, exuding an overwhelming sense of pressure upon Zico. At that moment, the energy spike in Zico's grasp seemed to be intercepted by an invisible barrier, rendering his efforts futile, no matter how hard he strained to advance. Damn it, old fool. The familiar visage evoked memories of his father, AF Sun Wukong. In the next heartbeat, both the cloaked Sun Wukong and Son Gohan vanished from the arena.